Chapter 9 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Marsh and the Flood. There was always regular connection between the yew cottage and the marsh, yet the two households remained separate, distinct. After Anna's marriage the marsh became the home of the two boys, Tom and Fred. Tom was a rather short, good-looking youth, with crisp black hair and long black eyelashes, and soft, dark, possessed eyes. He had a quick intelligence. From the high school he went to London to study. He had an instinct for attracting people of character and energy. He gave place entirely to the other person, and at the same time kept himself independent. He scarcely existed except through other people. When he was alone he was unresolved. When he was with another man, he seemed to add himself to the other, make the other bigger than life size, so that a few people loved him and attained a sort of fulfilment in him. He carefully chose these few. He had a subtle, quick, critical intelligence, a mind that was like a scale or balance. There was something of a woman in all this. In London he had been the favourite pupil of an engineer, a clever man, who became well known at the time when Tom Brangwen had just finished his studies. Through this master the youth kept acquaintance with various individual, outstanding characters. He never asserted himself. He seemed to be there to estimate and establish the rest. He was like a presence that makes us aware of our own being. So that he was while still young connected with some of the most energetic, scientific and mathematical people in London. They took him as an equal. Quiet and perceptive and impersonal as he was, he kept his place and learned how to value others in just degree. He was there like a judgment. Besides, he was very good looking, of medium stature but beautifully proportioned, dark, with fine colouring, always perfectly healthy. His father allowed him a liberal pocket money, besides which he had a sort of post as assistant to his chief. Then from time to time the young man appeared at the Marsh, curiously attractive, well dressed, reserved, having by nature a subtle, refined manner, and he set the change in the farm. Fred, the younger brother, was a Brangwen, large-boned, blue-eyed, English. He was his father's very son. The two men, father and son, were supremely at ease with one another. Fred was succeeding to the farm. Between the elder brother and the younger existed an almost passionate love. Tom watched over Fred with a woman's poignant attention and selfless care. Fred looked up to Tom as to something miraculous, that which he himself would aspire to be, were he great also. So that after Anna's departure, the Marsh began to take on a new tone. The boys were gentlemen. Tom had a rare nature and had risen high. Fred was sensitive and fond of reading. He pondered Ruskin and then the agnostic writings. Like all the Brangwens, he was very much a thing to himself, though fond of people, and indulgent to them, having an exaggerated respect for them. There was a rather uneasy friendship between him and one of the young Hardys at the Hall. The two households were different, yet the young men met on shy terms of equality. It was young Tom Brangwen, with his dark lashes and beautiful colouring, his soft inscrutable nature, his strange repose and his informed air, added to his position in London, who seemed to emphasise the superior foreign element in the Marsh. When he appeared, perfectly dressed, as if soft and affable, and yet quite removed from everybody, he created an uneasiness in people. He was reserved in the minds of the Cossete and Ilkeston acquaintances to a different, remote world. He and his mother had a kind of affinity. The affection between them was of a mute, distant character, but radical. His father was always uneasy and slightly deferential to his eldest son. Tom also formed the link that kept the Marsh in real connection with the Skrebenskys, now quite important people in their own district. So a change in tone came over the Marsh. Tom Brangwen the father, as he grew older, seemed to mature into a gentleman farmer. His figure lent itself, burly and handsome. His face remained fresh, and his blue eyes as full of light. His thick hair and beard had turned gradually to a silky whiteness. It was his custom to laugh a great deal, in his acquiescent, wilful manner. Things had puzzled him very much, so he had taken the line of easy, good-humoured acceptance. He was not responsible for the frame of things, yet he was afraid of the unknown in life. He was fairly well off. His wife was there with him, a different being from himself, yet somewhere vitally connected with him. Who was he to understand where and how? His 2 sons were gentlemen. They were men distinct from himself, they had separate beings of their own, yet they were connected with himself. It was all adventurous and puzzling. Yet one remained vital within one's own existence, whatever the offshoots. So, handsome and puzzled, he laughed and stuck to himself as the only thing he could stick to. His youngness and the wonder remained almost the same in him. He became indolent, he developed a luxuriant ease. Fred did most of the farm work, the father saw to the more important transactions. He drove a good mare, and sometimes he rode his cob. He drank in the hotels and the inns with better class farmers and proprietors. He had well-to-do acquaintances among men, but one class suited him no better than another. His wife, as ever, had no acquaintances. Her hair was threaded now with grey, her face grew older in form, without changing in expression. She seemed the same as when she had come to the Marsh 25 years ago, save that her health was more fragile. She seemed always to haunt the Marsh rather than to live there. She was never part of the life. Something she represented was alien there. She remained a stranger within the gates, in some ways fixed and impervious, in some ways curiously refining. She caused the separateness and individuality of all the Marsh inmates, the friability of the household. When young Tom Brangwen was 23 years old, there was some breach between him and his chief which was never explained, and he went away to Italy, then to America. He came home for a while, then went to Germany, always the same good-looking, carefully dressed, attractive young man, in perfect health, yet somehow outside of everything. In his dark eyes was a deep misery which he wore with the same ease and pleasantness as he wore his close-sitting clothes. To Ursula he was a romantic, alluring figure. He had a grace of bringing beautiful presents, a box of expensive sweets, such as Cossethay had never seen, or he gave her a hairbrush and a long slim mirror of mother of pearl, all pale and glimmering and exquisite, or he sent her a little necklace of rough stones, amethyst and opal, and brilliants and garnet. He spoke other languages easily and fluently. His nature was curiously gracious and insinuating. With all that, he was undefinably an outsider. He belonged to nowhere, to no society. Anna Brangwen had left her intimacy with her father undeveloped since the time of her marriage. At her marriage it had been abandoned. He and she had drawn a reserve between them. Anna went more to her mother. Then suddenly the father died. It happened one springtime when Ursula was about 8 years old. He, Tom Brangwen, drove off on a Saturday morning to the market in Nottingham, saying he might not be back till late, as there was a special show and then a meeting he had to attend. His family understood that he would enjoy himself. The season had been rainy and dreary. In the evening it was pouring with rain. Fred Brangwen, unsettled, uneasy, did not go out, as was his wont. He smoked and read and fidgeted, hearing always the trickling of water outside. This wet, black night seemed to cut him off and make him unsettled, aware of himself, aware that he wanted something else, aware that he was scarcely living. There seemed to him to be no root to his life, no place for him to get satisfied in. He dreamed of going abroad, but his instinct knew that change of place would not solve his problem. He wanted change, deep, vital change of living, and he did not know how to get it. Tilly, an old woman now, came in saying that the labourers who had been suppering up said the yard and everywhere was just a slough of water. He heard in indifference. But he hated a desolate, raw wetness in the world. He would leave the Marsh. His mother was in bed. At last he shut his book. His mind was blank. He walked upstairs intoxicated with depression and anger, and, intoxicated with depression and anger, locked himself into sleep. Tilly set slippers before the kitchen fire, and she also went to bed, leaving the door unlocked. Then the farm was in darkness, in the rain. At 11 o'clock it was still raining. Tom Brangwen stood in the yard of the Angel, Nottingham, and buttoned his coat. "Oh well," he said cheerfully, "it's rained on me before. Put her in, Jack, my lad, put her in. Thou'rt a rare old cock, Jacky boy, wi' a belly on thee as does credit to thy drink, if not to thy corn. Cope, lass, let's get off to th' old homestead. Oh, my heart, what a wetness in the night! There'll be no volcanoes after this. Hey, Jack, my beautiful young slender fella, which of us is Noah? It seems as though the waterworks is bursted. Ducks and aquatic fowl'll be king of the castle at this rate, dove and olive branch and all. Stand up then, girl, stand up. We're not stopping here all night, even if you thought we was. I'm dashed if the jumping rain wouldn't make anybody think they was drunk. Hey, Jack, does rainwater wash the sense in, or does it wash it out?" And he laughed to himself at the joke. He was always ashamed when he had to drive after he had been drinking, always apologetic to the horse. His apologetic frame made him facetious. He was aware of his inability to walk quite straight. Nevertheless, his will kept stiff and attentive in all his fuddleness. He mounted and bowled off through the gates of the inn-yard. The mare went well. He sat fixed, the rain beating on his face. His heavy body rode motionless in a kind of sleep. One centre of attention was kept fitfully burning, the rest was dark. He concentrated his last attention on the fact of driving along the road he knew so well. He knew it so well, he watched for it attentively, with an effort of will. He talked aloud to himself, sententious in his anxiety, as if he were perfectly sober, whilst the mare bowled along and the rain beat on him. He watched the rain before the gig lamps, the faint gleaming of the shadowy horse's body, the passing of the dark hedges. "It's not a fit night to turn a dog out," he said to himself aloud. "It's high time as it did a bit of clearing up. I'll be damned if it isn't. It was a lot of use putting those 10 loads of cinder on th' road. They'll be washed to kingdom come if it doesn't alter. Well, it's our Fred's look out, if they are. He's top sawyer as far as those things go. I don't see why I should concern myself. They can wash to kingdom come and back again for what I care. I suppose they would be washed back again some day. That's how things are. Th' rain tumbles down just to mount up in clouds again. So they say. There's no more water on the earth than there was in the year nought. That's the story, my boy, if you understand it. There's no more to-day than there was 1,000 years ago, nor less either. You can't wear water out. No, my boy, it'll give you the go-by. Try to wear it out, and it takes its hook into vapour. It has its fingers at its nose to you. It turns into cloud and falleth as rain on the just and unjust. I wonder if I'm the just or the unjust." He started awake as the trap lurched deep into a rut, and he wakened to the point in his journey. He had travelled some distance since he was last conscious. But at length he reached the gate, and stumbled heavily down, reeling, gripping fast to the trap. He descended into several inches of water. "Be damned," he said angrily. "Be damned to the miserable slop." And he led the horse washing through the gate. He was quite drunk now, moving blindly, in habit. Everywhere there was water underfoot. The raised causeway of the house and the farmstead was dry, however. But there was a curious roar in the night which seemed to be made in the darkness of his own intoxication. Reeling, blinded, almost without consciousness, he carried his parcels and the rug and cushions into the house, dropped them, and went out to put up the horse. Now he was at home, he was a sleep-walker, waiting only for the moment of activity to stop. Very deliberately and carefully he led the horse down the slope to the cart shed. She shied and backed. "Why, what's amiss?" he hiccuped, plodding steadily on. And he was again in a wash of water. The horse splashed up water as he went. It was thickly dark, save for the gig lamps, and they lit on a rippling surface of water. "Well, that's a knock-out," he said, as he came to the cart shed, and was wading in 6 inches of water. But everything seemed to him amusing. He laughed to think of 6 inches of water being in the cart shed. He backed in the mare. She was restive. He laughed at the fun of untackling the mare with a lot of water washing round his feet. He laughed because it upset her. "What's amiss? What's amiss? A drop of water won't hurt you." As soon as he had undone the traces, she walked quickly away. He hung up the shafts and took the gig lamp. As he came out of the familiar jumble of shafts and wheels in the shed, the water, in little waves, came washing strongly against his legs. He staggered and almost fell. "Well, what the deuce!" he said, staring round at the running water in the black, watery night. He went to meet the running flood, sinking deeper and deeper. His soul was full of great astonishment. He had to go and look where it came from, though the ground was going from under his feet. He went on, down towards the pond, shakily. He rather enjoyed it. He was knee-deep, and the water was pulling heavily. He stumbled, reeled sickeningly. Fear took hold of him. Gripping tightly to the lamp, he reeled and looked round. The water was carrying his feet away. He was dizzy. He did not know which way to turn. The water was whirling, whirling. The whole black night was swooping in rings. He swayed uncertainly at the centre of all the attack, reeling in dismay. In his soul he knew he would fall. As he staggered, something in the water struck his legs, and he fell. Instantly he was in the turmoil of suffocation. He fought in a black horror of suffocation, fighting, wrestling, but always borne down, borne inevitably down. Still he wrestled and fought to get himself free, in the unutterable struggle of suffocation, but he always fell again deeper. Something struck his head, a great wonder of anguish went over him, and the blackness covered him entirely. In the utter darkness, the unconscious, drowning body was rolled along, the waters pouring, washing, filling in the place. The cattle woke up and rose to their feet, the dog began to yelp, and the unconscious, drowning body was washed along in the black, swirling darkness, passively. Mrs. Brangwen woke up and listened. With preternaturally sharp senses she heard the movement of all the darkness that swirled outside. For a moment she lay still. Then she went to the window. She heard the sharp rain and the deep running of water. She knew her husband was outside. "Fred!" she called. "Fred!" Away in the night was a hoarse, brutal roar of a mass of water rushing downwards. She went downstairs. She could not understand the multiplied running of water. Stepping down the step into the kitchen, she put her foot into water. The kitchen was flooded. Where did it come from? She could not understand. Water was running in out of the scullery. She paddled through barefoot to see. Water was bubbling fiercely under the outer door. She was afraid. Then something washed against her, something twined under her foot. It was the riding whip. On the table were the rug and the cushion and the parcel from the gig. He had come home. "Tom!" she called, afraid of her own voice. She opened the door. Water ran in with a horrid sound. Everywhere was moving water, a sound of waters. "Tom!" she cried, standing in her nightdress with the candle, calling into the darkness and the flood out of the doorway. "Tom! Tom!" And she listened. Fred appeared behind her, in trousers and shirt. "Where is he?" he asked. He looked at the flood, then at his mother. She seemed small and uncanny, elvish, in her nightdress. "Go upstairs," he said. "He'll be in th' stable." "Tom! Tom!" cried the elderly woman, with a long, unnatural, penetrating call that chilled her son to the marrow. He quickly pulled on his boots and his coat. "Go upstairs, mother," he said. "I'll go and see where he is." "Tom! Tom!" rang out the shrill, unearthly cry of the small woman. There was only the noise of water and the mooing of uneasy cattle, and the long yelping of the dog, clamouring in the darkness. Fred Brangwen splashed out into the flood with a lantern. His mother stood on a chair in the doorway, watching him go. It was all water, water, running, flashing under the lantern. "Tom! Tom! Tom!" came her long, unnatural cry, ringing over the night. It made her son feel cold in his soul. And the unconscious, drowning body of the father rolled on below the house, driven by the black water towards the high road. Tilly appeared, a skirt over her nightdress. She saw her mistress clinging on the top of a chair in the open doorway, a candle burning on the table. God's sake!" cried the old serving woman. "The cut's burst! That embankment's broke down! Whatever are we going to do?" Mrs. Brangwen watched her son and the lantern go along the upper causeway to the stable. Then she saw the dark figure of a horse. Then her son hung the lamp in the stable, and the light shone out faintly on him as he untackled the mare. The mother saw the soft blazed face of the horse thrust forward into the stable door. The stables were still above the flood, but the water flowed strongly into the house. "It's getting higher," said Tilly. "Hasn't master come in?" Mrs. Brangwen did not hear. "Isn't he there?" she called, in her far-reaching, terrifying voice. "No," came the short answer out of the night. "Go and look for him." His mother's voice nearly drove the youth mad. He put the halter on the horse and shut the stable door. He came splashing back through the water, the lantern swinging. The unconscious, drowning body was pushed past the house in the deepest current. Fred Brangwen came to his mother. "I'll go to the cart shed," he said. "Tom! Tom!" rang out the strong, inhuman cry. Fred Brangwen's blood froze. His heart was very angry. He gripped his veins in a frenzy. Why was she yelling like this? He could not bear the sight of her, perched on a chair in her white nightdress, in the doorway, elvish and horrible. "He's taken the mare out of the trap, so he's all right," he said, growling, pretending to be normal. But as he descended to the cart shed, he sank into a foot of water. He heard the rushing in the distance. He knew the canal had broken down. The water was running deeper. The trap was there all right, but no signs of his father. The young man waded down to the pond. The water rose above his knees. It swirled and forced him. He drew back. "Is he there?" came the maddening cry of the mother. "No," was the sharp answer. "Tom! Tom!" came the piercing, free, unearthly call. It seemed high and supernatural, almost pure. Fred Brangwen hated it. It nearly drove him mad. So awfully it sang out, almost like a song. The water was flowing fuller into the house. "You'd better go up to Beebe's and bring him and Arthur down, and tell Mrs. Beebe to fetch Wilkinson," said Fred to Tilly. He forced his mother to go upstairs. "I know your father is drowned," she said, in a curious dismay. The flood rose through the night, till it washed the kettle off the hob in the kitchen. Mrs. Brangwen sat alone at a window upstairs. She called no more. The men were busy with the pigs and the cattle. They were coming with a boat for her. Towards morning the rain ceased. The stars came out over the noise and the terrifying clucking and trickling of the water. Then there was a pallor in the east, the light began to come. In the ruddy light of the dawn she saw the waters spreading out, moving sluggishly, the buildings rising out of a waste of water. Birds began to sing, drowsily, and as if slightly hoarse with the dawn. It grew brighter. Up the second field was the great, raw gap in the canal embankment. Mrs. Brangwen went from window to window, watching the flood. Somebody had brought a little boat. The light grew stronger. The red gleam was gone off the flood waters. Day took place. Mrs. Brangwen went from the front of the house to the back, looking out, intent and unrelaxing, on the pallid morning of spring. She saw a glimpse of her husband's buff coat in the floods, as the water rolled the body against the garden hedge. She called to the men in the boat. She was glad he was found. They dragged him out of the hedge. They could not lift him into the boat. Fred Brangwen jumped into the water, up to his waist, and half carried the body of his father through the flood to the road. Hay and twigs and dirt were in the beard and hair. The youth pushed through the water, crying loudly without tears, like a stricken animal. The mother at the window cried, making no trouble. The doctor came, but the body was dead. They carried it up to Cossethay, to Anna's house. When Anna Brangwen heard the news, she pressed back her head and rolled her eyes, as if something were reaching forward to bite at her throat. She pressed back her head, her mind was driven back to sleep. Since she had married and become a mother, the girl she had been was forgotten. Now the shock threatened to break in upon her and sweep away all her intervening life. make her as a girl of 18 again, loving her father. So she pressed back, away from the shock, she clung to her present life. It was when they brought him to her house, dead and in his wet clothes, his wet, sodden clothes, fully dressed as he came from market, yet all sodden and inert, that the shock really broke into her, and she was terrified. A big, soaked, inert heap he was, who had been to her the image of power and strong life. Almost in horror she began to take the wet things from him, to pull off him the incongruous market clothes of a well-to-do farmer. The children were sent away to the vicarage. The dead body lay on the parlour floor. Anna quickly began to undress him, laid his fob and seals in a wet heap on the table. Her husband and the woman helped her. They cleared and washed the body, and laid it on the bed. There it looked still and grand. He was perfectly calm in death, and now he was laid in line, inviolable, unapproachable. To Anna he was the majesty of the inaccessible male, the majesty of death. It made her still and awe-stricken, almost glad. Lydia Brangwen, the mother, also came and saw the impressive, inviolable body of the dead man. She went pale, seeing death. He was beyond change or knowledge, absolute, laid in line with the infinite. What had she to do with him? He was a majestic abstraction, made visible now for a moment, inviolate, absolute. And who could lay claim to him? Who could speak of him? Of the him who was revealed in the stripped moment of transit from life into death? Neither the living nor the dead could claim him. He was both the one and the other, inviolable, inaccessibly himself. "I shared life with you, I belong in my own way to eternity," said Lydia Brangwen, her heart cold, knowing her own singleness. "I did not know you in life, you are beyond me, supreme now in death," said Anna Brangwen, awe-stricken, almost glad. It was the sons who could not bear it. Fred Brangwen went about with a set, blanched face and shut hands, his heart full of hatred and rage for what had been done to his father, bleeding also with desire to have his father again, to see him, to hear him again. He could not bear it. Tom Brangwen only arrived on the day of the funeral. He was quiet and controlled as ever. He kissed his mother, who was still dark-faced, inscrutable. He shook hands with his brother without looking at him. He saw the great coffin with its black handles. He even read the name-plate, Tom Brangwen, of the Marsh Farm, born, died. The good-looking, still face of the young man crinkled up for a moment in a terrible grimace, then resumed its stillness. The coffin was carried round to the church, the funeral bell tanged at intervals, the mourners carried their wreaths of white flowers. The mother, the Polish woman, went with dark, abstract face on her son's arm. He was good-looking as ever, his face perfectly motionless and somehow pleasant. Fred walked with Anna, she strange and winsome, he with a face like wood, stiff, unyielding. Only afterwards Ursula, flitting between the currant bushes down the garden, saw her Uncle Tom, standing in his black clothes, erect and fashionable, but his fists lifted, and his face distorted, his lips curled back from his teeth in a horrible grin, like an animal which grimaces with torment, whilst his body panted quick like a panting dog's. He was facing the open distance, panting and holding still, then panting rapidly again, but his face never changing from its almost bestial look of torture, the teeth all showing, the nose wrinkled up, the eyes, unseeing, fixed. Terrified, Ursula slipped away, and when her Uncle Tom was in the house again, grave and very quiet, so that he seemed almost to affect gravity, to pretend grief, she watched his still, handsome face, imagining it again in its distortion. But she saw the nose was rather thick, rather Russian under its transparent skin. She remembered the teeth under the carefully cut moustache were small and sharp and spaced. She could see him, in all his elegant demeanour, bestial, almost corrupt, and she was frightened. She never forgot to look for the bestial, frightening side of him, after this. He said good-bye to his mother and went away at once. Ursula almost shrank from his kiss now. She wanted it, nevertheless. and the little revulsion as well. At the funeral, and after the funeral, Will Brangwen was madly in love with his wife. The death had shaken him, but death and all seemed to gather in him into a mad, overwhelming passion for his wife. She seemed so strange and winsome. He was almost beside himself with desire for her. And she took him, she seemed ready for him, she wanted him. The grandmother stayed a while at the Yew Cottage, till the Marsh was restored. Then she returned to her own rooms, quiet, and it seemed wanting nothing. Fred threw himself into the work of restoring the farm. That his father was killed there seemed to make it only the more intimate and the more inevitably his own place. There was a saying that the Brangwens always died a violent death. To them all, except perhaps Tom, it seemed almost natural. Yet Fred went about obstinate, his heart fixed. He could never forgive the unknown this murder of his father. After the death of the father the Marsh was very quiet. Mrs. Brangwen was unsettled. She could not sit all the evening peacefully, as she could before, and during the day she was always rising to her feet and hesitating, as if she must go somewhere, and were not quite sure whither. She was seen loitering about the garden, in her little woollen jacket. She was often driven out in the gig, sitting beside her son, and watching the countryside or the streets of the town, with a childish, candid, uncanny face, as if it all were strange to her. The children, Ursula and Gudrun and Theresa, went by the garden gate on their way to school. The grandmother would have them call in each time they passed. She would have them come to the Marsh for dinner. She wanted children about her. Of her sons she was almost afraid. She could see the sombre passion and desire and dissatisfaction in them, and she wanted not to see it any more. Even Fred, with his blue eyes and his heavy jaw, troubled her. There was no peace. He wanted something. He wanted love, passion, and he could not find them. But why must he trouble her? Why must he come to her with his seething and suffering and dissatisfactions? She was too old. Tom was more restrained, reserved. He kept his body very still, but he troubled her even more. She could not but see the black depths of disintegration in his eyes, the sudden glance upon her, as if she could save him, as if he would reveal himself. And how could age save youth? Youth must go to youth. Always the storm. Could she not lie in peace these years, in the quiet, apart from life? No. Always the swell must heave upon her and break against the barriers. Always she must be embroiled in the seethe and rage and passion, endless, endless, going on for ever. And she wanted to draw away. She wanted at last her own innocence and peace. She did not want her sons to force upon her any more the old brutal story of desire and offerings and deep, deep hidden rage of unsatisfied men against women. She wanted to be beyond it all, to know the peace and innocence of age. She had never been a woman to work much, so that now she would stand often at the garden gate, watching the scant world go by, and the sight of children pleased her, made her happy. She had usually an apple or a few sweets in her pocket. She liked children to smile at her. She never went to her husband's grave. She spoke of him simply, as if he were alive. Sometimes the tears would run down her face, in helpless sadness. Then she recovered, and was herself again, happy. On wet days she stayed in bed. Her bedroom was her city of refuge, where she could lie down and muse and muse. Sometimes Fred would read to her, but that did not mean much. She had so many dreams to dream over, such an unsifted store. She wanted time. Her chief friend at this period was Ursula. The little girl and the musing, fragile woman of 60 seemed to understand the same language. At CATHEDRAL all was activity and passion, everything moved upon poles of passion. Then there were 4 children younger than Ursula, a throng of babies, all the time many lives beating against each other. So that for the eldest child the peace of the grandmother's bedroom was exquisite. Here Ursula came as to a hushed, paradisal land. Here her own existence became simple and exquisite to her, as if she were a flower. Always on Saturdays she came down to the Marsh, and always clutching a little offering, either a little mat made of strips of coloured woven paper, or a tiny basket made in the kindergarten lesson, or a little crayon drawing of a bird. When she appeared in the doorway, Tilly, ancient but still in authority, would crane her skinny neck to see who it was. "Oh, it's you, is it?" she said. "I thought we should be seeing you. My word, that's a bobby-dazzling posy you've brought." It was curious how Tilly preserved the spirit of Tom Brangwen, who was dead, in the Marsh. Ursula always connected her with her grandfather. This day the child had brought a tight little nosegay of pinks, white ones, with a rim of pink ones. She was very proud of it, and very shy because of her pride. "Your grandmother's in her bed. Wipe your shoes well if you're going up, and don't go bursting in on her like a skyrocket. My word, but that's a fine posy. Did you do it all by yourself and all?" Tilly stealthily ushered her into the bedroom. The child entered with a strange, dragging hesitation, characteristic of her when she was moved. Her grandmother was sitting up in bed, wearing a little grey woollen jacket. The child hesitated in silence near the bed, clutching the nosegay in front of her. Her childish eyes were shining. The grandmother's grey eyes shone with a similar light. "How pretty!" she said. "How pretty you have made them! What a darling little bunch!" Ursula, glowing, thrust them into her grandmother's hands, saying, "I made them you." "That is how the peasants tied them at home," said the grandmother, pushing the pinks with her fingers, and smelling them. "Just such tight little bunches. And they make wreaths for their hair. They weave the stalks. Then they go round with wreaths in their hair, and wearing their best aprons." Ursula immediately imagined herself in this story land. "Did you used to have a wreath in your hair, grandmother? When I was a little girl, I had golden hair, something like Katie's. Then I used to have a wreath of little blue flowers, oh, so blue, that come when the snow is gone. Andrei, the coachman, used to bring me the very first." They talked, and then Tilly brought the tea tray, set for two. Ursula had a special green and gold cup kept for herself at the Marsh. There was thin bread and butter, and cress for tea. It was all special and wonderful. She ate very daintily, with little fastidious bites. "Why do you have two wedding rings, grandmother? Must you?" asked the child, noticing her grandmother's ivory-coloured hand, with blue veins, above the tray. "If I had two husbands, child." Ursula pondered a moment. "Then you must wear both rings together." "Yes." "Which was my grandfather's ring?" The woman hesitated. "This grandfather whom you knew, this was his ring, the red one. The yellow one was your other grandfather's, whom you never knew." Ursula looked interestedly at the two rings on the proffered finger. "Where did he buy it you?" she asked. "This one? In Warsaw, I think." "You didn't know my own grandfather then?" "Not this grandfather." Ursula pondered this fascinating intelligence. "Did he have white whiskers as well?" "No, his beard was dark. You have his brows, I think." Ursula ceased and became self-conscious. She at once identified herself with her Polish grandfather. "And did he have brown eyes?" "Yes, dark eyes. He was a clever man, as quick as a lion. He was never still." Lydia still resented Lensky. When she thought of him, she was always younger than he, she was always 20 or 25, and under his domination. He incorporated her in his ideas as if she were not a person herself, as if she were just his aide de camp, or part of his baggage, or one among his surgical appliances. She still resented it. And he was always only 30. He had died when he was 34. She did not feel sorry for him. He was older than she. Yet she still ached in the thought of those days. "Did you like my first grandfather best?" asked Ursula. "I liked them both," said the grandmother. And, thinking, she became again Lensky's girl bride. He was of good family, of better family even than her own, for she was half German. She was a young girl in a house of insecure fortune, and he, an intellectual, a clever surgeon and physician, had loved her. How she had looked up to him! She remembered her first transports when he talked to her, the important young man with the severe black beard. He had seemed so wonderful, such an authority. After her own lax household, his gravity and confident, hard authority seemed almost godlike to her. For she had never known it in her life, all her surroundings had been loose, lax, disordered, a welter. "Miss Lydia, will you marry me?" he had said to her in German, in his grave yet tremulous voice. She had been afraid of his dark eyes upon her. They did not see her, they were fixed upon her. And he was hard, confident. She thrilled with the excitement of it, and accepted. During the courtship his kisses were a wonder to her. She always thought about them, and wondered over them. She never wanted to kiss him back. In her idea the man kissed, and the woman examined in her soul the kisses she had received. She had never quite recovered from her prostration of the first days, or nights, of marriage. He had taken her to Vienna, and she was utterly alone with him, utterly alone in another world, everything foreign, even he foreign to her. Then came the real marriage. Passion came to her, and she became his slave. He was her lord, her lord. She was the girl bride, the slave. She kissed his feet. She had thought it an honour to touch his body, to unfasten his boots. For 2 years she had gone on as his slave, crouching at his feet, embracing his knees. Children had come. He had followed his ideas. She was there for him, just to keep him in condition. She was to him one of the baser or material conditions necessary for his welfare in prosecuting his ideas of nationalism, of liberty, of science. But gradually at 23, 24, she began to realise that she too might consider these ideas. By his acceptance of her self-subordination, he exhausted the feeling in her. There were those of his associates who would discuss the ideas with her, though he did not wish to do so himself. She had ventured into the minds of other men. His, then, was not the only male mind. She did not exist, then, just as his attribute. She began to perceive the attention of other men. An excitement came over her. She remembered now the men who had paid her court, when she was married, in Warsaw. Then the rebellion broke out, and she was inspired too. She would go as a nurse at her husband's side. He worked like a lion, he wore his life out. And she followed him helplessly. But she disbelieved in him. He was so separate, he ignored so much. He counted too much on himself, his work, his ideas. Did nothing else matter? Then the children were dead, and for her everything became remote. He became remote. She saw him go white when he heard the news, then frown as if he thought, "Why have they died now, when I have no time to grieve?" "He has no time to grieve," she had said, in her remote, awful soul. "He has no time. It is so important what he does. He is then so self-important, this half-frenzied man. Nothing matters but this work of rebellion. He has not time to grieve, nor to think of his children. He had not time even to beget them, really." She had let him go on alone, but in the chaos she had worked by his side again, and out of the chaos she had fled with him to London. He was a broken, cold man. He had no affection for her, nor for anyone. He had failed in his work, so everything had failed. He stiffened and died. She could not subscribe. He had failed, everything had failed, yet behind the failure was the unyielding passion of life. The individual effort might fail, but not the human joy. She belonged to the human joy. He died and went his way, but not before there was another child. And this little Ursula was his grandchild. She was glad of it, but she still honoured him, though he had been mistaken. She, Lydia Brangwen, was sorry for him now. He was dead, he had scarcely lived. He had never known her. He had lain with her, but he had never known her. He had never received what she could give him. He had gone away from her empty. So he had never lived. So he had died and passed away. Yet there had been strength and power in him. She could scarcely forgive him that he had never lived. If it were not for Anna, and for this little Ursula who had his brows, there would be no more left of him than of a broken vessel thrown away and just remembered. Tom Brangwen had served her. He had come to her and taken from her. He had died and gone his way into death, but he had made himself immortal in his knowledge with her. So she had her place here, in life, and in immortality. for he had taken his knowledge of her into death, so that she had her place in death. In my father's house are many mansions. She loved both her husbands. To one she had been a naked little girl bride running to serve him. The other she loved out of fulfilment, because he was good and had given her being, because he had served her honourably, and become her man, one with her. She was established in this stretch of life, she had come to herself. During her first marriage she had not existed, except through him. He was the substance and she the shadow running at his feet. She was very glad she had come to her own self. She was grateful to Brangwen. She reached out to him in gratitude, into death. In her heart she felt a vague tenderness and pity for her first husband, who had been her lord. He was so wrong when he died. She could not bear it, that he had never lived, never really become himself. And he had been her lord. Strange it had all been. Why had he been her lord? He seemed now so far off, so without bearing on her. "Which did you, grandmother?" "What?" "Like best?" "I liked them both. I married the first when I was quite a girl. Then I loved your grandfather when I was a woman. There is a difference." They were silent for a time. "Did you cry when my first grandfather died?" the child asked. Lydia Brangwen rocked herself on the bed, thinking aloud. "When we came to England, he hardly ever spoke. He was too much concerned to take any notice of anybody. He grew thinner and thinner, till his cheeks were hollow and his mouth stuck out. He wasn't handsome any more. I knew he couldn't bear being beaten. I thought everything was lost in the world. Only I had your mother, a baby. It was no use my dying. He looked at me with his black eyes, almost as if he hated me, when he was ill, and said, 'It only wanted this. It only wanted that I should leave you and a young child to starve in this London.' I told him we should not starve, but I was young, and foolish and frightened, which he knew. He was bitter, and he never gave way. He lay beating his brains to see what he could do. 'I don't know what you will do,' he said. 'I am no good. I am a failure from beginning to end. I cannot even provide for my wife and child.' But, you see, it was not for him to provide for us. My life went on, though he stopped, and I married your grandfather. I ought to have known. I ought to have been able to say to him, 'Don't be so bitter. Don't die because this has failed. You're not the beginning and the end.' But I was too young. He had never let me become myself. I thought he was truly the beginning and the end. So I let him take all upon himself. Yet all did not depend on him. Life must go on, and I must marry your grandfather, and have your Uncle Tom and your Uncle Fred. We cannot take so much upon ourselves." The child's heart beat fast as she listened to these things. She could not understand, but she seemed to feel far-off things. It gave her a deep, joyous thrill to know she hailed from far off, from Poland, and that dark-bearded, impressive man. Strange her antecedents were, and she felt fate on either side of her terrible. Almost every day Ursula saw her grandmother, and every time they talked together. Till the grandmother's sayings and stories, told in the complete hush of the Marsh bedroom, accumulated with mystic significance, and became a sort of Bible to the child. And Ursula asked her deepest, childish questions of her grandmother. "Will somebody love me, grandmother?" "Many people love you, child. We all love you." "But when I am grown up, will somebody love me?" "Yes, some man will love you, child, because it's your nature. And I hope it will be somebody who will love you for what you are, and not for what he wants of you. But we have a right to what we want." Ursula was frightened, hearing these things. Her heart sank. She felt she had no ground under her feet. She clung to her grandmother. Here was peace and security. Here, from her grandmother's peaceful room, the door opened onto the greater space, the past, which was so big that all it contained seemed tiny, loves and births and deaths, tiny units and features within a vast horizon. That was a great relief, to know the tiny importance of the individual, within the great past. End of Chapter 9. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 10 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Widening Circle. It was very burdensome to Ursula that she was the eldest of the family. By the time she was 11 she had to take to school Gudrun and Theresa and Catherine. The boy William, always called Billy, so that he should not be confused with his father, was a lovable, rather delicate child of 3, so he stayed at home as yet. There was another baby girl, called Cassandra. The children went for a time to the little church school just near the Marsh. It was the only place within reach, and being so small, Mrs. Brangwen felt safe in sending her children there, though the village boys did nickname Ursula Urtler, and Gudrun Good Runner, and Theresa Teapot. Gudrun and Ursula were co-mates. The second child, with her long, sleepy body and her endless chain of fancies, would have nothing to do with realities. She was not for them, she was for her own fancies. Ursula was the one for realities. So Gudrun left all such to her elder sister, and trusted in her implicitly, indifferently. Ursula had a great tenderness for her co-mate sister. It was no good trying to make Gudrun responsible. She floated along like a fish in the sea, perfectly within the medium of her own difference and being. Other existence did not trouble her. Only she believed in Ursula, and trusted to Ursula. The eldest child was very much fretted by her responsibility for the other young ones, especially Theresa, a sturdy, bold-eyed thing, had a faculty for warfare. "Ah, Ursula, Billy Pillins has lugged my hair." "What did you say to him?" "I said nothing." Then the Brangwen girls were in for a feud with the Pillinses, or Phillipses. "You won't pull my hair again, Billy Pillins," said Theresa, walking with her sisters, and looking superbly at the freckled, red-haired boy. "Why shan't I?" retorted Billy Pillins. "You won't because you dursn't," said the tiresome Theresa. "You come here then, Teapot, and see if I dursna." Up marched Teapot, and immediately Billy Pillins lugged her black, snaky locks. In a rage she flew at him. Immediately in rushed Ursula and Gudrun, and little Katie. In clashed the other Phillipses, Clem and Walter, and Eddie Anthony. Then there was a fray. The Brangwen girls were well grown and stronger than many boys. But for pinafores and long hair, they would have carried easy victories. They went home, however, with hair lugged and pinafores torn. It was a joy to the Phillips boys to rip the pinafores of the Brangwen girls. Then there was an outcry. Mrs. Brangwen would not have it. No, she would not. All her innate dignity and standoffishness rose up. Then there was the vicar lecturing the school. It was a sad thing that the boys of Cossethay could not behave more like gentlemen to the girls of Cossethay. Indeed, what kind of boy was it that should set upon a girl, and kick her, and beat her, and tear her pinafore? That boy deserved severe castigation, and the name of coward, for no boy who was not a coward, etc., etc. Meanwhile, much hang-dog fury in the Pillinses' hearts, much virtue in the Brangwen girls, particularly in Theresa's. And the feud continued, with periods of extraordinary amity, when Ursula was Clem Phillips' sweetheart, and Gudrun was Walter's, and Theresa was Billy's, and even the tiny Katie had to be Eddie Anthony's sweetheart. There was the closest union. At every possible moment the little gang of Brangwens and Phillipses flew together. Yet neither Ursula nor Gudrun would have any real intimacy with the Phillips boys. It was a sort of fiction to them, this alliance and this dubbing of sweethearts. Again Mrs. Brangwen rose up. "Ursula, I will not have you raking the roads with lads, so I tell you. Now stop it, and the rest will stop it." How Ursula hated always to represent the little Brangwen club. She could never be herself, no, she was always Ursula, Gudrun, Theresa, Catherine. And later even Billy was added on to her. Moreover, she did not want the Phillipses either. She was out of taste with them. However, the Brangwen-Pillins coalition readily broke down, owing to the unfair superiority of the Brangwens. The Brangwens were rich. They had free access to the Marsh farm. The school teachers were almost respectful to the girls. The vicar spoke to them on equal terms. The Brangwen girls presumed. They tossed their heads. "You're not everybody, Ursula Brangwen, ugly mug," said Clem Phillips, his face going very red. "I'm better than you, for all that," retorted Ursula. "You think you are, with a face like that, ugly mug. Ursula Brangwen," he began to jeer, trying to set all the others in cry against her. Then there was hostility again. How she hated their jeering. She became cold against the Phillipses. Ursula was very proud in her family. The Brangwen girls had all a curious blind dignity, even a kind of nobility in their bearing. By some result of breed and upbringing, they seemed to rush along their own lives without caring that they existed to other people. Never from the start did it occur to Ursula that other people might hold a low opinion of her. She thought that whosoever knew her, knew she was enough, and accepted her as such. She thought it was a world of people like herself. She suffered bitterly if she were forced to have a low opinion of any person, and she never forgave that person. This was maddening to many little people. All their lives the Brangwens were meeting folk who tried to pull them down to make them seem little. Curiously, the mother was aware of what would happen, and was always ready to give her children the advantage of the move. When Ursula was 12, and the common school and the companionship of the village children, niggardly and begrudging, was beginning to affect her, Anna sent her with Gudrun to the grammar school in Nottingham. This was a great release for Ursula. She had a passionate craving to escape from the belittling circumstances of life, the little jealousies, the little differences, the little meannesses. It was a torture to her that the Phillipses were poorer and meaner than herself, that they used mean little reservations, took petty little advantages. She wanted to be with her equals, but not by diminishing herself. She did want Clem Phillips to be her equal, but by some puzzling, painful fate or other, when he was really there with her, he produced in her a tight feeling in the head. She wanted to beat her forehead, to escape. Then she found that the way to escape was easy. One departed from the whole circumstance. One went away to the grammar school, and left the little school, the meagre teachers, the Phillipses whom she had tried to love but who had made her fail, and whom she could not forgive. She had an instinctive fear of petty people, as a deer is afraid of dogs. Because she was blind, she could not calculate nor estimate people. She must think that everybody was just like herself. She measured by the standard of her own people, her father and mother, her grandmother, her uncles, her beloved father, so utterly simple in his demeanour, yet with his strong, dark soul fixed like a root in unexpressed depths that fascinated and terrified her. Her mother, so strangely free of all money and convention and fear, entirely indifferent to the world, standing by herself, without connection. Her grandmother, who had come from so far and was centred in so wide an horizon. People must come up to these standards before they could be Ursula's people. So even as a girl of 12 she was glad to burst the narrow boundary of Cossethay, where only limited people lived. Outside was all vastness, and a throng of real proud people whom she would love. Going to school by train, she must leave home at 7:45 in the morning, and she did not arrive again till 5:30 at evening. Of this she was glad, for the house was small and over full. It was a storm of movement, whence there had been no escape. She hated so much being in charge. The house was a storm of movement. The children were healthy and turbulent, the mother only wanted their animal well-being. To Ursula, as she grew a little older, it became a nightmare. When she saw later a Rubens picture with storms of naked babies, and found this was called fecundity, she shuddered, and the world became abhorrent to her. She knew as a child what it was to live amidst storms of babies, in the heat and swelter of fecundity. And as a child she was against her mother, passionately against her mother. She craved for some spirituality and stateliness. In bad weather home was a bedlam. Children dashed in and out of the rain, to the puddles under the dismal yew trees, across the wet flagstones of the kitchen, whilst the cleaning woman grumbled and scolded. Children were swarming on the sofa. Children were kicking the piano in the parlour to make it sound like a beehive. Children were rolling on the hearthrug, legs in air, pulling a book in two between them. Children, fiendish, ubiquitous, were stealing upstairs to find out where our Ursula was, whispering at bedroom doors, hanging on the latch, calling mysteriously, "Ursula! Ursula!" to the girl who had locked herself in to read. And it was hopeless. The locked door excited their sense of mystery. She had to open to dispel the lure. These children hung on to her with round-eyed, excited questions. The mother flourished amid all this. "Better have them noisy than ill," she said. But the growing girls, in turn, suffered bitterly. Ursula was just coming to the stage when Andersen and Grimm were being left behind for the Idylls of the King and romantic love stories. Elaine, the fair Elaine the lovable, Elaine the lily maid of Astolat, high in her chamber in a tower to the east, guarded the sacred shield of Launcelot. How she loved it! How she leaned in her bedroom window, with her black, rough hair on her shoulders, and her warm face all wrapped, and gazed across at the churchyard and the little church, which was a turreted castle, whence Launcelot would ride just now, would wave to her as he rode by, his scarlet cloak passing behind the dark yew trees and between the open space, whilst she, she, would remain the lonely maid, high up and isolated in the tower, polishing the terrible shield, weaving it a covering with a true device, and waiting, waiting, always remote and high. At which point there would be a faint scuffle on the stairs, a light-pitched whispering outside the door, and a creaking of the latch, then Billy, excited, whispering, "It's locked! It's locked!" Then the knocking, kicking at the door with childish knees, and the urgent, childish, "Ursula! Our Ursula! Ursula! Hey, our Ursula!" No reply. "Ursula! Hey, our Ursula!" The name was shouted now. Still no answer. "Mother, she won't answer," came the yell. "She's dead." "Go away, I'm not dead. What do you want?" came the angry voice of the girl. "Open the door, our Ursula," came the complaining cry. It was all over. She must open the door. She heard the screech of the bucket downstairs, dragged across the flagstones as the woman washed the kitchen floor. And the children were prowling in the bedroom, asking, "What were you doing? What did you lock the door for?" Then she discovered the key of the parish room, and betook herself there, and sat on some sacks with her books. There began another dream. She was the only daughter of the old lord. She was gifted with magic. Day followed day of rapt silence, whilst she wandered ghost-like in the hushed, ancient mansion, or flitted along the sleeping terraces. Here a grave grief attacked her, that her hair was dark. She must have fair hair and a white skin. She was rather bitter about her black mane. Never mind, she would dye it when she grew up, or bleach it in the sun, till it was bleached fair. Meanwhile she wore a fair white coif of pure Venetian lace. She flitted silently along the terraces, where jewelled lizards basked upon the stone, and did not move when her shadow fell upon them. In the utter stillness she heard the tinkle of the fountain, and smelled the roses whose blossoms hung rich and motionless. So she drifted, drifted on the wistful feet of beauty, past the water and the swans, to the noble park, where underneath a great oak a doe all dappled lay with her 4 fine feet together, her fawn nestling sun-coloured beside her. Oh, and this doe was her familiar. It would talk to her, because she was a magician. It would tell her stories as if the sunshine spoke. Then one day she left the door of the parish room unlocked, careless and unheeding as she always was. The children found their way in. Katie cut her finger and howled. Billy hacked notches in the fine chisels, and did much damage. There was a great commotion. The crossness of the mother was soon finished. Ursula locked up in the room again, and considered all was over. Then her father came in with the notched tools, his forehead knotted. "Who the deuce opened the door?" he cried in anger. "It was Ursula who opened the door," said her mother. He had a duster in his hand. He turned and flapped the cloth hard across the girl's face. The cloth stung. For a moment the girl was as if stunned. Then she remained motionless, her face closed and stubborn. But her heart was blazing. In spite of herself the tears surged higher. In spite of her they surged higher. In spite of her face broke. She made a curious gulping grimace, and the tears were falling. So she went away, desolate. But her blazing heart was fierce and unyielding. He watched her go, and a pleasurable pain filled him, a sense of triumph and easy power, followed immediately by acute pity. "I'm sure that was unnecessary, to hit the girl across the face," said the mother coldly. "A flick with a duster won't hurt her," he said. "Nor will it do her any good." For days, for weeks, Ursula's heart burned from this rebuff. She felt so cruelly vulnerable. Did he not know how vulnerable she was, how exposed and wincing? He, of all people, knew. And he wanted to do this to her. He wanted to hurt her right through her closest sensitiveness. He wanted to treat her with shame, to maim her with insult. Her heart burnt in isolation, like a watchfire lighted. She did not forget, she did not forget. She never forgot. When she returned to her love for her father, the seed of mistrust and defiance burned unquenched, though covered up far from sight. She no longer belonged to him unquestioned. Slowly, slowly, the fire of mistrust and defiance burned in her, burned away her connection with him. She ran a good deal alone, having a passion for all moving, active things. She loved the little brooks. Wherever she found a little running water, she was happy. It seemed to make her run and sing in spirit along with it. She could sit for hours by a brook or stream, on the roots of the alders, and watch the water hasten dancing over the stones, or among the twigs of a fallen branch. Sometimes little fish vanished before they had become real, like hallucinations. Sometimes wagtails ran by the water's brink. Sometimes other little birds came to drink. She saw a kingfisher darting blue, and then she was very happy. The kingfisher was the key to the magic world. He was witness of the border of enchantment. But she must move out of the intricate woven illusion of her life, the illusion of a father whose life was an odyssey and an outer world, the illusion of her grandmother, of realities so shadowy and far off that they became as mystic symbols, peasant girls with wreaths of blue flowers in their hair, the sledges and the depths of winter, the dark-bearded young grandfather, marriage and war and death. Then the multitude of illusions concerning herself, how she was truly a princess of Poland, how in England she was under a spell, she was not really this Ursula Brangwen, then the mirage of her reading. Out of the multicoloured illusion of this, her life, she must move on, to the grammar school in Nottingham. She was shy, and she suffered. For one thing, she bit her nails, and had a cruel consciousness in her fingertips, a shame, an exposure. Out of all proportion this shame haunted her. She spent hours of torture, conjuring how she might keep her gloves on, if she might say her hands were scalded, if she might seem to forget to take off her gloves. For she was going to inherit her own estate, when she went to the high school. There each girl was a lady. There she was going to walk among free souls, her co-mates and her equals, and all petty things would be put away. Ah, if she would only not bite her nails! If only she had not this blemish! She wanted so much to be perfect, without spot or blemish, living the high, noble life. It was a grief to her that her father made such a poor introduction. He was brief as ever, like a boy saying his errand, and his clothes looked ill-fitting and casual, whereas Ursula would have liked robes and a ceremonial of introduction to this, her new estate. She made a new illusion of school. Miss Gray, the headmistress, had a certain silvery, school-mistressy beauty of character. The school itself had been a gentleman's house. Dark, sombre lawns separated it from the dark, select avenue. But its rooms were large and of good appearance, and from the back one looked over lawns and shrubbery, over the trees and the grassy slope of the arboretum, to the town which heaped the hollow with its roofs and cupolas and its shadows. So Ursula seated herself upon the hill of learning, looking down on the smoke and confusion and the manufacturing, engrossed activity of the town. She was happy. Up here in the grammar school she fancied the air was finer, beyond the factory smoke. She wanted to learn Latin and Greek and French and mathematics. She trembled like a postulant when she wrote the Greek alphabet for the first time. She was upon another hill slope, whose summit she had not scaled. There was always the marvellous eagerness in her heart to climb and see beyond. A Latin verb was virgin soil to her. She sniffed a new odour in it. It meant something, though she did not know what it meant. But she gathered it up. It was significant. When she knew that x² - y² equals brackets x plus y brackets x minus y, then she felt that she had grasped something, that she was liberated into an intoxicating air, rare and unconditioned. And she was very glad as she wrote her French exercise, "Je donne le pain à mon petit frère." In all these things there was the sound of a bugle to her heart, exhilarating, summoning her to perfect places. She never forgot her brown Longman's First French Grammar, nor her Via Latina, with its red edges, nor her little grey algebra book. There was always a magic in them. At learning she was quick, intelligent, instinctive, but she was not thorough. If a thing did not come to her instinctively, she could not learn it. And then her mad rage of loathing for all lessons, her bitter contempt of all teachers and schoolmistresses, her recoil to a fierce, animal arrogance made her detestable. She was a free, unabateable animal, she declared in her revolts. There was no law for her, nor any rule. She existed for herself alone. Then ensued a long struggle with everybody, in which she broke down at last, when she had run the full length of her resistance, and sobbed her heart out, desolate. And afterwards, in a chastened, washed out, bodiless state, she received the understanding that would not come before, and went her way sadder and wiser. Ursula and Gudrun went to school together. Gudrun was a shy, quiet, wild creature, a thin slip of a thing hanging back from notice, or twisting past to disappear into her own world again. She seemed to avoid all contact, instinctively, and pursued her own intent way, pursuing half-formed fancies that had no relation to anyone else. She was not clever at all. She thought Ursula clever enough for two. Ursula understood, so why should she, Gudrun, bother herself? The younger girl lived her religious, responsible life in her sister, by proxy. For herself, she was indifferent and intent as a wild animal, and as irresponsible. When she found herself at the bottom of the class, she laughed, lazily, and was content, saying she was safe now. She did not mind her father's chagrin, nor her mother's tinge of mortification. "What do I pay for you to go to Nottingham for?" her father asked, exasperated. "Well, Dad, you know you needn't pay for me," she replied, nonchalant. "I'm ready to stop at home." She was happy at home. Ursula was not. Slim and unwilling abroad, Gudrun was easy in her own house as a wild thing in its lair. Whereas Ursula, attentive and keen abroad, at home was reluctant, uneasy, unwilling to be herself, or unable. Nevertheless, Sunday remained the maximum day of the week for both. Ursula turned passionately to it, to the sense of eternal security it gave. She suffered anguish of fears during the weekdays, for she felt strong powers that would not recognise her. There was upon her always a fear and a dislike of authority. She felt she could always do as she wanted if she managed to avoid a battle with authority and the authorised powers. But if she gave herself away, she would be lost, destroyed. There was always the menace against her. This strange sense of cruelty and ugliness always imminent, ready to seize hold upon her, this feeling of the grudging power of the mob lying in wait for her, who was the exception, formed one of the deepest influences of her life. Wherever she was, at school, among friends, in the street, in the train, she instinctively abated herself, made herself smaller, feigned to be less than she was, for fear that her undiscovered self should be seen, pounced upon, attacked by brutish resentment of the commonplace, the average self. She was fairly safe at school now. She knew how to take her place there, and how much of herself to reserve. But she was free only on Sundays. When she was but a girl of 14, she began to feel a resentment growing against her in her own home. She knew she was the disturbing influence there. But as yet, on Sundays, she was free, really free, free to be herself, without fear or misgiving. Even at its stormiest, Sunday was a blessed day. Ursula woke to it with a feeling of immense relief. She wondered why her heart was so light. Then she remembered it was Sunday. A gladness seemed to burst out around her, a feeling of great freedom. The whole world was for 24 hours revoked, put back. Only the Sunday world existed. She loved the very confusion of the household. It was lucky if the children slept till 7 o'clock. Usually, soon after 6, a chirp was heard, a voice, an excited chirrup began, announcing the creation of a new day. There was a thudding of quick little feet, and the children were up and about, scampering in their shirts, with pink legs and glistening, flossy hair all clean from the Saturday's night bathing, their souls excited by their bodies' cleanliness. As the house began to teem with rushing, half-naked, clean children, one of the parents rose, either the mother, easy and slatternly, with her thick dark hair loosely coiled and slipping over one ear, or the father, warm and comfortable, with ruffled black hair and shirt unbuttoned at the neck. Then the girls upstairs heard the continual, "Now then, Billy, what are you up to?" in the father's strong, vibrating voice, or the mother's dignified, "I have said, Cassie, I will not have it." It was amazing how the father's voice could ring out like a gong, without his being in the least moved, and how the mother could speak like a queen holding an audience, though her blouse was sticking out all round, and her hair was not fastened up, and the children were yelling a pandemonium. Gradually breakfast was produced, and the elder girls came down into the babel, whilst half-naked children flitted round like the wrong ends of cherubs, as Gudrun said, watching the bare little legs and the chubby tails appearing and disappearing. Gradually the young ones were captured, and nightdresses finally removed, ready for the clean Sunday shirt. But before the Sunday shirt was slipped over the fleecy head, away darted the naked body, to wallow in the sheepskin which formed the parlour rug, whilst the mother walked after, protesting sharply, holding the shirt like a noose, and the father's bronze voice rang out, and the naked child, wallowing on its back in the deep sheepskin, announced gleefully, "I'm bading in the sea, mother." "Why should I walk after you with your shirt?" said the mother. "Get up now." "I'm bading in the sea, mother," repeated the wallowing, naked figure. "We say bathing, not bading," said the mother, with her strange indifferent dignity. "I am waiting here with your shirt." At length shirts were on, and stockings were paired, and little trousers buttoned and little petticoats tied behind. The besetting cowardice of the family was its shirking of the garter question. "Where are your garters, Cassie?" "I don't know." "Well, look for them." But not one of the elder Brangwens would really face the situation. After Cassie had grovelled under all the furniture and blacked up all her Sunday cleanliness, to the infinite grief of everybody, the garter was forgotten in the new washing of the young face and hands. Later Ursula would be indignant to see Miss Cassie marching into church from Sunday school, with her stockings sluthered down to her ankle, and a grubby knee showing. "It's disgraceful," cried Ursula at dinner. "People will think we're pigs, and the children are never washed." "Never mind what people think," said the mother superbly. "I see that the child is bathed properly, and if I satisfy myself, I satisfy everybody. She can't keep her stocking up and no garter, and it isn't the child's fault she was let to go without one." The garter trouble continued in varying degrees, but till each child wore long skirts or long trousers, it was not removed. On this day of decorum, the Brangwen family went to church by the high road, making a detour outside all the garden hedge rather than climb the wall into the churchyard. There was no law of this from the parents. The children themselves were the wardens of the Sabbath decency, very jealous and instant with each other. It came to be, gradually, that after church on Sundays the house was really something of a sanctuary, with peace breathing like a strange bird alighted in the rooms. Indoors, only reading and tale-telling and quiet pursuits, such as drawing, were allowed. Out of doors, all playing was to be carried on unobtrusively. If there were noise, yelling or shouting, then some fierce spirit woke up in the father, and the elder children, so that the younger were subdued, afraid of being excommunicated. The children themselves preserved the Sabbath. If Ursula in her vanity sang, "Il était une bergère, et un petit patapon," Theresa was sure to cry, "That's not a Sunday song, our Ursula." "You don't know," replied Ursula, superior. Nevertheless, she wavered, and her song faded down before she came to the end. Because, though she did not know it, her Sunday was very precious to her. She found herself in a strange, undefined place, where her spirit could wander in dreams, unassailed. The white-robed spirit of Christ passed between olive trees. It was a vision, not a reality, and she herself partook of the visionary being. There was the voice in the night calling "Samuel, Samuel," and still the voice called in the night, but not this night, nor last night, but in the unfathomed night of Sunday, of the Sabbath silence. There was Sin, the serpent, in whom was also wisdom. There was Judas with the money and the kiss. But there was no actual sin. If Ursula slapped Theresa across the face, even on a Sunday, that was not sin, the everlasting. It was misbehaviour. If Billy played truant from Sunday school, he was bad, he was wicked, but he was not a sinner. Sin was absolute and everlasting. Wickedness and badness were temporary and relative. When Billy, catching up the local jargon, called Cassie a sinner, everybody detested him. Yet when there came to the Marsh a flippity-floppity foxhound puppy, he was mischievously christened Sinner. The Brangwens shrank from applying their religion to their own immediate actions. They wanted the sense of the eternal and immortal, not a list of rules for everyday conduct. Therefore they were badly behaved children, headstrong and arrogant, though their feelings were generous. They had, moreover, intolerable to their ordinary neighbours, a proud gesture that did not fit with the jealous idea of the democratic Christian, so that they were always extraordinary, outside of the ordinary. How bitterly Ursula resented her first acquaintance with evangelical teachings. She got a peculiar thrill from the application of salvation to her own personal case. Jesus died for me, he suffered for me. There was a pride and a thrill in it, followed almost immediately by a sense of dreariness. Jesus with holes in his hands and feet, it was distasteful to her. The shadowy Jesus with the stigmata, that was her own vision. But Jesus, the actual man, talking with teeth and lips, telling one to put one's finger into his wounds, like a villager gloating in his sores, repelled her. She was enemy of those who insisted on the humanity of Christ. If he were just a man, living in ordinary human life, then she was indifferent. But it was the jealousy of vulgar people which must insist on the humanity of Christ. It was the vulgar mind which would allow nothing extra-human, nothing beyond itself to exist. It was the dirty, desecrating hands of the revivalists which wanted to drag Jesus into this everyday life, to dress Jesus up in trousers and frock coat, to compel him to a vulgar equality of footing. It was the impudent suburban soul which would ask, what would Jesus do if he were in my shoes? Against all this the Brangwens stood at bay. If any one, it was the mother who was caught by, or who was most careless of the vulgar clamour. She would have nothing extra-human. She never really subscribed, all her life, to Brangwen's mystical passion. But Ursula was with her father. As she became adolescent, 13, 14, she set more and more against her mother's practical indifference. To Ursula there was something callous, almost wicked in her mother's attitude. What did Anna Brangwen in these years care for God or Jesus or angels? She was the immediate life of today. Children were still being born to her. She was thronged with all the little activities of her family. And almost instinctively she resented her husband's slavish service to the church, his dark, subject hankering to worship an unseen God. What did the unrevealed God matter, when a man had a young family that needed fettling for? Let him attend to the immediate concerns of his life, not go projecting himself towards the ultimate. But Ursula was all for the ultimate. She was always in revolt against babies and muddled domesticity. To her Jesus was another world. He was not of this world. He did not thrust his hands under her face and, pointing to his wounds, say, "Look, Ursula Brangwen, I got these for your sake. Now do as you're told." To her, Jesus was beautifully remote, shining in the distance, like a white moon at sunset, a crescent moon beckoning as it follows the sun, out of our ken. Sometimes dark clouds standing very far off, pricking up into a clear yellow band of sunset, of a winter evening, reminded her of Calvary. Sometimes the full moon rising blood red upon the hill terrified her with the knowledge that Christ was now dead, hanging heavy and dead upon the cross. On Sundays this visionary world came to pass. She heard the long hush, she knew the marriage of dark and light was taking place. In church the voice sounded, re-echoing not from this world, as if the church itself were a shell that still spoke the language of creation. The sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children unto them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. Over this Ursula was stirred as by a call from far off. In those days would not the sons of God have found her fair? Would she not have been taken to wife by one of the sons of God? It was a dream that frightened her, for she could not understand it. Who were the sons of God? Was not Jesus the only begotten Son? Was not Adam the only man created from God? Yet there were men not begotten by Adam. Who were these, and whence did they come? They too must derive from God. Had God many offspring, besides Adam and besides Jesus, children whose origin the children of Adam cannot recognise? And perhaps these children, these sons of God, had known no expulsion, no ignominy of the fall. These came on free feet to the daughters of men, and saw they were fair, and took them to wife, so that the women conceived and brought forth men of renown. This was a genuine fate. She moved about in the essential days, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men. Nor would any comparison of myths destroy her passion in the knowledge. Jove had become a bull or a man in order to love a mortal woman. He had begotten in her a giant, a hero. Very good, so he had, in Greece. For herself, she was no Grecian woman. Not Jove, nor Pan, nor any of those gods, not even Bacchus nor Apollo could come to her. But the sons of God who took to wife the daughters of men, these were such as should take her to wife. She clung to the secret hope, the aspiration. She lived a dual life, one where the facts of daily life encompassed everything, being legion, and the other wherein the facts of daily life were superseded by the eternal truth. So utterly did she desire the sons of God should come to the daughters of men, and she believed more in her desire and its fulfilment than in the obvious facts of life. The fact that a man was a man did not state his descent from Adam, did not exclude that he was also one of the unhistoried, unaccountable sons of God. As yet she was confused, but not denied. Again she heard the voice, "It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into heaven." But it was explained the needle's eye was a little gateway for foot passengers, through which the great humped camel with his load could not possibly squeeze himself, or perhaps at a great risk. If he were a little camel, he might get through. For one could not absolutely exclude the rich man from heaven, said the Sunday school teachers. It pleased her also to know that in the East one must use hyperbole, or else remain unheard, because the Eastern man must see a thing swelling to fill all heaven, or dwindled to a mere nothing, before he is suitably impressed. She immediately sympathised with this Eastern mind. Yet the words continued to have a meaning that was untouched either by the knowledge of gateways or hyperboles. The historical or local or psychological interest in the words was another thing. There remained unaltered the inexplicable value of the saying. What was this relation between a needle's eye, a rich man, and heaven? What sort of a needle's eye? What sort of a rich man? What sort of heaven? Who knows? It means the absolute world, and can never be more than half interpreted in terms of the relative world. But must one apply the speech literally? Was her father a rich man? Couldn't he get to heaven? Or was he only a half-rich man? Or was he merely a poor man? At any rate, unless he gave everything away to the poor, he would find it much harder to get to heaven. The needle's eye would be too tight for him. She almost wished he were penniless poor. If one were coming to the base of it, any man was rich who was not as poor as the poorest. She had her qualms. When in imagination she saw her father giving away their piano and the 2 cows and the capital at the bank to the labourers of the district, so that they, the Brangwens, should be as poor as the Wherrys, and she did not want it, she was impatient. Very well, she thought, we'll forego that heaven, that's all. At any rate the needle's eye sort. And she dismissed the problem. She was not going to be as poor as the Wherrys, not for all the sayings on earth. The miserable, squalid Wherrys. So she reverted to the non-literal application of the scriptures. Her father very rarely read, but he had collected many books of reproductions, and he would sit and look at these, curiously intent, like a child, yet with a passion that was not childish. He loved the early Italian painters, but particularly Giotto and Fra Angelico and Filippo Lippi. The great compositions cast a spell over him. How many times had he turned to Raphael's Dispute of the Sacrament, or Fra Angelico's Last Judgment, or the beautiful, complicated renderings of the Adoration of the Magi. And always, each time, he received the same gradual fulfilment of delight. It had to do with the establishment of a whole mystical, architectural conception which used the human figure as a unit. Sometimes he had to hurry home, and go to the Fra Angelico Last Judgment. The pathway of open graves, the huddled earth on either side, the seemly heaven arranged above, the singing process to paradise on the one hand, the stuttering descent to hell on the other, completed and satisfied him. He did not care whether or not he believed in devils or angels. The whole conception gave him the deepest satisfaction, and he wanted nothing more. Ursula, accustomed to these pictures from her childhood, hunted out their detail. She adored Fra Angelico's flowers and light and angels. She liked the demons and enjoyed the hell. But the representation of the encircled God, surrounded by all the angels on high, suddenly bored her. The figure of the Most High bored her, and roused her resentment. Was this the culmination and the meaning of it all, this draped, null figure? The angels were so lovely, and the light so beautiful, and only for this, to surround such a banality for God! She was dissatisfied, but not fit as yet to criticise. There was yet so much to wonder over. Winter came, pine branches were torn down in the snow, the green pine needles looked rich upon the ground. There was the wonderful, starry, straight track of a pheasant's footsteps across the snow imprinted so clear. There was the lobbing mark of the rabbit, 2 holes abreast, 2 holes following behind. The hare shoved deeper shafts, slanting, and his 2 hind feet came down together and made one large pit. The cat podded little holes, and birds made a lacy pattern. Gradually there gathered the feeling of expectation. Christmas was coming. In the shed at nights a secret candle was burning, a sound of veiled voices was heard. The boys were learning the old mystery play of St. George and Beelzebub. Twice a week by lamplight there was choir practice in the church, for the learning of old carols Brangwen wanted to hear. The girls went to these practices. Everywhere was a sense of mystery and rousedness. Everybody was preparing for something. The time came near. The girls were decorating the church with cold fingers, binding holly and fir and yew about the pillars, till a new spirit was in the church. The stone broke out into the dark, rich leaf, the arches put forth their buds, and cold flowers rose to blossom in the dim, mystic atmosphere. Ursula must weave mistletoe over the door and over the screen, and hang a silver dove from a sprig of yew, till dusk came down, and the church was like a grove. In the cowshed the boys were blacking their faces for a dress rehearsal. The turkey hung dead, with opened, speckled wings in the dairy. The time was come to make pies, in readiness. The expectation grew more tense. The star was risen into the sky, the songs, the carols were ready to hail it. The star was the sign in the sky. Earth too should give a sign. As evening drew on, hearts beat fast with anticipation. Hands were full of ready gifts. There were the tremulously expectant words of the church service. The night was past and the morning was come. The gifts were given and received. Joy and peace made a flapping of wings in each heart. There was a great burst of carols. The peace of the world had dawned. Strife had passed away. Every hand was linked in hand. Every heart was singing. It was bitter though, that Christmas day, as it drew on to evening, and night became a sort of bank holiday, flat and stale. The morning was so wonderful, but in the afternoon and evening the ecstasy perished like a nipped thing, like a bud in a false spring. Alas, that Christmas was only a domestic feast, a feast of sweetmeats and toys. Why did not the grown-ups also change their everyday hearts and give way to ecstasy? Where was the ecstasy? How passionately the Brangwens craved for it, the ecstasy. The father was troubled, dark-faced and disconsolate on Christmas night, because the passion was not there, because the day was become as every day, and hearts were not aflame. Upon the mother was a kind of absentness, as ever, as if she were exiled for all her life. Where was the fiery heart of joy, now the coming was fulfilled? Where was the star, the Magi's transport, the thrill of new being that shook the earth? Still it was there, even if it were faint and inadequate. The cycle of creation still wheeled in the church year. After Christmas, the ecstasy slowly sank and changed. Sunday followed Sunday, trailing a fine movement, a finely developed transformation over the heart of the family. The heart that was big with joy, that had seen the star and had followed to the inner walls of the Nativity, that there had swooned in the great light, must now feel the light slowly withdrawing, a shadow falling, darkening. The chill crept in, silence came over the earth, and then all was darkness. The veil of the temple was rent, each heart gave up the ghost and sank dead. They moved quietly, a little wanness on the lips of the children, at Good Friday, feeling the shadow upon their hearts. Then, pale with a deathly scent, came the lilies of resurrection, that shone coldly till the Comforter was given. But why the memory of the wounds and the death? Surely Christ rose with healed hands and feet, sound and strong and glad. Surely the passage of the cross and the tomb was forgotten. But no, always the memory of the wounds, always the smell of grave clothes. A small thing was resurrection, compared with the cross and the death, in this cycle. So the children lived the year of Christianity, the epic of the soul of mankind. Year by year the inner, unknown drama went on in them. Their hearts were born and came to fullness, suffered on the cross, gave up the ghost, and rose again to unnumbered days, untired, having at least this rhythm of eternity in a ragged, inconsequential life. But it was becoming a mechanical action now, this drama. Birth at Christmas for death at Good Friday. On Easter Sunday the life drama was as good as finished. For the resurrection was shadowy and overcome by the shadow of death. The ascension was scarce noticed, a mere confirmation of death. What was the hope and the fulfilment? Nay, was it all only a useless after-death, a wan, bodiless after-death? Alas and alas for the passion of the human heart that must die so long before the body was dead. For from the grave, after the passion and the trial of anguish, the body rose torn and chill and colourless. Did not Christ say, "Mary"? And when she turned with outstretched hands to him, did he not hasten to add, "Touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father"? Then how could the hands rejoice, or the heart be glad, seeing themselves repulsed? Alas for the resurrection of the dead body! Alas for the wavering, glimmering appearance of the risen Christ! Alas for the ascension into heaven, which is a shadow within death, a complete passing away! Alas, that so soon the drama is over, that life is ended at 33, that the half of the year of the soul is cold and historyless! Alas, that a risen Christ has no place with us! Alas that the memory of the passion of sorrow and death and the grave holds triumph over the pale fact of resurrection! But why? Why shall I not rise with my body whole and perfect, shining with strong life? Why, when Mary says, Rabboni, shall I not take her in my arms and kiss her, and hold her to my breast? Why is the risen body deadly and abhorrent with wounds? The resurrection is to life, not to death. Shall I not see those who have risen again walk here among men perfect in body and spirit, whole and glad in the flesh, living in the flesh, loving in the flesh, begetting children in the flesh, arrived at last to wholeness, perfect without scar or blemish, healthy without fear of ill health? Is this not the period of manhood and of joy and fulfilment after the resurrection? Who shall be shadowed by death and the cross, being risen, and who shall fear the mystic, perfect flesh that belongs to heaven? Can I not then walk this earth in gladness, being risen from sorrow? Can I not eat with my brother happily, and with joy kiss my beloved, after my resurrection, celebrate my marriage in the flesh with feastings, go about my business eagerly, in the joy of my fellows? Is heaven impatient for me, and bitter against this earth, that I should hurry off, or that I should linger pale and untouched? Is the flesh which was crucified become as poison to the crowds in the street, or is it as a strong gladness and hope to them, as the first flower blossoming out of the earth's humus? End of Chapter 10. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 11, Part 1 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First Love. As Ursula passed from girlhood towards womanhood, gradually the cloud of self-responsibility gathered upon her. She became aware of herself, that she was a separate entity in the midst of an unseparated obscurity, that she must go somewhere, she must become something. And she was afraid, troubled. Why, oh why must one grow up? Why must one inherit this heavy, numbing responsibility of living an undiscovered life? Out of the nothing and the undifferentiated mass, to make something of herself. But what? In the obscurity and pathlessness to take a direction. But whither? How take even one step? And yet, how stand still? This was torment indeed, to inherit the responsibility of one's own life. The religion which had been another world for her, a glorious sort of play world, where she lived, climbing the tree with the short-statured man, walking shakily on the sea, like the disciple, breaking the bread into 5,000 portions, like the Lord, giving a great picnic to 5,000 people, now fell away from reality, and became a tale, a myth, an illusion, which, however much one might assert it to be true, an historical fact, one knew was not true. At least for this present-day life of ours. There could, within the limits of this life we know, be no feeding of the 5,000, and the girl had come to the point where she held that that which one cannot experience in daily life is not true for oneself. So the old duality of life, wherein there had been a weekday world of people and trains and duties and reports, and besides that a Sunday world of absolute truth and living mystery, of walking upon the waters and being blinded by the face of the Lord, of following the pillar of cloud across the desert, and watching the bush that crackled yet did not burn away, this old, unquestioned duality suddenly was found to be broken apart. The weekday world had triumphed over the Sunday world. The Sunday world was not real, or at least not actual, and one lived by action. Only the weekday world mattered. She herself, Ursula Brangwen, must know how to take the weekday life. Her body must be a weekday body, held in the world's estimate. Her soul must have a weekday value, known according to the world's knowledge. Well then, there was a weekday life to live, of action and deeds. And so there was a necessity to choose one's action and one's deeds. One was responsible to the world for what one did. Nay, one was more than responsible to the world. One was responsible to oneself. There was some puzzling, tormenting residue of the Sunday world within her, some persistent Sunday self, which insisted upon a relationship with the now shed-away vision world. How could one keep up a relationship with that which one denied? Her task was now to learn the weekday life. How to act, that was the question. Whither to go, how to become oneself. One was not oneself, one was merely a half-stated question. How to become oneself, how to know the question and the answer of oneself, when one was merely an unfixed something, nothing, blowing about like the winds of heaven, undefined, unstated. She turned to the visions, which had spoken far-off words that ran along the blood like ripples of an unseen wind. She heard the words again. She denied the vision, for she must be a weekday person, to whom visions were not true, and she demanded only the weekday meaning of the words. There were words spoken by the vision, and words must have a weekday meaning, since words were weekday stuff. Let them speak now. Let them bespeak themselves in weekday terms. The vision should translate itself into weekday terms. "Sell all thou hast and give to the poor," she heard on Sunday morning. That was plain enough for Monday morning too. As she went down the hill, to the station, going to school, she took the saying with her. "Sell all thou hast and give to the poor." Did she want to do that? Did she want to sell her pearl-backed brush and mirror, her silver candlestick, her pendant, her lovely little necklace, and go dressed in drab like the Wherrys, the lovely uncombed Wherrys, who were the poor to her? She did not. She walked this Monday morning on the verge of misery. For she did not want to do what was right, and she didn't want to do what the Gospels said. She didn't want to be poor, really poor. The thought was a horror to her, to live like the Wherrys, so ugly, to be at the mercy of everybody. Sell that thou hast and give to the poor. One could not do it in real life. How dreary and hopeless it made her. Nor could one turn the other cheek. Theresa slapped Ursula on the face. Ursula, in a mood of Christian humility, silently presented the other side of her face, which Theresa, in exasperation at the challenge, also hit. Whereupon Ursula, with boiling heart, went meekly away. But anger and deep writhing shame tortured her, so she was not easy till she had again quarrelled with Theresa, and had almost shaken her sister's head off. "That'll teach you," she said grimly. And she went away, unchristian, but clean. There was something unclean and degrading about this humble side of Christianity. Ursula suddenly revolted to the other extreme. "I hate the Wherrys, and I wish they were dead. Why does my father leave us in the lurch like this, making us be poor and insignificant? Why is he not more? If we had a father as he ought to be, he would be Earl William Brangwen, and I should be the Lady Ursula. What right have I to be poor, crawling along the lane like vermin? If I had my rights I should be seated on horseback in a green riding habit, and my groom would be behind me, and I should stop at the gates of the cottages, and inquire of the cottage woman who came out with a child in her arms, how did her husband, who had hurt his foot, and I would pat the flaxen head of the child, stooping from my horse, and I would give her a shilling from my purse, and order nourishing food to be sent from the hall to the cottage." So she rode in her pride, and sometimes she dashed into flames to rescue a forgotten child, or she dived into the canal locks and supported a boy who was seized with cramp, or she swept up a toddling infant from the feet of a runaway horse, always imaginatively, of course. But in the end there returned the poignant yearning from the Sunday world. As she went down in the morning from Cossethay and saw Ilkeston, smoking blue and tender upon its hill, then her heart surged with far-off words. "O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, how often would I have gathered thy children together as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not." The passion rose in her for Christ, for the gathering under the wings of security and warmth. But how did it apply to the weekday world? What could it mean, but that Christ should clasp her to his breast as a mother clasps her child? And oh, for Christ, for him who could hold her to his breast and lose her there. Oh, for the breast of a man, where she should have refuge and bliss for ever. All her senses quivered with passionate yearning. Vaguely she knew that Christ meant something else, that in the vision world he spoke of Jerusalem, something that did not exist in the everyday world. It was not houses and factories he would hold in his bosom, nor householders, nor factory workers, nor poor people, but something that had no part in the weekday world, nor seen nor touched with weekday hands and eyes. Yet she must have it in weekday terms, she must. For all her life was a weekday life now, this was the whole. So he must gather her body to his breast, that was strong with a broad bone, and which sounded with the beating of the heart, and which was warm with the life of which she partook, the life of the running blood. So she craved for the breast of the Son of Man, to lie there. And she was ashamed in her soul, ashamed. For whereas Christ spoke for the vision to answer, she answered from the weekday fact. It was a betrayal, a transference of meaning from the vision world to the matter-of-fact world. So she was ashamed of her religious ecstasy, and dreaded lest any one should see it. Early in the year, when the lambs came, and shelters were built of straw, and on her uncle's farm the men sat at night with a lantern and a dog, then again there swept over her this passionate confusion between the vision world and the weekday world. Again she felt Jesus in the countryside. Ah, he would lift up the lambs in his arms. Ah, and she was the lamb. Again, in the morning, going down the lane, she heard the ewe call, and the lambs came running, shaking and twinkling with new-born bliss, and she saw them stooping, nuzzling, groping to the udder, to find the teats, whilst the mother turned her head gravely and sniffed her own, and they were sucking, vibrating with bliss on their little long legs, their throats stretched up, their new bodies quivering to the stream of blood-warm, loving milk. Oh, and the bliss, the bliss! She could scarcely tear herself away to go to school. The little noses nuzzling at the udder, the little bodies so glad and sure, the little black legs crooked, the mother standing still, yielding herself to their quivering attraction. Then the mother walked calmly away. Jesus, the vision world, the everyday world, all mixed inextricably in a confusion of pain and bliss. It was almost agony, the confusion, the inextricability. Jesus, the vision, speaking to her who was non-visionary, and she would take his words of the Spirit and make them to pander to her own carnality. This was a shame to her. The confusing of the spirit world with the material world, in her own soul, degraded her. She answered the call of the Spirit in terms of the immediate, everyday desire. Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. It was the temporal answer she gave. She leapt with sensuous yearning to respond to Christ. If she could go to him really, and lay her head on his breast, to have comfort, to be made much of, caressed like a child. All the time she walked in a confused heat of religious yearning. She wanted Jesus to love her deliciously, to take her sensuous offering, to give her sensuous response. For weeks she went in a muse of enjoyment. And all the time she knew underneath that she was playing false, accepting the passion of Jesus for her own physical satisfaction. But she was in such a daze, such a tangle. How could she get free? She hated herself. She wanted to trample on herself, destroy herself. How could one become free? She hated religion because it lent itself to her confusion. She abused everything. She wanted to become hard, indifferent, brutally callous to everything but just the immediate need, the immediate satisfaction. To have a yearning towards Jesus, only that she might use him to pander to her own soft sensation, use him as a means of reacting upon herself, maddened her in the end. There was then no Jesus, no sentimentality. With all the bitter hatred of helplessness, she hated sentimentality. At this period came the young Skrebensky. She was nearly 16 years old, a slim, smouldering girl, deeply reticent, yet lapsing into unreserved expansiveness now and then, when she seemed to give away her whole soul, but when in fact she only made another counterfeit of her soul for outward presentation. She was sensitive in the extreme, always tortured, always affecting a callous indifference to screen herself. She was at this time a nuisance on the face of the earth, with her spasmodic passion and her slumberous torment. She seemed to go with all her soul in her hands, yearning to the other person. Yet all the while, deep at the bottom of her, was a childish antagonism of distrust. She thought she loved everybody and believed in everybody. But because she could not love herself, nor believe in herself, she mistrusted everybody with the mistrust of a serpent or a captured bird. Her starts of revulsion and hatred were more inevitable than her impulses of love. So she wrestled through her dark days of confusion, soulless, uncreated, unformed. One evening, as she was studying in the parlour, her head buried in her hands, she heard new voices in the kitchen speaking. At once, from its apathy, her excitable spirit started and strained to listen. It seemed to crouch, to lurk under cover, tense, glaring forth, unwilling to be seen. There were two strange men's voices, one soft and candid, veiled with soft candour, the other veiled with easy mobility, running quickly. Ursula sat quite tense, shocked out of her studies, lost. She listened all the time to the sound of the voices, scarcely heeding the words. The first speaker was her Uncle Tom. She knew the naïve candour, covering the girding and savage misery of his soul. Who was the other speaker? Whose voice ran on so easy, yet with an inflamed pulse? It seemed to hasten and urge her forward, that other voice. "I remember you," the young man's voice was saying. "I remember you from the first time I saw you, because of your dark eyes and fair face." Mrs. Brangwen laughed, shy and pleased. "You were a curly-headed little lad," she said. "Was I? Yes, I know. They were very proud of my curls." And her laugh ran to silence. "You were a very well-mannered lad, I remember," said her father. "Oh, did I ask you to stay the night? I always used to ask people to stay the night. I believe it was rather trying for my mother." There was a general laugh. Ursula rose. She had to go. At the click of the latch everybody looked round. The girl hung in the doorway, seized with a moment's fierce confusion. She was going to be good-looking. Now she had an attractive gawkiness, as she hung a moment, not knowing how to carry her shoulders. Her dark hair was tied behind her. Her yellow-brown eyes shone without direction. Behind her, in the parlour, was the soft light of a lamp upon open books. A superficial readiness took her to her Uncle Tom, who kissed her, greeting her with warmth, making a show of intimate possession of her, and at the same time leaving evident his own complete detachment. But she wanted to turn to the stranger. He was standing back a little, waiting. He was a young man with very clear greyish eyes, that waited until they were called upon, before they took expression. Something in his self-possessed waiting moved her, and she broke into a confused, rather beautiful laugh as she gave him her hand, catching her breath like an excited child. His hand closed over hers, very close, very near. He bowed, and his eyes were watching her with some attention. She felt proud. Her spirit leapt to life. "You don't know Mr. Skrebensky, Ursula?" came her Uncle Tom's intimate voice. She lifted her face with an impulsive flash to the stranger, as if to declare a knowledge, laughing her palpitated, excited laugh. His eyes became confused with roused lights, his detached attention changed to a readiness for her. He was a young man of 21, with a slender figure and soft brown hair brushed up on the German fashion, straight from his brow. "Are you staying long?" she asked. "I've got a month's leave," he said, glancing at Tom Brangwen. "But I've various places I must go to. Put in some time here and there." He brought her a strong sense of the outer world. It was as if she were set on a hill, and could feel vaguely the whole world lying spread before her. "What have you a month's leave from?" she asked. "I'm in the Engineers, in the Army." "Oh!" she exclaimed, glad. "We're taking you away from your studies," said her Uncle Tom. "Oh no," she replied quickly. Skrebensky laughed, young and inflammable. "She won't wait to be taken away," said her father. But that seemed clumsy. She wished he would leave her to say her own things. "Don't you like study?" asked Skrebensky, turning to her, putting the question from his own case. "I like some things," said Ursula. "I like Latin and French, and grammar." He watched her, and all his being seemed attentive to her. Then he shook his head. "I don't," he said. "They say all the brains of the army are in the engineers. I think that's why I joined them, to get the credit of other people's brains." He said this quizzically, and with chagrin. And she became alert to him. It interested her. Whether he had brains or not, he was interesting. His directness attracted her, his independent motion. She was aware of the movement of his life over against hers. "I don't think brains matter," she said. "What does matter, then?" came her Uncle Tom's intimate, caressing, half-jeering voice. She turned to him. "It matters whether people have courage or not," she said. "Courage for what?" asked her uncle. "For everything." Tom Brangwen gave a sharp little laugh. The mother and father sat silent, with listening faces. Skrebensky waited. She was speaking for him. "Everything's nothing," laughed her uncle. She disliked him at that moment. "She doesn't practise what she preaches," said her father, stirring in his chair and crossing one leg over the other. "She has courage for mighty little." But she would not answer. Skrebensky sat still, waiting. His face was irregular, almost ugly, flattish, with a rather thick nose. But his eyes were pellucid, strangely clear. His brown hair was soft and thick as silk. He had a slight moustache. His skin was fine, his figure slight, beautiful. Beside him her Uncle Tom looked full-blown, her father seemed uncouth. Yet he reminded her of her father, only he was finer, and he seemed to be shining, and his face was almost ugly. He seemed simply acquiescent in the fact of his own being, as if he were beyond any change or question. He was himself. There was a sense of fatality about him that fascinated her. He made no effort to prove himself to other people. Let it be accepted for what it was, his own being. In its isolation it made no excuse or explanation for itself. So he seemed perfectly, even fatally established. He did not ask to be rendered before he could exist, before he could have relationship with another person. This attracted Ursula very much. She was so used to unsure people who took on a new being with every new influence. Her Uncle Tom was always more or less what the other person would have him. In consequence, one never knew the real Uncle Tom, only a fluid, unsatisfactory flux with a more or less consistent appearance. But, let Skrebensky do what he would, betray himself entirely, he betrayed himself always upon his own responsibility. He permitted no question about himself. He was irrevocable in his isolation. So Ursula thought him wonderful. He was so finely constituted, and so distinct, self-contained, self-supporting. This, she said to herself, was a gentleman. He had a nature like fate, the nature of an aristocrat. She laid hold of him at once for her dreams. Here was one such as those sons of God, who saw the daughters of men, that they were fair. He was no son of Adam. Adam was servile. Had not Adam been driven, cringing, out of his native place? Had not the human race been a beggar ever since, seeking its own being? But Anton Skrebensky could not beg. He was in possession of himself, of that, and no more. Other people could not really give him anything nor take anything from him. His soul stood alone. She knew that her mother and father acknowledged him. The house was changed. There had been a visit paid to the house. Once 3 angels stood in Abraham's doorway and greeted him, and stayed and ate with him, leaving his household enriched for ever when they went. The next day she went down to the Marsh according to invitation. The 2 men were not come home. Then, looking through the window, she saw the dog-cart drive up, and Skrebensky leapt down. She saw him draw himself together, jump, laugh to her uncle who was driving, then come towards her to the house. He was so spontaneous and revealed in his movements. He was isolated within his own clear, fine atmosphere, and as still as if fated. His resting in his own fate gave him an appearance of indolence, almost of languor. He made no exuberant movement. When he sat down he seemed to go loose, languid. "We are a little late," he said. "Where have you been?" "We went to Derby to see a friend of my father's." "Who?" It was an adventure to her to put direct questions and get plain answers. She knew she might do it with this man. "Why, he's a clergyman too. He is my guardian. One of them." Ursula knew that Skrebensky was an orphan. "Where is really your home now?" she asked. "My home? I wonder. I am very fond of my Colonel, Colonel Hepburn. Then there are my aunts, but my real home, I suppose, is the army." "Do you like being on your own?" His clear, greenish grey eyes rested on her a moment, and, as he considered, he did not see her. "I suppose so," he said. "You see, my father, well, he was never acclimatised here. He wanted—I don't know what he wanted, but it was a strain. And my mother, I always knew she was too good to me. I could feel her being too good to me, my mother! Then I went away to school so early, and I must say the outside world was always more naturally a home to me than the vicarage. I don't know why." "Do you feel like a bird blown out of its own latitude?" she asked, using a phrase she had met. "No, no. I find everything very much as I like it." He seemed more and more to give her a sense of the vast world, a sense of distances and large masses of humanity. It drew her as a scent draws a bee from afar, but also it hurt her. It was summer, and she wore cotton frocks. The third time he saw her she had a dress on with fine blue and white stripes, with a white collar, and a large white hat. It suited her golden, warm complexion. "I like you best in that dress," he said, standing with his head slightly on one side, and appreciating her in a perceiving, critical fashion. She was thrilled with a new life. For the first time she was in love with a vision of herself. She saw as it were a fine little reflection of herself in his eyes. And she must act up to this. She must be beautiful. Her thoughts turned swiftly to clothes. Her passion was to make a beautiful appearance. Her family looked on in amazement at the sudden transformation of Ursula. She became elegant, really elegant, in figured cotton frocks she made for herself, and hats she bent to her fancy. An inspiration was upon her. He sat with a sort of languor in her grandmother's rocking chair, rocking slowly, languidly, backward and forward, as Ursula talked to him. "You're not poor, are you?" she said. "Poor in money? I have about 150 a year of my own. So I am poor or rich, as you like. I am poor enough, in fact. But you will earn money." "I shall have my pay. I have my pay now. I've got my commission. That is another 150. You will have more, though. I shan't have more than £200 a year for 10 years to come. I shall always be poor, if I have to live on my pay." "Do you mind it?" "Being poor? Not now. Not very much. I may later. People, the officers, are good to me. Colonel Hepburn has a sort of fancy for me. He is a rich man, I suppose." A chill went over Ursula. Was he going to sell himself in some way? "Is Colonel Hepburn married?" "Yes, with 2 daughters." But she was too proud at once to care whether Colonel Hepburn's daughter wanted to marry him or not. There came a silence. Gudrun entered, and Skrebensky still rocked languidly on the chair. "You look very lazy," said Gudrun. "I am lazy," he answered. "You look really floppy," she said. "I am floppy," he answered. "Can't you stop?" asked Gudrun. "No, it's the perpetuum mobile." "You look as if you hadn't a bone in your body." "That's how I like to feel." "I don't admire your taste." "That's my misfortune." And he rocked on. Gudrun seated herself behind him, and as he rocked back she caught his hair between her finger and thumb, so that it tugged him as he swung forward again. He took no notice. There was only the sound of the rockers on the floor. In silence, like a crab, Gudrun caught a strand of his hair each time he rocked back. Ursula flushed and sat in some pain. She saw the irritation gathering on his brow. At last he leapt up, suddenly, like a steel spring going off, and stood on the hearthrug. "Damn it, why can't I rock?" he asked, petulantly, fiercely. Ursula loved him for his sudden, steel-like start out of the languor. He stood on the hearthrug fuming, his eyes gleaming with anger. Gudrun laughed in her deep, mellow fashion. "Men don't rock themselves," she said. "Girls don't pull men's hair," he said. Gudrun laughed again. Ursula sat amused but waiting. And he knew Ursula was waiting for him. It roused his blood. He had to go to her, to follow her call. Once he drove her to Derby in the dog-cart. He belonged to the horsey set of the sappers. They had lunch in an inn, and went through the market, pleased with everything. He bought her a copy of Wuthering Heights from a bookstall. Then they found a little fair in progress, and she said, "My father used to take me in the swing boats." "Did you like it?" he asked. "Oh, it was fine," she said. "Would you like to go now?" "Love it," she said, though she was afraid. But the prospect of doing an unusual, exciting thing was attractive to her. He went straight to the stand, paid the money, and helped her to mount. He seemed to ignore everything but just what he was doing. Other people were mere objects of indifference to him. She would have liked to hang back, but she was more ashamed to retreat from him than to expose herself to the crowd, or to dare the swing-boat. His eyes laughed, and standing before her with his sharp, sudden figure, he set the boat swinging. She was not afraid, she was thrilled. His colour flushed, his eyes shone with a roused light, and she looked up at him, her face like a flower in the sun, so bright and attractive. So they rushed through the bright air, up at the sky as if flung from a catapult, then falling terribly back. She loved it. The motion seemed to fan their blood to fire. They laughed, feeling the flames. After the swing-boats they went on the roundabouts to calm down, he twisting astride on his jerky wooden steed towards her, and always seeming at his ease, enjoying himself. A zest of antagonism to the convention made him fully himself. As they sat on the whirling carousel, with the music grinding out, she was aware of the people on the earth outside, and it seemed that he and she were riding carelessly over the faces of the crowd, riding forever buoyantly, proudly, gallantly over the upturned faces of the crowd, moving on a high level, spurning the common mass. When they must descend and walk away, she was unhappy, feeling like a giant suddenly cut down to ordinary level, at the mercy of the mob. They left the fair, to return for the dog-cart. Passing the large church, Ursula must look in, but the whole interior was filled with scaffolding. Fallen stone and rubbish were heaped on the floor, bits of plaster crunched underfoot, and the place re-echoed to the calling of secular voices, and to blows of the hammer. She had come to plunge in the utter gloom and peace for a moment, bringing all her yearning, that had returned on her uncontrolled after the reckless riding over the face of the crowd in the fair. After pride she wanted comfort, solace, for pride and scorn seemed to hurt her most of all. And she found the immemorial gloom full of bits of falling plaster, and dust of floating plaster, smelling of old lime, having scaffolding and rubbish heaped about, dust-cloths over the altar. "Let us sit down a minute," she said. They sat unnoticed in the back pew, in the gloom, and she watched the dirty, disorderly work of bricklayers and plasterers. Workmen in heavy boots, walking, grinding down the aisles, calling out in a vulgar accent, "Hi mate, has them coal and mouldings come?" There were shouts of coarse answer from the roof of the church. The place echoed desolate. Skrebensky sat close to her. Everything seemed wonderful, if dreadful to her. The world tumbling into ruins, and she and he clambering unhurt, lawless over the face of it all. He sat close to her, touching her, and she was aware of his influence upon her. But she was glad. It excited her to feel the press of him upon her, as if his being were urging her to something. As they drove home he sat near to her, and when he swayed to the cart, he swayed in a voluptuous, lingering way against her, lingering as he swung away to recover balance. Without speaking, he took her hand across, under the wrap, and with his unseeing face lifted to the road, his soul intent, he began with his one hand to unfasten the buttons of her glove, to push back her glove from her hand, carefully laying bare her hand. And the close working, instinctive subtlety of his fingers upon her hand sent the young girl mad with voluptuous delight. His hand was so wonderful, intent as a living creature, skilfully pushing and manipulating in the dark underworld, removing her glove and laying bare her palm, her fingers. Then his hand closed over hers, so firm, so close, as if the flesh knitted to one thing his hand and hers. Meanwhile his face watched the road and the ears of the horse. He drove with steady attention through the villages, and she sat beside him, rapt, glowing, blinded with a new light. Neither of them spoke. In outward attention they were entirely separate, but between them was the compact of his flesh with hers, in the hand clasp. Then, in a strange voice, affecting nonchalance and superficiality, he said to her: "Sitting in the church there reminded me of Ingram." "Who is Ingram?" she asked. She also affected calm superficiality, but she knew that something forbidden was coming. "He is one of the other men with me, down at Chatham. A subaltern, but a year older than I am." "And why did the church remind you of him?" "Well, he had a girl in Rochester, and they always sat in a particular corner in the cathedral for their love-making." "How nice!" she cried impulsively. They misunderstood each other. It had its disadvantages, though. The verger made a row about it. "What a shame! Why shouldn't they sit in a cathedral?" "I suppose they all think it a profanity, except you and Ingram and the girl." "I don't think it's a profanity. I think it's right, to make love in a cathedral." She said this almost defiantly, in despite of her own soul. He was silent. "And was she nice?" "Who? Emily?" "Yes, she was rather nice. She was a milliner, and she wouldn't be seen in the streets with Ingram. It was rather sad, really, because the verger spied on them, and got to know their names, and then made a regular row. It was a common tale afterwards." "What did she do?" "She went to London, into a big shop. Ingram still goes up to see her." "Does he love her?" "It's 1.5 years he's been with her now." "What was she like?" "Emily? Little, shy, violet sort of girl, with nice eyebrows." Ursula meditated this. It seemed like real romance of the outer world. "Do all men have lovers?" she asked, amazed at her own temerity. But her hand was still fastened with his, and his face still had the same unchanging fixity of outward calm. "They're always mentioning some amazing fine woman or other, and getting drunk to talk about her. Most of them dash up to London the moment they are free." "What for?" "To some amazing fine woman or other." "What sort of woman?" "Various. Her name changes pretty frequently as a rule. One of the fellows is a perfect maniac. He keeps a suit case always ready, and the instant he is at liberty, he bolts with it to the station, and changes in the train. No matter who is in the carriage, off he whips his tunic, and performs at least the top half of his toilet." Ursula quivered and wondered. "Why is he in such a hurry?" she asked. Her throat was becoming hard and difficult. "He's got a woman in his mind, I suppose." She was chilled, hardened. And yet this world of passions and lawlessness was fascinating to her. It seemed to her a splendid recklessness. Her adventure in life was beginning. It seemed very splendid. That evening she stayed at the Marsh till after dark, and Skrebensky escorted her home. For she could not go away from him. And she was waiting, waiting for something more. In the warm of the early night, with the shadows new about them, she felt in another, harder, more beautiful, less personal world. Now a new state should come to pass. He walked near to her, and with the same silent, intent approach put his arm round her waist, and softly, very softly, drew her to him, till his arm was hard and pressed in upon her. She seemed to be carried along, floating, her feet scarce touching the ground, borne upon the firm, moving surface of his body, upon whose side she seemed to lie, in a delicious swoon of motion. And whilst she swooned, his face bent nearer to her, her head was leaned on his shoulder. She felt his warm breath on her face. Then softly, oh softly, so softly that she seemed to faint away, his lips touched her cheek, and she drifted through strands of heat and darkness. Still she waited in her swoon and her drifting, waited, like the sleeping beauty in the story. She waited, and again his face was bent to hers. His lips came warm to her face. Their footsteps lingered and ceased. They stood still under the trees, whilst his lips waited on her face, waited like a butterfly that does not move on a flower. She pressed her breast a little nearer to him. He moved, put both his arms round her, and drew her close. And then, in the darkness, he bent to her mouth, softly, and touched her mouth with his mouth. She was afraid. She lay still on his arm, feeling his lips on her lips. She kept still, helpless. Then his mouth drew near, pressing open her mouth. A hot, drenching surge rose within her. She opened her lips to him in pained, poignant eddies. She drew him nearer. She let him come farther. His lips came and surging, surging, soft, oh soft, yet oh like the powerful surge of water, irresistible, till with a little blind cry she broke away. She heard him breathing heavily, strangely beside her. A terrible and magnificent sense of his strangeness possessed her. But she shrank a little now, within herself. Hesitating, they continued to walk on, quivering like shadows under the ash trees of the hill, where her grandfather had walked with his daffodils to make his proposal, and where her mother had gone with her young husband, walking close upon him as Ursula was now walking upon Skrebensky. Ursula was aware of the dark limbs of the trees stretching overhead, clothed with leaves, and of fine ash leaves tressing the summer night. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 11, Part 2, of The Rainbow, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. They walked with their bodies moving in complex unity, close together. He held her hand, and they went the long way round by the road, to be farther. Always she felt as if she were supported off her feet, as if her feet were light as little breezes in motion. He would kiss her again, but not again that night, with the same deep, reaching kiss. She was aware now, aware of what a kiss might be, and so it was more difficult to come to him. She went to bed, feeling all warm with electric warmth, as if the gush of dawn were within her, upholding her, and she slept deeply, sweetly, oh so sweetly. In the morning she felt sound as an ear of wheat, fragrant and firm and full. They continued to be lovers, in the first wondering state of unrealization. Ursula told nobody. She was entirely lost in her own world. Yet some strange affectation made her seek for a spurious confidence. She had at school a quiet, meditative, serious-souled friend called Ethel, and to Ethel must Ursula confide the story. Ethel listened absorbedly, with bowed, unbetraying head, whilst Ursula told her secret. Oh, it was so lovely, his gentle, delicate way of making love. Ursula talked like a practised lover. "Do you think," asked Ursula, "it is wicked to let a man kiss you? Real kisses, not flirting?" "I should think," said Ethel, "it depends. He kissed me under the ash trees on Cossethay Hill. Do you think it was wrong?" "When?" "On Thursday night, when he was seeing me home. But real kisses, real. He is an officer in the army." "What time was it?" asked the deliberate Ethel. "I don't know, about 9:30. There was a pause. "I think it's wrong," said Ethel, lifting her head with impatience. "You don't know him." She spoke with some contempt. "Yes, I do. He is half a Pole, and a baron too. In England he is equivalent to a lord. My grandmother was his father's friend." But the two friends were hostile. It was as if Ursula wanted to divide herself from her acquaintances, in asserting her connection with Anton, as she now called him. He came a good deal to Cossethay, because her mother was fond of him. Anna Brangwen became something of a grande dame with Skrebensky, very calm, taking things for granted. "Aren't the children in bed?" cried Ursula petulantly, as she came in with the young man. "They will be in bed in half an hour," said the mother. "There is no peace," cried Ursula. "The children must live, Ursula," said her mother. And Skrebensky was against Ursula in this. Why should she be so insistent? But then, as Ursula knew, he did not have the perpetual tyranny of young children about him. He treated her mother with great courtliness, to which Mrs. Brangwen returned an easy, friendly hospitality. Something pleased the girl in her mother's calm assumption of state. It seemed impossible to abate Mrs. Brangwen's position. She could never be beneath any one in public relation. Between Brangwen and Skrebensky there was an unbridgeable silence. Sometimes the two men made a slight conversation, but there was no interchange. Ursula rejoiced to see her father retreating into himself against the young man. She was proud of Skrebensky in the house. His lounging, languorous indifference irritated her, and yet cast a spell over her. She knew it was the outcome of a spirit of laisser-aller combined with profound young vitality, yet it irritated her deeply. Notwithstanding, she was proud of him as he lounged in his lambent fashion in her home. He was so attentive and courteous to her mother and to herself all the time. It was wonderful to have his awareness in the room. She felt rich and augmented by it, as if she were the positive attraction and he the flow towards her. And his courtesy and his agreement might be all her mother's, but the lambent flicker of his body was for herself. She held it. She must ever prove her power. "I meant to show you my little wood carving," she said. "I'm sure it's not worth showing that," said her father. "Would you like to see it?" she asked, leaning towards the door. And his body had risen from the chair, though his face seemed to want to agree with her parents. "It is in the shed," she said. And he followed her out of the door, whatever his feelings might be. In the shed they played at kisses, really played at kisses. It was a delicious, exciting game. She turned to him, her face all laughing, like a challenge, and he accepted the challenge at once. He twined his hand full of her hair, and gently, with his hand wrapped round with hair behind her head, gradually brought her face nearer to his, whilst she laughed breathless with challenge, and his eyes gleamed with answer, with enjoyment of the game. And he kissed her, asserting his will over her, and she kissed him back, asserting her deliberate enjoyment of him. Daring and reckless and dangerous they knew it was, their game, each playing with fire, not with love. A sort of defiance of all the world possessed her in it. She would kiss him just because she wanted to. And a dare-devilry in him, like a cynicism, a cut at everything he pretended to serve, retaliated in him. She was very beautiful then, so wide-opened, so radiant, so palpitating, exquisitely vulnerable and poignantly, wrongly, throwing herself to risk. It roused a sort of madness in him. Like a flower shaking and wide-opened in the sun, she tempted him and challenged him. And he accepted the challenge. Something went fixed in him. And under all her laughing, poignant recklessness was the quiver of tears. That almost sent him mad. Mad with desire, with pain, whose only issue was through possession of her body. So, shaken, afraid, they went back to her parents in the kitchen, and dissimulated. But something was roused in both of them that they could not now allay. It intensified and heightened their senses, they were more vivid and powerful in their being. But under it all was a poignant sense of transience. It was a magnificent self-assertion on the part of both of them. He asserted himself before her. He felt himself infinitely male and infinitely irresistible. She asserted herself before him. She knew herself infinitely desirable, and hence infinitely strong. And after all, what could either of them get from such a passion but a sense of his or of her own maximum self, in contradistinction to all the rest of life? Wherein was something finite and sad, for the human soul at its maximum wants a sense of the infinite. Nevertheless, it was begun now, this passion, and must go on. The passion of Ursula to know her own maximum self, limited and so defined against him. She could limit and define herself against him, the male. She could be her maximum self, female, oh female, triumphant for one moment in exquisite assertion against the male, in supreme contradistinction to the male. The next afternoon, when he came prowling, she went with him across to the church. Her father was gradually gathering in anger against him. Her mother was hardening in anger against her. But the parents were naturally tolerant in action. They went together across the churchyard, Ursula and Skrebensky, and ran to hiding in the church. It was dimmer in there than the sunny afternoon outside, but the mellow glow among the bowed stone was very sweet. The windows burned in ruby and in blue. They made magnificent arras to their bower of secret stone. "What a perfect place for a rendezvous," he said, in a hushed voice, glancing round. She too glanced round the familiar interior. The dimness and stillness chilled her, but her eyes lit up with daring. Here she would assert her indomitable gorgeous female self, here she would open her female flower like a flame, in this dimness that was more passionate than light. They hung apart a moment, then wilfully turned to each other for the desired contact. She put her arms round him, she cleaved her body to his, and with her hands pressed upon his shoulders, on his back, she seemed to feel right through him, to know his young, tense body right through. And it was so fine, so hard, yet so exquisitely subject and under her control. She reached him her mouth and drank his full kiss, drank it fuller and fuller. And it was so good, it was very, very good. She seemed to be filled with his kiss, as if she had drunk strong, glowing sunshine. She glowed all inside, the sunshine seemed to beat upon her heart underneath, she had drunk so beautifully. She drew away and looked at him radiant, exquisitely, glowingly beautiful and satisfied, but radiant as an illumined cloud. To him this was bitter, that she was so radiant and satisfied. She laughed upon him, blind to him, so full of her own bliss, never doubting but that he was the same as she was. And radiant as an angel she went with him out of the church, as if her feet were beams of light that walked on flowers for footsteps. He went beside her, his soul clenched, his body unsatisfied. Was she going to make this easy triumph over him? For him there was now no self-bliss, only pain and confused anger. It was high summer, and the hay harvest was almost over. It would be finished on Saturday. On Saturday, however, Skrebensky was going away. He could not stay longer. Having decided to go, he became very tender and loving to her, kissing her gently, with such soft, sweet, insidious closeness that they were both of them intoxicated. The very last Friday of his stay he met her coming out of school, and took her to tea in the town. Then he had a motor car to drive her home. Her excitement at riding in a motor car was greatest of all. He too was very proud of this last coup. He saw Ursula kindle and flare up to the romance of the situation. She raised her head like a young horse snuffing with wild delight. The car swerved round a corner, and Ursula was swung against Skrebensky. The contact made her aware of him. With a swift, foraging impulse she sought for his hand and clasped it in her own, so close, so combined, as if they were two children. The wind blew in on Ursula's face, the mud flew in a soft, wild rush from the wheels, the country was blackish green, with the silver of new hay here and there, and masses of trees under a silver gleaming sky. Her hand tightened on his with a new consciousness, troubled. They did not speak for some time, but sat, hand fast, with averted, shining faces. And every now and then the car swung her against him, and they waited for the motion to bring them together. Yet they stared out of the windows, mute. She saw the familiar country racing by, but now it was no familiar country, it was wonderland. There was the hemlock stone, standing on its grassy hill. Strange it looked on this wet, early summer evening, remote, in a magic land. Some rooks were flying out of the trees. Ah, if only she and Skrebensky could get out, dismount into this enchanted land where nobody had ever been before. Then they would be enchanted people. They would put off the dull, customary self. If she were wandering there, on that hill slope, under a silvery, changing sky, in which many rooks melted like hurrying showers of blots. If they could walk past the wetted hay swaths, smelling the early evening, and pass into the wood, where the honeysuckle scent was sweet on the cold tang in the air, and showers of drops fell when one brushed a bough, cold and lovely on the face. But she was here with him in the car, close to him, and the wind was rushing on her lifted, eager face, blowing back the hair. He turned and looked at her face clean as a chiselled thing, her hair chiselled back by the wind, her fine nose keen and lifted. It was agony to him, seeing her swift and clean-cut and virgin. He wanted to kill himself, and throw his detested carcass at her feet. His desire to turn round on himself and rend himself was an agony to him. Suddenly she glanced at him. He seemed to be crouching towards her, reaching, he seemed to wince between the brows. But instantly, seeing her lighted eyes and radiant face, his expression changed. His old reckless laugh shone to her. She pressed his hand in utter delight, and he abided. And suddenly she stooped and kissed his hand, bent her head and caught it to her mouth, in generous homage. And the blood burned in him. Yet he remained still. He made no move. She started. They were swinging into Cossethay. Skrebensky was going to leave her. But it was all so magic. Her cup was so full of bright wine. Her eyes could only shine. He tapped and spoke to the man. The car swung up by the yew trees. She gave him her hand and said good-bye, naïve and brief as a schoolgirl. And she stood watching him go, her face shining. The fact of his driving on meant nothing to her, she was so filled by her own bright ecstasy. She did not see him go, for she was filled with light, which was of him. Bright with an amazing light as she was, how could she miss him? In her bedroom she threw her arms in the air in clear pain of magnificence. Oh, it was her transfiguration. She was beyond herself. She wanted to fling herself into all the hidden brightness of the air. It was there, if she could but meet it. But the next day she knew he had gone. Her glory had partly died down, but never from her memory. It was too real. Yet it was gone by, leaving a wistfulness. A deeper yearning came into her soul, a new reserve. She shrank from touch and question. She was very proud, but very new and very sensitive. Oh, that no one should lay hands on her! She was happier running on by herself. Oh, it was a joy to run along the lanes without seeing things, yet being with them. It was such a joy to be alone with all one's riches. The holidays came, when she was free. She spent most of her time running on by herself, curled up in a squirrel place in the garden, lying in a hammock in the coppice, while the birds came near, near, so near. Oh, in rainy weather she flitted to the marsh, and lay hidden with her book in a hayloft. All the time she dreamed of him, sometimes definitely, but when she was happiest, only vaguely. He was the warm colouring of her dreams, he was the hot blood beating within them. When she was less happy, out of sorts, she pondered over his appearance, his clothes, the buttons with his regimental badge, which he had given her. Or she tried to imagine his life in barracks. Or she conjured up a vision of herself as she appeared in his eyes. His birthday was in August, and she spent some pains on making him a cake. She felt that it would not be in good taste for her to give him a present. Their correspondence was brief, mostly an exchange of postcards, not at all frequent. But with her cake she must send him a letter. "Dear Anton, the sunshine has come back specially for your birthday, I think. I made the cake myself, and wish you many happy returns of the day. Don't eat it if it is not good. Mother hopes you will come and see us when you are near enough. I am, your sincere friend, Ursula Brangwen." It bored her to write a letter, even to him. After all, writing words on paper had nothing to do with him and her. The fine weather had set in. The cutting machine went on from dawn till sunset, chattering round the fields. She heard from Skrebensky. He too was on duty in the country, on Salisbury Plain. He was now a second lieutenant in a field troop. He would have a few days off shortly, and would come to the Marsh for the wedding. Fred Brangwen was going to marry a schoolmistress out of Ilkeston, as soon as corn harvest was at an end. The dim blue and gold of a hot, sweet autumn saw the close of the corn harvest. To Ursula it was as if the world had opened its softest, purest flower, its chicory flower, its meadow saffron. The sky was blue and sweet. The yellow leaves down the lane seemed like free, wandering flowers as they chittered round the feet, making a keen, poignant, almost unbearable music to her heart. And the scents of autumn were like a summer madness to her. She fled away from the little purple-red button chrysanthemums like a frightened dryad. The bright yellow little chrysanthemums smelled so strong. Her feet seemed to dither in a drunken dance. Then her Uncle Tom appeared, always like the cynical Bacchus in the picture. He would have a jolly wedding, a harvest supper and a wedding feast in one, a tent in the home close, and a band for dancing, and a great feast out of doors. Fred demurred, but Tom must be satisfied. Also Laura, a handsome, clever girl, the bride, she also must have a great and jolly feast. It appealed to her educated sense. She had been to Salisbury Training College, knew folk songs and morris dancing. So the preparations were begun, directed by Tom Brangwen. A marquee was set up on the home close. 2 large bonfires were prepared. Musicians were hired. Feast made ready. Skrebensky was to come, arriving in the morning. Ursula had a new white dress of soft crepe, and a white hat. She liked to wear white. With her black hair and clear golden skin, she looked southern, or rather tropical, like a Creole. She wore no colour whatsoever. She trembled that day as she appeared to go down to the wedding. She was to be a bridesmaid. Skrebensky would not arrive till afternoon. The wedding was at 2 o'clock. As the wedding party returned home, Skrebensky stood in the parlour at the Marsh. Through the window he saw Tom Brangwen, who was best man, coming up the garden path, most elegant in cut-away coat and white slip and spats, with Ursula laughing on his arm. Tom Brangwen was handsome, with his womanish colouring and dark eyes and black close-cut moustache. But there was something subtly coarse and suggestive about him for all his beauty, his strange, bestial nostrils, opened so hard and wide, and his well-shaped head almost disquieting in its nakedness, rather bald from the front, and all its soft fullness betrayed. Skrebensky saw the man rather than the woman. She saw only the slender, unchangeable youth waiting there inscrutable, like her fate. He was beyond her, with his loose, slightly horsey appearance that made him seem very manly and foreign. Yet his face was smooth and soft and impressionable. She shook hands with him, and her voice was like the rousing of a bird startled by the dawn. "Isn't it nice," she cried, "to have a wedding?" There were bits of coloured confetti lodged on her dark hair. Again the confusion came over him, as if he were losing himself and becoming all vague, undefined, inchoate. Yet he wanted to be hard, manly, horsey, and he followed her. There was a light tea, and the guests scattered. The real feast was for the evening. Ursula walked out with Skrebensky through the stackyard to the fields, and up the embankment to the canal side. The new corn stacks were big and golden as they went by. An army of white geese marched aside in braggart protest. Ursula was light as a white ball of down. Skrebensky drifted beside her, indefinite, his old form loosened, and another self, grey, vague, drifting out as from a bud. They talked lightly of nothing. The blue way of the canal wound softly between the autumn hedges, on towards the greenness of a small hill. On the left was the whole black agitation of colliery and railway, and the town which rose on its hill, the church tower topping all. The round white dot of the clock on the tower was distinct in the evening light. That way, Ursula felt, was the way to London, through the grim, alluring seethe of the town. On the other hand was the evening, mellow over the green water meadows and the winding alder trees beside the river, and the pale stretches of stubble beyond. There the evening glowed softly, and even a peewit was flapping in solitude and peace. Ursula and Anton Skrebensky walked along the ridge of the canal between. The berries on the hedges were crimson and bright red above the leaves. The glow of evening and the wheeling of the solitary peewit and the faint cry of the birds came to meet the shuffling noise of the pits, the dark, fuming stress of the town opposite, and they two walked the blue strip of waterway, the ribbon of sky between. He was looking, Ursula thought, very beautiful, because of a flush of sunburn on his hands and face. He was telling her how he had learned to shoe horses and select cattle fit for killing. "Do you like to be a soldier?" she asked. "I'm not exactly a soldier," he replied. "But you only do things for wars," she said. "Yes." "Would you like to go to war?" "I? Well, it would be exciting. If there were a war I would want to go." A strange, distracted feeling came over her, a sense of potent unrealities. "Why would you want to go?" "I should be doing something. It would be genuine. It's a sort of toy life as it is." "But what would you be doing if you went to war?" "I would be making railways or bridges, working like a nigger." But you'd only make them to be pulled down again when the armies are done with them. It seems just as much a game. If you call war a game. What is it? It's about the most serious business there is, fighting." A sense of hard separateness came over her. "Why is fighting more serious than anything else?" she asked. "You either kill or get killed. And I suppose it is serious enough, killing." "But when you're dead, you don't matter any more," she said. He was silenced for a moment. "But the result matters," he said. "It matters whether we settle the Mahdi or not." "Not to you. Nor me. We don't care about Khartoum." "You want to have room to live in, and somebody has to make room." "But I don't want to live in the desert of Sahara. Do you?" she replied, laughing with antagonism. "I don't. But we've got to back up those who do." "Why have we?" "Where is the nation if we don't?" "But we aren't the nation. There are heaps of other people who are the nation." "They might say they weren't either." "Well, if everybody said it, there wouldn't be a nation. But I should still be myself," she asserted, brilliantly. "You wouldn't be yourself if there were no nation." "Why not?" "Because you'd just be a prey to everybody and anybody." "How a prey?" "They'd come and take everything you'd got." "Well, they couldn't take much even then. I don't care what they take. I'd rather have a robber who carried me off than a millionaire who gave me everything you can buy." "That's because you are a romanticist." "Yes, I am. I want to be romantic. I hate houses that never go away, and people just living in the houses. It's all so stiff and stupid. I hate soldiers. They are stiff and wooden. What do you fight for, really?" "I would fight for the nation." "For all that, you aren't the nation. What would you do for yourself?" "I belong to the nation, and must do my duty by the nation." "But when it didn't need your services in particular, when there is no fighting, what would you do then?" He was irritated. "I would do what everybody else does." "What?" "Nothing. I would be in readiness for when I was needed." The answer came in exasperation. "It seems to me," she answered, "as if you weren't anybody. As if there weren't anybody there, where you are. Are you anybody, really? You seem like nothing to me." They had walked till they had reached a wharf, just above a lock. There an empty barge, painted with a red and yellow cabin hood, but with a long coal-black hold, was lying moored. A man, lean and grimy, was sitting on a box against the cabin side by the door, smoking, and nursing a baby that was wrapped in a drab shawl, and looking into the glow of evening. A woman bustled out, sent a pail dashing into the canal, drew her water, and bustled in again. Children's voices were heard. A thin blue smoke ascended from the cabin chimney. There was a smell of cooking. Ursula, white as a moth, lingered to look. Skrebensky lingered by her. The man glanced up. "Good evening," he called, half impudent, half attracted. He had blue eyes which glanced impudently from his grimy face. "Good evening," said Ursula, delighted. "Isn't it nice now?" "Ay," said the man, "very nice." His mouth was red under his ragged, sandy moustache. His teeth were white as he laughed. "Oh, but," stammered Ursula, laughing, "it is. Why do you say it as if it weren't?" "Happen for them as is child nursing, it's none so rosy." "May I look inside your barge?" asked Ursula. "There's nobody'll stop you. You can come if you like." The barge lay at the opposite bank, at the wharf. It was the Annabel, belonging to J. Ruth, of Loughborough. The man watched Ursula closely from his keen, twinkling eyes. His fair hair was wispy on his grimed forehead. Two dirty children appeared to see who was talking. Ursula glanced at the great lock gates. They were shut, and the water was sounding, spurting and trickling down in the gloom beyond. On this side the bright water was almost to the top of the gate. She went boldly across, and round to the wharf. Stooping from the bank she peeped into the cabin, where was a red glow of fire, and the shadowy figure of a woman. She did not want to go down. "You'll mess your frock," said the man, warningly. "I'll be careful," she answered. "May I come?" "Ay, come if you like." She gathered her skirts, lowered her foot to the side of the boat, and leapt down, laughing. Coal dust flew up. The woman came to the door. She was plump and sandy-haired, young, with an odd, stubby nose. "Oh, you will make a mess of yourself!" she cried, surprised and laughing with a little wonder. "I did want to see. "Isn't it lovely living on a barge?" asked Ursula. "I don't live on one altogether," said the woman cheerfully. "She's got her parlour and her plush suite in Loughborough," said her husband with just pride. Ursula peeped into the cabin, where saucepans were boiling and some dishes were on the table. It was very hot. Then she came out again. The man was talking to the baby. It was a blue-eyed, fresh-faced thing with a floss of red gold hair. "Is it a boy or a girl?" she asked. "It's a girl. Aren't you a girl, eh?" he shouted at the infant, shaking his head. Its little face wrinkled up into the oddest, funniest smile. "Oh!" cried Ursula. "Oh, the dear! Oh, how nice when she laughs!" "She'll laugh hard enough," said the father. "What is her name?" asked Ursula. "She hasn't got a name. She's not worth one," said the man. "Are you, you fag end and nothing?" he shouted to the baby. The baby laughed. "No, we've been that busy, we've never took her to th' registry office," came the woman's voice. "She was born on th' boat here." "But you know what you're going to call her?" asked Ursula. "We did think of Gladys Em'ly," said the mother. "We thought of nowt o' th' sort," said the father. "Hark at him! What do you want?" cried the mother, in exasperation. "She'll be called Annabel after th' boat she was born on." "She's not, so there!" said the mother, viciously defiant. The father sat in humorous malice, grinning. "Well, you'll see," he said. And Ursula could tell, by the woman's vibrating exasperation, that he would never give way. "They're all nice names," she said. "Call her Gladys Annabel Emily." "Nay, that's heavy laden, if you like," he answered. "You see!" cried the woman. "He's that pig-headed." "And she's so nice, and she laughs, and she hasn't even got a name," crooned Ursula to the child. "Let me hold her," she added. He yielded her the child, that smelt of babies. But it had such blue, wide, china blue eyes, and it laughed so oddly, with such a taking grimace. Ursula loved it. She cooed and talked to it. It was such an odd, exciting child. "What's your name?" the man suddenly asked of her. "My name is Ursula. Ursula Brangwen," she replied. "Ursula!" he exclaimed, dumbfounded. "There was a Saint Ursula. It's a very old name," she added hastily, in justification. "Hey, mother!" he called. There was no answer. "Pem!" he called. "Can't you hear?" "What?" came the short answer. "What about Ursula?" he grinned. "What about what?" came the answer, and the woman appeared in the doorway, ready for combat. "Ursula! It's the lass's name there," he said gently. The woman looked the young girl up and down. Evidently she was attracted by her slim, graceful, new beauty, her effect of white elegance, and her tender way of holding the child. "Why, how do you write it?" the mother asked, awkward now she was touched. Ursula spelled out her name. The man looked at the woman. A bright, confused flush came over the mother's face, a sort of luminous shyness. "It's not a common name, is it?" she exclaimed, excited as by an adventure. "Are you going to have it then?" he asked. "I'd rather have it than Annabel," she said, decisively. "And I'd rather have it than Gladys Em'ly," he replied. There was a silence. Ursula looked up. "Will you really call her Ursula?" she asked. "Ursula Ruth," replied the man, laughing vainly, as pleased as if he had found something. It was now Ursula's turn to be confused. "It does sound awfully nice," she said. "I must give her something. And I haven't got anything at all." She stood in a white dress, wondering, down there in the barge. The lean man sitting near to her watched her as if she were a strange being, as if she lit up his face. His eyes smiled on her, boldly, and yet with exceeding admiration underneath. "Could I give her my necklace?" she said. It was the little necklace made of pieces of amethyst and topaz and pearl and crystal, strung at intervals on a little golden chain, which her Uncle Tom had given her. She was very fond of it. She looked at it lovingly, when she had taken it from her neck. "Is it valuable?" the man asked her curiously. "I think so," she replied. "The stones and pearls are real. It is worth £3 or £4, said Skrebensky, from the wharf above. Ursula could tell he disapproved of her. "I must give it to your baby. May I?" she said to the bargee. He flushed, and looked away into the evening. "Nay," he said, "it's not for me to say." "What would your father and mother say?" cried the woman curiously, from the door. "It is my own," said Ursula, and she dangled the little glittering string before the baby. The infant spread its little fingers, but it could not grasp. Ursula closed the tiny hand over the jewel. The baby waved the bright ends of the string. Ursula had given her necklace away. She felt sad, but she did not want it back. The jewel swung from the baby's hand and fell in a little heap on the cold dusty bottom of the barge. The man groped for it, with a kind of careful reverence. Ursula noticed the coarsened, blunted fingers groping at the little jewelled heap. The skin was red on the back of the hand, the fair hairs glistened stiffly. It was a thin, sinewy, capable hand nevertheless, and Ursula liked it. He took up the necklace carefully and blew the coal dust from it as it lay in the hollow of his hand. He seemed still and attentive. He held out his hand with the necklace, shining small in its hard, black hollow. "Take it back," he said. Ursula hardened with a kind of radiance. "No," she said. "It belongs to little Ursula." And she went to the infant and fastened the necklace round its warm, soft, weak little neck. There was a moment of confusion. Then the father bent over his child. "What do you say?" he said. "Do you say thank you? Do you say thank you, Ursula?" "Her name's Ursula now," said the mother, smiling a little bit ingratiatingly from the door. And she came out to examine the jewel on the child's neck. "It is Ursula, isn't it?" said Ursula Brangwen. The father looked up at her with an intimate, half gallant, half impudent, but wistful look. His captive soul loved her, but his soul was captive, he knew, always. She wanted to go. He set a little ladder for her to climb up to the wharf. She kissed the child, which was in its mother's arms, then she turned away. The mother was effusive. The man stood silent by the ladder. Ursula joined Skrebensky. The two young figures crossed the lock, above the shining yellow water. The bargeman watched them go. "I loved them," she was saying. "He was so gentle, oh, so gentle. And the baby was such a dear." "Was he gentle?" said Skrebensky. "The woman had been a servant, I'm sure of that." Ursula winced. "But I loved his impudence. It was so gentle underneath." She went hastening on, gladdened by having met the grimy, lean man with the ragged moustache. He gave her a pleasant warm feeling. He made her feel the richness of her own life. Skrebensky somehow had created a deadness round her, a sterility, as if the world were ashes. They said very little as they hastened home to the big supper. He was envying the lean father of 3 children, for his impudent directness and his worship of the woman in Ursula, a worship of body and soul together, the man's body and soul wistful and worshipping the body and spirit of the girl, with a desire that knew the inaccessibility of its object, but was only glad to know that the perfect thing existed, glad to have had a moment of communion. Why could not he himself desire a woman so? Why did he never really want a woman, not with the whole of him, never loved, never worshipped, only just physically wanted her? But he would want her with his body, let his soul do as it would. A kind of flame of physical desire was gradually beating up in the Marsh, kindled by Tom Brangwen, and by the fact of the wedding of Fred, the shy, fair, stiff-set farmer with the handsome, half-educated girl. Tom Brangwen, with all his secret power, seemed to fan the flame that was rising. The bride was strongly attracted by him, and he was exerting his influence on another beautiful, fair girl, chill and burning as the sea, who said witty things which he appreciated, making her glint with more, like phosphorescence. And her greenish eyes seemed to rock a secret, and her hands like mother of pearl seemed luminous, transparent, as if the secret were burning visible in them. At the end of supper, during dessert, the music began to play, violins and flutes. Everybody's face was lit up. A glow of excitement prevailed. When the little speeches were over, and the port remained unreached for any more, those who wished were invited out to the open for coffee. The night was warm. Bright stars were shining. The moon was not yet up. And under the stars burned 2 great, red, flameless fires. And round these lights and lanterns hung. The marquee stood open before a fire, with its lights inside. The young people flocked out into the mysterious night. There was sound of laughter and voices, and a scent of coffee. The farm buildings loomed dark in the background. Figures, pale and dark, flitted about, intermingling. The red fire glinted on a white or a silken skirt, the lanterns gleamed on the transient heads of the wedding guests. To Ursula it was wonderful. She felt she was a new being. The darkness seemed to breathe like the sides of some great beast. The haystacks loomed half revealed, a crowd of them, a dark, fecund lair just behind. Waves of delirious darkness ran through her soul. She wanted to let go. She wanted to reach and be amongst the flashing stars. She wanted to race with her feet and be beyond the confines of this earth. She was mad to be gone. It was as if a hound were straining on the leash, ready to hurl itself after a nameless quarry into the dark. And she was the quarry, and she was also the hound. The darkness was passionate, and breathing with immense, unperceived heaving. It was waiting to receive her in her flight. And how could she start? And how could she let go? She must leap from the known into the unknown. Her feet and hands beat like a madness. Her breast strained as if in bonds. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 11, Part 3, of The Rainbow, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The music began and the bonds began to slip. Tom Brangwen was dancing with the bride, quick and fluid, and as if in another element, inaccessible as the creatures that move in the water. Fred Brangwen went in with another partner. The music came in waves. One couple after another was washed and absorbed into the deep under water of the dance. "Come," said Ursula to Skrebensky, laying her hand on his arm. At the touch of her hand on his arm, his consciousness melted away from him. He took her into his arms as if into the sure, subtle power of his will, and they became one movement, one dual movement, dancing on the slippery grass. It would be endless, this movement. It would continue for ever. It was his will and her will locked in a trance of motion, two wills locked in one motion, yet never fusing, never yielding one to the other. It was a glaucous, intertwining, delicious flux and contest in flux. They were both absorbed into a profound silence, into a deep, fluid, underwater energy that gave them unlimited strength. All the dancers were waving, intertwined in the flux of music. Shadowy couples passed and repassed before the fire. The dancing feet danced silently by into the darkness. It was a vision of the depths of the underworld, under the great flood. There was a wonderful rocking of the darkness, slowly, a great, slow swinging of the whole night, with the music playing lightly on the surface, making the strange, ecstatic rippling on the surface of the dance, but underneath only one great flood, heaving slowly backwards to the verge of oblivion, slowly forward to the other verge, the heart sweeping along each time, and tightening with anguish as the limit was reached, and the movement, at crises, turned and swept back. As the dance surged heavily on, Ursula was aware of some influence looking in upon her. Something was looking at her. Some powerful, glowing sight was looking right into her, not upon her, but right at her. Out of the great distance, and yet imminent, the powerful, overwhelming watch was kept upon her. And she danced on and on with Skrebensky, while the great white watching continued, balancing all in its revelation. "The moon has risen," said Anton, as the music ceased, and they found themselves suddenly stranded, like bits of jetsam on a shore. She turned and saw a great white moon looking at her over the hill. And her breast opened to it, she was cleaved like a transparent jewel to its light. She stood, filled with the full moon, offering herself. Her two breasts opened to make way for it. Her body opened wide like a quivering anemone, a soft, dilated invitation touched by the moon. She wanted the moon to fill into her. She wanted more communion with the moon, consummation. But Skrebensky put his arm round her and led her away. He put a big dark cloak round her, and sat holding her hand, whilst the moonlight streamed above the glowing fires. She was not there. Patiently she sat under the cloak, with Skrebensky holding her hand. But her naked self was away there beating upon the moonlight, dashing the moonlight with her breasts and her knees, in meeting, in communion. She half started, to go in actuality, to fling away her clothing and flee away, away from this dark confusion and chaos of people to the hill and the moon. But the people stood round her like stones, like magnetic stones, and she could not go in actuality. Skrebensky, like a lodestone, weighed on her, the weight of his presence detained her. She felt the burden of him, the blind, persistent, inert burden. He was inert, and he weighed upon her. She sighed in pain. Oh, for the coolness and entire liberty and brightness of the moon! Oh, for the cold liberty to be herself, to do entirely as she liked. She wanted to get right away. She felt like bright metal weighted down by dark, impure magnetism. He was the dross, people were the dross. If she could but get away to the clean, free moonlight. "Don't you like me tonight?" said his low voice, the voice of the shadow over her shoulder. She clenched her hands in the dewy brilliance of the moon, as if she were mad. "Don't you like me tonight?" repeated the soft voice. And she knew that if she turned she would die. A strange rage filled her, a rage to tear things asunder. Her hands felt destructive, like metal blades of destruction. "Let me alone," she said. A darkness and obstinacy settled on him too, in a kind of inertia. He sat inert beside her. She threw off her cloak and walked towards the moon, silver white herself. He followed her closely. The music began again and the dance. He appropriated her. There was a fierce, white, cold passion in her heart. But he held her close and danced with her. Always present, like a soft weight upon her, bearing her down, was his body against her as they danced. He held her very close, so that she could feel his body, the weight of him sinking, settling upon her, overcoming her life and energy, making her inert along with him. She felt his hands pressing behind her, upon her. But still in her body was the subdued, cold, indomitable passion. She liked the dance. It eased her, put her into a sort of trance. But it was only a kind of waiting, of using up the time that intervened between her and her pure being. She left herself against him. She let him exert all his power over her, to bear her down. She received all the force of his power. She even wished he might overcome her. She was cold and unmoved as a pillar of salt. His will was set and straining with all its tension to encompass him and compel her. If he could only compel her. He seemed to be annihilated. She was cold and hard and compact of brilliance as the moon itself, and beyond him as the moonlight was beyond him, never to be grasped or known. If he could only set a bond round her and compel her! So they danced 4 or 5 dances, always together, always his will becoming more tense, his body more subtle, playing upon her. And still he had not got her. She was hard and bright as ever, intact. But he must weave himself round her, enclose her in a net of shadow, of darkness, so she would be like a bright creature gleaming in a net of shadows, caught. Then he would have her, he would enjoy her. How he would enjoy her, when she was caught. At last, when the dance was over, she would not sit down, she walked away. He came with his arm round her, keeping her upon the movement of his walking. And she seemed to agree. She was bright as a piece of moonlight, as bright as a steel blade. He seemed to be clasping a blade that hurt him. Yet he would clasp her if it killed him. They went towards the stackyard. There he saw, with something like terror, the great new stacks of corn glistening and gleaming, transfigured, silvery and present under the night blue sky, throwing dark, substantial shadows, but themselves majestic and dimly present. She, like glimmering gossamer, seemed to burn among them, as they rose like cold fires to the silvery bluish air. All was intangible, a burning of cold, glimmering, whitish, steely fires. He was afraid of the great moon conflagration of the cornstacks rising above him. His heart grew smaller, it began to fuse like a bead. He knew he would die. She stood for some moments out in the overwhelming luminosity of the moon. She seemed a beam of gleaming power. She was afraid of what she was. Looking at him, at his shadowy, unreal, wavering presence, a sudden lust seized her, to lay hold of him and tear him and make him into nothing. Her hands and wrists felt immeasurably hard and strong, like blades. He waited there beside her like a shadow which she wanted to dissipate, destroy as the moonlight destroys a darkness, annihilate, have done with. She looked at him and her face gleamed bright and inspired. She tempted him. And an obstinacy in him made him put his arm round her and draw her to the shadow. She submitted, let him try what he could do. Let him try what he could do. He leaned against the side of the stack, holding her. The stack stung him keenly with 1,000 cold, sharp flames. Still obstinately he held her. And timorously his hands went over her, over the salt, compact brilliance of her body. If he could but have her, how he would enjoy her! If he could but net her brilliant, cold, salt-burning body in the soft iron of his own hands, net her, capture her, hold her down, how madly he would enjoy her! He strove subtly, but with all his energy, to enclose her, to have her. And always she was burning and brilliant and hard as salt, and deadly. Yet obstinately, all his flesh burning and corroding, as if he were invaded by some consuming, scathing poison, still he persisted, thinking at last he might overcome her. Even in his frenzy he sought for her mouth with his mouth, though it was like putting his face into some awful death. She yielded to him, and he pressed himself upon her in extremity, his soul groaning over and over, "Let me come, let me come." She took him in the kiss. Hard her kiss seized upon him, hard and fierce and burning, corrosive as the moonlight. She seemed to be destroying him. He was reeling, summoning all his strength to keep his kiss upon her, to keep himself in the kiss. But hard and fierce she had fastened upon him, cold as the moon and burning as a fierce salt, till gradually his warm, soft iron yielded, and she was there, fierce, corrosive, seething with his destruction, seething like some cruel, corrosive salt around the last substance of his being, destroying him in the kiss. And her soul crystallized with triumph, and his soul was dissolved with agony and annihilation. So she held him there, the victim, consumed, annihilated. She had triumphed. He was not any more. Gradually she began to come to herself. Gradually a sort of daytime consciousness came back to her. Suddenly the night was struck back into its old, accustomed, mild reality. Gradually she realized that the night was common and ordinary, that the great, blistering, transcendent night did not really exist. She was overcome with slow horror. Where was she? What was this nothingness she felt? The nothingness was Skrebensky. Was he really there? Who was he? He was silent. He was not there. What had happened? Had she been mad? What horrible thing had possessed her? She was filled with overpowering fear of herself, overpowering desire that it should not be, that other burning, corrosive self. She was seized with a frenzied desire that what had been should never be remembered, never be thought of, never be for one moment allowed possible. She denied it with all her might. With all her might she turned away from it. She was good. She was loving. Her heart was warm. Her blood was dark and warm and soft. She laid her hand caressively on Anton's shoulder. "Isn't it lovely?" she said, softly, coaxingly, caressingly. And she began to caress him to life again, for he was dead, and she intended that he should never know, never become aware of what had been. She would bring him back from the dead, without leaving him one trace of fact to remember his annihilation by. She exerted all her ordinary warm self, she touched him, she did him homage of loving awareness. And gradually he came back to her, another man. She was soft and winning and caressing. She was his servant, his adoring slave. And she restored the whole shell of him. She restored the whole form and figure of him. But the core was gone. His pride was bolstered up, his blood ran once more in pride. but there was no core to him. As a distinct male he had no core. His triumphant, flaming, overweening heart of the intrinsic male would never beat again. He would be subject now, reciprocal, never the indomitable thing with a core of overweening, unabateable fire. She had abated that fire, she had broken him. But she caressed him. She would not have him remember what had been. She would not remember herself. "Kiss me, Anton, kiss me," she pleaded. He kissed her, but she knew he could not touch her. His arms were round her, but they had not got her. She could feel his mouth upon her, but she was not at all compelled by it. "Kiss me," she whispered, in acute distress. "Kiss me." And he kissed her as she bade him, but his heart was hollow. She took his kisses outwardly, but her soul was empty and finished. Looking away, she saw the delicate glint of oats dangling from the side of the stack, in the moonlight, something proud and royal, and quite impersonal. She had been proud with them, where they were, she had been also. But in this temporary warm world of the commonplace, she was a kind, good girl. She reached out yearningly for goodness and affection. She wanted to be kind and good. They went home through the night that was all pale and glowing around, with shadows and glimmerings and presences. Distinctly she saw the flowers in the hedge bottoms. She saw the thin, raked sheaves flung white upon the thorny hedge. How beautiful it was. She thought with anguish how wildly happy she was tonight, since he had kissed her. But as he walked with his arm round her waist, she turned with a great offering of herself to the night, that glistened tremendous, a magnificent godly moon white and candid as a bridegroom, flowers silvery and transformed, filling up the shadows. He kissed her again under the yew trees at home, and she left him. She ran from the intrusion of her parents at home, to her bedroom, where, looking out on the moonlit country, she stretched up her arms, hard, in bliss, agony offering herself to the blonde, debonair presence of the night. But there was a wound of sorrow. She had hurt herself, as if she had bruised herself, in annihilating him. She covered up her two young breasts with her hands, covering them to herself, and covering herself with herself, she crouched in bed, to sleep. In the morning the sun shone, she got up strong and dancing. Skrebensky was still at the Marsh. He was coming to church. How lovely, how amazing life was! On the fresh Sunday morning she went out to the garden, among the yellows and the deep vibrating reds of autumn. She smelled the earth and felt the gossamer. The cornfields across the country were pale and unreal. Everywhere was the intense silence of the Sunday morning, filled with unacquainted noises. She smelled the body of the earth. It seemed to stir its powerful flank beneath her as she stood. In the bluish air came the powerful exudation. The peace was the peace of strong, exhausted breathing. The reds and yellows and the white gleam of stubble were the quivers and motion of the last subsiding transports and clear bliss of fulfilment. The church bells were ringing when he came. She looked up in keen anticipation at his entry. But he was troubled, and his pride was hurt. He seemed very much clothed. She was conscious of his tailored suit. "Wasn't it lovely last night?" she whispered to him. "Yes," he said, but his face did not open nor become free. The service and the singing in church that morning passed unnoticed by her. She saw the coloured glow of the windows, the forms of the worshippers. Only she glanced at the book of Genesis, which was her favourite book in the Bible. "And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes in the sea, into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things." But Ursula was not moved by the history this morning. Multiplying and replenishing the earth bored her. Altogether it seemed merely a vulgar and stock-raising sort of business. She was left quite cold by man's stock-breeding lordship over beasts and fishes. "And you, be ye fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein." In her soul she mocked at this multiplication. every cow becoming 2 cows, every turnip 10 turnips. And God said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that a bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. Destroy all flesh. Why flesh in particular? Who was this lord of flesh? After all, how big was the flood? Perhaps a few dryads and fauns had just run into the hills, and the farther valleys and woods, frightened. But most had gone on blithely unaware of any flood at all, unless the nymphs should tell them. It pleased Ursula to think of the naiads in Asia Minor meeting the nereids at the mouth of the streams, where the sea washed against the fresh, sweet tide, and calling to their sisters the news of Noah's flood. They would tell amusing accounts of Noah in his ark. Some nymphs would relate how they had hung on the side of the ark, peeped in, and heard Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, sitting in their place under the rain, saying how they 4 were the only men on earth now, because the Lord had drowned all the rest, so that they 4 would have everything to themselves, and be masters of everything, subtenants under the great proprietor. Ursula wished she had been a nymph. She would have laughed through the window of the ark, and flicked drops of flood at Noah, before she drifted away to people who were less important in their proprietor and their flood. What was God, after all? If maggots in a dead dog be but God kissing carrion, what then is not God? She was surfeited of this God. She was weary of the Ursula Brangwen who felt troubled about God. Whatever God was, he was, and there was no need for her to trouble about him. She felt she had now all licence. Skrebensky sat beside her, listening to the sermon, to the voice of law and order. The very hairs of your head are all numbered. He did not believe it. He believed his own things were quite at his own disposal. You could do as you liked with your own things, so long as you left other people's alone. Ursula caressed him and made love to him. Nevertheless, he knew she wanted to react upon him and to destroy his being. She was not with him, she was against him. But her making love to him, her complete admiration of him, in open life, gratified him. She caught him out of himself, and they were lovers, in a young, romantic, almost fantastic way. He gave her a little ring. They put it in Rhine wine, in their glass, and she drank, then he drank. They drank till the ring lay exposed at the bottom of the glass. Then she took the simple jewel, and tied it on a thread round her neck, where she wore it. He asked her for a photograph when he was going away. She went in great excitement to the photographer, with 5 shillings. The result was an ugly little picture of herself with her mouth on one side. She wondered over it, and admired it. He saw only the live face of the girl. The picture hurt him. He kept it, he always remembered it, but he could scarcely bear to see it. There was a hurt to his soul, in the clear, fearless face that was touched with abstraction. Its abstraction was certainly away from him. Then war was declared with the Boers in South Africa, and everywhere was a fizz of excitement. He wrote that he might have to go, and he sent her a box of sweets. She was slightly dazed at the thought of his going to war, not knowing how to feel. It was a sort of romantic situation that she knew so well in fiction, she hardly understood it in fact. Underneath a top elation was a sort of dreariness, deep, ashy disappointment. However, she secreted the sweets under her bed, and ate them all herself, when she went to bed and when she woke in the morning. All the time she felt very guilty and ashamed, but she simply did not want to share them. That box of sweets remained stuck in her mind afterwards. Why had she secreted them and eaten every one? Why? She did not feel guilty. She only knew she ought to feel guilty. And she could not make up her mind. Curiously monumental that box of sweets stood up, now it was empty. It was a crux for her. What was she to think of it? The idea of war altogether made her feel uneasy, uneasy. When men began organised fighting with each other, it seemed to her as if the poles of the universe were cracking, and the whole might go tumbling into the bottomless pit. A horrible bottomless feeling she had. Yet of course there was the minted superscription of romance and honour and even religion about war. She was very confused. Skrebensky was busy, he could not come to see her. She asked for no assurance, no security. What was between them was, and could not be altered by avowals. She knew that by instinct. She trusted to the intrinsic reality. But she felt an agony of helplessness. She could do nothing. Vaguely she knew the huge powers of the world rolling and crashing together, darkly, clumsily, stupidly, yet colossal, so that one was brushed along almost as dust. Helpless, helpless, swirling like dust. Yet she wanted so hard to rebel, to rage, to fight. But with what? Could she with her hands fight the face of the earth, beat the hills in their places? Yet her breast wanted to fight the whole world. And these two small hands were all she had to do it with. The months went by, and it was Christmas. The snowdrops came. There was a little hollow in the wood near Cossethay, where snowdrops grew wild. She sent him some in a box, and he wrote her a quick little note of thanks, very grateful and wistful he seemed. Her eyes grew childlike and puzzled. Puzzled from day to day she went on, helpless, carried along by all that must happen. He went about at his duties, giving himself up to them. At the bottom of his heart his self, the soul that aspired and had true hope of self-effectuation, lay as dead, still-born, a dead weight in his womb. Who was he, to hold important his personal connection? What did a man matter personally? He was just a brick in the whole great social fabric, the nation, the modern humanity. His personal movements were small and entirely subsidiary. The whole form must be ensured, not ruptured, for any personal reason whatsoever, since no personal reason could justify such a breaking. What did personal intimacy matter? One had to fill one's place in the whole, the great scheme of man's elaborate civilization, that was all. The whole mattered. But the unit, the person, had no importance, except as he represented the whole. So Skrebensky left the girl out and went his way, serving what he had to serve, and enduring what he had to endure, without remark. To his own intrinsic life he was dead. And he could not rise again from the dead. His soul lay in the tomb. His life lay in the established order of things. He had his five senses too. They were to be gratified. Apart from this, he represented the great, established, extant idea of life, and as this he was important and beyond question. The good of the greatest number was all that mattered. That which was the greatest good for them all, collectively, was the greatest good for the individual. And so, every man must give himself to support the state, and so labour for the greatest good of all. One might make improvements in the state, perhaps, but always with a view to preserving it intact. No highest good of the community, however, would give him the vital fulfilment of his soul. He knew this, but he did not consider the soul of the individual sufficiently important. He believed a man was important in so far as he represented all humanity. He could not see it, it was not born in him to see, that the highest good of the community as it stands is no longer the highest good of even the average individual. He thought that because the community represents millions of people, therefore it must be millions of times more important than any individual, forgetting that the community is an abstraction from the many, and is not the many themselves. Now when the statement of the abstract good for the community has become a formula, lacking in all inspiration or value to the average intelligence, then the common good becomes a general nuisance, representing the vulgar, conservative materialism at a low level. And by the highest good of the greatest number is chiefly meant the material prosperity of all classes. Skrebensky did not really care about his own material prosperity. If he had been penniless, well, he would have taken his chances. Therefore how could he find his highest good in giving up his life for the material prosperity of everybody else? What he considered an unimportant thing for himself, he could not think worthy of every sacrifice on behalf of other people. And that which he would consider of the deepest importance to himself as an individual, oh, he said, you mustn't consider the community from that standpoint. No, no, We know what the community wants. It wants something solid. It wants good wages, equal opportunities, good conditions of living. That's what the community wants. It doesn't want anything subtle or difficult. Duty is very plain. Keep in mind the material, the immediate welfare of every man. That's all. So there came over Skrebensky a sort of nullity, which more and more terrified Ursula. She felt there was something hopeless which she had to submit to. She felt a great sense of disaster impending. Day after day was made inert with the sense of disaster. She became morbidly sensitive, depressed, apprehensive. It was anguish to her when she saw one rook slowly flapping in the sky. That was a sign of ill omen. And the foreboding became so black and so powerful in her that she was almost extinguished. Yet what was the matter? At worst he was only going away. Why did she mind? What was it she feared? She did not know. Only she had a black dread possessing her. When she went at night and saw the big flashing stars they seemed terrible. By day she was always expecting some charge to be made against her. He wrote in March to say that he was going to South Africa in a short time. But before he went he would snatch a day at the Marsh. As if in a painful dream she waited, suspended, unresolved. She did not know, she could not understand. Only she felt that all the threads of her fate were being held taut, in suspense. She only wept sometimes as she went about, saying blindly, "I am so fond of him, I am so fond of him." He came, but why did he come? She looked at him for a sign. He gave no sign. He did not even kiss her. He behaved as if he were an affable, usual acquaintance. This was superficial, but what did it hide? She waited for him. She wanted him to make some sign. So the whole of the day they wavered and avoided contact until evening. Then laughing, saying he would be back in 6 months' time and would tell them all about it, he shook hands with her mother and took his leave. Ursula accompanied him into the lane. The night was windy, the yew trees seethed and hissed and vibrated. The wind seemed to rush about the chimneys and the church tower. It was dark. The wind blew Ursula's face and her clothes cleaved to her limbs. But it was a surging, turgid wind, instinct with compressed vigour of life, and she seemed to have lost Skrebensky. Out there in the strong, urgent night she could not find him. "Where are you?" she asked. "Here," came his bodiless voice. And groping, she touched him. A fire like lightning drenched them. "Anton," she said. "What?" he answered. She held him with her hands in the darkness. She felt his body again with hers. "Don't leave me. Come back to me," she said. "Yes," he said, holding her in his arms. But the male in him was scotched by the knowledge that she was not under his spell nor his influence. He wanted to go away from her. He rested in the knowledge that tomorrow he was going away, his life was really elsewhere. His life was elsewhere, his life was elsewhere, the centre of his life was not what she would have. She was different, there was a breach between them. They were hostile worlds. "You will come back to me," she reiterated. "Yes," he said, and he meant it. But as one keeps an appointment, not as a man returning to his fulfilment. So she kissed him and went indoors lost. He walked down to the Marsh abstracted. The contact with her hurt him and threatened him. He shrank. He had to be free of her spirit. For she would stand before him, like the angel before Balaam, and drive him back with a sword from the way he was going, into a wilderness. The next day she went to the station to see him go. She looked at him, she turned to him. But he was always so strange and null, so null. He was so collected. She thought it was that which made him null. Strangely nothing he was. Ursula stood near him with a mute, pale face which he would rather not see. There seemed some shame at the very root of life. Cold, dead shame for her. The three made a noticeable group on the station. The girl in her fur cap and tippet and her olive green costume, pale, tense with youth, isolated, unyielding. The soldierly young man in a crush hat and a heavy overcoat, his face rather pale and reserved above his purple scarf, his whole figure neutral. Then the elder man, a fashionable bowler hat pressed low over his dark brows, his face warm-coloured and calm, his whole figure curiously suggestive of full-blooded indifference. He was the eternal audience, the chorus, the spectator at the drama. In his own life he would have no drama. The train was rushing up. Ursula's heart heaved, but the ice was frozen too strong upon it. "Good-bye," she said, lifting her hand, her face laughing with her peculiar, blind, almost dazzling laugh. She wondered what he was doing when he stooped and kissed her. He should be shaking hands and going. "Good-bye," she said, again. He picked up his little bag and turned his back on her. There was a hurry along the train. Ah, here was his carriage. He took his seat. Tom Brangwen shut the door, and the two men shook hands as the whistle went. "Good-bye, and good luck," said Brangwen. "Thank you. Good-bye." The train moved off. Skrebensky stood at the carriage window, waving, but not really looking at the two figures, the girl and the warm-coloured, almost effeminately dressed man. Ursula waved her handkerchief. The train gathered speed. It grew smaller and smaller. Still it ran in a straight line. The speck of white vanished. The rear of the train was small in the distance. Still she stood on the platform, feeling a great emptiness about her. In spite of herself, her mouth was quivering. She did not want to cry. Her heart was dead cold. Her Uncle Tom had gone to an automatic machine, and was getting matches. "Would you like some sweets?" he said, turning round. Her face was covered with tears. She made curious, downward grimaces with her mouth, to get control. Yet her heart was not crying. It was cold and earthy. "What kind would you like? Any?" persisted her uncle. "I should love some peppermint drops," she said, in a strange, normal voice from her distorted face. But in a few moments she had gained control of herself, and was still, detached. "Let us go into the town," he said, and he rushed her into a train, moving to the town station. They went to a café to drink coffee. She sat looking at people in the street, and a great wound was in her breast, a cold imperturbability in her soul. This cold imperturbability of spirit continued in her now. It was as if some disillusion had frozen upon her, a hard disbelief. Part of her had gone cold, apathetic. She was too young, too baffled to understand, or even to know that she suffered much. And she was too deeply hurt to submit. She had her blind agonies. When she wanted him, she wanted him. But from the moment of his departure, he had become a visionary thing of her own. All her roused torment and passion and yearning she turned to him. She kept a diary in which she wrote impulsive thoughts. Seeing the moon in the sky, her own heart surcharged, she went and wrote, "If I were the moon, I know where I would fall down." It meant so much to her, that sentence. She put into it all the anguish of her youth, and her young passion and yearning. She called to him from her heart wherever she went. Her limbs vibrated with anguish towards him wherever she was. The radiating force of her soul seemed to travel to him, endlessly, endlessly, and in her soul's own creation find him. But who was he, and where did he exist? In her own desire only. She received a postcard from him, and she put it in her bosom. It did not mean much to her really. The second day she lost it, and never even remembered she had had it till some days afterwards. The long weeks went by. There came the constant bad news of the war. And she felt as if all, outside there in the world, were a hurt against her. And something in her soul remained cold, apathetic, unchanging. Her life was always only partial at this time. Never did she live completely. There was the cold, unliving part of her. Yet she was madly sensitive. She could not bear herself. When a dirty, red-eyed old woman came begging of her in the street, she started away as from an unclean thing. And then, when the old woman shouted acrid insults after her, she winced, her limbs palpitated with insane torment. She could not bear herself. Whenever she thought of the red-eyed old woman, a sort of madness ran, in inflammation over her flesh and her brain. She almost wanted to kill herself. And in this state, her sexual life flamed into a kind of disease within her. She was so overwrought and sensitive, that the mere touch of coarse wool seemed to tear her nerves. End of Chapter 11, Part 3. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 12 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Shame. Ursula had only 2 more terms at school. She was studying for her matriculation examination. It was dreary work, for she had very little intelligence when she was disjointed from happiness. Stubbornness and a consciousness of impending fate kept her half-heartedly pinned to it. She knew that soon she would want to become a self-responsible person, and her dread was that she would be prevented. An all-containing will in her for complete independence, complete social independence, complete independence from any personal authority, kept her dullishly at her studies. For she knew that she had always her price of ransom, her femaleness. She was always a woman, and what she could not get because she was a human being, fellow to the rest of mankind, she would get because she was a female, other than the man. In her femaleness she felt a secret riches, a reserve. She had always the price of freedom. However, she was sufficiently reserved about this last resource. The other things should be tried first. There was the mysterious man's world to be adventured upon, the world of daily work and duty, and existence as a working member of the community. Against this she had a subtle grudge. She wanted to make her conquest also of this man's world. So she ground away at her work, never giving it up. Some things she liked. Her subjects were English, Latin, French, mathematics, and history. Once she knew how to read French and Latin, the syntax bored her. Most tedious was the close study of English literature. Why should one remember the things one read? Something in mathematics, their cold absoluteness, fascinated her, but the actual practice was tedious. Some people in history puzzled her and made her ponder, but the political parts angered her, and she hated ministers. Only in odd streaks did she get a poignant sense of acquisition and enrichment and enlarging from her studies. One afternoon, reading As You Like It, once when with her blood she heard a passage of Latin, and she knew how the blood beat in a Roman's body, so that ever after she felt she knew the Romans by contact. She enjoyed the vagaries of English grammar, because it gave her pleasure to detect the live movements of words and sentences. And mathematics, the very sight of the letters in algebra, had a real lure for her. She felt so much and so confusedly at this time, that her face got a queer, wondering, half-scared look, as if she were not sure what might seize upon her at any moment out of the unknown. Odd little bits of information stirred unfathomable passion in her. When she knew that in the tiny brown buds of autumn were folded, minute and complete, the finished flowers of the summer 9 months hence, tiny, folded up, and left there waiting, a flash of triumph and love went over her. "I could never die while there was a tree," she said passionately, sententiously, standing before a great ash in worship. It was the people who, somehow, walked as an upright menace to her. Her life at this time was unformed, palpitating, essentially shrinking from all touch. She gave something to other people, but she was never herself, since she had no self. She was not afraid nor ashamed before trees, and birds, and the sky. But she shrank violently from people, ashamed she was not as they were, fixed, emphatic, but a wavering, undefined sensibility only, without form or being. Gudrun was at this time a great comfort and shield to her. The younger girl was a lithe, farouche animal, who mistrusted all approach, and would have none of the petty secrecies and jealousies of schoolgirl intimacy. She would have no truck with the tame cats, nice or not, because she believed that they were all only untamed cats, with a nasty, untrustworthy habit of tameness. This was a great stand-back for Ursula, who suffered agonies when she thought a person disliked her, no matter how much she despised that other person. How could anyone dislike her, Ursula Brangwen? The question terrified her and was unanswerable. She sought refuge in Gudrun's natural, proud indifference. It had been discovered that Gudrun had a talent for drawing. This solved the problem of the girl's indifference to all study. It was said of her, "She can draw marvellously." Suddenly Ursula found a queer awareness existed between herself and her class mistress, Miss Inger. The latter was a rather beautiful woman of 28, a fearless seeming, clean type of modern girl whose very independence betrays her sorrow. She was clever and expert in what she did, accurate, quick, commanding. To Ursula she had always given pleasure, because of her clear, decided, yet graceful appearance. She carried her head high, a little thrown back, and Ursula thought there was a look of nobility in the way she twisted her smooth brown hair upon her head. She always wore clean, attractive, well-fitting blouses and a well-made skirt. Everything about her was so well ordered, betraying a fine, clear spirit, that it was a pleasure to sit in her class. Her voice was just as ringing and clear, and with unwavering, finely touched modulation. Her eyes were blue, clear, proud. She gave one altogether the sense of a fine-mettled, scrupulously groomed person, and of an unyielding mind. Yet there was an infinite poignancy about her, a great pathos in her lonely, proudly closed mouth. It was after Skrebensky had gone that there sprang up between the mistress and the girl that strange awareness. Then the unspoken intimacy that sometimes connects two people who may never even make each other's acquaintance. Before, they had always been good friends, in the undistinguished way of the classroom, with the professional relationship of mistress and scholar always present. Now, however, another thing came to pass. When they were in the room together, they were aware of each other, almost to the exclusion of everything else. Winifred Inger felt a hot delight in the lessons when Ursula was present. Ursula felt her whole life begin when Miss Inger came into the room. Then, with the beloved, subtly intimate teacher present, the girl sat as within the rays of some enrichening sun, whose intoxicating heat poured straight into her veins. The state of bliss, when Miss Inger was present, was supreme in the girl, but always eager, eager. As she went home, Ursula dreamed of the schoolmistress, made infinite dreams of things she could give her, of how she might make the elder woman adore her. Miss Inger was a Bachelor of Arts, who had studied at Nottingham. She was a clergyman's daughter, of good family. But what Ursula adored so much was her fine, upright, athletic bearing, and her indomitably proud nature. She was proud and free as a man, yet exquisite as a woman. The girl's heart burned in her breast as she set off for school in the morning. So eager was her breast, so glad her feet, to travel towards the beloved. Ah, Miss Inger, how straight and fine was her back, how strong her loins, how calm and free her limbs. Ursula craved ceaselessly to know if Miss Inger cared for her. As yet no definite sign had been passed between the two. Yet surely, surely Miss Inger loved her too, was fond of her, liked her at least more than the rest of the scholars in the class. Yet she was never certain. It might be that Miss Inger cared nothing for her. And yet, with blazing heart, Ursula felt that if only she could speak to her, touch her, she would know. The summer term came, and with it the swimming class. Miss Inger was to take the swimming class. Then Ursula trembled and was dazed with passion. Her hopes were soon to be realised. She would see Miss Inger in her bathing dress. The day came. In the great bath the water was glimmering pale emerald green, a lovely, glimmering mass of colour within the whitish marble-like confines. Overhead the light fell softly, and the great green body of pure water moved under it as some one dived from the side. Ursula, trembling, hardly able to contain herself, pulled off her clothes, put on her tight bathing suit, and opened the door of her cabin. 2 girls were in the water. The mistress had not appeared. She waited. A door opened. Miss Inger came out, dressed in a rust-red tunic like a Greek girl's, tied round the waist, and a red silk handkerchief round her head. How lovely she looked! Her knees were so white and strong and proud, and she was firm-bodied as Diana. She walked simply to the side of the bath, and with a negligent movement flung herself in. For a moment Ursula watched the white, smooth, strong shoulders and the easy arms swimming. Then she too dived into the water. Now, now, she was swimming in the same water with her dear mistress. The girl moved her limbs voluptuously, and swam by herself, deliciously, yet with a craving of unsatisfaction. She wanted to touch the other, to touch her, to feel her. "I will race you, Ursula," came the well-modulated voice. Ursula started violently. She turned to see the warm, unfolded face of her mistress looking at her, to her. She was acknowledged. Laughing her own beautiful, startled laugh, she began to swim. The mistress was just ahead, swimming with easy strokes. Ursula could see the head put back, the water flickering upon the white shoulders, the strong legs kicking shadowily. And she swam blinded with passion. Ah, the beauty of the firm, white, cool flesh! Ah, the wonderful firm limbs! Ah, if she did not so despise her own thin, dusky fragment of a body, if only she too were fearless and capable! She swam on eagerly, not wanting to win, only wanting to be near her mistress, to swim in a race with her. They neared the end of the bath, the deep end. Miss Inger touched the pipe, swung herself round, and caught Ursula round the waist in the water, and held her for a moment. "I won," said Miss Inger, laughing. There was a moment of suspense. Ursula's heart was beating so fast, she clung to the rail, and could not move. Her dilated, warm, unfolded, glowing face turned to the mistress, as if to her very son. "Good-bye," said Miss Inger, and she swam away to the other pupils, taking professional interest in them. Ursula was dazed. She could still feel the touch of the mistress's body against her own. Only this, only this. The rest of the swimming time passed like a trance. When the call was given to leave the water, Miss Inger walked down the bath towards Ursula. Her rust-red, thin tunic was clinging to her. The whole body was defined, firm and magnificent, as it seemed to the girl. "I enjoyed our race, Ursula. Did you?" said Miss Inger. The girl could only laugh with revealed, open, glowing face. The love was now tacitly confessed. But it was some time before any further progress was made. Ursula continued in suspense, in inflamed bliss. Then one day, when she was alone, the mistress came near to her, and touching her cheek with her fingers, said with some difficulty, "Would you like to come to tea with me on Saturday, Ursula?" The girl flushed all gratitude. "We'll go to a lovely little bungalow on the Soar, shall we? I stay the weekends there sometimes." Ursula was beside herself. She could not endure till the Saturday came. Her thoughts burned up like a fire. If only it were Saturday! If only it were Saturday! Then Saturday came, and she set out. Miss Inger met her in Sawley, and they walked about 3 miles to the bungalow. It was a moist, warm, cloudy day. The bungalow was a tiny, 2-roomed shanty set on a steep bank. Everything in it was exquisite. In delicious privacy the two girls made tea, and then they talked. Ursula need not be home till about 10 o'clock. The talk was led, by a kind of spell, to love. Miss Inger was telling Ursula of a friend, how she had died in childbirth, and what she had suffered. Then she told of a prostitute, and some of her experiences with men. As they talked thus, on the little veranda of the bungalow, the night fell, there was a little warm rain. "It is really stifling," said Miss Inger. They watched a train, whose lights were pale in the lingering twilight, rushing across the distance. "It will thunder," said Ursula. The electric suspense continued. The darkness sank. They were eclipsed. "I think I shall go and bathe," said Miss Inger, out of the cloud-black darkness. "At night?" said Ursula. "It is best at night. Will you come?" "I should like to." "It is quite safe. The grounds are private. We had better undress in the bungalow, for fear of the rain, then run down." Shyly, stiffly, Ursula went into the bungalow, and began to remove her clothes. The lamp was turned low. She stood in the shadow. By another chair Winifred Inger was undressing. Soon the naked, shadowy figure of the elder girl came to the younger. "Are you ready?" she said. "One moment." Ursula could hardly speak. The other naked woman stood by, stood near, silent. Ursula was ready. They ventured out into the darkness, feeling the soft air of night upon their skins. "I can't see the path," said Ursula. "It is here," said the voice, and the wavering, pallid figure was beside her, a hand grasping her arm. And the elder held the younger close against her, close as they went down, and by the side of the water she put her arms round her and kissed her. And she lifted her in her arms, close, saying softly, "I shall carry you into the water." Ursula lay still in her mistress's arms, her forehead against the beloved, maddening breast. "I shall put you in," said Winifred. But Ursula twined her body about her mistress. After a while the rain came down on their flushed, hot limbs, startling, delicious. A sudden, ice-cold shower burst in a great weight upon them. They stood up to it with pleasure. Ursula received the stream of it upon her breasts and her limbs. It made her cold, and a deep, bottomless silence welled up in her, as if bottomless darkness were returning upon her. So the heat vanished away, she was chilled as if from a waking up. She ran indoors, a chill, non-existent thing, wanting to get away. She wanted the light, the presence of other people, the external connection with the many. Above all, she wanted to lose herself among natural surroundings. She took her leave of her mistress and returned home. She was glad to be on the station with a crowd of Saturday night people, glad to sit in the lighted, crowded railway carriage. Only she did not want to meet anybody she knew. She did not want to talk. She was alone, immune. All this stir and seethe of lights and people was but the rim, the shores of a great inner darkness and void. She wanted very much to be on the seething, partially illuminated shore, for within her was the void reality of dark space. For a time, Miss Inger, her mistress, was gone. She was only a dark void, and Ursula was free as a shade walking in an underworld of extinction, of oblivion. Ursula was glad, with a kind of motionless, lifeless gladness, that her mistress was extinct, gone out of her. In the morning, however, the love was there again, burning, burning. She remembered yesterday, and she wanted more, always more. She wanted to be with her mistress. All separation from her mistress was a restriction from living. Why could she not go to her today? Today? Why must she pace about, revoked at CATHEDRAL, whilst her mistress was elsewhere? She sat down and wrote a burning, passionate love letter. She could not help it. The two women became intimate. Their lives seemed suddenly to fuse into one, inseparable. Ursula went to Winifred's lodging. She spent there her only living hours. Winifred was very fond of water, of swimming, of rowing. She belonged to various athletic clubs. Many delicious afternoons the two girls spent in a light boat on the river. Winifred always rowing. Indeed, Winifred seemed to delight in having Ursula in her charge, in giving things to the girl, in filling and enriching her life. So that Ursula developed rapidly during the few months of her intimacy with her mistress. Winifred had had a scientific education. She had known many clever people. She wanted to bring Ursula to her own position of thought. They took religion and rid it of its dogmas, its falsehoods. Winifred humanised it all. Gradually it dawned upon Ursula that all the religion she knew was but a particular clothing to a human aspiration. The aspiration was the real thing. The clothing was a matter almost of national taste or need. The Greeks had a naked Apollo, the Christians a white-robed Christ, the Buddhists a royal prince, the Egyptians their Osiris. Religions were local, and religion was universal. Christianity was a local branch. There was as yet no assimilation of local religions into universal religion. In religion there were the two great motives of fear and love. The motive of fear was as great as the motive of love. Christianity accepted crucifixion to escape from fear. Do your worst to me, that I have no more fear of the worst. But that which was feared was not necessarily all evil. and that which was loved not necessarily all good. Fear shall become reverence, and reverence is submission in identification. Love shall become triumph, and triumph is delight in identification. So much she talked of religion, getting the gists of many writings. In philosophy she was brought to the conclusion that the human desire is the criterion of all truth and all good. Truth does not lie beyond humanity, but is one of the products of the human mind and feeling. There is really nothing to fear. The motive of fear in religion is base, and must be left to the ancient worshippers of power, worship of Moloch. We do not worship power in our enlightened souls. Power is degenerated to money and Napoleonic stupidity. Ursula could not help dreaming of Moloch. Her god was not mild and gentle, neither lamb nor dove. He was the lion and the eagle. Not because the lion and the eagle had power, but because they were proud and strong. They were themselves. They were not passive subjects of some shepherd, or pets of some loving woman, or sacrifices of some priest. She was weary to death of mild, passive lambs and monotonous doves. If the lamb might lie down with the lion, it would be a great honour to the lamb. But the lion's powerful heart would suffer no diminishing. She loved the dignity and self-possession of lions. She did not see how lambs could love. Lambs could only be loved. They could only be afraid, and tremblingly submit to fear, and become sacrificial. Or they could submit to love, and become beloveds. In both they were passive. Raging, destructive lovers, seeking the moment when fear is greatest, and triumph is greatest, the fear not greater than the triumph not greater than the fear. These were no lambs nor doves. She stretched her own limbs like a lion or a wild horse. Her heart was relentless in its desires. It would suffer 1,000 deaths. But it would still be a lion's heart when it rose from death. A fiercer lion she would be, a surer, knowing herself different from and separate from the great, conflicting universe that was not herself. Winifred Inger was also interested in the women's movement. "The men will do no more. They have lost the capacity for doing," said the elder girl. "They fuss and talk, but they are really inane. They make everything fit into an old, inert idea. Love is a dead idea to them. They don't come to one and love one. They come to an idea and they say, 'You are my idea.' So they embrace themselves. As if I were any man's idea. As if I exist because a man has an idea of me. As if I will be betrayed by him, lend him my body as an instrument for his idea, to be a mere apparatus of his dead theory. But they are too fussy to be able to act. They are all impotent. They can't take a woman. They come to their own idea every time and take that. They are like serpents trying to swallow themselves because they are hungry." Ursula was introduced by her friend to various women and men, educated, unsatisfied people, who still moved within the smug provincial society as if they were nearly as tame as their outward behaviour showed, but who were inwardly raging and mad. It was a strange world the girl was swept into, like a chaos, like the end of the world. She was too young to understand it all. Yet the inoculation passed into her through her love for her mistress. The examination came, and then school was over. It was the long vacation. Winifred Inger went away to London. Ursula was left alone in Cossethay. A terrible, outcast, almost poisonous despair possessed her. It was no use doing anything, or being anything. She had no connection with other people. Her lot was isolated and deadly. There was nothing for her anywhere but this black disintegration. Yet, within all the great attack of disintegration upon her, she remained herself. It was the terrible core of all her suffering that she was always herself. Never could she escape that. She could not put off being herself. She still adhered to Winifred Inger, but a sort of nausea was coming over her. She loved her mistress, but a heavy, clogged sense of deadness began to gather upon her, from the other woman's contact. And sometimes she thought Winifred was ugly, clayey. Her female hips seemed big and earthy. Her ankles and her arms were too thick. She wanted some fine intensity instead of this heavy cleaving of moist clay, that cleaves because it has no life of its own. Winifred still loved Ursula. She had a passion for the fine flame of the girl. She served her endlessly, would have done anything for her. "Come with me to London," she pleaded to the girl. "I will make it nice for you. You shall do lots of things you will enjoy." "No," said Ursula, stubborn and dully. "No, I don't want to go to London. I want to be by myself." Winifred knew what this meant. She knew that Ursula was beginning to reject her. The fine, unquenchable flame of the younger girl would consent no more to mingle with the perverted life of the elder woman. Winifred knew it would come. But she too was proud. At the bottom of her was a black pit of despair. She knew perfectly well that Ursula would cast her off. And that seemed like the end of her life. But she was too hopeless to rage. Wisely, economizing what was left of Ursula's love, she went away to London, leaving the beloved girl alone. And after a fortnight, Ursula's letters became tender again, loving. Her Uncle Tom had invited her to go and stay with him. He was managing a big, new colliery in Yorkshire. Would Winifred come too? For now Ursula was imagining marriage for Winifred. She wanted her to marry her Uncle Tom. Winifred knew this. She said she would come to Wiggiston. She would now let fate do as it liked with her, since there was nothing remaining to be done. Tom Brangwen also saw Ursula's intention. He too was at the end of his desires. He had done the things he wanted to. They had all ended in a disintegrated lifelessness of soul, which he hid under an utterly tolerant good humour. He no longer cared about anything on earth, neither man nor woman, nor God nor humanity. He had come to a stability of nullification. He did not care any more, neither about his body nor about his soul. Only he would preserve intact his own life. Only the simple, superficial fact of living persisted. He was still healthy. He lived. Therefore he would fill each moment. That had always been his creed. It was not instinctive easiness, it was the inevitable outcome of his nature. When he was in the absolute privacy of his own life, he did as he pleased, unscrupulous, without any ulterior thought. He believed neither in good nor evil. Each moment was like a separate little island, isolated from time, and blank, unconditioned by time. He lived in a large new house of red brick, standing outside a mass of homogeneous red brick dwellings called Wiggiston. Wiggiston was only 7 years old. It had been a hamlet of 11 houses on the edge of healthy, half-agricultural country. Then the great seam of coal had been opened. In a year Wiggiston appeared, a great mass of pinkish rows of thin, unreal dwellings of 5 rooms each. The streets were like visions of pure ugliness. A grey-black macadamised road, asphalt causeways held in between a flat succession of wall, window and door, a new brick channel that began nowhere and ended nowhere. Everything was amorphous, yet everything repeated itself endlessly. Only now and then, in one of the house windows, vegetables or small groceries were displayed for sale. In the middle of the town was a large, open, shapeless space, or market-place, of black-trodden earth, surrounded by the same flat material of dwellings, new red brick becoming grimy, small oblong windows and oblong doors repeated endlessly, with just, at one corner, a great and gaudy public house, and somewhere lost on one of the sides of the square, a large window, opaque and darkish green, which was the post office. The place had the strange desolation of a ruin. Colliers hanging about in gangs and groups, or passing along the asphalt pavements, heavily to work, seemed not like living people, but like spectres. The rigidity of the blank streets, the homogeneous amorphous sterility of the whole, suggested death rather than life. There was no meeting place, no centre, no artery, no organic formation. There it lay, like the new foundations of a red brick confusion rapidly spreading, like a skin disease. Just outside of this, on a little hill, was Tom Brangwen's big red brick house. It looked from the front upon the edge of the place, a meaningless squalor of ash-pits and closets, and irregular rows of the backs of houses, each with its small activity made sordid by barren cohesion with the rest of the small activities. Farther off was the great colliery that went night and day. And all around there was the country, green with two winding streams, ragged with gorse and heath, the darker woods in the distance. The whole place was just unreal, just unreal. Even now, when he had been there for 2 years, Tom Brangwen did not believe in the actuality of the place. It was like some gruesome dream, some ugly, dead, amorphous mood become concrete. Ursula and Winifred were met by the motor car at the raw little station, and drove through what seemed to them like the horrible raw beginnings of something. The place was a moment of chaos perpetuated, persisting, chaos fixed and rigid. Ursula was fascinated by the many men who were there, groups of men standing in the streets, 4 or 5 men walking in a gang together, their dogs running behind or before. They were all decently dressed, and most of them rather gaunt. The terrible gaunt repose of their bearing fascinated her. Like creatures with no more hope, but which still live and have passionate being, within some utterly unliving shell, they passed meaninglessly along, with strange, isolated dignity. It was as if a hard, horny shell enclosed them all. Shocked and startled, Ursula was carried to her Uncle Tom's house. He was not yet at home. His house was simply but well furnished. He had taken out a dividing wall, and made the whole front of the house into a large library, with one end devoted to his science. It was a handsome room, appointed as a laboratory and reading room, but giving the same sense of hard, mechanical activity. Activity mechanical, yet inchoate, and looking out on the hideous abstraction of the town, and at the green meadows and rough country beyond, and at the great mathematical colliery on the other side. They saw Tom Brangwen walking up the curved drive. He was getting stouter, but with his bowler hat worn well set down on his brows, he looked manly, handsome, curiously like any other man of action. His colour was as fresh, his health as perfect as ever. He walked like a man rather absorbed. Winifred Inger was startled when he entered the library, his coat fastened and correct, his head bald to the crown, but not shiny, rather like something naked that one is accustomed to see covered, and his dark eyes liquid and formless. He seemed to stand in the shadow like a thing ashamed, and the clasp of his hand was so soft and yet so forceful that it chilled the heart. She was afraid of him, repelled by him, and yet attracted. He looked at the athletic, seemingly fearless girl, and he detected in her a kinship with his own dark corruption. Immediately he knew they were akin. His manner was polite, almost foreign, and rather cold. He still laughed in his curious, animal fashion, suddenly wrinkling up his wide nose and showing his sharp teeth. The fine beauty of his skin and his complexion, some almost waxen quality, hid the strange repellent grossness of him, the slight sense of putrescence, the commonness which revealed itself in his rather fat thighs and loins. Winifred saw at once the deferential, slightly servile, slightly cunning regard he had for Ursula, which made the girl at once so proud and so perplexed. "But is this place as awful as it looks?" the young girl asked, a strain in her eyes. "It is just what it looks," he said. "It hides nothing." "Why are the men so sad?" "Are they sad?" he replied. "They seem unutterably, unutterably sad," said Ursula, out of a passionate throat. "I don't think they are that. They just take it for granted." "What do they take for granted?" "This, the pits and the place altogether." "Why don't they alter it?" she passionately protested. "They believe they must alter themselves to fit the pits and the place, rather than alter the pits and the place to fit themselves. It is easier," he said. "And you agree with them?" burst out his niece, unable to bear it. "You think like they do, that living human beings must be taken and adapted to all kinds of horrors. We could easily do without the pits." He smiled uncomfortably, cynically. Ursula felt again the revolt of hatred from him. "I suppose their lives are not really so bad," said Winifred Inger, superior to the Zola-esque tragedy. He turned with his polite, distant attention. "Yes, they are pretty bad. The pits are very deep and hot, and in some places wet. The men die of consumption fairly often. But they earn good wages." "How gruesome!" said Winifred Inger. "Yes," he replied gravely. It was his grave, solid, self-contained manner which made him so much respected as a colliery manager. The servant came in to ask where they would have tea. "Put it in the summer house, Mrs. Smith," he said. The fair-haired, good-looking young woman went out. "Is she married and in service?" asked Ursula. "She's a widow. Her husband died of consumption a little while ago." Brangwen gave a sinister little laugh. "He lay there in the house-place at her mother's, and 5 or 6 other people in the house, and died very gradually. I asked her if his death wasn't a great trouble to her. Well, she said, he was very fretful towards the last, never satisfied, never easy, always fretting, and never knowing what would satisfy him. So in one way it was a relief when it was over, for him and for everybody. They'd only been married 2 years, and she has 1 boy. I asked her if she hadn't been very happy. 'Oh yes, sir, we was very comfortable at first, till he took bad. Oh, we was very comfortable. Oh yes. But, you see, you get used to it. I've had my father and 2 brothers go off just the same. You get used to it.'" "It is a horrible thing to get used to," said Winifred Inger, with a shudder. "Yes," he said, still smiling. "But that's how they are. She'll be getting married again directly. One man or another, it does not matter very much. They are all colliers." "What do you mean?" asked Ursula. "They're all colliers." "It is with the women as with us," he replied. "Her husband was John Smith, loader. We reckoned him as a loader, he reckoned himself as a loader, and so she knew he represented his job. Marriage and home is a little side-show. The women know it right enough, and take it for what it's worth. One man or another, it doesn't matter all the world. The pit matters. Round the pit there will always be the side-shows, plenty of 'em." He looked round at the red chaos, the rigid, amorphous confusion of Wiggiston. "Every man his own little side-show, his home, but the pit owns every man. The women have what is left. What's left of this man, or what is left of that, it doesn't matter altogether. The pit takes all that really matters." "It is the same everywhere," burst out Winifred. "It is the office, or the shop, or the business that gets the man. The woman gets the bit the shop can't digest. What is he at home, a man? He is a meaningless lump, a standing machine, a machine out of work." "They know they are sold," said Tom Brangwen. "That's where it is. They know they are sold to their job. If a woman talks her throat out, what difference can it make? The man's sold to his job. So the women don't bother. They take what they can catch, and vogue la galère." "Aren't they very strict here?" asked Miss Inger. "Oh no. Mrs. Smith has 2 sisters who have just changed husbands. They're not very particular, neither are they very interested. They go dragging along what is left from the pits. They're not interested enough to be very immoral. It all amounts to the same thing, moral or immoral. Just a question of pit wages. The most moral duke in England makes 200,000 a year out of these pits. He keeps the morality end up." Ursula sat black-souled and very bitter, hearing the 2 of them talk. There seemed something ghoulish even in their very deploring of the state of things. They seemed to take a ghoulish satisfaction in it. The pit was the great mistress. Ursula looked out of the window and saw the proud, demon-like colliery with her wheels twinkling in the heavens, the formless, squalid mass of the town lying aside. It was the squalid heap of side-shows. The pit was the main show, the raison d'être of all. How terrible it was! There was a horrible fascination in it. Human bodies and lives subjected in slavery to that symmetric monster of the colliery. There was a swooning, perverse satisfaction in it. For a moment she was dizzy. Then she recovered, felt herself in a great loneliness, wherein she was sad but free. She had departed. No more would she subscribe to the great colliery, to the great machine which has taken us all captives. In her soul she was against it, she disowned even its power. It had only to be forsaken to be inane, meaningless. And she knew it was meaningless. But it needed a great, passionate effort of will on her part, seeing the colliery, still to maintain her knowledge that it was meaningless. But her Uncle Tom and her mistress remained there among the horde, cynically reviling the monstrous state, and yet adhering to it, like a man who reviles his mistress, yet who is in love with her. She knew her Uncle Tom perceived what was going on. But she knew moreover that in spite of his criticism and condemnation, he still wanted the great machine. His only happy moments, his only moments of pure freedom were when he was serving the machine. Then, and only then, when the machine caught him up, was he free from the hatred of himself, could he act wholly, without cynicism and unreality. His real mistress was the machine, and the real mistress of Winifred was the machine. She too, Winifred, worshipped the impure abstraction, the mechanisms of matter. There, in the machine, in service of the machine, was she free from the clog and degradation of human feeling. There, in the monstrous mechanism that held all matter, living or dead, in its service, did she achieve her consummation and her perfect unison, her immortality. Hatred sprang up in Ursula's heart. If she could, she would smash the machine. Her soul's action should be the smashing of the great machine. If she could destroy the colliery, and make all the men of Wiggiston out of work, she would do it. Let them starve and grub in the earth for roots, rather than serve such a moloch as this. She hated her Uncle Tom. She hated Winifred Inger. They went down to the summer house for tea. It was a pleasant place among a few trees, at the end of a tiny garden, on the edge of a field. Her Uncle Tom and Winifred seemed to jeer at her, to cheapen her. She was miserable and desolate, but she would never give way. Her coldness for Winifred should never cease. She knew it was over between them. She saw gross, ugly movements in her mistress. She saw a clayey, inert, unquickened flesh, that reminded her of the great prehistoric lizards. One day her Uncle Tom came in out of the broiling sunshine, heated from walking. Then the perspiration stood out upon his head and brow. His hand was wet and hot and suffocating in its clasp. He too had something marshy about him, the succulent moistness and turgidity, and the same brackish, nauseating effect of a marsh, where life and decaying are one. He was repellent to her, who was so dry and fine in her fire. Her very bones seemed to bid him keep his distance from her. It was in these weeks that Ursula grew up. She stayed 2 weeks at Wiggiston, and she hated it. All was grey, dry ash, cold and dead and ugly. But she stayed. She stayed also to get rid of Winifred. The girl's hatred and her sense of repulsiveness in her mistress and in her uncle seemed to throw the other two together. They drew together as if against her. In hardness and bitterness of soul, Ursula knew that Winifred was become her uncle's lover. She was glad. She had loved them both. Now she wanted to be rid of them both. Their marshy, bitter-sweet corruption came sick and unwholesome in her nostrils. Anything to get out of the fetid air. She would leave them both for ever. Leave for ever their strange, soft, half-corrupt element. Anything to get away. One night Winifred came all burning into Ursula's bed, and put her arms round the girl, holding her to herself in spite of unwillingness, and said, "Dear, my dear, shall I marry Mr. Brangwen? Shall I?" The clinging, heavy, muddy question weighed on Ursula intolerably. "Has he asked you?" she said, using all her might of hard resistance. "He's asked me," said Winifred. "Do you want me to marry him, Ursula?" "Yes," said Ursula. The arms tightened more on her. "I knew you did, my sweet, and I will marry him. You're fond of him, aren't you?" "I've been awfully fond of him, ever since I was a child." "I know, I know. I can see what you like in him. He is a man by himself. He has something apart from the rest." "Yes," said Ursula. "But he's not like you, my dear. Ha! He's not as good as you. There's something even objectionable in him. His thick thighs." Ursula was silent. "But I'll marry him, my dear. It will be best. Now say you love me." A sort of profession was extorted out of the girl. Nevertheless her mistress went away sighing, to weep in her own chamber. In 2 days' time Ursula left Wiggiston. Miss Inger went to Nottingham. There was an engagement between her and Tom Brangwen, which the uncle seemed to vaunt as if it were an assurance of his validity. Brangwen and Winifred Inger continued engaged for another term. Then they married. Brangwen had reached the age when he wanted children. He wanted children. Neither marriage nor the domestic establishment meant anything to him. He wanted to propagate himself. He knew what he was doing. He had the instinct of a growing inertia, of a thing that chooses its place of rest in which to lapse into apathy, complete, profound indifference. He would let the machinery carry him, husband, father, pit manager, warm clay lifted through the recurrent action of day after day by the great machine from which it derived its motion. As for Winifred, she was an educated woman, and of the same sort as himself. She would make a good companion. She was his mate. End of Chapter 12. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 13, Part 1. Of the Rainbow, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Man's World. Ursula came back to Cossethay to fight with her mother. Her school days were over. She had passed the matriculation examination. Now she came home to face that empty period between school and possible marriage. At first she thought it would be just like holidays all the time. She would just feel free. Her soul was in chaos, blinded suffering, maimed. She had no will left to think about herself. For a time she must just lapse. But very shortly she found herself up against her mother. Her mother had, at this time, the power to irritate and madden the girl continuously. There were already 7 children, yet Mrs. Brangwen was again with child, the 9th she had borne. One had died of diphtheria in infancy. Even this fact of her mother's pregnancy enraged the eldest girl. Mrs. Brangwen was so complacent, so utterly fulfilled in her breeding. She would not have the existence at all of anything but the immediate, physical, common things. Ursula, inflamed in soul, was suffering all the anguish of youth's reaching for some unknown ordeal that it can't grasp, can't even distinguish or conceive. Maddened, she was fighting all the darkness she was up against. And part of this darkness was her mother. To limit, as her mother did, everything to the ring of physical considerations, and complacently to reject the reality of anything else, was horrible. Not a thing did Mrs. Brangwen care about, but the children, the house, and a little local gossip. And she would not be touched, she would let nothing else live near her. She went about, big with child, slovenly, easy, having a certain lax dignity, taking her own time, pleasing herself, always, always doing things for the children, and feeling that she thereby fulfilled the whole of womanhood. This long trance of complacent childbearing had kept her young and undeveloped. She was scarcely a day older than when Gudrun was born. All these years nothing had happened save the coming of the children. Nothing had mattered but the bodies of her babies. As her children came into consciousness, as they began to suffer their own fulfilment, she cast them off. But she remained dominant in the house. Brangwen continued in a kind of rich drowse of physical heat, in connection with his wife. They were neither of them quite personal, quite defined as individuals, so much were they pervaded by the physical heat of breeding and rearing their young. How Ursula resented it! How she fought against the close, physical, limited life of herded domesticity! Calm, placid, unshakable as ever, Mrs. Brangwen went about in her dominance of physical maternity. There were battles. Ursula would fight for things that mattered to her. She would have the children less rude and tyrannical. She would have a place in the house. But her mother pulled her down, pulled her down. With all the cunning instinct of a breeding animal, Mrs. Brangwen ridiculed and held cheap Ursula's passions, her ideas, her pronunciations. Ursula would try to insist, in her own home, on the right of women to take equal place with men in the field of action and work. "Ay," said the mother, "there's a good crop of stockings lying ripe for mending. Let that be a field of action." Ursula disliked mending stockings, and this retort maddened her. She hated her mother bitterly. After a few weeks of enforced domestic life, she had had enough of her home. The commonness, the triviality, the immediate meaninglessness of it all drove her to frenzy. She talked and stormed ideas, she corrected and nagged at the children. She turned her back in silent contempt on her breeding mother, who treated her with supercilious indifference, as if she were a pretentious child not to be taken seriously. Brangwen was sometimes dragged into the trouble. He loved Ursula, therefore he always had a sense of shame, almost of betrayal, when he turned on her. So he turned fiercely and scathingly, and with a wholesale brutality that made Ursula go white, mute, and numb. Her feelings seemed to be becoming deadened in her, her temper hard and cold. Brangwen himself was in one of his states of flux. After all these years, he began to see a loophole of freedom. For 20 years he had gone on at this office as a draftsman, doing work in which he had no interest, because it seemed his allotted work. The growing up of his daughters, their developing rejection of old forms, set him also free. He was a man of ceaseless activity. Blindly, like a mole, he pushed his way out of the earth that covered him, working always away from the physical element in which his life was captured. Slowly, blindly, gropingly, with what initiative was left to him, he made his way towards individual expression and individual form. At last, after 20 years, he came back to his wood carving, almost to the point where he had left off his Adam and Eve panel, when he was courting. But now he had knowledge and skill without vision. He saw the puerility of his young conceptions. He saw the unreal world in which they had been conceived. He now had a new strength in his sense of reality. He felt as if he were real, as if he handled real things. He had worked for many years at CATHEDRAL, building the organ for the church, restoring the woodwork, gradually coming to a knowledge of beauty in the plain labours. Now he wanted again to carve things that were utterances of himself. But he could not quite hitch on. Always he was too busy, too uncertain, confused. Wavering, he began to study modelling. To his surprise he found he could do it. Modelling in clay, in plaster, he produced beautiful reproductions, really beautiful. Then he set to make a head of Ursula, in high relief, in the Donatello manner. In his first passion, he got a beautiful suggestion of his desire. But the pitch of concentration would not come. With a little ash in his mouth he gave up. He continued to copy, or to make designs by selecting motifs from classic stuff. He loved the Della Robbia and Donatello, as he had loved Fra Angelico when he was a young man. His work had some of the freshness, the naïve alertness of the early Italians. But it was only reproduction. Having reached his limit in modelling, he turned to painting. But he tried watercolour painting after the manner of any other amateur. He got his results, but was not much interested. After 1 or 2 drawings of his beloved church, which had the same alertness as his modelling, he seemed to be incongruous with the modern atmospheric way of painting, so that his church tower stood up, really stood and asserted its standing, but was ashamed of its own lack of meaning. He turned away again. He took up jewellery, read Benvenuto Cellini, pored over reproductions of ornament, and began to make pendants in silver and pearl and matrix. The first things he did, in his start of discovery, were really beautiful. Those later were more imitative. But, starting with his wife, he made a pendant each for all his womenfolk. Then he made rings and bracelets. Then he took up beaten and chiselled metalwork. When Ursula left school, he was making a silver bowl of lovely shape. How he delighted in it, almost lusted after it. All this time his only connection with the real outer world was through his winter evening classes, which brought him into contact with state education. About all the rest he was oblivious, and entirely indifferent, even about the war. The nation did not exist to him. He was in a private retreat of his own, that had neither nationality nor any great adherent. Ursula watched the newspapers, vaguely, concerning the war in South Africa. They made her miserable, and she tried to have as little to do with them as possible. But Skrebensky was out there. He sent her an occasional postcard. But it was as if she were a blank wall in his direction, without windows or outgoing. She adhered to the Skrebensky of her memory. Her love for Winifred Inger wrenched her life as it seemed from the roots and native soil where Skrebensky had belonged to it, and she was aridly transplanted. He was really only a memory. She revived his memory with strange passion, after the departure of Winifred. He was to her almost the symbol of her real life. It was as if, through him, in him, she might return to her own self, which she was before she had loved Winifred, before this deadness had come upon her, this pitiless transplanting. But even her memories were the work of her imagination. She dreamed of him and her as they had been together. She could not dream of him progressively, of what he was doing now, of what relation he would have to her now. Only sometimes she wept to think how cruelly she had suffered when he left her. Ah, how she had suffered! She remembered what she had written in her diary. "If I were the moon, I know where I would fall down." Ah, it was a dull agony to her to remember what she had been then. For it was remembering a dead self. All that was dead after Winifred. She knew the corpse of her young, loving self, she knew its grave. And the young living self she mourned for had scarcely existed. It was the creature of her imagination. Deep within her a cold despair remained unchanging and unchanged. No one would ever love her now. She would love no one. The body of love was killed in her after Winifred. There was something of the corpse in her. She would live, she would go on, but she would have no lovers. No lover would want her any more. She herself would want no lover. The vividest little flame of desire was extinct in her for ever. The tiny, vivid germ that contained the bud of her real self, her real love, was killed. She would go on growing as a plant, she would do her best to produce her minor flowers. But her leading flower was dead before it was born. All her growth was the conveying of a corpse of hope. The miserable weeks went on, in the poky house crammed with children. What was her life? A sordid, formless, disintegrated nothing. Ursula Brangwen, a person without worth or importance, living in the mean village of Cossethay, within the sordid scope of Ilkeston. Ursula Brangwen, at 17, worthless and unvalued, neither wanted nor needed by anybody, and conscious herself of her own dead value. It would not bear thinking of. But still her dogged pride held its own. She might be defiled. She might be a corpse that should never be loved. She might be a core rotten stalk living upon the food that others provided. Yet she would give in to nobody. Gradually she became conscious that she could not go on living at home as she was doing, without place or meaning or worth. The very children that went to school held her uselessness in contempt. She must do something. Her father said she had plenty to do to help her mother. From her parents she would never get more than a hit in the face. She was not a practical person. She thought of wild things, of running away and becoming a domestic servant, of asking some man to take her. She wrote to the mistress of the high school for advice. "I cannot see very clearly what you should do, Ursula," came the reply, "unless you are willing to become an elementary school teacher. You have matriculated, and that qualifies you to take a post as uncertificated teacher in any school, at a salary of about £50 a year. I cannot tell you how deeply I sympathise with you in your desire to do something. You will learn that mankind is a great body of which you are one useful member. You will take your own place at the great task which humanity is trying to fulfil. That will give you a satisfaction and a self-respect which nothing else could give." Ursula's heart sank. It was a cold, dreary satisfaction to think of. Yet her cold will acquiesced. This was what she wanted. "You have an emotional nature," the letter went on, "a quick, natural response. If only you could learn patience and self-discipline, I do not see why you should not make a good teacher. The least you could do is try. You need only serve a year, or perhaps 2 years, as uncertificated teacher. Then you would go on to one of the training colleges, where I hope you would take your degree. I most strongly urge and advise you to keep up your studies always with the intention of taking a degree. That will give you a qualification and a position in the world, and will give you more scope to choose your own way. I shall be proud to see one of my girls win her own economical independence, which means so much more than it seems. I shall be glad indeed to know that one more of my girls has provided for herself the means of freedom to choose for herself." It all sounded grim and desperate. Ursula rather hated it. But her mother's contempt and her father's harshness had made her raw at the quick. She knew the ignominy of being a hanger-on. She felt the festering thorn of her mother's animal estimation. At length she had to speak. Hard and shut down and silent within herself, she slipped out one evening to the work-shed. She heard the tap 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 of the hammer upon the metal. Her father lifted his head as the door opened. His face was ruddy and bright with instinct, as when he was a youth. His black moustache was cut close over his wide mouth, his black hair was fine and close as ever. But there was about him an abstraction, a sort of instrumental detachment from human things. He was a worker. He watched his daughter's hard, expressionless face. A hot anger came over his breast and belly. "What now?" he said. "Can't I?" she answered, looking aside, not looking at him. "Can't I go out to work?" "Go out to work? What for?" His voice was so strong and ready and vibrant, it irritated her. "I want some other life than this." A flash of strong rage arrested all his blood for a moment. "Some other life?" he repeated. "Why, what other life do you want?" She hesitated. "Something else beside housework and hanging about. And I want to earn something." Her curious, brutal hardness of speech, and the fierce invincibility of her youth, which ignored him, made him also harden with anger. "And how do you think you're going to earn anything?" he asked. "I can become a teacher. I'm qualified by my matric." He wished her matric, in hell. "And how much are you qualified to earn by your matric?" he asked, jeering. £50 a year, she said. He was silent, his power taken out of his hand. He had always hugged a secret pride in the fact that his daughters need not go out to work. With his wife's money and his own they had 400 a year. They could draw on the capital if need be later on. He was not afraid for his old age. His daughters might be ladies. £50 a year was £1 a week, which was enough for her to live on independently. "And what sort of teacher do you think you'd make? You haven't the patience of a jack-gnat with your own brothers and sisters, let alone with a class of children. And I thought you didn't like dirty, board-school brats." "They're not all dirty." "You'll find they're not all clean." There was silence in the workshop. The lamplight fell on the burned silver bowl that lay between them, on mallet and furnace and chisel. Brangwen stood with a queer, cat-like light on his face, almost like a smile. But it was no smile. "Can I try?" she said. "You can do what the deuce you like, and go where you like." Her face was fixed and expressionless and indifferent. It always sent him to a pitch of frenzy to see it like that. He kept perfectly still. Cold, without any betrayal of feeling, she turned and left the shed. He worked on, with all his nerves jangled. Then he had to put down his tools and go into the house. In a bitter tone of anger and contempt, he told his wife. Ursula was present. There was a brief altercation, closed by Mrs. Brangwen's saying, in a tone of biting superiority and indifference, "Let her find out what it's like. She'll soon have had enough." The matter was left there. But Ursula considered herself free to act. For some days she made no move. She was reluctant to take the cruel step of finding work, for she shrank with extreme sensitiveness and shyness from new contact, new situations. Then at length a sort of doggedness drove her. Her soul was full of bitterness. She went to the Free Library in Ilkeston, copied out addresses from the schoolmistress, and wrote for application forms. After 2 days she rose early to meet the postman. As she expected, there were 3 long envelopes. Her heart beat painfully as she went up with them to her bedroom. Her fingers trembled. She could hardly force herself to look at the long official forms she had to fill in. The whole thing was so cruel, so impersonal. Yet it must be done. Name, surname first. In a trembling hand she wrote Brangwen, Ursula. Age and date of birth. After a long time considering, she filled in that line. Qualifications, with date of examination. With a little pride she wrote, London Matriculation Examination. Previous experience and where obtained. Her heart sank as she wrote, none. Still there was much to answer. It took her 2 hours to fill in the 3 forms. Then she had to copy her testimonials from her headmistress and from the clergyman. At last, however, it was finished. She had sealed the 3 long envelopes. In the afternoon she went down to Ilkeston to post them. She said nothing of it all to her parents. As she stamped her long letters and put them into the box at the main post office, she felt as if already she was out of the reach of her father and mother, as if she had connected herself with the outer, greater world of activity, the man-made world. As she returned home, she dreamed again in her own fashion on her old gorgeous dreams. One of her applications was to Gillingham in Kent, one to Kingston-on-Thames, and the other to Swanwick in Derbyshire. Gillingham was such a lovely name, and Kent was the garden of England, so that in Gillingham, an old village by the hop fields, where the sun shone softly, she came out of school in the afternoon into the shadow of the plane trees by the gate, and turned down the sleepy road towards the cottage, where cornflowers poked their blue heads through the old wooden fence, and phlox stood built up of blossom beside the path. A delicate, silver-haired lady rose with delicate ivory hands uplifted as Ursula entered the room, and said, "Oh, my dear, what do you think?" "What is it, Mrs. Wetherall?" Frederick had come home. Nay, his manly step was heard on the stair. She saw his strong boots, his blue trousers, his uniformed figure, and then his face, clean and keen as an eagle's, and his eyes lit up with the glamour of strange seas. Ah, strange seas that had woven through his soul, as he descended into the kitchen. This dream, with its amplifications, lasted her a mile of walking. Then she went to Kingston-on-Thames. Kingston-on-Thames was an old historic place just south of London. There lived the well-born, dignified souls who belonged to the metropolis, but who loved peace. There she met a wonderful family of girls living in a large old Queen Anne house, whose lawns sloped to the river, and in an atmosphere of stately peace she found herself among her soul's intimates. They loved her as sisters, they shared with her all noble thoughts. She was happy again. In her musings she spread her poor, clipped wings, and flew into the pure empyrean. Day followed day. She did not speak to her parents. Then came the return of her testimonials from Gillingham. She was not wanted, neither at Swanwick. The bitterness of rejection followed the sweets of hope. Her bright feathers were in the dust again. Then, suddenly, after a fortnight, came an intimation from Kingston-on-Thames. She was to appear at the Education Office of that town on the following Thursday for an interview with the committee. Her heart stood still. She knew she would make the committee accept her. Now she was afraid, now that her removal was imminent. Her heart quivered with fear and reluctance. But underneath, her purpose was fixed. She passed shadowily through the day, unwilling to tell her news to her mother, waiting for her father. Suspense and fear were strong upon her. She dreaded going to Kingston. Her easy dreams disappeared from the grasp of reality. And yet, as the afternoon wore away, the sweetness of the dream returned again. Kingston-on-Thames! There was such sound of dignity to her. The shadow of history and the glamour of stately progress enveloped her. The palaces would be old and darkened, the place of kings obscured. Yet it was the place of kings for her. Richard and Henry and Wolsey and Queen Elizabeth. She divined great lawns with noble trees, and terraces whose steps the water washed softly, where the swans sometimes came to earth. Still she must see the stately, gorgeous barge of the Queen float down, the crimson carpet put upon the landing stairs, the gentlemen in their purple velvet cloaks, bareheaded, standing in the sunshine grouped on either side waiting. "Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song." Evening came. Her father returned home, sanguine and alert and detached as ever. He was less real than her fancies. She waited whilst he ate his tea. He took big mouthfuls, big bites, and ate unconsciously with the same abandon an animal gives to its food. Immediately after tea he went over to the church. It was choir practice, and he wanted to try the tunes on his organ. The latch of the big door clicked loudly as she came after him, but the organ rolled more loudly still. He was unaware. He was practising the anthem. She saw his small, jet-black head and alert face between the candle flames. His slim body sagged on the music stool. His face was so luminous and fixed, the movement of his limbs seemed strange, apart from him. The sound of the organ seemed to belong to the very stone of the pillars, like sap running in them. Then there was a close of music and silence. "Father!" she said. He looked round as if at an apparition. Ursula stood shadowily within the candlelight. "What now?" he said, not coming to earth. It was difficult to speak to him. "I've got a situation," she said, forcing herself to speak. "You've got what?" he answered, unwilling to come out of his mood of organ playing. He closed the music before him. "I've got a situation to go to." Then he turned to her, still abstracted, unwilling. "Oh, where's that?" he said. "At Kingston-on-Thames. I must go on Thursday for an interview with the committee." "You must go on Thursday?" "Yes." And she handed him the letter. He read it by the light of the candles. "Ursula Brangwen, Yew Tree Cottage, Cossethay, Derbyshire. Dear Madam, you are requested to call at the above offices on Thursday next, the 10th, at 11:30 a.m. for an interview with the committee, referring to your application for the post of assistant mistress at the Wellingborough Green Schools." It was very difficult for Brangwen to take in this remote and official information, glowing as he was within the quiet of his church and his anthem music. "Well, you needn't bother me with it now, need you?" he said, impatiently, giving her back the letter. "I've got to go on Thursday," she said. He sat motionless. Then he reached more music, and there was a rushing sound of air, then a long, emphatic trumpet note of the organ as he laid his hands on the keys. Ursula turned and went away. He tried to give himself again to the organ, but he could not. He could not get back. All the time a sort of string was tugging him elsewhere, miserably. So that when he came into the house after choir practice, his face was dark and his heart black. He said nothing, however, until all the younger children were in bed. Ursula, however, knew what was brewing. At length he asked, "Where's that letter?" She gave it to him. He sat looking at it. "You are requested to call at the above offices on Thursday next." It was a cold, official notice to Ursula herself, and had nothing to do with him. So! She existed now as a separate social individual. It was for her to answer this note, without regard to him. He had even no right to interfere. His heart was hard and angry. "You had to do it behind our backs, had you?" he said, with a sneer. And her heart leapt with hot pain. She knew she was free. She had broken away from him. He was beaten. "You said, let her try," she retorted, almost apologizing to him. He did not hear. He sat looking at the letter. Education Office, Kingston-on-Thames, and then the typewritten, Miss Ursula Brangwen, Yew Tree Cottage, Cossethay. It was all so complete and so final. He could not but feel the new position Ursula held as recipient of that letter. It was an iron in his soul. "Well," he said, at length, "you're not going?" Ursula started and could find no words to clamour her revolt. "If you think you're going dancing off to th' other side of London, you're mistaken." "Why not?" she cried, at once hard fixed in her will to go. "That's why not," he said. And there was silence till Mrs. Brangwen came downstairs. "Look here, Anna," he said, handing her the letter. She put back her head, seeing a typewritten letter, anticipating trouble from the outside world. There was the curious, sliding motion of her eyes, as if she shut off her sentient, maternal self, and a kind of hard trance, meaningless, took its place. Thus, meaningless, she glanced over the letter, careful not to take it in. She apprehended the contents with her callous, superficial mind. Her feeling self was shut down. "What post is it?" she asked. "She wants to go and be a teacher in Kingston-on-Thames, at £50 a year." "Oh, indeed." The mother spoke as if it were a hostile fact concerning some stranger. She would have let her go, out of callousness. Mrs. Brangwen would begin to grow up again only with her youngest child. Her eldest girl was in the way now. "She's not going all that distance," said the father. "I have to go where they want me," cried Ursula. "And it's a good place to go to." "What do you know about the place?" said her father, harshly. "And it doesn't matter whether they want you or not, if your father says you're not to go," said the mother calmly. How Ursula hated her! "You said I was to try," the girl cried. "Now I've got a place, and I'm going to go." "You're not going all that distance," said her father. "Why don't you get a place at Ilkeston where you can live at home?" asked Gudrun, who hated conflicts, who could not understand Ursula's uneasy way, yet who must stand by her sister. "There aren't any places in Ilkeston," cried Ursula, "and I'd rather go right away. If you'd asked about it, a place could have been got for you in Ilkeston. But you had to play Miss High and Mighty and go your own way," said her father. "I've no doubt you'd rather go right away," said her mother, very caustic. "And I've no doubt you'd find other people didn't put up with you for very long either. You've too much opinion of yourself for your good." Between the girl and her mother was a feeling of pure hatred. There came a stubborn silence. Ursula knew she must break it. "Well, they've written to me, and I shall have to go," she said. "Where will you get the money from?" asked her father. "Uncle Tom will give it me," she said. Again there was silence. This time she was triumphant. Then at length her father lifted his head. His face was abstracted. He seemed to be abstracting himself, to make a pure statement. "Well, you're not going all that distance away," he said. "I'll ask Mr. Burt about a place here. I'm not going to have you by yourself at the other side of London." "But I've got to go to Kingston," said Ursula. "They've sent for me." "They'll do without you," he said. There was a trembling silence, when she was on the point of tears. "Well," she said, low and tense, "you can put me off this, but I'm going to have a place. I'm not going to stop at home." "Nobody wants you to stop at home," he suddenly shouted, going livid with rage. She said no more. Her nature had gone hard and smiling in its own arrogance, in its own antagonistic indifference to the rest of them. This was the state in which he wanted to kill her. She went singing into the parlour. "C'est la mère Michel qui a perdu son chat, qui crie par la fenêtre à que lui rendre." During the next days Ursula went about bright and hard, singing to herself, making love to the children, but her soul hard and cold with regard to her parents. Nothing more was said. The hardness and brightness lasted for 4 days, then it began to break up. So at evening she said to her father: "Have you spoken about a place for me?" "I spoke to Mr. Burt." "What did he say?" "There's a committee meeting to-morrow. He'll tell me on Friday." So she waited till Friday. Kingston-on-Thames had been an exciting dream. Here she could feel the hard, raw reality. So she knew that this would come to pass. Because nothing was ever fulfilled, she found, except in the hard, limited reality. She did not want to be a teacher in Ilkeston, because she knew Ilkeston, and hated it. But she wanted to be free, so she must take her freedom where she could. On Friday her father said there was a place vacant at Brinsley Street School. This could most probably be secured for her, at once, without the trouble of application. Her heart halted. Brinsley Street was a school in a poor quarter, and she had had a taste of the common children of Ilkeston. They had shouted after her, and thrown stones. Still, as a teacher, she would be in authority. And it was all unknown. She was excited. The very forest of dry, sterile brick had some fascination for her. It was so hard and ugly, so relentlessly ugly, it would purge her of some of her floating sentimentality. She dreamed how she would make the little ugly children love her. She would be so personal. Teachers were always so hard and impersonal. There was no vivid relationship. She would make everything personal and vivid. She would give herself. She would give all her great stores of wealth to her children. She would make them so happy, and they would prefer her to any teacher on the face of the earth. At Christmas she would choose such fascinating Christmas cards for them, and she would give them such a happy party in one of the classrooms. The headmaster, Mr. Harby, was a short, thick-set, rather common man, she thought. But she would hold before him the light of grace and refinement. He would have her in such high esteem before long. She would be the gleaming sun of the school. The children would blossom like little weeds. The teachers, like tall, hard plants, would burst into rare flower. The Monday morning came. It was the end of September, and a drizzle of fine rain like veils round her, making her seem intimate, a world to herself. She walked forward to the new land. The old was blotted out. The veil would be rent that hid the new world. She was gripped hard with suspense as she went down the hill in the rain, carrying her dinner bag. Through the thin rain she saw the town, a black, extensive mount. She must enter in upon it. She felt at once a feeling of repugnance and of excited fulfilment. But she shrank. She waited at the terminus for the tram. Here it was beginning. Before her was the station to Nottingham, whence Theresa had gone to school half an hour before. Behind her was the little church school she had attended when she was a child, when her grandmother was alive. Her grandmother had been dead 2 years now. There was a strange woman at the Marsh, with her Uncle Fred and a small baby. Behind her was Cossethay, and blackberries were ripe on the hedges. As she waited at the tram terminus, she reverted swiftly to her childhood, her teasing grandfather, with his fair beard and blue eyes, and his big, monumental body. He had got drowned. Her grandmother, whom Ursula would sometimes say she had loved more than anyone else in the world. The little church school. The Phillips boys, one was a soldier in the Life Guards now, one was a collier. With a passion she clung to the past. But as she dreamed of it, she heard the tram-car grinding round a bend, rumbling dully. She saw it draw into sight, and hum nearer. It sidled round the loop at the terminus, and came to a standstill, looming above her. Some shadowy grey people stepped from the far end. The conductor was walking in the puddles, swinging round the pole. She mounted into the wet, comfortless tram, whose floor was dark with wet, whose windows were all steamed, and she sat in suspense. It had begun, her new existence. One other passenger mounted, a sort of charwoman with a drab wet coat. Ursula could not bear the waiting of the tram. The bell clanged, there was a lurch forward. The car moved cautiously down the wet street. She was being carried forward, into her new existence. Her heart burned with pain and suspense, as if something were cutting her living tissue. Often, oh often, the tram seemed to stop, and wet cloaked people mounted and sat mute and grey in stiff rows opposite her, their umbrellas between their knees. The windows of the tram grew more steamy, opaque. She was shut in with these unliving, spectral people. Even yet it did not occur to her that she was one of them. The conductor came down issuing tickets. Each little ring of his clipper sent a pang of dread through her. But her ticket surely was different from the rest. They were all going to work. She also was going to work. Her ticket was the same. She sat trying to fit in with them. But fear was at her bowels. She felt an unknown, terrible grip upon her. At Bath Street she must dismount and change trams. She looked uphill. It seemed to lead to freedom. She remembered the many Saturday afternoons she had walked up to the shops. How free and careless she had been. Ah, her tram was sliding gingerly downhill. She dreaded every yard of her conveyance. The car halted, she mounted hastily. She kept turning her head as the car ran on, because she was uncertain of the street. At last, her heart a flame of suspense, trembling, she rose. The conductor rang the bell brusquely. She was walking down a small, mean, wet street, empty of people. The school squatted low within its railed, asphalt yard, that shone black with rain. The building was grimy and horrible. Dry plants were shadowily looking through the windows. She entered the arched doorway of the porch. The whole place seemed to have a threatening expression, imitating the church's architecture, for the purpose of domineering, like a gesture of vulgar authority. She saw that one pair of feet had paddled across the flagstone floor of the porch. The place was silent, deserted, like an empty prison waiting the return of tramping feet. Ursula went forward to the teacher's room that burrowed in a gloomy hole. She knocked timidly. "Come in," called a surprised man's voice, as from a prison cell. She entered the dark little room that never got any sun. The gas was lighted, naked and raw. At the table a thin man in shirt sleeves was rubbing a paper on a jelly tray. He looked up at Ursula with his narrow, sharp face, said "Good morning," then turned away again, and stripped the paper off the tray, glancing at the violet-coloured writing transferred, before he dropped the curled sheet aside among a heap. Ursula watched him, fascinated. In the gaslight and gloom and the narrowness of the room, all seemed unreal. "Isn't it a nasty morning?" she said. "Yes," he said. "It's not much of weather." But in here it seemed that neither morning nor weather really existed. This place was timeless. He spoke in an occupied voice, like an echo. Ursula did not know what to say. She took off her waterproof. "Am I early?" she asked. The man looked first at the little clock, then at her. His eyes seemed to be sharpened to needle points of vision. 25 past, he said. You're the second to come. I'm first this morning. Ursula sat down gingerly on the edge of a chair and watched his thin red hands rubbing away on the white surface of the paper, then pausing, pulling up a corner of the sheet, peering and rubbing away again. There was a great heap of curled white and scribbled sheets on the table. "Must you do so many?" asked Ursula. Again the man glanced up sharply. He was about 30 or 33 years old, thin, greenish, with a long nose and a sharp face. His eyes were blue, and sharp as points of steel. Rather beautiful, the girl thought. 63, he answered. "So many," she said, gently. Then she remembered. "But they're not all for your class, are they?" she added. "Why aren't they?" he replied, a fierceness in his voice. Ursula was rather frightened by this mechanical ignoring of her, and his directness of statement. It was something new to her. She had never been treated like this before, as if she did not count, as if she were addressing a machine. "It is too many," she said, sympathetically. "You'll get about the same," he said. That was all she received. She sat rather blank, not knowing how to feel. Still she liked him. He seemed so cross. There was a queer, sharp, keen-edge feeling about him that attracted her and frightened her at the same time. It was so cold and against his nature. The door opened, and a short, neutral-tinted young woman of about 28 appeared. "Oh, Ursula!" the newcomer exclaimed. "You are here early. My word, I'll warrant you don't keep it up. That's Mrs. Williamson's peg. This is yours. Standard 5 teacher always has this. Aren't you going to take your hat off?" Miss Violet Harby removed Ursula's waterproof from the peg on which it was hung, to one a little farther down the row. She had already snatched the pins from her own stuff hat, and jammed them through her coat. She turned to Ursula, as she pushed up her frizzed, flat, dun-coloured hair. "Isn't it a beastly morning?" she exclaimed. "Beastly! And if there's one thing I hate above another, it's a wet Monday morning. Pack of kids trailing in anyhow nohow, and no holding 'em." She had taken a black pinafore from a newspaper package, and was tying it round her waist. "You've brought an apron, haven't you?" she said jerkily, glancing at Ursula. "Oh, you'll want one. You've no idea what a sight you'll look before 4:30, what with chalk and ink and kids' dirty feet. Well, I can send a boy down to mamma's for one." "Oh, it doesn't matter," said Ursula. "Oh yes, I can send easily," cried Miss Harby. Ursula's heart sank. Everybody seemed so cocksure and so bossy. How was she going to get on with such jolty, jerky, bossy people? And Miss Harby had not spoken a word to the man at the table. She simply ignored him. Ursula felt the callous, crude rudeness between the two teachers. The two girls went out into the passage. A few children were already clattering in the porch. "Jim Richards!" called Miss Harby, hard and authoritative. A boy came sheepishly forward. "Shall you go down to our house for me, eh?" said Miss Harby, in a commanding, condescending, coaxing voice. She did not wait for an answer. "Go down and ask mamma to send me one of my school pinners for Miss Brangwen. Shall you?" The boy muttered a sheepish "Yes, miss," and was moving away. "Hey!" called Miss Harby. "Come here. Now what are you going for? What shall you say to mamma?" "A school pinner," muttered the boy. "Please, Mrs. Harby. Miss Harby says will you send her another school pinafore for Miss Brangwen, because she's come without one." "Yes, miss," muttered the boy, head ducked, and was moving off. Miss Harby caught him back, holding him by the shoulder. "What are you going to say?" "Please, Mrs. Harby, Miss Harby wants a penny for Miss Brangwen," muttered the boy, very sheepishly. "Miss Brangwen!" laughed Miss Harby, pushing him away. "Here, you'd better have my umbrella. Wait a minute." The unwilling boy was rigged up with Miss Harby's umbrella, and set off. "Don't take long over it," called Miss Harby after him. Then she turned to Ursula and said brightly, "Oh, he's a caution, that lad. But not bad, you know." "No," Ursula agreed, weakly. The latch of the door clicked, and they entered the big room. Ursula glanced down the place. Its rigid, long silence was official and chilling. Half way down was a glass partition, the doors of which were open. A clock ticked, re-echoing, and Miss Harby's voice sounded double as she said, "This is the big room, standard 5, 6, and 7. Here's your place, 5." She stood in the near end of the great room. There was a small high teacher's desk facing a squadron of long benches, 2 high windows in the wall opposite. It was fascinating and horrible to Ursula. The curious, unliving light in the room changed her character. She thought it was the rainy morning. Then she looked up again, because of the horrid feeling of being shut in a rigid, inflexible air, away from all feeling of the ordinary day, and she noticed that the windows were of ribbed, suffused glass. The prison was round her now. She looked at the walls, colour-washed, pale green and chocolate, at the large windows with frowsy geraniums against the pale glass, at the long rows of desks, arranged in a squadron, and dread filled her. This was a new world, a new life with which she was threatened. But still excited, she climbed into her chair at her teacher's desk. It was high, and her feet could not reach the ground, but must rest on the step. Lifted up there, off the ground, she was in office. How queer it all was! How different it was from the mist of rain blowing over Cossethay. As she thought of her own village, a spasm of yearning crossed her. It seemed so far off, so lost to her. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 13, Part 2, of The Rainbow, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. She was here, in this hard, stark reality. Reality. It was queer that she should call this the reality, which she had never known till today, and which now so filled her with dread and dislike that she wished she might go away. This was the reality, and Cossethay, her beloved, beautiful, well-known Cossethay, which was as herself unto her, that was the minor reality. This prison of a school was reality. Here, then, she would sit in state, the queen of scholars! Here she would realise her dream of being the beloved teacher, bringing light and joy to her children! But the desks before her had an abstract angularity that bruised her sentiment and made her shrink. She winced, feeling she had been a fool in her anticipations. She had brought her feelings and her generosity to where neither generosity nor emotion were wanted. And already she felt rebuffed, troubled by the new atmosphere, out of place. She slid down, and they returned to the teacher's room. It was queer to feel that one ought to alter one's personality. She was nobody. There was no reality in herself. The reality was all outside of her, and she must apply herself to it. Mr. Harby was in the teacher's room, standing before a big, open cupboard, in which Ursula could see piles of pink blotting paper, heaps of shiny new books, boxes of chalk, and bottles of coloured inks. It looked a treasure store. The schoolmaster was a short, sturdy man, with a fine head and a heavy jowl. Nevertheless he was good-looking, with his shapely brows and nose, and his great hanging moustache. He seemed absorbed in his work, and took no notice of Ursula's entry. There was something insulting in the way he could be so actively unaware of another person, so occupied. When he had a moment of absence he looked up from the table and said good morning to Ursula. There was a pleasant light in his brown eyes. He seemed very manly and incontrovertible, like something she wanted to push over. "You had a wet walk?" he said to Ursula. "Oh, I don't mind. I'm used to it," she replied, with a nervous little laugh. But already he was not listening. Her words sounded ridiculous and babbling. He was taking no notice of her. "You will sign your name here," he said to her, as if she were some child, "and the time when you come and go." Ursula signed her name in the time book and stood back. No one took any further notice of her. She beat her brains for something to say, but in vain. "I'd let them in now," said Mr. Harby, to the thin man, who was very hastily arranging his papers. The assistant teacher made no sign of acquiescence, and went on with what he was doing. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. At the last moment, Mr. Brunt slipped into his coat. "You will go to the girls' lobby," said the schoolmaster to Ursula, with a fascinating, insulting geniality, purely official and domineering. She went out and found Miss Harby and another girl teacher in the porch. On the asphalt yard the rain was falling. A toneless bell tang, tang, tanged, drearily overhead, monotonously, insistently. It came to an end. Then Mr. Brunt was seen, bareheaded, standing at the other gate of the schoolyard, blowing shrill blasts on a whistle and looking down the rainy, dreary street. Boys in gangs and streams came trotting up, running past the master and with a loud clatter of feet and voices over the yard to the boys' porch. Girls were running and walking through the other entrance. In the porch where Ursula stood there was a great noise of girls, who were tearing off their coats and hats and hanging them on the racks bristling with pegs. There was a smell of wet clothing, a tossing out of wet, draggled hair, a noise of voices and feet. The mass of girls grew greater, the rage around the pegs grew steadier, the scholars tended to fall into little noisy gangs in the porch. Then Violet Harby clapped her hands, clapped them louder, with a shrill "Quiet, girls! Quiet!" There was a pause. The hubbub died down, but did not cease. "What did I say?" cried Miss Harby, shrilly. There was almost complete silence. Sometimes a girl, rather late, whirled into the porch and flung off her things. "Leaders, in place!" commanded Miss Harby, shrilly. Pairs of girls in pinafores and long hair stood separate in the porch. "Standard 4, 5 and 6, fall in!" cried Miss Harby. There was a hubbub, which gradually resolved itself into 3 columns of girls, 2 and 2, standing smirking in the passage. In among the peg racks, other teachers were putting the lower classes into ranks. Ursula stood by her own standard 5. They were jerking their shoulders, tossing their hair, nudging, writhing, staring, grinning, whispering and twisting. A sharp whistle was heard, and standard 6, the biggest girls, set off, led by Miss Harby. Ursula with her standard 5 followed after. She stood beside a smirking, grinning row of girls, waiting in a narrow passage. What she was herself, she did not know. Suddenly the sound of a piano was heard, and standard 6 set off hollowly down the big room. The boys had entered by another door. The piano played on, a march tune. Standard 5 followed to the door of the big room. Mr. Harby was seen away beyond at his desk. Mr. Brunt guarded the other door of the room. Ursula's class pushed up. She stood near them. They glanced and smirked and shoved. "Go on," said Ursula. They tittered. "Go on," said Ursula, for the piano continued. The girls broke loosely into the room. Mr. Harby, who had seemed immersed in some occupation, away at his desk, lifted his head and thundered, "Halt!" There was a halt. The piano stopped. The boys who were just starting through the other door pushed back. The harsh, subdued voice of Mr. Brunt was heard, then the booming shout of Mr. Harby from far down the room, "Who told standard 5 girls to come in like that?" Ursula crimsoned. Her girls were glancing up at her, smirking their accusation. "I sent them in, Mr. Harby," she said, in a clear, struggling voice. There was a moment of silence. Then Mr. Harby roared from the distance, "Go back to your places, standard 5 girls." The girls glanced up at Ursula, accusing, rather jeering, fugitive. They pushed back. Ursula's heart hardened with ignominious pain. "Forward, march!" came Mr. Brunt's voice. Then the girls set off, keeping time with the ranks of boys. Ursula faced her class, some 55 boys and girls, who stood filling the ranks of the desks. She felt utterly non-existent. She had no place nor being there. She faced the block of children. Down the room she heard the rapid firing of questions. She stood before her class, not knowing what to do. She waited painfully. Her block of children, 50 unknown faces, watched her, hostile, ready to jeer. She felt as if she were in torture over a fire of faces. And on every side she was naked to them. Of unutterable length and torture the seconds went by. Then she gathered courage. She heard Mr. Brunt asking questions in mental arithmetic. She stood near to her class, so that her voice need not be raised too much, and, faltering, Uncertain, she said, "7 hats at 2 halfpenny each." A grin went over the faces of the class, seeing her commence. She was red and suffering. Then some hands shot up like blades, and she asked for the answer. The day passed incredibly slowly. She never knew what to do. There came horrible gaps when she was merely exposed to the children, and when, relying on some pert little girl for information, she had started a lesson, she did not know how to go on with it properly. The children were her masters. She deferred to them. She could always hear Mr. Brunt, like a machine, always in the same hard, high, inhuman voice he went on with his teaching, oblivious of everything. And before this inhuman number of children she was always at bay. She could not get away from it. There it was, this class of 50 collective children, depending on her for command it hated and resented. It made her feel she could not breathe. She must suffocate, it was so inhuman. There were so many, that they were not children. They were a squadron. She could not speak as she would to a child because they were not individual children. They were a collective, inhuman thing. Dinner time came, and stunned, bewildered, solitary, she went into the teacher's room for dinner. Never had she felt such a stranger to life before. It seemed to her she had just disembarked from some strange, horrible state, where everything was as in hell, a condition of hard, malevolent system. And she was not really free. The afternoon drew at her like some bondage. The first week passed in a blind confusion. She did not know how to teach, and she felt she would never know. Mr. Harby came down every now and then to her class to see what she was doing. She felt so incompetent as he stood by, bullying and threatening, so unreal, that she wavered, became neutral and non-existent. But he stood there watching with the listening genial smile of the eyes, that was really threatening. He said nothing, he made her go on teaching. She felt she had no soul in her body. Then he went away, and his going was like a derision. The class was his class. She was a wavering substitute. He thrashed and bullied, he was hated, but he was master. Though she was gentle and always considerate of her class, yet they belonged to Mr. Harby, and they did not belong to her. Like some invincible source of the mechanism he kept all power to himself. And the class owned his power, and in school it was power and power alone that mattered. Soon Ursula came to dread him, and at the bottom of her dread was a seed of hate, for she despised him, yet he was master of her. Then she began to get on. All the other teachers hated him, and fanned their hatred among themselves. For he was master of them and the children. He stood like a wheel to make absolute his authority over the herd. That seemed to be his one reason in life, to hold blind authority over the school. His teachers were his subjects as much as the scholars. Only, because they had some authority, his instinct was to detest them. Ursula could not make herself a favourite with him. From the first moment she set hard against him. She set against Violet Harby also. Mr. Harby was, however, too much for her. He was something she could not come to grips with, something too strong for her. She tried to approach him as a young, bright girl usually approaches a man, expecting a little chivalrous courtesy. But the fact that she was a girl, a woman, was ignored or used as a matter for contempt against her. She did not know what she was, nor what she must be. She wanted to remain her own responsive, personal self. So she taught on. She made friends with the Standard 3 teacher, Maggie Schofield. Miss Schofield was about 20 years old, a subdued girl who held aloof from the other teachers. She was rather beautiful, meditative, and seemed to live in another, lovelier world. Ursula took her dinner to school, and during the second week ate it in Miss Schofield's room. Standard 3 classroom stood by itself and had windows on 2 sides, looking onto the playground. It was a passionate relief to find such a retreat in the jarring school. For there were pots of chrysanthemums and coloured leaves, and a big jar of berries. There were pretty little pictures on the wall, photogravure reproductions from Greuze and Reynolds' Age of Innocence, giving an air of intimacy, so that the room, with its window space, its smaller, tidier desks, its touch of pictures and flowers, made Ursula at once glad. Here at last was a little personal touch, to which she could respond. It was Monday. She had been at school a week, and was getting used to the surroundings, though she was still an entire foreigner in herself. She looked forward to having dinner with Maggie. That was the bright spot in the day. Maggie was so strong and remote, walking with slow, sure steps down a hard road, carrying the dream within her. Ursula went through the class teaching as through a meaningless daze. Her class tumbled out at midday in haphazard fashion. She did not realise what host she was gathering against herself by her superior tolerance, her kindness, and her laisser-aller. They were gone, and she was rid of them, and that was all. She hurried away to the teacher's room. Mr. Brunt was crouching at the small stove, putting a little rice pudding into the oven. He rose then, and attentively poked in a small saucepan on the hob with a fork. Then he replaced the saucepan lid. "Aren't they done?" asked Ursula gaily, breaking in on his tense absorption. She always kept a bright, blithe manner, and was pleasant to all the teachers. For she felt like the swan among the geese, of superior heritage and belonging. And her pride at being the swan in this ugly school was not yet abated. "Not yet," replied Mr. Brunk, laconic. "I wonder if my dish is hot," she said, bending down at the oven. She half expected him to look for her, but he took no notice. She was hungry, and she poked her fingers eagerly in the pot to see if her Brussels sprouts and potatoes and meat were ready. They were not. "Don't you think it's rather jolly bringing dinner?" she said to Mr. Brunt. "I don't know as I do," he said, spreading a serviette on a corner of the table, and not looking at her. "I suppose it is too far for you to go home?" "Yes," he said. Then he rose and looked at her. He had the bluest, fiercest, most pointed eyes that she had ever met. He stared at her with growing fierceness. "If I were you, Miss Brangwen," he said menacingly, "I should get a bit tighter hand over my class." Ursula shrank. "Would you?" she asked sweetly, yet in terror. "Aren't I strict enough?" "Because," he repeated, taking no notice of her, "they'll get you down if you don't tackle 'em pretty quick. They'll pull you down, and worry you, till Harby gets you shifted. That's how it'll be. You won't be here another 6 weeks." And he filled his mouth with food. "If you don't tackle 'em, and tackle 'em quick." "Oh, but—" Ursula said, resentfully, ruefully. The terror was deep in her. "Harby'll not help you. This is what he'll do. He'll let you go on, getting worse and worse, till either you clear out, or he clears you out. It doesn't matter to me, except that you'll leave a class behind you as I hope I shan't have to cope with." She heard the accusation in the man's voice, and felt condemned. But still, school had not yet become a definite reality to her. She was shirking it. It was reality, but it was all outside her. And she fought against Mr. Brunt's representation. She did not want to realise. "Will it be so terrible?" she said, quivering, rather beautiful, but with a slight touch of condescension, because she would not betray her own trepidation. "Terrible?" said the man, turning to his potatoes again. "I don't know about terrible." "I do feel frightened," said Ursula. "The children seem so—" "What?" said Miss Harby, entering at that moment. "Why," said Ursula, "Mr. Brunt says I ought to tackle my class," and she laughed uneasily. "Oh, you have to keep order if you want to teach," said Miss Harby, hard, superior, trite. Ursula did not answer. She felt non-valid before them. "If you want to be let to live, you have," said Mr. Brunt. "Well, if you can't keep good order, what good are you?" said Miss Harby. "And you've got to do it by yourself." His voice rose like the bitter cry of the prophets. "You'll get no help from anybody." "Oh, indeed," said Miss Harby. "Some people can't be helped." And she departed. The air of hostility and disintegration, of wills working in antagonistic subordination, was hideous. Mr. Brunt, subordinate, afraid, acid with shame, frightened her. Ursula wanted to run. She only wanted to clear out, not to understand. Then Miss Schofield came in, and with her another, more restful note. Ursula at once turned for confirmation to the newcomer. Maggie remained personal within all this unclean system of authority. "Is the big Anderson here?" she asked of Mr. Brunt. And they spoke of some affair about 2 scholars, coldly, officially. Miss Schofield took her brown dish, and Ursula followed with her own. The cloth was laid in the pleasant standard 3 room. There was a jar with 2 or 3 monthly roses on the table. "It is so nice in here. You have made it different," said Ursula gaily. But she was afraid. The atmosphere of the school was upon her. "The big room," said Miss Schofield. "Ha! It's misery to be in it." She too spoke with bitterness. She too lived in the ignominious position of an upper servant, hated by the master above and the class beneath. She was, she knew, liable to attack from either side at any minute, or from both at once. For the authorities would listen to the complaints of parents, and both would turn round on the mongrel authority, the teacher. So there was a hard, bitter withholding in Maggie Schofield, even as she poured out her savoury mess of big golden beans and brown gravy. "It is a vegetarian hot pot," said Miss Schofield. "Would you like to try it?" "I should love to," said Ursula. Her own dinner seemed coarse and ugly beside this savoury, clean dish. "I've never eaten vegetarian things," she said, "but I should think they can be good." "I'm not really a vegetarian," said Maggie. "I don't like to bring meat to school." "No," said Ursula, "I don't think I do either." And again her soul rang an answer to a new refinement, a new liberty. If all vegetarian things were as nice as this, she would be glad to escape the slight uncleanness of meat. "How good!" she cried. "Yes," said Miss Schofield, and she proceeded to tell her the receipt. The 2 girls passed on to talk about themselves. Ursula told all about the high school, and about her matriculation, bragging a little. She felt so poor in here, in this ugly place. Miss Schofield listened with brooding, handsome face, rather gloomy. "Couldn't you have got to some better place than this?" she asked at length. "I didn't know what it was like," said Ursula, doubtfully. "Ah!" said Miss Schofield, and she turned aside her head with a bitter motion. "Is it as horrible as it seems?" asked Ursula, frowning lightly, in fear. "It is," said Miss Schofield bitterly. "Ha! It is hateful!" Ursula's heart sank, seeing even Miss Schofield in the deadly bondage. "It is Mr. Harby," said Maggie Schofield, breaking forth. "I don't think I could live again in the big room. Mr. Brunt's voice and Mr. Harby. Ah!" She turned aside her head with a deep hurt. Some things she could not bear. "Is Mr. Harby really horrid?" asked Ursula, venturing into her own dread. "He? Why, he's just a bully," said Miss Schofield, raising her shamed dark eyes, that flamed with tortured contempt. "He's not bad, as long as you keep in with him, and refer to him, and do everything his way. But it's all so mean. It's just a question of fighting on both sides. And those great louts—" She spoke with difficulty and with increased bitterness. She had evidently suffered. Her soul was raw with ignominy. Ursula suffered in response. "But why is it so horrid?" she asked helplessly. "You can't do anything," said Miss Schofield. "He's against you on one side, and he sets the children against you on the other. The children are simply awful. You've got to make them do everything. Everything, everything has got to come out of you. Whatever they learn, you've got to force it into them. And that's how it is." Ursula felt her heart fail inside her. Why must she grasp all this? Why must she force learning on 55 reluctant children, having all the time an ugly, rude jealousy behind her, ready to throw her to the mercy of the herd of children who would like to rend her as a weaker representative of authority? A great dread of her task possessed her. She saw Mr. Brunt, Miss Harby, Miss Schofield, all the school teachers drudging unwillingly at the graceless task of compelling many children into one disciplined, mechanical set, reducing the whole set to an automatic state of obedience and attention, and then of commanding their acceptance of various pieces of knowledge. The first great task was to reduce 60 children to one state of mind or being. This state must be produced automatically, through the will of the teacher, and the will of the whole school authority, imposed upon the will of the children. The point was that the headmaster and the teachers should have one will in authority, which should not bring the will of the children into accord. But the headmaster was narrow and exclusive. The will of the teachers could not agree with this. Their separate wills refused to be so subordinated. So there was a state of anarchy, leaving the final judgment to the children themselves, which authority should exist. So there existed a set of separate wills, each straining itself to the utmost to exert its own authority. Children will never naturally acquiesce to sitting in a class and submitting to knowledge. They must be compelled by a stronger, wiser will, against which will they must always strive to revolt. So that the first great effort of every teacher of a large class must be to bring the will of the children into accordance with his own will. And this he can only do by an abnegation of the personal self, and an application of a system of laws, for the purpose of achieving a certain calculable result, the imparting of certain knowledge. Whereas Ursula thought she was going to become the first wise teacher, by making the whole business personal, and using no compulsion. She believed entirely in her own personality. So that she was in a very deep mess. In the first place, she was offering to a class a relationship which only one or two of the children were sensitive enough to appreciate, so that the mass were left outsiders, therefore against her. Secondly, she was placing herself in passive antagonism to the one fixed authority of Mr. Harby, so that the scholars could more safely harry her. She did not know, but her instinct gradually warned her. She was tortured by the voice of Mr. Brunt. On it went, jarring, harsh, full of hate, but so monotonous, it nearly drove her mad. Always the same, set, harsh monotony. The man was become a mechanism, working on and on and on. But the personal man was in subdued friction all the time. It was horrible, all hate. Must she be like this? She could feel the ghastly necessity. She must become the same, put away the personal self, become an instrument, an abstraction, working upon a certain material, the class, to achieve a set purpose of making them know so much each day. And she could not submit. Yet gradually she felt the invincible iron closing upon her. The sun was being blocked out. Often when she went out at playtime and saw a luminous blue sky with changing clouds, it seemed just a fantasy, like a piece of painted scenery. Her heart was so black and tangled in the teaching, her personal self was shut in prison, abolished. She was subjugate to a bad, destructive will. How then could the sky be shining? There was no sky, there was no luminous atmosphere of out of doors. Only the inside of the school was real, hard, concrete, real and vicious. She would not yet, however, let school quite overcome her. She always said, it is not a permanency, it will come to an end. She could always see herself beyond the place, see the time when she had left it. On Sundays and on holidays when she was away at Cossethay or in the woods where the beech leaves were fallen, she could think of St. Philip's Church School, and by an effort of will put it in the picture as a dirty little, low squatting building that made a very tiny mound under the sky, while the great beech woods spread immense about her, and the afternoon was spacious and wonderful. Moreover, the children, the scholars, they were insignificant little objects far away, oh, far away. And what power had they over her free soul? A fleeting thought of them as she kicked her way through the beech leaves, and they were gone. But her will was tense against them all the time. All the while they pursued her. She had never had such a passionate love of the beautiful things about her. Sitting on top of the tram-car at evening, sometimes school was swept away as she saw a magnificent sky settling down, and her breast, her very hands clamoured for the lovely flare of sunset. It was poignant almost to agony, her reaching for it. She almost cried aloud, seeing the sundown so lovely. For she was held away. It was no matter how she said to herself that school existed no more once she had left it. It existed. It was within her like a dark weight, controlling her movement. It was in vain the high-spirited, proud young girl flung off the school and its association with her. She was Miss Brangwen. She was Standard 5 teacher. She had a most important being in her work now. Constantly haunting her, like a darkness hovering over her heart and threatening to swoop down over it at every moment, was the sense that somehow she was brought down. Bitterly she denied unto herself that she was really a school-teacher. Leave that to the Violet Harbys. She herself would stand clear of the accusation. It was in vain she denied it. Within herself some recording hand seemed to point mechanically to a negation. She was incapable of fulfilling her task. She could never for a moment escape from the fatal weight of the knowledge. And so she felt inferior to Violet Harby. Miss Harby was a splendid teacher. She could keep order and inflict knowledge on a class with remarkable efficiency. It was no good Ursula's protesting to herself that she was infinitely the superior of Violet Harby. She knew that Violet Harby succeeded where she failed, and this in a task which was almost a test of her. She felt something all the time wearing upon her, wearing her down. She went about in these first weeks trying to deny it, to say she was free as ever. She tried not to feel at a disadvantage before Miss Harby, tried to keep up the effect of her own superiority. But a great weight was on her, which Violet Harby could bear, and she herself could not. Though she did not give in, she never succeeded. Her class was getting in worse condition. She knew herself less and less secure in teaching it. Ought she to withdraw and go home again? Ought she to say she had come to the wrong place, and so retire? Her very life was at test. She went on doggedly, blindly, waiting for a crisis. Mr. Harby had now begun to persecute her. Her dread and hatred of him grew and loomed larger and larger. She was afraid he was going to bully her and destroy her. He began to persecute her because she could not keep her class in proper condition, because her class was the weak link in the chain which made up the school. One of the offences was that her class was noisy, and disturbed Mr. Harby as he took Standard 7 at the other end of the room. She was taking composition on a certain morning, walking in among the scholars. Some of the boys had dirty ears and necks, their clothing smelled unpleasantly, but she could ignore it. She corrected the writing as she went. "When you say their fur is brown, how do you write there?" she asked. There was a little pause. The boys were always jeeringly backward in answering. They had begun to jeer at her authority altogether. "Please, miss, T-H-E-I-R," spelled a lad loudly, with a note of mockery. At that moment Mr. Harby was passing. "Stand up, Hill," he called, in a big voice. Everybody started. Ursula watched the boy. He was evidently poor and rather cunning. A stiff bit of hair stood straight off his forehead, the rest fitted close to his meagre head. He was pale and colourless. "Who told you to call out?" thundered Mr. Harby. The boy looked up and down, with a guilty air, and a cunning, cynical reserve. "Please, sir, I was answering," he replied, with the same humble insolence. "Go to my desk." The boy set off down the room, the big black jacket hanging in dejected folds about him, his thin legs, rather knocked at the knees, going already with the pauper's crawl, his feet in their big boots scarcely lifted. Ursula watched him in his crawling, slinking progress down the room. He was one of her boys. When he got to the desk, he looked round, half furtively, with a sort of cunning grin, and a pathetic leer at the big boys in Standard 7. Then, pitiable, pale in his dejected garments, he lounged under the menace of the headmaster's desk, with one thin leg crooked at the knee, and the foot struck out sideways, his hands in the low-hanging pockets of his man's jacket. Ursula tried to get her attention back to the class. The boy gave her a little horror, and she was at the same time hot with pity for him. She felt she wanted to scream. She was responsible for the boy's punishment. Mr. Harby was looking at her handwriting on the board. He turned to the class. "Pens down." The children put down their pens and looked up. "Fold arms." They pushed back their books and folded arms. Ursula, stuck among the back forms, could not extricate herself. "What is your composition about?" asked the headmaster. Every hand shot up. Stuttered some voice, in its eagerness to answer. "I wouldn't advise you to call out," said Mr. Harby. He would have a pleasant voice, full and musical, but for the detestable menace that always tailed in it. He stood unmoved, his eyes twinkling under his bushy black eyebrows, watching the class. There was something fascinating in him, as he stood, and again she wanted to scream. She was all jarred, she did not know what she felt. "Well, Alice?" he said. "The rabbit," piped a girl's voice. "A very easy subject for Standard 5. Ursula felt a slight shame of incompetence. She was exposed before the class. And she was tormented by the contradictoriness of everything. Mr. Harby stood so strong and so male, with his black brows and clear forehead, the heavy jaw, the big overhanging moustache. Such a man, with strength and male power, and a certain blind, native beauty. She might have liked him as a man. And here he stood in some other capacity, bullying over such a trifle as a boy's speaking out without permission. Yet he was not a little, fussy man. He seemed to have some cruel, stubborn, evil spirit. He was imprisoned in a task too small and petty for him, which yet, in a servile acquiescence, he would fulfil, because he had to earn his living. He had no finer control over himself, only this blind, dogged, wholesale will. He would keep the job going, since he must. And this job was to make the children spell the word caution correctly, and put a capital letter after a full stop. So at this he hammered with his suppressed hatred, always suppressing himself, till he was beside himself. Ursula suffered bitterly as he stood, short and handsome and powerful, teaching her class. It seemed such a miserable thing for him to be doing. He had a decent, powerful, rude soul. What did he care about the composition on "The Rabbit"? Yet his will kept him there before the class, threshing the trivial subject. It was habit with him now, to be so little and vulgar, out of place. She saw the shamefulness of his position, felt the fettered wickedness in him which would blaze out into evil rage in the long run. So that he was like a persistent, strong creature tethered. It was really intolerable. The jarring was torture to her. She looked over the silent, attentive class that seemed to have crystallized into order and rigid neutral form. This he had it in his power to do, to crystallize the children into hard, mute fragments, fixed under his will, his brute will, which fixed them by sheer force. She too must learn to subdue them to her will, she must, for it was her duty, since the school was such. He had crystallized the class into order, but to see him, a strong, powerful man, using all his power for such a purpose, seemed almost horrible. There was something hideous about it. The strange, genial light in his eye was really vicious and ugly. His smile was one of torture. He could not be impersonal. He could not have a clear, pure purpose. He could only exercise his own brute will. He did not believe in the least in the education he kept inflicting year after year upon the children. So he must bully, only bully, even while it tortured his strong, wholesome nature with shame, like a spur always galling. He was so blind and ugly and out of place. Ursula could not bear it as he stood there. The whole situation was wrong and ugly. The lesson was finished. Mr. Harby went away. At the far end of the room she heard the whistle and the thud of the cane. Her heart stood still within her. She could not bear it. No, she could not bear it when the boy was beaten. It made her sick. She felt that she must go out of this school, this torture place. And she hated the schoolmaster, thoroughly and finally. The brute, had he no shame? He should never be allowed to continue the atrocity of this bullying cruelty. Then Hill came crawling back, blubbering piteously. There was something desolate about this blubbering that nearly broke her heart. For after all, if she had kept her class in proper discipline, this would never have happened. Hill would never have been called out and been caned. She began the arithmetic lesson, but she was distracted. The boy Hill sat away on the back desk, huddled up, blubbering and sucking his hand. It was a long time. She dared not go near nor speak to him. She felt ashamed before him. And she felt she could not forgive the boy for being the huddled, blubbering object, all wet and snivelled, which he was. She went on correcting the sums. But there were too many children. She could not get round the class. And Hill was on her conscience. At last he had stopped crying and sat bunched over his hands, playing quietly. Then he looked up at her. His face was dirty with tears. His eyes had a curious washed look, like the sky after rain, a sort of wanness. He bore no malice. He had already forgotten, and was waiting to be restored to the normal position. "Go on with your work, Hill," she said. The children were playing over their arithmetic and, she knew, cheating thoroughly. She wrote another sum on the blackboard. She could not get round the class. She went again to the front to watch. Some were ready, some were not. What was she to do? At last it was time for recreation. She gave the order to cease working, and in some way or other got her class out of the room. Then she faced the disorderly litter of blotted, uncorrected books, of broken rulers and chewed pens, and her heart sank in sickness. The misery was getting deeper. The trouble went on, day after day. She had always piles of books to mark, myriads of errors to correct, a heart-wearying task that she loathed. And the work got worse and worse. When she tried to flatter herself that the composition grew more alive, more interesting, she had to see that the handwriting grew more and more slovenly, the books more filthy and disgraceful. She tried what she could, but it was of no use. But she was not going to take it seriously. Why should she? Why should she say to herself that it mattered, if she failed to teach a class to write perfectly neatly? Why should she take the blame unto herself? Pay-day came, and she received £4, 2s. and 1d. She was very proud that day. She had never had so much money before, and she had earned it all herself. She sat on the top of the tram-car, fingering the gold and fearing she might lose it. She felt so established and strong because of it. And when she got home she said to her mother: "It is pay-day to-day, mother." "Ay," said her mother, coolly. Then Ursula put down 50s. On the table. "That is my board," she said. "Ay," said her mother, letting it lie. Ursula was hurt. Yet she had paid her scot. She was free. She paid for what she had. There remained moreover 32s. Of her own. She would not spend any. She who was naturally a spendthrift because she could not bear to damage her fine gold. She had a standing ground now apart from her parents. She was something else beside the mere daughter of William and Anna Brangwen. She was independent. She earned her own living. She was an important member of the working community. She was sure that 50s. A month quite paid for her keep. If her mother received 50s. A month for each of the children, she would have £20 a month and no clothes to provide. Very well then. Ursula was independent of her parents. She now adhered elsewhere. Now, the Board of Education was a phrase that rang significant to her, and she felt Whitehall far beyond her as her ultimate home. In the government, she knew which minister had supreme control over education, and it seemed to her that, in some way, he was connected with her, as her father was connected with her. She had another self, another responsibility. She was no longer Ursula Brangwen, daughter of William Brangwen. She was also Standard 5 teacher in St. Philip's School. And it was a case now of being Standard 5 teacher and nothing else, for she could not escape. Neither could she succeed. That was her horror. As the weeks passed on, there was no Ursula Brangwen free and jolly. There was only a girl of that name obsessed by the fact that she could not manage her class of children. At week-ends there came days of passionate reaction, when she went mad with the taste of liberty, when merely to be free in the morning, to sit down at her embroidery and stitch the coloured silks was a passion of delight. For the prison house was always awaiting her. This was only a respite, as her chained heart knew well. So that she seized hold of the swift hours of the week-end, and wrung the last drop of sweetness out of them in a little, cruel frenzy. She did not tell anybody how this state was a torture to her. She did not confide either to Gudrun or to her parents how horrible she found it to be a school teacher. But when Sunday night came, and she felt the Monday morning at hand, she was strung up tight with dreadful anticipation, because the strain and the torture was near again. She did not believe that she could ever teach that great brutish class, in that brutal school, ever, ever. And yet, if she failed, she must in some way go under. She must admit that the man's world was too strong for her. She could not take her place in it. She must go down before Mr. Harby. And all her life henceforth she must go on, never having freed herself of the man's world, never having achieved the freedom of the great world of responsible work. Maggie had taken her place there. She had even stood level with Mr. Harby and got free of him, and her soul was always wandering in far-off valleys and glades of poetry. Maggie was free, yet there was something like subjection in Maggie's very freedom. Mr. Harby, the man, disliked the reserved woman Maggie. Mr. Harby, the schoolmaster, respected his teacher, Miss Schofield. For the present, however, Ursula only envied and admired Maggie. She herself had still to get where Maggie had got. She had still to make her footing. She had taken up a position on Mr. Harby's ground, and she must keep it. For he was now beginning a regular attack on her, to drive her away out of his school. She could not keep order. Her class was a turbulent crowd, and the weak spot in the school's work. Therefore she must go, and some one more useful must come in her place, some one who could keep discipline. The headmaster had worked himself into an obsession of fury against her. He only wanted her gone. She had come, she had got worse as the weeks went on, she was absolutely no good. His system, which was his very life in school, the outcome of his bodily movement, was attacked and threatened at the point where Ursula was included. She was the danger that threatened his body with a blow, a fall. And blindly, thoroughly, moving from strong instinct of opposition, he set to work to expel her. When he punished one of her children as he had punished the boy Hill, for an offence against himself, he made the punishment extra heavy, with the significance that the extra stroke came in because of the weak teacher who allowed all these things to be. When he punished for an offence against her, he punished lightly, as if offences against her were not significant, which all the children knew, and they behaved accordingly. Every now and again Mr. Harby would swoop down to examine exercise books. For a whole hour he would be going round the class, taking book after book, comparing page after page, whilst Ursula stood aside for all the remarks and fault-finding to be pointed at her through the scholars. It was true since she had come the composition books had grown more and more untidy, disorderly, filthy. Mr. Harby pointed to the pages done before her regime and to those done after, and fell into a passion of rage. Many children he sent out to the front with their books, and after he had thoroughly gone through the silent and quivering class he caned the worst offenders well, in front of the others, thundering in real passion of anger and chagrin. "Such a condition in a class! I can't believe it! It is simply disgraceful! I can't think how you've been let to get like it! Every Monday morning I shall come down and examine these books. So don't think that because there is nobody paying any attention to you, that you are free to unlearn everything you ever learned, and go back till you're not fit for Standard 3. I shall examine all books every Monday." Then in a rage he went away with his cane, leaving Ursula to confront a pale, quivering class, whose childish faces were shut in blank resentment, fear, and bitterness, whose souls were full of anger and contempt for her rather than of the master, whose eyes looked at her with the cold, inhuman accusation of children. And she could hardly make mechanical words to speak to them. When she gave an order they obeyed, with an insolent off-handedness, as if to say, "As for you, do you think we would obey you, but for the master?" She sent the blubbering, caned boys to their seats, knowing that they too jeered at her and her authority, holding her weakness responsible for what punishment had overtaken them. And she knew the whole position, so that even her horror of physical beating and suffering sank to a deeper pain, and became a moral judgment upon her, worse than any hurt. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 13, Part 3, of The Rainbow, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. She must, during the next week, watch over her books, and punish any fault. Her soul decided it coldly. Her personal desire was dead for that day at least. She must have nothing more of herself in school. She was to be Standard 5 teacher only. That was her duty. In school she was nothing but Standard 5 teacher. Ursula Brangwen must be excluded. So that, pale, shut, at last distant and impersonal, she saw no longer the child, how his eyes danced, or how he had a queer little soul that could not be bothered with shaping handwriting so long as he dashed down what he thought. She saw no children, only the task that was to be done. And keeping her eyes there, on the task, and not on the child, she was impersonal enough to punish where she could otherwise only have sympathised, understood, and condoned, to approve where she would have been merely uninterested before. But her interest had no place any more. It was agony to the impulsive, bright girl of 17 to become distant and official, having no personal relationship with the children. For a few days, after the agony of the Monday, she succeeded, and had some success with her class. But it was a state not natural to her, and she began to relax. There came another infliction. There were not enough pens to go round the class. She sent to Mr. Harby for more. He came in person. "Not enough pens, Miss Brangwen?" he said, with the smile and calm of exceeding rage against her. "No, we are 6 short," she said, quaking. "Oh, how is that?" he said menacingly. Then, looking over the class, he asked, "How many are there to-day?" 52, said Ursula, but he did not take any notice, counting for himself. 52, he said. "And how many pens are there, Staples?" Ursula was now silent. He would not heed her if she answered, since he had addressed the monitor. "That's a very curious thing," said Mr. Harby, looking over the silent class, with a slight grin of fury. All the childish faces looked up at him, blank and exposed. "A few days ago there were 60 pens for this class. Now there are 48. What is 48 from 60, Williams?" There was a sinister suspense in the question. A thin, ferret-faced boy in a sailor suit started up exaggeratedly. "Please, sir," he said. Then a slow, sly grin came over his face. He did not know. There was a tense silence. The boy dropped his head. Then he looked up again, a little cunning triumph in his eyes. 12, he said. "I would advise you to attend," said the headmaster, dangerously. The boy sat down. 48 from 60 is 12. So there are 12 pens to account for. Have you looked for them, Staples?" "Yes, sir." "Then look again." The scene dragged on. 2 pens were found. 10 were missing. Then the storm burst. "Am I to have you thieving, beside your dirt and bad work and bad behaviour?" the headmaster began. "Not content with being the worst behaved and dirtiest class in the school, you are thieves into the bargain, are you? It is a very funny thing. Pens don't melt into the air. Pens are not in the habit of mizzling away into nothing. What has become of them, then? They must be somewhere. What has become of them? For they must be found, and found by Standard 5. They were lost by Standard 5, and they must be found." Ursula stood and listened, her heart hard and cold. She was so much upset that she felt almost mad. Something in her tempted her to turn on the headmaster and tell him to stop, about the miserable pens. But she did not. She could not. After every session, morning and evening, she had the pens counted. Still they were missing, and pencils and india rubbers disappeared. She kept the class staying behind till the things were found. But as soon as Mr. Harby had gone out of the room, the boys began to jump about and shout, and at last they bolted in a body from the school. This was drawing near a crisis. She could not tell Mr. Harby because, while he would punish the class, he would make her the cause of the punishment, and her class would pay her back with disobedience and derision. Already there was a deadly hostility grown up between her and the children. After keeping in the class at evening, to finish some work, she would find boys dodging behind her, calling after her, "Brangwen, Brangwen, proud acre." When she went into Ilkeston of a Saturday morning with Gudrun, she heard again the voices yelling after her, "Brangwen, Brangwen." She pretended to take no notice, but she coloured with shame at being held up to derision in the public street. She, Ursula Brangwen of Cossethay, could not escape from the Standard 5 teacher which she was. In vain she went out to buy ribbon for her hat. They called after her, the boys she tried to teach. And one evening, as she went from the edge of town into the country, stones came flying at her. Then the passion of shame and anger surpassed her. She walked on unheeding, beside herself. Because of the darkness she could not see who were those that threw, but she did not want to know. Only in her soul a change took place. Never more, and never more would she give herself as individual to her class. Never would she, Ursula Brangwen, the girl she was, the person she was, come into contact with those boys. She would be Standard 5 teacher, as far away personally from her class as if she had never set foot in St. Philip's School. She would just obliterate them all, and keep herself apart, take them as scholars only. So her face grew more and more shut, and over her flayed, exposed soul of a young girl who had gone open and warm to give herself to the children, there set a hard, insentient thing, that worked mechanically according to a system imposed. It seemed she scarcely saw her class the next day. She could only feel her will, and what she would have of this class which she must grasp into subjection. It was no good, any more, to appeal, to play upon the better feelings of the class. Her swift-working soul realised this. She, as teacher, must bring them all as scholars into subjection, and this she was going to do. All else she would forsake. She had become hard and impersonal, almost avengeful on herself as well as on them, since the stone-throwing. She did not want to be a person, to be herself any more, after such humiliation. She would assert herself for mastery, be only teacher. She was set now. She was going to fight and subdue. She knew by now her enemies in the class. The one she hated most was Williams. He was a sort of defective, not bad enough to be so classed. He could read with fluency, and had plenty of cunning intelligence, but he could not keep still. And he had a kind of sickness, very repulsive to a sensitive girl, something cunning and etiolated and degenerate. Once he had thrown an inkwell at her in one of his mad little rages. Twice he had run home out of class. He was a well-known character. And he grinned up his sleeve at this girl teacher, sometimes hanging round to fawn on her. But this made her dislike him more. He had a kind of leech-like power. From one of the children she took a supple cane, and this she determined to use when the real occasion came. One morning at composition she said to the boy Williams, "Why have you made this blot?" "Please, miss, it fell off my pen," he whined out, in the mocking voice that he was so clever in using. The boys near snorted with laughter. For Williams was an actor. He could tickle the feelings of his hearers subtly. Particularly he could tickle the children with him into ridiculing his teacher, or indeed any authority of which he was not afraid. He had that peculiar jail instinct. "Then you must stay in and finish another page of composition," said the teacher. This was against her usual sense of justice, and the boy resented it derisively. At 12 o'clock she caught him slinking out. "Williams, sit down," she said. And there she sat, and there he sat alone, opposite to her, on the back desk, looking up at her with his furtive eyes every minute. "Please, miss, I've got to go an errand," he called out insolently. "Bring me your book," said Ursula. The boy came out, flapping his book along the desks. He had not written a line. "Go back and do the writing you have to do," said Ursula. And she sat at her desk, trying to correct books. She was trembling and upset. And for an hour the miserable boy writhed and grinned in his seat. At the end of that time he had done 5 lines. "As it is so late now," said Ursula, "you will finish the rest this evening." The boy kicked his way insolently down the passage. The afternoon came again. Williams was there, glancing at her, and her heart beat thick, for she knew it was a fight between them. She watched him. During the geography lesson, as she was pointing to the map with her cane, the boy continually ducked his whitish head under the desk, and attracted the attention of other boys. "Williams," she said, gathering her courage, for it was critical now to speak to him. "What are you doing?" He lifted his face, the sore-rimmed eyes half smiling. There was something intrinsically indecent about him. Ursula shrank away. "Nothing," he replied, feeling a triumph. "What are you doing?" she repeated, her heart-beat suffocating her. "Nothing," replied the boy, insolently, aggrieved, comic. "If I speak to you again, you must go down to Mr. Harby," she said. But this boy was a match even for Mr. Harby. He was so persistent, so cringing and flexible, he howled so when he was hurt, that the master hated more the teacher who sent him than he hated the boy himself. For of the boy he was sick of the sight, which Williams knew. He grinned visibly. Ursula turned to the map again, to go on with the geography lesson. But there was a little ferment in the class. William's spirit infected them all. She heard a scuffle, and then she trembled inwardly. If they all turned on her this time, she was beaten. "Please, miss," called a voice in distress. She turned round. One of the boys she liked was ruefully holding out a torn celluloid collar. She heard the complaint, feeling futile. "Go in front, right," she said. She was trembling in every fibre. A big sullen boy, not bad but very difficult, slouched out to the front. She went on with the lesson, aware that Williams was making faces at Wright, and that Wright was grinning behind her. She was afraid. She turned to the map again, and she was afraid. "Please, miss, Williams," came a sharp cry, and a boy on the back row was standing up, with drawn, pained brows, half a mocking grin on his pain, half real resentment against Williams. "Please, miss, he's nipped me," and he rubbed his leg ruefully. "Come in front, Williams," she said. The rat-like boy sat with his pale smile, and did not move. "Come in front," she repeated, definite now. "I shan't," he cried, snarling, rat-like, grinning. Something went click in Ursula's soul. Her face and eyes set, she went through the class straight. The boy cowered before her glowering, fixed eyes, but she advanced on him, seized him by the arm, and dragged him from his seat. He clung to the form. It was the battle between him and her. Her instinct had suddenly become calm and quick. She jerked him from his grip, and dragged him, struggling and kicking, to the front. He kicked her several times, and clung to the forms as he passed, but she went on. The class was on its feet in excitement. She saw it, and made no move. She knew if she let go the boy he would dash to the door. Already he had run home once out of her class. So she snatched her cane from the desk, and brought it down on him. He was writhing and kicking. She saw his face beneath her, white, with eyes like the eyes of a fish, stony, yet full of hate and horrible fear. And she loathed him, the hideous, writhing thing, that was nearly too much for her. In horror lest he should overcome her, and yet at the heart quite calm, she brought down the cane again and again, whilst he struggled, making inarticulate noises and lunging vicious kicks at her. With one hand she managed to hold him, and now and then the cane came down on him. He writhed like a mad thing, but the pain of the strokes cut through his writhing, vicious, coward's courage, bit deeper, till at last, with a long whimper that became a yell, he went limp. She let him go, and he rushed at her, his teeth and eyes glinting. There was a second of agonized terror in her heart. He was a beast thing. Then she caught him, and the cane came down on him. A few times, madly, in a frenzy, he lunged and writhed to kick her. But again the cane broke him. He sank with a howling yell on the floor, and like a beaten beast, lay there yelling. Mr. Harby had rushed up towards the end of this performance. "What's the matter?" he roared. Ursula felt as if something were going to break in her. "I've thrashed him," she said, her breast heaving, forcing out the words on the last breath. The headmaster stood choked with rage, helpless. She looked at the writhing, howling figure on the floor. "Get up," she said. The thing writhed away from her. She took a step forward. She had realised the presence of the headmaster for 1 second, and then she was oblivious of it again. "Get up," she said, and with a little dart the boy was on his feet. His yelling dropped to a mad blubber. He had been in a frenzy. "Go and stand by the radiator," she said. As if mechanically, blubbering, he went. The headmaster stood robbed of movement or speech. His face was yellow, his hands twitched convulsively. But Ursula stood stiff not far from him. Nothing could touch her now. She was beyond Mr. Harby. She was as if violated to death. The headmaster muttered something, turned and went down the room, whence from the far end he was heard roaring in a mad rage at his own class. The boy blubbered wildly by the radiator. Ursula looked at the class. There were 50 pale, still faces watching her, 100 round eyes fixed on her in an attentive, expressionless stare. "Give out the history readers," she said to the monitors. There was dead silence. As she stood there she could hear again the ticking of the clock, and the chock of piles of books taken out of the low cupboard. Then came the faint flap of books on the desks. The children passed in silence, their hands working in unison. They were no longer a pack, but each one separated into a silent, closed thing. "Take page 125 and read that chapter," said Ursula. There was a click of many books opened. The children found the page, and bent their heads obediently to read, and they read, mechanically. Ursula, who was trembling violently, went and sat in her high chair. The blubbering of the boy continued. The strident voice of Mr. Brunt, the roar of Mr. Harby came muffled through the glass partition. And now and then a pair of eyes rose from the reading book, rested on her a moment, watchful, as if calculating impersonally, then sank again. She sat still without moving, her eyes watching the class, unseeing. She was quite still and weak. She felt that she could not raise her hand from the desk. If she sat there for ever, she felt she could not move again, nor utter a command. It was 4:15. She almost dreaded the closing of the school, when she would be alone. The class began to recover its ease. The tension relaxed. Williams was still crying. Mr. Brunt was giving orders for the closing of the lesson. Ursula got down. "Take your place, Williams," she said. He dragged his feet across the room, wiping his face on his sleeve. As he sat down, he glanced at her furtively, his eyes still redder. Now he looked like some beaten rat. At last the children were gone. Mr. Harby trod by heavily, without looking her way or speaking. Mr. Brunt hesitated as she was locking her cupboard. "If you settle Clark and Letts in the same way, Miss Brangwen, you'll be all right," he said, his blue eyes glancing down in a strange fellowship, his long nose pointing at her. "Shall I?" She laughed nervously. She did not want anybody to talk to her. As she went along the street, clattering on the granite pavement, she was aware of boys dodging behind her. Something struck her hand that was carrying her bag, bruising her. As it rolled away, she saw that it was a potato. Her hand was hurt, but she gave no sign. Soon she would take the tram. She was afraid and strange. It was to her quite strange and ugly, like some dream where she was degraded. She would have died rather than admit it to anybody. She could not look at her swollen hand. Something had broken in her. She had passed a crisis. Williams was beaten, but at a cost. Feeling too much upset to go home, she rode a little farther into the town, and got down from the tram at a small tea shop. There, in the dark little place behind the shop, she drank her tea and ate bread and butter. She did not taste anything. The taking of tea was just a mechanical action, to cover over her existence. There she sat in the dark, obscure little place, without knowing. Only unconsciously she nursed the back of her hand, which was bruised. When finally she took her way home, it was sunset red across the west. She did not know why she was going home. There was nothing for her there. She had, true, only to pretend to be normal. There was nobody she could speak to, nowhere to go for escape. But she must keep on, under this red sunset, alone, knowing the horror in humanity that would destroy her, and with which she was at war. Yet it had to be so. In the morning again she must go to school. She got up and went without murmuring even to herself. She was in the hands of some bigger, stronger, coarser will. School was fairly quiet, but she could feel the class watching her, ready to spring on her. Her instinct was aware of the class instinct to catch her if she were weak, but she kept cold and was guarded. Williams was absent from school. In the middle of the morning there was a knock at the door. Someone wanted the headmaster. Mr. Harby went out, heavily, angrily, nervously. He was afraid of irate parents. After a moment in the passage, he came again into school. "Sturgis," he called to one of his larger boys, "stand in front of the class, and write down the name of any one who speaks. Will you come this way, Miss Brangwen?" He seemed vindictively to seize upon her. Ursula followed him, and found in the lobby a thin woman with a whitish skin, not ill dressed, in a grey costume and a purple hat. "I called about Vernon," said the woman, speaking in a refined accent. There was about the woman altogether an appearance of refinement and of cleanliness, curiously contradicted by her half-beggar's deportment, and a sense of her being unpleasant to touch, like something going bad inside. She was neither a lady nor an ordinary working man's wife, but a creature separate from society. By her dress she was not poor. Ursula knew at once that she was William's mother, and that he was Vernon. She remembered that he was always clean and well dressed in a sailor suit, and he had this same peculiar, half-transparent unwholesomeness, rather like a corpse. "I wasn't able to send him to school to-day," continued the woman, with a false grace of manner. "He came home last night so ill. He was violently sick. I thought I should have to send for the doctor. You know he has a weak heart." The woman looked at Ursula with her pale, dead eyes. "No," replied the girl, "I did not know." She stood still with repulsion and uncertainty. Mr. Harby, large and male, with his overhanging moustache, stood by with a slight, ugly smile at the corner of his eyes. The woman went on insidiously, not quite human. "Oh yes, he has had heart disease ever since he was a child. That is why he isn't very regular at school. And it is very bad to beat him. He was awfully ill this morning. I shall call on the doctor as I go back." "Who is staying with him now, then?" put in the deep voice of the schoolmaster, cunningly. "Oh, I left him with a woman who comes in to help me, and who understands him. But I shall call in the doctor on my way home." Ursula stood still. She felt vague threats in all this, but the woman was so utterly strange to her that she did not understand. "He told me he'd been beaten," continued the woman, "and when I undressed him to put him to bed, his body was covered with marks. I could show them to any doctor." Mr. Harby looked at Ursula to answer. She began to understand. The woman was threatening to take out a charge of assault on her son against her. Perhaps she wanted money. "I caned him," she said. "He was so much trouble." "I'm sorry if he was troublesome," said the woman, "but he must have been shamefully beaten. I could show the marks to any doctor. I'm sure it isn't allowed, if it was known." "I caned him while he kept kicking me," said Ursula, getting angry because she was half excusing herself. Mr. Harby standing there with the twinkle at the side of his eyes, enjoying the dilemma of the two women. "I'm sure I'm sorry if he behaved badly," said the woman, "but I can't think he deserved beating as he has been. I can't send him to school, and really can't afford to pay the doctor. Is it allowed for the teachers to beat the children like that, Mr. Harby?" The headmaster refused to answer. Ursula loathed herself, and loathed Mr. Harby with his twinkling cunning and malice on the occasion. The other miserable woman watched her chance. "It is an expense to me, and I have a great struggle to keep my boy decent." Ursula still would not answer. She looked out at the asphalt yard, where a dirty rag of paper was blowing. "And it isn't allowed to beat a child like that, I am sure, especially when he is delicate." Ursula stared with a set face on the yard, as if she did not hear. She loathed all this, and had ceased to feel or to exist. "Though I know he is troublesome sometimes. But I think it was too much. His body is covered with marks." Mr. Harby stood, sturdy and unmoved, waiting now to have done, with the twinkling, tiny wrinkles of an ironical smile at the corners of his eyes. He felt himself master of the situation. "And he was violently sick. I couldn't possibly send him to school to-day. He couldn't keep his head up." Yet she had no answer. "You will understand, sir, why he is absent," she said, turning to Mr. Harby. "Oh, yes," he said, rough and off-hand. Ursula detested him for his male triumph, and she loathed the woman. She loathed everything. "You will try to have it remembered, sir, that he has a weak heart.
He is so sick after these things." "Yes," said the headmaster, "I'll see about it." "I know he is troublesome," the woman only addressed herself to the male now, "but if you could have him punished without beating. He is really delicate." Ursula was beginning to feel upset. Harby stood in rather superb mastery, the woman cringing to him to tickle him as one tickles trout. "I had come to explain why he was away this morning, sir. You will understand." She held out her hand. Harby took it and let it go, surprised and angry. "Good morning," she said, and gave her gloved, seedy hand to Ursula. She was not ill looking, and had a curious, insinuating way, very distasteful, yet effective. "Good morning, Mr. Harby, and thank you." The figure in the grey costume and the purple hat was going across the school-yard with a curious, lingering walk. Ursula felt a strange pity for her, and revulsion from her. She shuddered. She went into the school again. The next morning Williams turned up, looking paler than ever, very neat and nicely dressed in his sailor blouse. He glanced at Ursula with a half smile, cunning, subdued, ready to do as she told him. There was something about him that made her shiver. She loathed the idea of having laid hands on him. His elder brother was standing outside the gate at playtime, a youth of about 15, tall and thin and pale. He raised his hat, almost like a gentleman, but there was something subdued, insidious about him too. "Who is it?" said Ursula. "It's the big Williams," said Violet Harby roughly. "She was here yesterday, wasn't she?" "Yes. It's no good her coming. Her character's not good enough for her to make any trouble." Ursula shrank from the brutality and the scandal, but it had some vague, horrid fascination. How sordid everything seemed! She felt sorry for the queer woman with the lingering walk, and those queer, insidious boys. The Williams in her class was wrong somewhere. How nasty it was altogether. So the battle went on till her heart was sick. She had several more boys to subjugate before she could establish herself. And Mr. Harby hated her almost as if she were a man. She knew now that nothing but a thrashing would settle some of the big louts who wanted to play cat and mouse with her. Mr. Harby would not give them the thrashing if he could help it. For he hated the teacher, the stuck-up, insolent high school miss with her independence. "Now, right, what have you done this time?" he would say genially to the boy who was sent to him from Standard 5 for punishment. And he left the lad standing, lounging, wasting his time. So that Ursula would appeal no more to the headmaster. But when she was driven wild, she seized her cane and slashed the boy who was insolent to her, over head and ears and hands. And at length they were afraid of her. She had them in order. But she had paid a great price out of her own soul to do this. It seemed as if a great flame had gone through her and burnt her sensitive tissue. She who shrank from the thought of physical suffering in any form, had been forced to fight and beat with a cane and rouse all her instincts to hurt. And afterwards she had been forced to endure the sound of their blubbering and desolation, when she had broken them to order. Oh, and sometimes she felt as if she would go mad. What did it matter? What did it matter if their books were dirty and they did not obey? She would rather, in reality, that they disobeyed the whole rules of the school, than that they should be beaten, broken, reduced to this crying, hopeless state. She would rather bear all their insults and insolences 1,000 times, than reduce herself and them to this. Bitterly she repented having got beside herself, and having tackled the boy she had beaten. Yet it had to be so. She did not want to do it, yet she had to. Oh, why had she leagued herself to this evil system, where she must brutalise herself to live? Why had she become a school teacher? Why? Why? The children had forced her to the beatings. No, she did not pity them. She had come to them full of kindness and love, and they would have torn her to pieces. They chose Mr. Harby. Well then, they must know her as well as Mr. Harby. They must first be subjugate to her. For she was not going to be made naught, no, neither by them, nor Mr. Harby, nor by all the system around her. She was not going to be put down, prevented from standing free. It was not to be said of her, she could not take her place and carry out her task. She would fight and hold her place in this state also, in the world of work and man's convention. She was isolated now from the life of her childhood, a foreigner in a new life, of work and mechanical consideration. She and Maggie, in their dinner hours and their occasional teas at the little restaurant, discussed life and ideas. Maggie was a great suffragette, trusting in the vote. To Ursula the vote was never a reality. She had within her the strange, passionate knowledge of religion, and living far transcending the limits of the automatic system that contained the vote. But her fundamental, organic knowledge had as yet to take form and rise to utterance. For her, as for Maggie, the liberty of woman meant something real and deep. She felt that somewhere, in something, she was not free. And she wanted to be. She was in revolt. For once she were free she could get somewhere. Ah, the wonderful, real somewhere that was beyond her, the somewhere that she felt deep, deep inside her. In coming out and earning her own living, she had made a strong, cruel move towards freeing herself. But having more freedom, she only became more profoundly aware of the big want. She wanted so many things. She wanted to read great, beautiful books, and be rich with them. She wanted to see beautiful things, and have the joy of them for ever. She wanted to know big, free people, and there remained always the want she could put no name to. It was so difficult. There were so many things, so much to meet and surpass. And one never knew where one was going. It was a blind fight. She had suffered bitterly in this school of St. Philip's. She was like a young filly that has been broken in to the shafts and has lost its freedom. And now she was suffering bitterly from the agony of the shafts. The agony, the galling, the ignominy of her breaking in. This wore into her soul. But she would never submit. To shafts like these she would never submit for long. But she would know them. She would serve them that she might destroy them. She and Maggie went to all kinds of places together, to big suffrage meetings in Nottingham, to concerts, to theatres, to exhibitions of pictures. Ursula saved her money and bought a bicycle, and the two girls rode to Lincoln, to Southwell and into Derbyshire. They had an endless wealth of things to talk about, and it was a great joy finding, discovering. But Ursula never told about Winifred Inger. That was a sort of secret sideshow to her life, never to be opened. She did not even think of it. It was the closed door she had not the strength to open. Once she was broken into her teaching, Ursula began gradually to have a new life of her own again. She was going to college in 18 months' time. Then she would take her degree, and she would perhaps be a big woman, and lead a movement. Who knows? At any rate she would go to college in 18 months' time. All that mattered now was work, work. Until college, she must go on with this teaching in St. Philip's School, which was always destroying her, but which she could now manage, without spoiling all her life. She would submit to it for a time, since the time had a definite limit. The class teaching itself at last became almost mechanical. It was a strain on her, an exhausting, wearying strain, always unnatural. But there was a certain amount of pleasure in the sheer oblivion of teaching. So much work to do, so many children to see after, so much to be done, that one's self was forgotten. When the work had become like habit to her, and her individual soul was left out, had its growth elsewhere, then she could be almost happy. Her real, individual self drew together and became more coherent during these 2 years of teaching, during the struggle against the odds of class teaching. It was always a prison to her, the school. But it was a prison where her wild, chaotic soul became hard and independent. When she was well enough and not tired, then she did not hate the teaching. She enjoyed getting into the swing of work of a morning, putting forth all her strength, making the thing go. It was for her a strenuous form of exercise. And her soul was left to rest. It had the time of torpor in which to gather itself together in strength again. But the teaching hours were too long, the tasks too heavy, and the disciplinary condition of the school too unnatural for her. She was worn very thin and quivering. She came to school in the morning seeing the hawthorn flowers wet, the little rosy grains swimming in a bowl of dew. The larks quivered their song up into the new sunshine, and the country was so glad. It was a violation to plunge into the dust and greyness of the town. So that she stood before her class, unwilling to give herself up to the activity of teaching, to turn her energy, that longed for the country and for joy of early summer, into the dominating of 50 children and the transferring to them some morsels of arithmetic. There was a little absentness about her. She could not force herself into forgetfulness. A jar of buttercups and fool's parsley in the window bottom kept her away in the meadows, where in the lush grass the moon daisies were half submerged, and a spray of pink ragged robin. Yet before her were faces of 50 children. They were almost like big daisies in a dimness of the grass. A brightness was on her face, a little unreality in her teaching. She could not quite see her children. She was struggling between two worlds, her own world of young summer and flowers, and this other world of work. And the glimmer of her own sunlight was between her and her class. Then the morning passed with a strange far-awayness and quietness. Dinner time came, when she and Maggie ate joyously, with all the windows open. And then they went out into St. Philip's churchyard, where was a shadowy corner under red hawthorn trees, and there they talked and read Shelley or Browning, or some work about woman and labour. And when she went back to the school, Ursula lived still in the shadowy corner of the graveyard, where pink-red petals lay scattered from the hawthorn tree, like myriad tiny shells on a beach, and a church bell sometimes rang sonorously, and sometimes a bird called out, whilst Maggie's voice went on, low and sweet. These days she was happy in her soul. Oh, she was so happy, that she wished she could take her joy and scatter it in armfuls broadcast. She made her children happy too, with a little tingling of delight. But to her the children were not a school class this afternoon. They were flowers, birds, little bright animals, children, anything. They were only not Standard 5. She felt no responsibility for them. It was for once a game, this teaching. And if they got their sums wrong, what matter? And she would take a pleasant bit of reading. And instead of history with dates, she would tell a lovely tale. And for grammar, they could have a bit of written analysis that was not difficult, because they had done it before. She shall be sportive as a fawn, that wild with glee across the lawn, or up the mountain springs. She wrote that from memory, because it pleased her. So the golden afternoon passed away, and she went home, happy. She had finished her day of school, and was free to plunge into the glowing evening of Cossethay. And she loved walking home. But it had not been school. It had been playing at school beneath red hawthorn blossom. She could not go on like this. The quarterly examination was coming, and her class was not ready. It irritated her that she must drag herself away from her happy self, and exert herself with all her strength to force, to compel this heavy class of children to work hard at arithmetic. They did not want to work. She did not want to compel them. And yet, some second conscience gnawed at her, telling her the work was not properly done. It irritated her almost to madness. And she let loose all the irritation in the class. Then followed a day of battle and hate and violence, when she went home raw, feeling the golden evening taken away from her, herself incarcerated in some dark, heavy place, and chained there with a consciousness of having done badly at work. What good was it that it was summer, that right till evening, when the corncrakes called, the larks would mount up into the light, to sing once more before nightfall? What good was it all, when she was out of tune, when she must only remember the burden and shame of school that day? And still she hated school. Still she cried she did not believe in it. Why should the children learn, and why should she teach them? It was all so much milling the wind. What folly was it that made life into this, the fulfilling of some stupid, factitious duty? It was all so made up, so unnatural. The school, the sums, the grammar, the quarterly examinations, the registers. It was all a barren nothing. Why should she give her allegiance to this world, and let it so dominate her that her own world of warm sun and growing, sap-filled life was turned into nothing? She was not going to do it. She was not going to be a prisoner in the dry, tyrannical man-world. She was not going to care about it. What did it matter if her class did ever so badly in the quarterly examination? Let it. What did it matter? Nevertheless, when the time came, and the report on her class was bad, she was miserable, and the joy of the summer was taken away from her. She was shut up in gloom. She could not really escape from this world of system and work, out into her fields where she was happy. She must have her place in the working world, be a recognised member with full rights there. It was more important to her than fields and sun and poetry at this time, but she was only the more its enemy. It was a very difficult thing, she thought, during the long hours of intermission in the summer holidays, to be herself, her happy self that enjoyed so much to lie in the sun, to play and swim and be content, and also to be a school teacher getting results out of a class of children. She dreamed fondly of the time when she need not be a teacher any more, but vaguely she knew that responsibility had taken place in her for ever, and as yet her prime business was to work. The autumn passed away, the winter was at hand. Ursula became more and more an inhabitant of the world of work, and of what is called life. She could not see her future. But a little way off was college, and to the thought of this she clung fixedly. She would go to college, and get her 2 or 3 years' training, free of cost. Already she had applied and had her place appointed for the coming year. So she continued to study for her degree. She would take French, Latin, English, mathematics, and botany. She went to classes in Ilkeston. She studied at evening. For there was this world to conquer, this knowledge to acquire, this qualification to attain. And she worked with intensity, because of a want inside her that drove her on. Almost everything was subordinated now to this one desire to take her place in the world. What kind of place it was to be she did not ask herself. The blind desire drove her on. She must take her place. She knew she would never be much of a success as an elementary school teacher, but neither had she failed. She hated it, but she had managed it. Maggie had left St. Philip's School and found a more congenial post. The 2 girls remained friends. They met at evening classes. They studied and somehow encouraged a firm hope each in the other. They did not know whither they were making, nor what they ultimately wanted. But they knew they wanted now to learn, to know, and to do. They talked of love and marriage, and the position of woman in marriage. Maggie said that love was the flower of life, and blossomed unexpectedly and without law, and must be plucked where it was found, and enjoyed for the brief hour of its duration. To Ursula this was unsatisfactory. She thought she still loved Anton Skrebensky, but she did not forgive him that he had not been strong enough to acknowledge her. He had denied her. How then could she love him? How then was love so absolute? She did not believe it. She believed that love was a way, a means, not an end in itself, as Maggie seemed to think. And always the way of love would be found. But whither did it lead? "I believe there are many men in the world one might love. There is not only one man," said Ursula. She was thinking of Skrebensky. Her heart was hollow with the knowledge of Winifred Inger. "But you must distinguish between love and passion," said Maggie, adding with a touch of contempt, "Men will easily have a passion for you, but they won't love you." "Yes," said Ursula, vehemently, the look of suffering, almost of fanaticism on her face. "Passion is only part of love, and it seems so much because it can't last. That is why passion is never happy." She was staunch for joy, for happiness, and permanency, in contrast with Maggie, who was for sadness and the inevitable passing away of things. Ursula suffered bitterly at the hands of life. Maggie was always single, always withheld, so she went in a heavy brooding sadness that was almost meat to her. In Ursula's last winter at St. Philip's the friendship of the 2 girls came to a climax. It was during this winter that Ursula suffered and enjoyed most keenly Maggie's fundamental sadness of enclosedness. Maggie enjoyed and suffered Ursula's struggles against the confines of her life. And then the two girls began to drift apart, as Ursula broke from that form of life wherein Maggie must remain enclosed. End of Chapter 13, Part 3. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 14 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Widening Circle. Maggie's people, the Schofields, lived in the large gardener's cottage that was half a farm behind Belcote Hall. The hall was too damp to live in, so the Schofields were caretakers, gamekeepers, farmers, all in one. The father was gamekeeper and stock breeder, the eldest son was market gardener, using the big hall gardens. The second son was farmer and gardener. There was a large family, as at Cottertay. Ursula loved to stay at Belcote, to be treated as a grand lady by Maggie's brothers. They were good-looking men. The eldest was 26 years old. He was the gardener, a man not very tall, but strong and well-made, with brown, sunny, easy eyes, and a face handsomely hewn, brown, with a long fair moustache, which he pulled as he talked to Ursula. The girl was excited because these men attended to her when she came near. She could make their eyes light up and quiver. She could make Anthony, the eldest, twist and twist his moustache. She knew she could move them almost at will, with her light laughter and chatter. They loved her ideas, watched her as she talked vehemently about politics or economics. And she, while she talked, saw the golden brown eyes of Anthony gleam like the eyes of a satyr, as they watched her. He did not listen to her words, he listened to her. It excited her. He was like a fawn, pleased when she would go with him over his hothouses, to look at the green and pretty plants, at the pink primulas nodding among their leaves, and cinarias flaunting purple and crimson and white. She asked about everything, and he told her very exactly and minutely, in a queer pedantic way that made her want to laugh. Yet she was really interested in what he did. And he had a curious light in his face, like the light in the eyes of the goat that was tethered by the farmyard gate. She went down with him into the warmish cellar, where already in the darkness the little yellow knobs of rhubarb were coming. He held the lantern down to the dark earth. She saw the tiny knob end of the rhubarb thrusting upwards upon the thick red stem, thrusting itself like a knob of flame through the soft soil. His face was turned up to her, the light glittered on his eyes and his teeth as he laughed, with a faint, musical neigh. He looked handsome. And she heard a new sound in her ears, the faintly musical, neighing laugh of Anthony, whose moustache twisted up, and whose eyes were luminous with a cold, steady, arrogant laughing glare. There seemed a little prance of triumph in his movement. She could not rid herself of a movement of acquiescence, a touch of acceptance. Yet he was so humble, his voice was so caressing. He held his hand for her to step on when she must climb a wall, and she stepped on the living firmness of him, that quivered firmly under her weight. She was aware of him as if in a mesmeric state. In her ordinary sense she had nothing to do with him. But the peculiar ease and unnoticeableness of his entering the house, the power of his cold, gleaming light on her when he looked at her, was like a bewitchment. In his eyes, as in the pale grey eyes of a goat, there seemed some of that steady, hard fire of moonlight, which has nothing to do with the day. It made her alert, and yet her mind went out like an extinguished thing. She was all senses, all her senses were alive. Then she saw him on Sunday, dressed up in Sunday clothes, trying to impress her, and he looked ridiculous. She clung to the ridiculous effect of his stiff Sunday clothes. She was always conscious of some unfaithfulness to Maggie on Anthony's score. Poor Maggie stood apart as if betrayed. Maggie and Anthony were enemies by instinct. Ursula had to go back to her friend brimming with affection and a poignancy of pity, which Maggie received with a little stiffness. Then poetry and books and learning took the place of Anthony, with his goat's movements and his cold, gleaming humour. While Ursula was at Belcote, the snow fell. In the morning a covering of snow weighed on the rhododendron bushes. "Shall we go out?" said Maggie. She had lost some of her leader's sureness, and was now tentative, a little in reserve from her friend. They took the key of the gate and wandered into the park. It was a white world on which dark trees and tree masses stood under a sky keen with frost. The two girls went past the hall, that was shuttered and silent, their footprints marking the snow on the drive. Down the park, a long way off, a man was carrying armfuls of hay across the snow. He was a small, dark figure, like an animal moving in its unawareness. Ursula and Maggie went on exploring, down to a tinkling, chilly brook that had worn the snow away in little scoops and ran dark between. They saw a robin glance its bright eyes and burst, scarlet and grey, into the hedge. Then some pertly marked blue tits scuffled. Meanwhile the brook slid on coldly, chuckling to itself. The girls wandered across the snowy grass to where the artificial fish ponds lay, under thin ice. There was a big tree with a thick trunk, twisted with ivy, that hung almost horizontal over the ponds. Ursula climbed joyfully into this, and sat amid bosses of bright ivy and dull berries. Some ivy leaves were like green spears held out, and tipped with snow. The ice was seen beneath them. Maggie took out a book, and sitting lower down the trunk began to read Coleridge's Christabel. Ursula half listened. She was wildly thrilled. Then she saw Anthony coming across the snow with his confident, slightly strutting stride. His face looked brown and hard against the snow, smiling with a sort of tense confidence. "Hello!" she called to him. A response went over his face. His head was lifted in an answering, jerking gesture. "Hello!" he said. "You're like a bird in there." And Ursula's laugh rang out. She answered to the peculiar, reedy twang in his penetrating voice. She did not think of Anthony, yet she lived in a sort of connection with him, in his world. One evening she met him as she was coming down the lane, and they walked side by side. "I think it's so lovely here," she cried. "Do you?" he said. "I'm glad you like it." There was a curious confidence in his voice. "Oh, I love it. What more does one want than to live in this beautiful place, and make things grow in your garden? It's like the Garden of Eden." "Is it?" he said, with a little laugh. "Yes. Well, it's not so bad." He was hesitating. The pale gleam was strong in his eyes. He was looking at her steadily, watching her as an animal might. Something leaped in her soul. She knew he was going to suggest to her that she should be as he was. "Would you like to stay here with me?" he asked tentatively. She blenched with fear, and with the intense sensation of proffered licence suggested to her. They had come to the gate. "How?" she asked. "You aren't alone here." "We could marry," he answered, in the strange, coldly gleaming, insinuating tone that chilled the sunshine into moonlight. All substantial things seemed transformed. Shadows and dancing moonlight were real, and all cold, inhuman, gleaming sensations. She realised with something like terror that she was going to accept this. She was going inevitably to accept him. His hand was reaching out to the gate before them. She stood still. His flesh was hard and brown and final. She seemed to be in the grip of some insult. "I couldn't," she answered, involuntarily. He gave the same brief, neighing little laugh, very sad and bitter now, and slotted back the bar of the gate. Yet he did not open. For a moment they both stood looking at the fire of sunset that quivered among the purple twigs of the trees. She saw his brown, hard, well-hewn face gleaming with anger and humiliation and submission. He was an animal that knows that it is subdued. Her heart flamed with sensation of him, of the fascinating thing he offered her, and with sorrow, and with an inconsolable sense of loneliness. Her soul was an infant crying in the night. He had no soul. Oh, and why had she? He was the cleaner. She turned away, she turned round from him, and saw the east flushed, strangely rose, the moon coming yellow and lovely upon a rosy sky above the darkening, bluish snow. All this so beautiful, all this so lovely. He did not see it. He was one with it. But she saw it and was one with it. Her seeing separated them infinitely. They went on in silence down the path, following their different fates. The trees grew darker and darker, the snow made only a dimness in an unreal world. And like a shadow the day had gone into a faintly luminous, snowy evening, while she was talking aimlessly to him, to keep him at a distance, yet to keep him near her, and he walked heavily. He opened the garden gate for her quietly, and she was entering into her own pleasances, leaving him outside the gate. Then even whilst she was escaping, or trying to escape, this feeling of pain, came Maggie the next day, saying, "I wouldn't make Anthony love you, Ursula, if you don't want him. It is not nice." "But, Maggie, I never made him love me," cried Ursula, dismayed and suffering, and feeling as if she had done something base. She liked Anthony, though. All her life, at intervals, she returned to the thought of him and of that which he offered. But she was a traveller. She was a traveller on the face of the earth, and he was an isolated creature living in the fulfilment of his own senses. She could not help it that she was a traveller. She knew Anthony that he was not one. But oh, ultimately and finally she must go on, seeking the goal that she knew she did draw nearer to. She was wearing away her second and last cycle at St. Philip's. As the months went she ticked them off, first October, then November, December, January. She was careful always to subtract a month from the remainder, for the summer holidays. She saw herself travelling round a circle, only an arc of which remained to complete. Then she was in the open, like a bird tossed into mid-air, a bird that had learned in some measure to fly. There was college ahead, that was her mid-air, unknown, spacious. Come college, and she would have broken from the confines of all the life she had known. For her father was also going to move. They were all going to leave Cossethay. Brangwen had kept his carelessness about his circumstances. He knew his work in the lace designing meant little to him, personally. He just earned his wage by it. He did not know what meant much to him. Living close to Anna Brangwen, his mind was always suffused through with physical heat. He moved from instinct to instinct, groping, always groping on. When it was suggested to him that he might apply for one of the posts as handwork instructor, posts about to be created by the Nottingham Education Committee, it was as if a space had been given to him into which he could remove from his hot, dusky enclosure. He sent in his application, confidently, expectantly. He had a sort of belief in his supernatural fate. The inevitable weariness of his daily work had stiffened some of his muscles, and made a slight deadness in his ruddy, alert face. Now he might escape. He was full of the new possibilities, and his wife was acquiescent. She was willing now to have a change. She too was tired of Cossethay. The house was too small for the growing children, and since she was nearly 40 years old, she began to come awake from her sleep of motherhood. Her energy moved more outwards. The din of growing lives roused her from her apathy. She too must have her hand in making life. She was quite ready to move, taking all her brood. It would be better now if she transplanted them, for she had borne her last child, it would be growing up. So that in her easy, unused fashion she talked plans and arrangements with her husband, indifferent really as to the method of the change, since a change was coming. Even if it did not come in this way, it would come in another. The house was full of ferment. Ursula was wild with excitement. At last her father was going to be something socially. So long he had been a social cipher, without form or standing. Now he was going to be art and handwork instructor for the county of Nottingham. That was really a status. It was a position. He would be a specialist in his way. And he was an uncommon man. Ursula felt they were all getting a foothold at last. He was coming to his own. Who else that she knew could turn out from his own fingers the beautiful things her father could produce? She felt he was certain of this new job. They would move. They would leave this cottage at Cossethay, which had grown too small for them. They would leave Cossethay, where the children had all been born, and where they were always kept to the same measure. For the people who had known them as children along with the other village boys and girls would never, could never understand that they should grow up different. They had held Ursula Brangwen one of themselves, and had given her her place in her native village, as in a family. And the bond was strong. But now, when she was growing to something beyond what Cossethay would allow or understand, the bond between her and her old associates was becoming a bondage. "Hullo, Ursula, how are you going on?" they said, when they met her. And it demanded of her in the old voice, the old response. And something in her must respond and belong to people who knew her. But something else denied bitterly. What was true of her 10 years ago was not true now. And something else which she was, and must be, they could neither see nor allow. They felt it there nevertheless, something beyond them, and they were injured. They said she was proud and conceited, that she was too big for her shoes nowadays. They said she needn't pretend because they knew what she was. They had known her since she was born. They quoted this and that about her. And she was ashamed because she did feel different from the people she had lived amongst. It hurt her that she could not be at her ease with them any more. And yet, one's kite will rise on the wind as far as ever one has string to let it go. It tugs and will go, and one is glad the further it goes, even if everybody else is nasty about it. So Cossethay hampered her, and she wanted to go away, to be free to fly her kite as high as she liked. She wanted to go away, to be free to stand straight up to her own height. So that when she knew that her father had the new post, and that the family would move, she felt like skipping on the face of the earth and making psalms of joy. The old bound shell of Cossethay was to be cast off, and she was to dance away into the blue air. She wanted to dance and sing. She made dreams of the new place she would live in, where stately, cultured people of high feeling would be friends with her, and she would live with the noble in the land, moving to a large freedom of feeling. She dreamed of a rich, proud, simple girl-friend who had never known Mr. Harby and his like, nor ever had a note in her voice of bondage, contempt, and fear, as Maggie had. And she gave herself to all that she loved in Cossethay passionately, because she was going away now. She wandered about to her favourite spots. There was a place where she went trespassing to find the snowdrops that grew wild. It was evening, and the winter-darkened meadows were full of mystery. When she came to the woods, an oak tree had been newly chopped down in the dell. Pale drops of flowers glimmered many under the hazels, and by the sharp, golden splinters of wood that were splashed about, the grey-green blades of snowdrop leaves pricked unheeding. The drooping, still little flowers were without heed. Ursula picked some lovingly, in an ecstasy. The golden chips of wood shone yellow, like sunlight. The snowdrops in the twilight were like the first stars of night. And she, alone amongst them, was wildly happy to have found her way into such a glimmering dusk, to the intimate little flowers, and the splash of wood chips like sunshine over the twilight of the ground. She sat down on the felled tree, and remained a while remote. Going home, she left the purplish dark of the trees for the open lane, where the puddles shone long and jewel-like in the ruts. The land about her was darkened, and the sky a jewel overhead. Oh, how amazing it was to her! It was almost too much. She wanted to run and sing and cry out for very wildness and poignancy, but she could not run and sing and cry out in such a way as to cry out the deep things in her heart, so she was still, and almost sad with loneliness. At Easter she went again to Maggie's home for a few days. She was, however, shy and fugitive. She saw Anthony, how suggestive he was to look on, and how his eyes had a sort of supplicating light that was rather beautiful. She looked at him, and she looked again, for him to become real to her. But it was her own self that was occupied elsewhere. She seemed to have some other being. And she turned to spring and the opening buds. There was a large pear tree by a wall, and it was full, thronged with tiny, grey-green buds, myriads. She stood before it arrested with delight, and a realization went deep into her heart. There was so great a host in array behind the cloud of pale, dim green, so much to come forth, so much sunshine to pour down. So the weeks passed on, trance-like and pregnant. The pear tree at CATHEDRAL burst into bloom against the cottage end, like a wave burst into foam. Then gradually the bluebells came, blue as water standing thin in the level places under the trees and bushes, flowing in more and more, till there was a flood of azure, and pale green leaves burning, and tiny birds with fiery little song and flight. Then swiftly the flood sank and was gone, and it was summer. There was to be no going to the seaside for a holiday. The holiday was the removal from Cossethay. They were going to live near Willey Green, which place was most central for Brangwen. It was an old, quiet village on the edge of the thronged colliery district, so that it served, in its quaintness of odd old cottages lingering in their sunny gardens, as a sort of bower or pleasaunce to the sprawling colliery townlet of Beldover, a pleasant walk-round for the colliers on Sunday morning, before the public houses opened. In Willey Green stood the grammar school where Brangwen was occupied for 2 days during the week, and where experiments in education were being carried on. Ursula wanted to live in Willey Green on the remoter side, towards Southwell and Sherwood Forest. There it was so lovely and romantic. But out into the world meant out into the world. Will Brangwen must become modern. He bought with his wife's money a fairly large house in the new red brick part of Beldover. It was a villa built by the widow of the late colliery manager, and stood in a quiet, new little side street near the large church. Ursula was rather sad. Instead of having arrived at distinction, they had come to new red brick suburbia in a grimy, small town. Mrs. Brangwen was happy. The rooms were splendidly large, a splendid dining room, drawing room and kitchen, besides a very pleasant study downstairs. Everything was admirably appointed. The widow had settled herself in lavishly. She was a native of Beldover, and had intended to reign almost queen. Her bathroom was white and silver, her stairs were of oak, her chimney-pieces were massive and oaken, with bulging, columnar supports. Good and substantial was the keynote. But Ursula resented the stout, inflated prosperity implied everywhere. She made her father promise to chisel down the bulging, oaken chimney-pieces, chisel them flat. That sort of important paunch was very distasteful to her. Her father was himself long and loosely built. What had he to do with so much good and substantial importance? They bought a fair amount also of the widow's furniture. It was in common good taste, the great Wilton carpet, the large round table, the Chesterfield covered with glossy chintz in roses and birds. It was all really very sunny and nice, with large windows, and a view right across the Shadow Valley. After all, they would be, as one of their acquaintances said, among the elite of Beldover. They would represent culture. And as there was no one of higher social importance than the doctors, the colliery managers, and the chemists, they would shine with their Della Robbia, beautiful Madonna, their lovely reliefs from Donatello, their reproductions from Botticelli. Nay, the large photographs of the Primavera and the Aphrodite and the Nativity in the dining room, the ordinary reception room, would make dumb the mouth of Beldover. And after all, it is better to be princess in Beldover than a vulgar nobody in the country. There was great preparation made for the removal of the whole Brangwen family, 10 in all. The house in Beldover was prepared, the house in Cossethay was dismantled. Come the end of the school term, the removal would begin. Ursula left school at the end of July, when the summer holiday commenced. The morning outside was bright and sunny, and the freedom got inside the schoolroom this last day. It was as if the walls of the school were going to melt away. Already they seemed shadowy and unreal. It was breaking up morning. Soon scholars and teachers would be outside, each going his own way. The irons were struck off, the sentence was expired. The prison was a momentary shadow halting about them. The children were carrying away books and inkwell, and rolling up maps. All their faces were bright with gladness and goodwill. There was a bustle of cleaning and clearing away all marks of this last term of imprisonment. They were all breaking free. Busily, eagerly, Ursula made up her totals of attendances in the register. With pride she wrote down the thousands, to so many thousands of children she had given another session's lessons. It looked tremendous. The excited hours passed slowly in suspense. Then at last it was over. For the last time she stood before her children whilst they said their prayers and sang a hymn. Then it was over. "Good-bye, children," she said. "I shall not forget you, and you must not forget me." "No, miss," cried the children in chorus, with shining faces. She stood smiling on them, moved, as they filed out. Then she gave her monitors their term sixpences, and they too departed. Cupboards were locked, blackboards washed, inkwells and dusters removed. The place stood bare and vacated. She had triumphed over it. It was a shell now. She had fought a good fight here, and it had not been altogether unenjoyable. She owed some gratitude even to this hard, vacant place that stood like a memorial or a trophy. So much of her life had been fought for and won and lost here. Something of this school would always belong to her, something of her to it. She acknowledged it. And now came the leave-taking. In the teachers' room the teachers were chatting and loitering, talking excitedly of where they were going, to the Isle of Man, to Llandudno, to Yarmouth. They were eager and attached to each other, like comrades leaving a ship. Then it was Mr. Harby's turn to make a speech to Ursula. He looked handsome, with his silver-grey temples and black brows, and his imperturbable male solidity. "Well," he said, "we must say good-bye to Miss Brangwen, and wish her all good fortune for the future. I suppose we shall see her again some time, and hear how she is getting on." "Oh yes," said Ursula, stammering, blushing, laughing. "Oh yes, I shall come and see you." Then she realised that this sounded too personal, and she felt foolish. "Miss Schofield suggested these 2 books," he said, putting a couple of volumes on the table. "I hope you will like them." Ursula, feeling very shy, picked up the books. There was a volume of Swinburne's poetry, and a volume of Meredith's. "Oh, I shall love them," she said. "Thank you very much. Thank you all so much. It is so—" She stuttered to an end, and, very red, turned the leaves of the books eagerly, pretending to be taking the first pleasure, but really seeing nothing. Mr. Harby's eyes were twinkling. He alone was at his ease, master of the situation. It was pleasing to him to make Ursula the gift, and for once extend good feeling to his teachers. As a rule it was so difficult, each one was so strained in resentment under his rule. "Yes," he said, "we hoped you would like the choice." He looked with his peculiar, challenging smile for a moment, then returned to his cupboards. Ursula felt very confused. She hugged her books, loving them. And she felt that she loved all the teachers, and Mr. Harby. It was very confusing. At last she was out. She cast one hasty glance over the school buildings, squatting on the asphalt yard in the hot, glistening sun, one look down the well-known road, and turned her back on it all. Something strained in her heart. She was going away. "Well, good luck," said the last of the teachers, as she shook hands at the end of the road. "We'll expect you back some day." He spoke in irony. She laughed and broke away. She was free. As she sat on the top of the tram in the sunlight, she looked round her with tremendous delight. She had left something which had meant much to her. She would not go to school any more, and do the familiar things. Queer! There was a little pang amid her exultation, of fear, not of regret. Yet how she exulted this morning! She was tremulous with pride and joy. She loved the two books. They were tokens to her, representing the fruit and trophies of her 2 years which, thank God, were over. "To Ursula Brangwen, with best wishes for her future, and in warm memory of the time she spent in St. Philip's School," was written in the headmaster's neat, scrupulous handwriting. She could see the careful hand holding the pen, the thick fingers with tufts of black hair on the back of each one. He had signed, all the teachers had signed. She liked having all their signatures. She felt she loved them all. They were her fellow workers. She carried away from the school a pride she could never lose. She had her place as comrade and sharer in the work of the school. Her fellow teachers had signed to her as one of them. And she was one of all workers. She had put in her tiny brick to the fabric man was building. She had qualified herself as co-builder. Then the day for the home removal came. Ursula rose early to pack up the remaining goods. The carts arrived, lent by her uncle at the Marsh, in the lull between hay and corn harvest. The goods roped in the cart, Ursula mounted her bicycle and sped away to Beldover. The house was hers. She entered its clean scrubbed silence. The dining room had been covered with a thick rush matting, hard and of the beautiful, luminous, clean colour of sun-dried reeds. The walls were pale grey, the doors were darker grey. Ursula admired it very much, as the sun came through the large windows, streaming in. She flung open doors and windows to the sunshine. Flowers were bright and shining round the small lawn, which stood above the road, looking over the raw field opposite, which would later be built upon. No one came, so she wandered down the garden at the back of the wall. The 8 bells of the church rang the hour. She could hear the many sounds of the town about her. At last the cart was seen coming round the corner, familiar furniture piled undignified on top. Tom, her brother, and Theresa, marching on foot beside the mass, proud of having walked 10 miles or more from the tram terminus. Ursula poured out beer, and the men drank thirstily, by the door. A second cart was coming. Her father appeared on his motor bicycle. There was the staggering transport of furniture up the steps to the little lawn, where it was deposited all pell-mell in the sunshine, very queer and discomforting. Brangwen was a pleasant man to work with, cheerful and easy. Ursula loved deciding him where the heavy things should stand. She watched anxiously the struggle up the steps and through the doorways. Then the big things were in, the carts set off again. Ursula and her father worked away, carrying in all the light things that remained upon the lawn, and putting them in place. Dinner time came. They ate bread and cheese in the kitchen. "Well, we're getting on," said Brangwen, cheerfully. 2 more loads arrived. The afternoon passed away in a struggle with the furniture upstairs. Towards 5 o'clock appeared the last loads, consisting also of Mrs. Brangwen and the younger children, driven by Uncle Fred in the trap. Gudrun had walked with Margaret from the station. The whole family had come. "There," said Brangwen, as his wife got down from the cart. "Now we're all here." "Ay," said his wife pleasantly. And the very brevity, the silence of intimacy between the two made a home in the hearts of the children, who clustered round, feeling strange in the new place. Everything was at 6's and 7's, but a fire was made in the kitchen, the hearth rug put down, the kettle set on the hob, and Mrs. Brangwen began towards sunset to prepare the first meal. Ursula and Gudrun were slaving in the bedrooms, candles were rushing about. Then from the kitchen came the smell of ham and eggs and coffee, and in the gaslight the scrambled meal began. The family seemed to huddle together like a little camp in a strange place. Ursula felt a load of responsibility upon her, caring for the half-little ones. The smallest kept near the mother. It was dark, and the children went sleepy but excited to bed. It was a long time before the sound of voices died out. There was a tremendous sense of adventure. In the morning everybody was awake soon after dawn, the children crying, "When I wakened up, I didn't know where I was." There were the strange sounds of the town, and the repeated chiming of the big church bells, so much harsher and more insistent than the little bells of Cossethay. They looked through the windows, past the other new red houses, to the wooded hill across the valley. They had all a delightful sense of space and liberation, space and light and air. But gradually all set to work. They were a careless, untidy family. Yet, when once they set about to get the house in order, the thing went with felicity and quickness. By evening the place was roughly established. They would not have a servant to live in the house, only a woman who could go home at night. And they would not even have the woman yet. They wanted to do as they liked in their own home, with no stranger in the midst. End of Chapter 14. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 15, Part 1, of The Rainbow, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The bitterness of ecstasy. A storm of industry raged on in the house. Ursula did not go to college till October. So, with a distinct feeling of responsibility, as if she must express herself in this house, she laboured arranging, rearranging, selecting, contriving. She could use her father's ordinary tools, both for woodwork and metalwork, so she hammered and tinkered. Her mother was quite content to have the thing done. Brangwen was interested. He had a ready belief in his daughter. He himself was at work, putting up his work-shed in the garden. At last she had finished for the time being. The drawing-room was big and empty. It had the good Wilton carpet, of which the family was so proud, and the large couch and large chairs covered with shiny chintz, and the piano, a little sculpture in plaster that Brangwen had done, and not very much more. It was too large and empty feeling for the family to occupy very much. Yet they liked to know it was there, large and empty. The home was the dining room. There the hard rush floor covering made the ground light, reflecting light upon the bottom their hearts. In the window bay was a broad, sunny seat. The table was so solid one could not jostle it, and the chairs so strong one could knock them over without hurting them. The familiar organ that Brangwen had made stood on one side, looking peculiarly small. The sideboard was comfortably reduced to normal proportions. This was the family living room. Ursula had a bedroom to herself. It was really a servant's bedroom, small and plain. Its window looked over the back garden at other back gardens, some of them old and very nice, some of them littered with packing cases, then at the backs of the houses whose fronts were the shops in High Street, or the genteel homes of the under-manager or the chief cashier, facing the chapel. She had 6 weeks still before going to college. In this time she nervously read over some Latin and some botany, and fitfully worked at some mathematics. She was going into college as a teacher, for her training, but, having already taken her matriculation examination, she was entered for a university course. At the end of a year she would sit for the intermediate arts, then 2 years after for her B.A. So her case was not that of the ordinary school teacher. She would be working among the private students, who came only for pure education, not for mere professional training. She would be of the elect. For the next 3 years she would be more or less dependent on her parents again. Her training was free. All college fees were paid by the government. She had moreover a few pounds grant every year. This would just pay for her train fares and her clothing. Her parents would only have to feed her. She did not want to cost them much. They would not be well off. Her father would earn only 200 a year, and a good deal of her mother's capital was spent in buying the house. Still, there was enough to get along with. Gudrun was attending the art school at Nottingham. She was working particularly at sculpture. She had a gift for this. She loved making little models in clay, of children or of animals. Already some of these had appeared in the students' exhibition in the castle, and Gudrun was a distinguished person. She was chafing at the art school, and wanted to go to London, but there was not enough money. Neither would her parents let her go so far. Theresa had left the high school. She was a great, strapping, bold hussy, indifferent to all higher claims. She would stay at home. The others were at school, except the youngest. When term started, they would all be transferred to the grammar school at Willey Green. Ursula was excited at making acquaintances in Beldover. The excitement soon passed. She had tea at the clergyman's, at the chemist's, at the other chemist's, at the doctor's, at the under-manager's. Then she knew practically everybody. She could not take people very seriously, though at the time she wanted to. She wandered the country, on foot and on her bicycle, finding it very beautiful in the forest direction between Mansfield and Southwell and Worksop. But she was here only skirmishing for amusement. Her real exploration would begin in college. Term began. She went into town each day by train. The cloistered quiet of the college began to close around her. She was not at first disappointed. The big college, built of stone, standing in the quiet street, with a rim of grass and lime trees, all so peaceful, she felt it remote, a magic land. Its architecture was foolish, she knew from her father. Still, it was different from that of all other buildings. Its rather pretty, plaything, Gothic form was almost a style in the dirty industrial town. She liked the hall, with its big stone chimney-piece and its Gothic arches supporting the balcony above. To be sure the arches were ugly, the chimney-piece of cardboard-like carved stone, with its armorial decoration, looked silly just opposite the bicycle stand and the radiator, whilst the great notice-board with its fluttering papers seemed to slam away all sense of retreat and mystery from the far wall. Nevertheless, amorphous as it might be, there was in it a reminiscence of the wondrous cloistral origin of education. Her soul flew straight back to the medieval times, when the monks of God held the learning of men and imparted it within the shadow of religion. In this spirit she entered college. The harshness and vulgarity of the lobbies and cloak-rooms hurt her at first. Why was it not all beautiful? But she could not openly admit her criticism. She was on holy ground. She wanted all the students to have a high, pure spirit. She wanted them to say only the real, genuine things. She wanted their faces to be still and luminous as the nuns' and the monks' faces. Alas, the girls chattered and giggled and were nervous. They were dressed up and frizzed. The men looked mean and clownish. Still, it was lovely to pass along the corridor with one's books in one's hands, to push the swinging, glass-panelled door, and enter the big room where the first lecture would be given. The windows were large and lofty. The myriad brown students' desks stood waiting. The great blackboard was smooth behind the rostrum. Ursula sat beside her window, rather far back. Looking down, she saw the lime trees turning yellow, the tradesman's boy passing silent down the still, autumn sunny street. There was the world, remote, remote. Here within the great whispering seashell, that whispered all the while with reminiscence of all the centuries, time faded away, and the echo of knowledge filled the timeless silence. She listened, she scribbled her notes with joy, almost with ecstasy, never for a moment criticising what she heard. The lecturer was a mouthpiece, a priest. As he stood, black-gowned, on the rostrum, some strands of the whispering confusion of knowledge that filled the whole place seemed to be singled out and woven together by him, till they became a lecture. At first she preserved herself from criticism. She would not consider the professors as men, ordinary men who ate bacon and pulled on their boots before coming to college. They were the black-gowned priests of knowledge, serving for ever in a remote, hushed temple. They were the initiated, and the beginning and the end of the mystery was in their keeping. Curious joy she had of the lectures. It was a joy to hear the theory of education. There was much freedom and pleasure in ranging over the very stuff of knowledge, and seeing how it moved and lived and had its being. How happy Racine made her! She did not know why. But as the big lines of the drama unfolded themselves, so steady, so measured, she felt a thrill as of being in the realm of the reality. Of Latin she was doing Livy and Horace. The curious, intimate, gossiping tone of the Latin class suited Horace. Yet she never cared for him, nor even Levy. There was an entire lack of sternness in the gossipy classroom. She tried hard to keep her old grasp of the Roman spirit. But gradually the Latin became mere gossip stuff and artificiality to her, a question of manners and verbosities. Her terror was the mathematics class. The lecturer went so fast. Her heart beat excitedly. She seemed to be straining every nerve. And she struggled hard during private study to get the stuff into control. Then came the lovely, peaceful afternoons in the botany laboratory. There were few students. How she loved to sit on her high stool before the bench, with her pith and her razor and her material, carefully mounting her slides, carefully bringing her microscope into focus, then turning with joy to record her observation, drawing joyfully in her book if the slide were good. She soon made a college friend, a girl who had lived in Florence, a girl who wore a wonderful purple or figured scarf draped over a plain dark dress. She was Dorothy Russell, daughter of a South Country advocate. Dorothy lived with a maiden aunt in Nottingham, and spent her spare moments slaving for the Women's Social and Political Union. She was quiet and intense, with an ivory face and dark hair looped plain over her ears. Ursula was very fond of her, but afraid of her. She seemed so old and so relentless towards herself, yet she was only 22. Ursula always felt her to be a creature of fate, like Cassandra. The two girls had a close, stern friendship. Dorothy worked at all things with the same passion, never sparing herself. She came closest to Ursula during the botany hours, for she could not draw. Ursula made beautiful and wonderful drawings of the sections under the microscope, and Dorothy always came to learn the manner of the drawing. So the first year went by, in magnificent seclusion and activity of learning. It was strenuous as a battle, her college life, yet remote as peace. She came to Nottingham in the morning with Gudrun. The two sisters were distinguished wherever they went, slim, strong girls, eager and extremely sensitive. Gudrun was the more beautiful of the two, with her sleepy, half-languid girlishness that looked so soft and yet was balanced and inalterable underneath. She wore soft, easy clothing, and hats which fell by themselves into a careless grace. Ursula was much more carefully dressed, but she was self-conscious, always falling into depths of admiration of somebody else, and modelling herself upon this other, and so producing a hopeless incongruity. When she dressed for practical purposes, she always looked well. In winter, wearing a tweed coat and skirt and a small hat of black fur pulled over her eager, palpitant face, she seemed to move down the street in a drifting motion of suspense and exceeding sensitive receptivity. At the end of the first year, Ursula got through her intermediate arts examination, and there came a lull in her eager activities. She slackened off, she relaxed altogether, worn nervous and inflammable by the excitement of the preparation for the examination, and by the sort of exaltation which carried her through the crisis itself. She now fell into a quivering passivity, her will all loosened. The family went to Scarborough for a month. Gudrun and the father were busy at the handicraft holiday school there. Ursula was left a good deal with the children, but when she could, she went off by herself. She stood and looked out over the shining sea. It was very beautiful to her. The tears rose hot in her heart. Out of the far, far space there drifted slowly into her a passionate, unborn yearning. There are so many dawns that have not yet risen. It seemed as if, from over the edge of the sea, all the unrisen dawns were appealing to her, all her unborn soul was crying for the unrisen dawns. As she sat looking out at the tender sea, with its lovely, swift glimmer, the sob rose in her breast, till she caught her lips suddenly under her teeth, and the tears were forcing themselves from her. And in her very sob she laughed. Why did she cry? She did not want to cry. It was so beautiful that she laughed. It was so beautiful that she cried. She glanced apprehensively round, hoping no one would see her in this state. Then came a time when the sea was rough. She watched the water travelling in to the coast, she watched a big wave running unnoticed, to burst in a shock of foam against a rock, enveloping all in a great white beauty, to pour away again, leaving the rock emerged black and teeming. Oh, and if, when the wave burst into whiteness, it were only set free! Sometimes she loitered along the harbour, looking at the sea-browned sailors, who, in their close blue jerseys, lounged on the harbour wall, and laughed at her with impudent, communicative eyes. There was established a little relation between her and them. She never would speak to them, or know any more of them. Yet, as she walked by and they leaned on the sea wall, there was something between her and them, something keen and delightful and painful. She liked best the young one whose fair, salty hair tumbled over his blue eyes. He was so new and fresh and salt, and not of this world. From Scarborough she went to her Uncle Tom's. Winifred had a small baby, born at the end of the summer. She had become strange and alien to Ursula. There was an unmentionable reserve between the two women. Tom Brangwen was an attentive father, a very domestic husband. But there was something spurious about his domesticity. Ursula did not like him any more. Something ugly, blatant in his nature had come out now, making him shift everything over to a sentimental basis. A materialistic unbeliever, he carried it all off by becoming full of human feeling, a warm, attentive host, a generous husband, a model citizen. And he was clever enough to rouse admiration everywhere, and to take in his wife sufficiently. She did not love him. She was glad to live in a state of complacent self-deception with him. She worked according to him. Ursula was relieved to go home. She had still 2 peaceful years before her. Her future was settled for 2 years. She returned to college to prepare for her final examination. But during this year the glamour began to depart from college. The professors were not priests initiated into the deep mysteries of life and knowledge. After all, they were only middlemen handling wares that they had become so accustomed to that they were oblivious of them. What was Latin? So much dry goods of knowledge. What was the Latin class altogether but a sort of second-hand curio shop, where one bought curios and learned the market value of curios, dull curios too on the whole. She was as bored by the Latin curiosities as she was by Chinese and Japanese curiosities in the antique shops. Antiques! The very word made her soul fall flat and dead. The life went out of her studies. Why, she did not know. But the whole thing seemed sham, spurious. Spurious Gothic arches, spurious peace, spurious Latinity, spurious dignity of France, spurious naivety of Chaucer. It was a second-hand dealer's shop, and one bought an equipment for an examination. This was only a little sideshow to the factories of the town. Gradually the perception stole into her. This was no religious retreat, no perception of pure learning. It was a little apprentice shop where one was further equipped for making money. The college itself was a little, slovenly laboratory for the factory. A harsh and ugly disillusion came over her again, the same darkness and bitter gloom from which she was never safe now, the realization of the permanent substratum of ugliness under everything. As she came to the college in the afternoon, the lawns were frothed with daisies, the lime trees hung tender and sunlit and green, and oh, the deep white froth of the daisies was anguish to see. For inside the college, she knew she must enter the sham workshop. All the while it was a sham store, a sham warehouse, with a single motive of material gain and no productivity. It pretended to exist by the religious virtue of knowledge. But the religious virtue of knowledge was become a flunkey to the god of material success. A sort of inertia came over her. Mechanically, from habit she went on with her studies, but it was almost hopeless. She could scarcely attend to anything. At the Anglo-Saxon lecture in the afternoon, she sat looking down, out of the window, hearing no word of Beowulf or of anything else. Down below in the street the sunny grey pavement went beside the palisade. A woman in a pink frock with a scarlet sunshade crossed the road, a little white dog running like a fleck of light about her. The woman with the scarlet sunshade came over the road, a lilt in her walk, a little shadow attending her. Ursula watched, spellbound. The woman with the scarlet sunshade and the flickering terrier was gone. And whither? Whither? In what world of reality was the woman in the pink dress walking? To what warehouse of dead unreality was she herself confined? What good was this place, this college? What good was Anglo-Saxon, when one only learned it in order to answer examination questions, in order that one should have a higher commercial value later on? She was sick with this long service at the inner commercial shrine. Yet what else was there? Was life all this, and this only? Everywhere, everything was debased to the same service. Everything went to produce vulgar things, to encumber material life. Suddenly she threw over French. She would take honours in botany. This was the one study that lived for her. She had entered into the lives of the plants. She was fascinated by the strange laws of the vegetable world. She had here a glimpse of something working entirely apart from the purpose of the human world. College was barren, cheap, a temple converted to the most vulgar, petty commerce. Had she not gone to hear the echo of learning pulsing back to the source of the mystery? The source of mystery! And barrenly the professors in their gowns offered commercial commodity that could be turned to good account in the examination room, ready-made stuff too, and not really worth the money it was intended to fetch, which they all knew. All the time in the college now, save when she was labouring in her botany laboratory, for there the mystery still glimmered, she felt she was degrading herself in a kind of sham gewgaws. Angry and stiff, she went through her last term. She would rather be out again earning her own living. Even Brinsley Street and Mr. Harby seemed real in comparison. Her violent hatred of the Ilkeston school was nothing compared with the sterile degradation of college. But she was not going back to Brinsley Street either. She would take her B.A. and become a mistress in some grammar school for a time. The last year of her college career was wheeling slowly round. She could see ahead her examination and her departure. She had the ash of disillusion gritting under her teeth. Would the next move turn out the same? Always the shining doorway ahead, and then, upon approach, always the shining doorway was a gate into another ugly yard, dirty and active and dead. Always the crest of the hill gleaming ahead under heaven, and then, from the top of the hill, only another sordid valley, full of amorphous, squalid activity. No matter! Every hilltop was a little different. Every valley was somehow new. Cossethay and her childhood, with her father, the Marsh and the little church school near the Marsh, and her grandmother and her uncles, the high school at Nottingham and Anton Skrebensky. Anton Skrebensky and the dance in the moonlight between the fires, then the time she could not think of without being blasted, Winifred Inger, and the months before becoming a school teacher, then the horrors of Brinsley Street, lapsing into comparative peacefulness, Maggie, and Maggie's brother, whose influence she could still feel in her veins when she conjured him up, then college, and Dorothy Russell, who was now in France, then the next move into the world again. Already it was a history. In every phase she was so different. Yet she was always Ursula Brangwen. But what did it mean, Ursula Brangwen? She did not know what she was. Only she was full of rejection, of refusal. Always, always she was spitting out of her mouth the ash and grit of disillusion, of falsity. She could only stiffen in rejection, in rejection. She seemed always negative in her action. That which she was, positively, was dark and unrevealed. It could not come forth. It was like a seed buried in dry ash. This world in which she lived was like a circle lighted by a lamp. This lighted area, lit up by man's completest consciousness, she thought was all the world, that here all was disclosed for ever. Yet all the time, within the darkness, she had been aware of points of light, like the eyes of wild beasts, gleaming, penetrating, vanishing. And her soul had acknowledged in a great heave of terror only the outer darkness. This inner circle of light in which she lived and moved, wherein the trains rushed and the factories ground out their machine produce, and the plants and the animals worked by the light of science and knowledge, suddenly it seemed like the area under an arc lamp, wherein the moths and children played in the security of blinding light, not even knowing there was any darkness, because they stayed in the light. But she could see the glimmer of dark movement just out of range. She saw the eyes of the wild beast gleaming from the darkness, watching the vanity of the campfire and the sleepers. She felt the strange, foolish vanity of the camp, which said, "Beyond our light and our order there is nothing," turning their faces always inward towards the sinking fire of illuminating consciousness, which comprised sun and stars and the Creator and the system of righteousness, ignoring always the vast darkness that wheeled round about with half-revealed shapes lurking on the edge. Yea, and no man dared even throw a firebrand into the darkness, for if he did he was jeered to death by the others, who cried, "Fool, antisocial knave, why would you disturb us with bogies? There is no darkness. We move and live and have our being within the light, and unto us is given the eternal light of knowledge. We comprise and comprehend the innermost core and issue of knowledge. Fool and knave, how dare you belittle us with the darkness?" Nevertheless, the darkness wheeled round about with grey shadow shapes of wild beasts, and also with dark shadow shapes of the angels whom the light fenced out, as it fenced out the more familiar beasts of darkness. And some, having for a moment seen the darkness, saw it bristling with the tufts of the hyena and the wolf, and some having given up their vanity of the light, having died in their own conceit, saw the gleam in the eyes of the wolf and the hyena, that it was the flash of the sword of angels, flashing at the door to come in, that the angels in the darkness were lordly and terrible and not to be denied, like the flash of fangs. It was a little while before Easter, in her last year of college, when Ursula was 22 years old, that she heard again from Skrebensky. He had written to her once or twice from South Africa, during the first months of his service out there in the war, and since had sent her a postcard every now and then, at ever longer intervals. He had become a first lieutenant, and had stayed out in Africa. She had not heard of him now for more than 2 years. Often her thoughts returned to him. He seemed like the gleaming dawn, yellow, radiant, of a long, grey, ashy day. The memory of him was like the thought of the first radiant hours of morning, and here was the blank grey ashiness of later daytime. Ah, if he had only remained true to her, she might have known the sunshine, without all this toil and hurt and degradation of a spoiled day. He would have been her angel. He held the keys of the sunshine. Still he held them. He could open to her the gates of succeeding freedom and delight. Nay, if he had remained true to her, he would have been the doorway to her, into the boundless sky of happiness and plunging, inexhaustible freedom which was the paradise of her soul. Ah, the great range he would have opened to her, the illimitable endless space for self-realization and delight for ever. The one thing she believed in was in the love she had held for him. It remained shining and complete, a thing to hark back to. And she said to herself, when present things seemed a failure, "Ah, I was fond of him," as if with him the leading flower of her life had died. Now she heard from him again. The chief effect was pain. The pleasure, the spontaneous joy was not there any longer. But her will rejoiced. Her will had fixed itself to him. And the old excitement of her dreams stirred and woke up. He was come, the man with the wondrous lips that could send the kiss wavering to the very end of all space. Was he come back to her? She did not believe. "My dear Ursula, I am back in England again for a few months before going out again, this time to India. I wonder if you still keep the memory of our times together. I have still got the little photograph of you. You must be changed since then, for it is about 6 years ago. I am fully 6 years older. I have lived through another life since I knew you at Cossete. I wonder if you would care to see me. I shall come up to Derby next week, and I would call in Nottingham, and we might have tea together. Will you let me know? I shall look for your answer. Anton Skrebensky. Ursula had taken this letter from the rack in the hall at college, and torn it open as she crossed to the women's room. The world seemed to dissolve away from around her. She stood alone in clear air. Where could she go to be alone? She fled away upstairs, and through the private way to the reference library. Seizing a book, she sat down and pondered the letter. Her heart beat, her limbs trembled. As in a dream, she heard one gong sound in the college, then, strangely, another. The first lecture had gone by. Hurriedly she took one of her notebooks and began to write. "Dear Anton, yes, I still have the ring. I should be very glad to see you again. You can come here to college for me, or I will meet you somewhere in the town. Will you let me know? Your sincere friend." Trembling, she asked the librarian, who was her friend, if he would give her an envelope. She sealed and addressed her letter, and went out, bareheaded, to post it. When it was dropped into the pillar box, the world became a very still, pale place, without confines. She wandered back to college, to her pale dream, like a first wan light of dawn. Skrebensky came one afternoon the following week. Day after day she had hurried swiftly to the letter rack on her arrival at college in the morning, and during the intervals between lectures. Several times, swiftly, with secretive fingers, she had plucked his letter down from its public prominence, and fled across the hall, holding it fast and hidden. She read her letters in the botany laboratory, where her corner was always reserved to her. Several letters, and then he was coming. It was Friday afternoon he appointed. She worked over her microscope with feverish activity, able to give only half her attention, yet working closely and rapidly. She had on her slide some special stuff come up from London that day, and the professor was fussy and excited about it. At the same time, as she focused the light on her field, and saw the plant animal lying shadowy in a boundless light, she was fretting over a conversation she had had, a few days ago, with Dr. Frankstone, who was a woman doctor of physics in the college. "No, really," Dr. Frankstone had said, "I don't see why we should attribute some special mystery to life. Do you? We don't understand it as we understand electricity even. But that doesn't warrant our saying it is something special, something different in kind and distinct from everything else in the universe. Do you think it does? May it not be that life consists in a complexity of physical and chemical activities, of the same order as the activities we already know in science? I don't see really why we should imagine there is a special order of life, and life alone—" The conversation had ended on a note of uncertainty, indefinite, wistful. But the purpose, what was the purpose? Electricity had no soul, light and heat had no soul. Was she herself an impersonal force, or conjunction of forces, like one of these? She looked still at the unicellular shadow that lay within the field of light, under her microscope. It was alive, she saw it move. She saw the bright mist of its ciliary activity, she saw the gleam of its nucleus, as it slid across the plane of light. What then was its will? If it was a conjunction of forces, physical and chemical, what held these forces unified, and for what purpose were they unified? For what purpose were the incalculable physical and chemical activities nodalized in this shadowy, moving speck under her microscope? What was the will which nodalized them and created the one thing she saw? What was its intention? To be itself? Was its purpose just mechanical and limited to itself? It intended to be itself. But what self? Suddenly in her mind the world gleamed strangely, with an intense light, like the nucleus of the creature under the microscope. Suddenly she had passed away into an intensely gleaming light of knowledge. She could not understand what it all was. She only knew that it was not limited mechanical energy, nor mere purpose of self-preservation and self-assertion. It was a consummation, a being infinite. Self was a oneness with the infinite. To be oneself was a supreme, gleaming triumph of infinity. Ursula sat abstracted over her microscope, in suspense. Her soul was busy, infinitely busy in the new world. In the new world Skrebensky was waiting for her. He would be waiting for her. She could not go yet, because her soul was engaged. Soon she would go. A stillness, like passing away, took hold of her. Far off down the corridors she heard the gong booming 5 o'clock. She must go. Yet she sat still. The other students were pushing back their stools and putting their microscopes away. Everything broke into turmoil. She saw through the window students going down the steps, with books under their arms, talking, all talking. A great craving to depart came upon her. She wanted also to be gone. She was in dread of the material world, and in dread of her own transfiguration. She wanted to run to meet Skrebensky, the new life, the reality. Very rapidly she wiped her slides and put them back, cleared her place at the bench, active, active, active. She wanted to run to meet Skrebensky, hasten, hasten. She did not know what she was to meet, but it would be a new beginning. She must hurry. She flitted down the corridor on swift feet, her razor and notebooks and pencil in one hand, her pinafore over her arm. Her face was lifted and tense with eagerness. He might not be there. Issuing from the corridor, she saw him at once. She knew him at once. Yet he was so strange. He stood with the curious, self-effacing diffidence which so frightened her in well-bred young men whom she knew. He stood as if he wished to be unseen. He was very well dressed. She would not admit to herself the chill like a sunshine of frost that came over her. This was he, the key, the nucleus to the new world. He saw her coming swiftly across the hall, a slim girl in a white flannel blouse and dark skirt, with some of the abstraction and gleam of the unknown upon her, and he started, excited. He was very nervous. Other students were loitering about the hall. She laughed, with a blind, dazzled face, as she gave him her hand. He too could not perceive her. In a moment she was gone, to get her outdoor things. Then again, as when she had been at school, they walked out into the town to tea, and they went to the same tea shop. She knew a great difference in him. The kinship was there, the old kinship, but he had belonged to a different world from hers. It was as if they had cried a state of truce between him and her, and in this truce they had met. She knew, vaguely, in the first minute, that they were enemies come together in a truce. Every movement and word of his was alien to her being. Yet still she loved the fine texture of his face, of his skin. He was rather browner, physically stronger. He was a man now. She thought his manliness made the strangeness in him. When he was only a youth, fluid, he was nearer to her. She thought a man must inevitably set into this strange separateness, cold otherness of being. He talked, but not to her. She tried to speak to him, but she could not reach him. He seemed so balanced and sure, he made such a confident presence. He was a great rider, so there was about him some of a horseman's sureness and habitual definiteness of a decision, also some of the horseman's animal darkness. Yet his soul was only the more wavering, vague. He seemed made up of a set of habitual actions and decisions. The vulnerable, variable quick of the man was inaccessible. She knew nothing of it. She could only feel the dark, heavy fixity of his animal desire. This dumb desire on his part had brought him to her? She was puzzled, hurt by some hopeless fixity in him that terrified her with a cold feeling of despair. What did he want? His desires were so underground. Why did he not admit himself? What did he want? He wanted something that should be nameless. She shrank in fear. Yet she flashed with excitement. In his dark, subterranean male soul, he was kneeling before her, darkly exposing himself. She quivered, the dark flame ran over her. He was waiting at her feet. He was helpless, at her mercy. She could take or reject. If she rejected him, something would die in him. For him it was life or death. And yet, all must be kept so dark, The consciousness must admit nothing. "How long," she said, "are you staying in England?" "I'm not sure, but not later than July, I believe." Then they were both silent. He was here in England for 6 months. They had a space of 6 months between them. He waited. The same iron rigidity, as if the world were made of steel, possessed her again. It was no use turning with flesh and blood to this arrangement of forged metal. Quickly her imagination adjusted itself to the situation. "Have you an appointment in India?" she asked. "Yes, I have just the 6 months' leave." "Will you like it, being out there?" "I think so. There's a good deal of social life and plenty going on. Hunting, polo, and always a good horse, and plenty of work, any amount of work." He was always side-tracking his own soul. She could see him so well out there, in India, one of the governing class, superimposed upon an old civilization, lord and master of a clumsier civilization than his own. It was his choice. He would become again an aristocrat, invested with authority and responsibility, having a great helpless populace beneath him. One of the ruling class, his whole being would be given over to the fulfilling and the executing of the better idea of the state. And in India there would be real work to do. The country did need the civilization which he himself represented. It did need his roads and bridges, and the enlightenment of which he was part. He would go to India. But that was not her road. Yet she loved him, the body of him, whatever his decisions might be. He seemed to want something of her. He was waiting for her to decide of him. It had been decided in her long ago, when he had kissed her first. He was her lover, though good and evil should cease. Her will never relaxed, though her heart and soul must be imprisoned and silenced. He waited upon her, and she accepted him. For he had come back to her. A glow came into his face, into his fine, smooth skin, his eyes, gold grey, glowed intimately to her. He burned up, he caught fire and became splendid, royal, something like a tiger. She caught his brilliant, burnished glamour. Her heart and her soul were shut away fast, down below, hidden. She was free of them. She was to have her satisfaction. She became proud and erect, like a flower, putting itself forth in its proper strength. His warmth invigorated her. His beauty of form, which seemed to glow out in contrast with the rest of the people, made her proud. It was like deference to her, and made her feel as if she represented before him all the grace and flower of humanity. She was no mere Ursula Brangwen. She was woman. She was the whole of woman in the human order. All containing, universal. How should she be limited to individuality? She was exhilarated. She did not want to go away from him. She had her place by him. Who should take her away? They came out of the café. "Is there anything you would like to do?" he said. "Is there anything we can do?" It was a dark, windy night in March. "There is nothing to do," she said. Which was the answer he wanted. "Let us walk, then." "Where shall we walk?" he asked. "Shall we go to the river?" she suggested, timidly. In a moment they were on the tram, going down to Trent Bridge. She was so glad. The thought of walking in the dark, far-reaching water meadows beside the full river transported her. Dark water flowing in silence through the big, restless night made her feel wild. They crossed the bridge, descended, and went away from the lights. In an instant, in the darkness, he took her hand and they went in silence, with subtle feet treading the darkness. The town fumed away on their left, there were strange lights and sounds, the wind rushed against the trees, and under the bridge. They walked close together, powerful in unison. He drew her very close, held her with a subtle, stealthy, powerful passion, as if they had a secret agreement which held good in the profound darkness. The profound darkness was their universe. "It is like it was before," she said. Yet it was not in the least as it was before. Nevertheless, his heart was perfectly in accord with her. They thought one thought. "I knew I should come back," he said, at length. She quivered. "Did you always love me?" she asked. The directness of the question overcame him, submerged him for a moment. The darkness travelled massively along. "I had to come back to you," he said, as if hypnotized. "You were always at the back of everything." She was silent with triumph, like fate. "I loved you," she said. "Always." The dark flame leaped up in him. He must give her himself. He must give her the very foundations of himself. He drew her very close, and they went on in silence. She started violently, hearing voices. They were near a stile across the dark meadows. "It's only lovers," he said to her, softly. She looked to see the dark figures against the fence, wondering that the darkness was inhabited. "Only lovers will walk here to-night," he said. Then in a low, vibrating voice he told her about Africa, the strange darkness, the strange blood fear. "I am not afraid of the darkness in England," he said. "It is soft and natural to me. It is my medium, especially when you are here. But in Africa it seems massive and fluid with terror. Not fear of anything, just fear. One breathes it, like the smell of blood. The blacks know it. They worship it really, the darkness. One almost likes it, the fear. Something sensual." She thrilled again to him. He was to her a voice out of the darkness. He talked to her all the while, in low tones, about Africa, conveying something strange and sensual to her, the negro, with his loose, soft passion that could envelop one like a bath. Gradually he transferred to her the hot, fecund darkness that possessed his own blood. He was strangely secret. The whole world must be abolished. He maddened her with his soft, cajoling, vibrating tones. He wanted her to answer, to understand. A turgid, teeming night, heavy with fecundity, in which every molecule of matter grew big with increase, secretly urgent with fecund desire, seemed to come to pass. She quivered, taut and vibrating, almost pained. And gradually he ceased telling her of Africa. There came a silence, whilst they walked the darkness beside the massive river. Her limbs were rich and tense. She felt they must be vibrating with a low, profound vibration. She could scarcely walk. The deep vibration of the darkness could only be felt, not heard. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 15, Part 2. Of the Rainbow, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Suddenly, as they walked, she turned to him and held him fast, as if she were turned to steel. "Do you love me?" she cried, in anguish. "Yes," he said, in a curious, lapping voice, unlike himself. "Yes, I love you." He seemed like the living darkness upon her. She was in the embrace of the strong darkness. He held her enclosed, soft, unutterably soft, and with the unrelaxing softness of fate, the relentless softness of fecundity. She quivered and quivered, like a tense thing that is struck. But he held her all the time, soft, unending, like darkness closed upon her, omnipresent as the night. He kissed her, and she quivered as if she were being destroyed, shattered. The lighted vessel vibrated and broke in her soul. The light fell, struggled, and went dark. She was all dark, will-less, having only the receptive will. He kissed her with his soft, enveloping kisses, and she responded to them completely, her mind, her soul gone out. Darkness cleaving to darkness, she hung close to him, pressed herself into soft flow of his kiss, pressed herself down, down to the source and core of his kiss, herself covered and enveloped in the warm, fecund flow of his kiss, that travelled over her, flowed over her, covered her,
flowed over the last fibre of her, so they were one stream, one dark fecundity, and she clung at the core of him with her lips holding open the very bottommost source of him. So they stood in the utter dark kiss that triumphed over them both, subjected them, knitted them into one fecund nucleus of the fluid darkness. It was bliss. It was the nucleolating of the fecund darkness. Once the vessel had vibrated till it was shattered, the light of consciousness gone, then the darkness reigned, and the unutterable satisfaction. They stood enjoying the unmitigated kiss, taking it, giving to it endlessly, and still it was not exhausted. Their veins fluttered, their blood ran together as one stream. Till gradually a sleep, a heaviness settled on them, a drowse, and out of the drowse a small light of consciousness woke up. Ursula became aware of the night around her, the water lapping and running full just near, the trees roaring and soughing in gusts of wind. She kept near to him, in contact with him, but she became ever more and more herself. And she knew she must go to catch her train, but she did not want to draw away from contact with him. At length they roused and set out. No longer they existed in the unblemished darkness. There was the glitter of a bridge, the twinkle of lights across the river, the big flare of the town in front and on their right. But still, dark and soft and incontestable, their bodies walked untouched by the lights, darkness supreme and arrogant. "The stupid lights," Ursula said to herself, in her dark, sensual arrogance. "The stupid, artificial, exaggerated town, fuming its lights. It does not exist really. It rests upon the unlimited darkness, like a gleam of coloured oil on dark water. But what is it? Nothing. Just nothing." In the tram, in the train she felt the same. The lights, the civic uniform was a trick played. The people as they moved or sat were only dummies exposed. She could see, beneath their pale, wooden pretence of composure and civic purposefulness, the dark stream that contained them all. They were like little paper ships in their motion. But in reality each one was a dark, blind, eager wave, urging blindly forward, dark with the same homogeneous desire. And all their talk and all their behaviour was sham. They were dressed up creatures. She was reminded of the Invisible Man, who was a piece of darkness made visible only by his clothes. During the next weeks, all the time she went about in the same dark richness, her eyes dilated and shining like the eyes of a wild animal, a curious half smile which seemed to be gibing at the civic pretence of all the human life about her. "What are you, you pale citizens?" her face seemed to say, gleaming. "You subdued beast in sheep's clothing, you primeval darkness falsified to a social mechanism." She went about in the sensual subconsciousness all the time, mocking at the ready-made, artificial daylight of the rest. "They assume selves as they assume suits of clothing," she said to herself, looking in mocking contempt at the stiffened, neutralised men. "They think it better to be clerks or professors than to be the dark, fertile beings that exist in the potential darkness. What do you think you are?" her soul asked of the professor as she sat opposite him in class. "What do you think you are, as you sit there in your gown and your spectacles? You are a lurking, blood-sniffing creature, with eyes peering out of the jungle darkness, snuffing for your desires. That is what you are, though nobody would believe it, and you would be the very last to allow it." Her soul mocked at all this pretence. Herself she kept on pretending. She dressed herself and made herself fine, she attended her lectures and scribbled her notes. But all in a mood of superficial, mocking facility. She understood well enough their 2 and 2 make 4 tricks. She was as clever as they were. But care? Did she care about their monkey tricks of knowledge or learning or civic deportment? she did not care in the least. There was Skrebensky, there was her dark vital self. Outside the college, the outer darkness. Skrebensky was waiting. On the edge of the night he was attentive. Did he care? She was free as a leopard that sends up its raucous cry in the night. She had the potent, dark stream of her own blood. She had the glimmering core of fecundity. She had her mate, her complement, her sharer in fruition. So she had all. Everything. Skrebensky was staying in Nottingham all the time. He too was free. He knew no one in this town. He had no civic self to maintain. He was free. Their trams and markets and theatres and public meetings were a shaken kaleidoscope to him. He watched as a lion or a tiger may lie with narrowed eyes, watching the people pass before its cage, the kaleidoscopic unreality of people, or a leopard lie blinking, watching the incomprehensible feats of the keepers. He despised it all. It was all non-existent. Their good professors, their good clergymen, their good political speakers, their good, earnest women, all the time he felt his soul was grinning, grinning at the sight of them. So many performing puppets, all wood and rag for the performance. He watched the citizen, a pillar of society, a model, saw the stiff goat's legs, which have become almost stiffened to wood in the desire to make them puppet in their action. He saw the trousers formed to the puppet action, man's legs, but man's legs become rigid and deformed, ugly, mechanical. He was curiously happy, being alone, now. The glimmering grin was on his face. He had no longer any necessity to take part in the performing tricks of the rest. He had discovered the clue to himself. He had escaped from the show, like a wild beast escaped straight back into its jungle. Having a room in a quiet hotel, he hired a horse and rode out into the country, staying sometimes for the night in some village, and returning the next day. He felt rich and abundant in himself. Everything he did was a voluptuous pleasure to him. Either to ride on horseback, or to walk, or to lie in the sun, or to drink in a public house. He had no use for people, nor for words. He had an amused pleasure in everything, a great sense of voluptuous richness in himself, and of the fecundity of the universal night he inhabited. The puppet shapes of people, their wood mechanical voices, he was remote from them. For there were always his meetings with Ursula. Very often she did not go to college in the afternoon, but walked with him instead. Or he took a motor car or a dog cart and they drove into the country, leaving the car and going away by themselves into the woods. He had not taken her yet. With subtle, instinctive economy they went to the end of each kiss, each embrace, each pleasure in intimate contact, knowing subconsciously that the last was coming. It was to be their final entry into the source of creation. She took him home, and he stayed a week-end at Beldover with her family. She loved having him in the house. Strange how he seemed to come into the atmosphere of her family, with his laughing, insidious grace. They all loved him. He was kin to them. His raillery, his warm, voluptuous, mocking presence was meat and joy to the Brangwen household. For this house was always quivering with darkness. They put off their puppet form when they came home, to lie and drowse in the sun. There was a sense of freedom amongst them all, of the undercurrent of darkness among them all. Yet here, at home, Ursula resented it. It became distasteful to her. And she knew that if they understood the real relationship between her and Skrebensky, her parents, her father in particular, would go mad with rage. So subtly, she seemed to be like any other girl who is more or less courted by a man. And she was like any other girl. But in her, the antagonism to the social imposition was for the time complete and final. She waited, every moment of the day, for his next kiss. She admitted it to herself in shame and bliss. Almost consciously she waited. He waited, but until the time came, more unconsciously.
When the time came that he should kiss her again, a prevention was an annihilation to him. He felt his flesh go grey. He was heavy with a corpse-like inanition. He did not exist, if the time passed unfulfilled. He came to her finally in a superb consummation. It was very dark, and again a windy, heavy night. They had come down the lane towards Beldover, down to the valley. They were at the end of their kisses, and there was the silence between them. They stood as at the edge of a cliff, with a great darkness beneath. Coming out of the lane, along the darkness, with the dark space spreading down to the wind, and the twinkling lights of the station below, the far-off windy chuff of a shunting train, the tiny clink, clink, clink of the waggons blown between the wind, the light of Beldover Edge twinkling upon the blackness of the hill opposite, the glow of the furnaces along the railway to the right, their steps began to falter. They would soon come out of the darkness into the lights. It was like turning back. It was unfulfilment. Two quivering, unwilling creatures, they lingered on the edge of the darkness, peering out at the lights and the machine glimmer beyond. They could not turn back to the world. They could not. So, lingering along, they came to a great oak tree by the path. In all its budding mass it roared to the wind, and its trunk vibrated in every fibre, powerful, indomitable. "We will sit down," he said. And in the roaring circle under the tree, that was almost invisible, yet whose powerful presence received them, they lay a moment, looking at the twinkling lights on the darkness opposite, saw the sweeping brand of a train pass the edge of their darkened field. Then he turned and kissed her, and she waited for him. The pain to her was the pain she wanted. The agony was the agony she wanted. She was caught up, entangled in the powerful vibration of the night. The man, what was he? A dark, powerful vibration that encompassed her. She passed away as on a dark wind, far, far away, into the pristine darkness of paradise, into the original immortality. She entered the dark fields of immortality. When she rose, she felt strangely free, strong. She was not ashamed. Why should she be? He was walking beside her, the man who had been with her. She had taken him. They had been together. Whither they had gone, she did not know. But it was as if she had received another nature. She belonged to the eternal, changeless place into which they had leapt together. Her soul was sure and indifferent of the opinion of the world of artificial light. As they went up the steps of the footbridge over the railway and met the train passengers, she felt herself belonging to another world. She walked past them immune, a whole darkness dividing her from them. When she went into the lighted dining room at home, she was impervious to the lights and the eyes of her parents. Her everyday self was just the same. She merely had another, stronger self that knew the darkness. This curious, separate strength that existed in darkness and pride of night never forsook her. She had never been more herself. It could not occur to her that anybody, not even the young man of the world, Skrebensky, should have anything at all to do with her permanent self. As for her temporal, social self, she let it look after itself. Her whole soul was implicated with Skrebensky. Not the young man of the world, but the undifferentiated man he was. She was perfectly sure of herself, perfectly strong, stronger than all the world. The world was not strong, she was strong. The world existed only in a secondary sense. She existed supremely. She continued at college, in her ordinary routine, merely as a cover to her dark, powerful underlife. The fact of herself, and with her Skrebensky, was so powerful that she took rest in the other. She went to college in the morning, and attended her classes, flowering and remote. She had lunch with him in his hotel. Every evening she spent with him, either in town, at his rooms, or in the country. She made the excuse at home of evening study for her degree, but she paid not the slightest attention to her study. They were both absolute and happy and calm. The fact of their own consummate being made everything else so entirely subordinate that they were free. The only thing they wanted, as the days went by, was more time to themselves. They wanted the time to be absolutely their own. The Easter vacation was approaching. They agreed to go right away. It would not matter if they did not come back. They were indifferent to the actual facts. "I suppose we ought to get married," he said, rather wistfully. It was so magnificently free and in a deeper world as it was. To make public their connection would be to put it in range with all the things which nullified him, and from which he was for the moment entirely dissociated. If he married he would have to assume his social self. And the thought of assuming his social self made him at once diffident and abstract. If she were his social wife, if she were part of that complication of dead reality, then what had his underlife to do with her? One's social wife was almost a material symbol, whereas now she was something more vivid to him than anything in the conventional life could be. She gave the complete lie to all conventional life. He and she stood together, dark, fluid, infinitely potent, giving the living lie to the dead whole which contained them. He watched her pensive, puzzled face. "I don't think I want to marry you," she said, her brow clouded. It piqued him rather. "Why not?" he asked. "Let's think about it afterwards, shall we?" she said. He was crossed, yet he loved her violently. "You've got a museau, not a face," he said. "Have I?" she cried, her face lighting up like a pure flame. She thought she had escaped. Yet he returned. He was not satisfied. "Why?" he asked. "Why don't you want to marry me?" "I don't want to be with other people," she said. "I want to be like this. I'll tell you if I ever want to marry you." "All right," he said. He would rather the thing was left indefinite, and that she took the responsibility. They talked of the Easter vacation. She thought only of complete enjoyment. They went to an hotel in Piccadilly. She was supposed to be his wife. They bought a wedding ring for £1 from a shop in a poor quarter. They had revoked altogether the ordinary mortal world. Their confidence was like a possession upon them. They were possessed. Perfectly and supremely free they felt, proud beyond all question, and surpassing mortal conditions. They were perfect, therefore nothing else existed. The world was a world of servants, whom one civilly ignored. Wherever they went, they were the sensuous aristocrats, warm, bright, glancing with pure pride of the senses. The effect upon other people was extraordinary. The glamour was cast from the young couple upon all they came into contact with, waiters or chance acquaintances. "Oui, Monsieur le Baron," she would reply, with a mocking courtesy to her husband. So they came to be treated as titled people. He was an officer in the Engineers. They were just married, going to India immediately. Thus a tissue of romance was round them. She believed she was a young wife of a titled husband on the eve of departure for India. This, the social fact, was a delicious make-believe. The living fact was that he and she were man and woman, absolute and beyond all limitation. The days went by. They would have 3 weeks together, in perfect success. All the time they themselves were reality, all outside was tribute to them. They were quite careless about money, but they did nothing very extravagant. He was rather surprised when he found that he had spent £20 in a little under a week. But it was only the irritation of having to go to the bank. The machinery of the old system lasted for him, not the system. The money simply did not exist. Neither did any of the old obligations. They came home from the theatre, had supper, then flitted about in their dressing gowns. They had a large bedroom and a corner sitting room high up, remote, and very cosy. They ate all their meals in their own rooms, attended by a young German called Hans, who thought them both wonderful, and answered assiduously, "Gewiss, Herr Baron. Bitte sehr, Frau Baronin." Often they saw the pink of dawn away across the park. The tower of Westminster Cathedral was emerging, the lamps of Piccadilly, stringing away beside the trees of the park, were becoming pale and moth-like. The morning traffic was clocking down the shadowy road, which had gleamed all night like metal, down below, running far ahead into the night beneath the lamps, and which was now vague as in a mist because of the dawn. Then, as the flush of dawn became stronger, they opened the glass doors and went on to the giddy balcony, feeling triumphant as two angels in bliss, looking down at the still sleeping world, which would wake to a dutiful, rumbling, sluggish turmoil of unreality. But the air was cold. They went into their bedroom and bathed before going to bed, leaving the partition doors of the bathroom open, so that the vapour came into the bedroom and faintly dimmed the mirror. She was always in bed first. She watched him as he bathed, his quick, unconscious movements, the electric light glinting on his wet shoulders. He stood out of the bath, his hair all washed flat over his forehead, and pressed the water out of his eyes. He was slender and, to her, perfect, a clean, straight-cut youth, without a grain of superfluous body. The brown hair on his body was soft and fine and adorable. He was all beautifully flushed as he stood in the white bath apartment. He saw her warm, dark, lit-up face watching him from the pillow, yet he did not see it. It was always present, and was to him as his own eyes. He was never aware of the separate being of her. She was like his own eyes and his own heart beating to him. So he went across to her to get his sleeping suit. It was always a perfect adventure to go near to her. She put her arms round him and snuffed his warm, softened skin. "Scent," she said. "Soap," he answered. "Soap," she repeated, looking up with bright eyes. They were both laughing, always laughing. Soon they were fast asleep, asleep till midday, close together, sleeping one sleep. Then they awoke to the ever-changing reality of their state. They alone inhabited the world of reality. All the rest lived on a lower sphere. Whatever they wanted to do, they did. They saw a few people, Dorothy, whose guest she was supposed to be, and a couple of friends of Skrebensky, young Oxford men, who called her Mrs. Skrebensky with entire simplicity. They treated her, indeed, with such respect that she began to think she was really quite of the whole universe, of the old world as well as of the new. She forgot she was outside the pale of the old world. She thought she had brought it under the spell of her own real world, and so she had. In such ever-changing reality the weeks went by. All the time they were an unknown world to each other. Every movement made by the one was a reality and an adventure to the other. They did not want outside excitements. They went to very few theatres. They were often in their sitting-room high up over Piccadilly, with windows open on two sides, and the door open onto the balcony, looking over the Green Park or down upon the minute travelling of the traffic. Then suddenly, looking at a sunset, she wanted to go. She must be gone. She must be gone at once. And in 2 hours' time they were at Charing Cross, taking train for Paris. Paris was his suggestion. She did not care where it was. The great joy was in setting out, and for a few days she was happy in the novelty of Paris. Then, for some reason, she must call in Rouen on the way back to London. He had an instinctive mistrust of her desire for the place. But, perversely, she wanted to go there. It was as if she wanted to try its effect upon her. For the first time, in Rouen, he had a cold feeling of death, not afraid of any other man, but of her. She seemed to leave him. She followed after something that was not him. She did not want him. The old streets, the cathedral, the age and the monumental peace of the town took her away from him. She turned to it as if to something she had forgotten and wanted. This was now the reality, this great stone cathedral slumbering there in its mass, which knew no transience nor heard any denial. It was majestic in its stability, its splendid absoluteness. Her soul began to run by itself. He did not realise, nor did she. Yet in Rouen he had the first deadly anguish, the first sense of the death towards which they were wandering. And she felt the first heavy yearning, heavy, heavy, hopeless warning, almost like a deep, uneasy sinking into apathy, hopelessness. They returned to London, but still they had 2 days. He began to tremble, he grew feverish with the fear of her departure. She had in her some fatal prescience that made her calm. What would be, would be. He remained fairly easy, however, still in his state of heightened glamour, till she had gone, and he had turned away from St. Pancras and sat on the tram-car going up Pimlico to the Angel, to Moorgate Street on Sunday evening. Then the cold horror gradually soaked into him. He saw the horror of the City Road. He realised the ghastly, cold sordidness of the tram-car in which he sat. Cold, stark, ashen sterility had him surrounded. Where then was the luminous, wonderful world he belonged to by rights? How did he come to be thrown on this refuse heap where he was? He was as if mad. The horror of the brick buildings, of the tram-car, of the ashen grey people in the street made him reeling and blind, as if drunk. He went mad. He had lived with her in a close, living, pulsing world, where everything pulsed with rich being. Now he found himself struggling amid an ashen-dry, cold world of rigidity, dead walls and mechanical traffic, and creeping, spectre-like people. The life was extinct. Only ash moved and stirred or stood rigid. There was a horrible, clattering activity, a rattle like the falling of dry slag, cold and sterile. It was as if the sunshine that fell were unnatural light exposing the ash of the town, as if the lights at night were the sinister gleam of decomposition. Quite mad, beside himself, he went to his club and sat with a glass of whisky, motionless, as if turned to clay. He felt like a corpse that is inhabited with just enough life to make it appear as any other of the spectral, unliving beings which we call people in our dead language. Her absence was worse than pain to him. It destroyed his being. Dead, he went on from lunch to tea. His face was all the time fixed and stiff and colourless. His life was a dry, mechanical movement. Yet even he wondered slightly at the awful misery that had overcome him. How could he be so ash-like and extinct? He wrote her a letter. "I have been thinking that we must get married before long. My pay will be more when I get out to India. We shall be able to get along. Or if you don't want to go to India, I could very probably stay here in England. But I think you would like India. You could ride, and you would know just everybody out there. Perhaps if you stay on to take your degree, we might marry immediately after that. I will write to your father as soon as I hear from you." He went on, disposing of her. If only he could be with her. All he wanted now was to marry her, to be sure of her. Yet all the time he was perfectly, perfectly hopeless, cold, extinct, without emotion or connection. He felt as if his life were dead, his soul was extinct. The whole being of him had become sterile. He was a spectre, divorced from life. He had no fullness, he was just a flat shape. Day by day the madness accumulated in him. The horror of not being possessed him. He went here, there, and everywhere. But whatever he did, he knew that only the cipher of him was there, nothing was filled in. He went to the theatre. What he heard and saw fell upon a cold surface of consciousness, which was now all that he was. There was nothing behind it. He could have no experience of any sort. Mechanical registering took place in him, no more. He had no being, no contents. Neither had the people he came into contact with. They were mere permutations of known quantities. There was no roundness or fullness in this world he now inhabited. Everything was a dead shape, mental arrangement, without life or being. Much of the time he was with friends and comrades. Then he forgot everything. Their activities made up for his own negation. They engaged his negative horror. He only became happy when he drank, and he drank a good deal. Then he was just the opposite to what he had been. He became a warm, diffuse, glowing cloud in a warm, diffuse, formless fashion. Everything melted down into a rosy glow, and he was the glow, and everything was the glow. Everybody else was the glow, and it was very nice, very nice. He would sing songs, it was so nice. Ursula went back to Beldover, shut and firm. She loved Skrebensky, of that she was resolved. She would allow nothing else. She read his long, obsessed letter about getting married and going to India without any particular response. She seemed to ignore what he said about marriage. It did not come home to her. He seemed, throughout the greater part of his letter, to be talking without much meaning. She replied to him pleasantly and easily. She rarely wrote long letters. "India sounds lovely. I can just see myself on an elephant swaying between lanes of obsequious natives. But I don't know if father would let me go. We must see. I keep living over again the lovely times we have had. But I don't think you liked me quite so much towards the end, did you? You did not like me when we left Paris. Why didn't you? I love you very much. I love your body. It is so clear and fine. I am glad you do not go naked, or all the women would fall in love with you. I am very jealous of it. I love it so much." He was more or less satisfied with this letter. But day after day he was walking about, dead, non-existent. He could not come again to Nottingham until the end of April. Then he persuaded her to go with him for a week-end to a friend's house near Oxford. By this time they were engaged. He had written to her father, and the thing was settled. He brought her an emerald ring, of which she was very proud. Her people treated her now with a little distance, as if she had already left them. They left her very much alone. She went with him for the 3 days in the country house near Oxford. It was delicious, and she was very happy. But the thing she remembered most was when, getting up in the morning after he had gone back quietly to his own room, having spent the night with her, she found herself very rich in being alone, and enjoying to the full her solitary room. She drew up her blind and saw the plum trees in the garden below all glittering and snowy and delighted with the sunshine, in full bloom under a blue sky. They threw out their blossom, they flung it out under the blue heavens, the whitest blossom. How excited it made her. She had to hurry through her dressing to go and walk in the garden, under the plum trees, before anyone should come and talk to her. Out she slipped, and paced like a queen in fairy pleasaunces. The blossom was silver shadowy when she looked up from under the tree at the blue sky. There was a faint scent, a faint noise of bees, a wonderful quickness of happy morning. She heard the breakfast gong and went indoors. "Where have you been?" asked the others. "I had to go out under the plum trees," she said, her face glowing like a flower. "It is so lovely." A shadow of anger crossed Skrebensky's soul. She had not wanted him to be there. He hardened his will. At night there was a moon, and the blossom glistened ghostly. They went together to look at it. She saw the moonlight on his face as he waited near her, and his features were like silver, and his eyes in shadow were unfathomable. She was in love with him. He was very quiet. They went indoors and she pretended to be tired, so she went quickly to bed. "Don't be long coming to me," she whispered, as she was supposed to be kissing him good night. And he waited, intent, obsessed, for the moment when he could come to her. She enjoyed him, she made much of him. She liked to put her fingers on the soft skin of his sides, or on the softness of his back, when he made the muscles hard underneath. The muscles developed very strong through riding, and she had a great thrill of excitement and passion because of the unimpressible hardness of his body, that was so soft and smooth under her fingers, that came to her with such absolute service. She owned his body and enjoyed it with all the delight and carelessness of a possessor. But he had become gradually afraid of her body. He wanted her endlessly. But there had come a tension into his desire, a constraint, which prevented his enjoying the delicious approach, and the lovable close of the endless embrace. He was afraid. His will was always tense, fixed. Her final examination was at midsummer. She insisted on sitting for it, although she had neglected her work during the past months. He also wanted her to go in for the degree. Then, he thought, she would be satisfied. Secretly he hoped she would fail, so that she would be more glad of him. "Would you rather live in India or in England when we are married?" he asked her. "Oh, in India by far," she said, with a careless lack of consideration which annoyed him. Once she said with heat: "I should be glad to leave England. Everything is so meagre and paltry. It is so unspiritual. I hate democracy." He became angry to hear her talk like this. He did not know why. Somehow he could not bear it when she attacked things. It was as if she were attacking him. "What do you mean?" he asked her, hostile. "Why do you hate democracy?" "Only the greedy and ugly people come to the top in a democracy," she said, "because they're the only people who will push themselves there. Only degenerate races are democratic." "What do you want then? An aristocracy?" he asked, secretly moved. He always felt that by rights he belonged to the ruling aristocracy. Yet to hear her speak for his class pained him with a curious, painful pleasure. He felt he was acquiescing in something illegal, taking to himself some wrong, reprehensible advantages. "I do want an aristocracy," she cried. "And I'd rather have an aristocracy of birth than of money. Who are the aristocrats now? Who are chosen as the best to rule? Those who have money and the brains for money. It doesn't matter what else they have, but they must have money brains, because they are ruling in the name of money." "The people elect the government," he said. "I know they do, but what are the people? Each one of them is a money interest. I hate it, that anybody is my equal who has the same amount of money as I have. I know I am better than all of them. I hate them. They are not my equals. I hate equality on a money basis. It is the equality of dirt." Her eyes blazed at him. He felt as if she wanted to destroy him. She had gripped him and was trying to break him. His anger sprang up against her. At least he would fight for his existence with her. A hard, blind resistance possessed him. "I don't care about money," he said. "Neither do I want to put my finger in the pie. I am too sensitive about my finger." "What is your finger to me?" she cried, in passion. "You with your dainty fingers, and you're going to India because you will be one of the somebodies there. It's a mere dodge, your going to India." "In what way a dodge?" he cried, white with anger and fear. "You think the Indians are simpler than us, and so you'll enjoy being near them and being a lord over them," she said. "And you'll feel so righteous, governing them for their own good. Who are you to feel righteous? What are you righteous about, in your governing? Your governing stinks. What do you govern for, but to make things there as dead and mean as they are here?" "I don't feel righteous in the least," he said. "Then what do you feel? It's all such a nothingness, what you feel and what you don't feel." "What do you feel yourself?" he said. "Aren't you righteous in your own mind?" "Yes, I am, because I'm against you and all your old dead things," she cried. She seemed with the last words, uttered in hard knowledge, to strike down the flag that he kept flying. He felt cut off at the knees, a figure made worthless. A horrible sickness gripped him, as if his legs were really cut away and he could not move, but remained a crippled trunk, dependent, worthless. The ghastly sense of helplessness, as if he were a mere figure that did not exist vitally, made him mad, beside himself. Now, even whilst he was with her, this death of himself came over him, when he walked about like a body from which all individual life is gone. In this state he neither heard nor saw nor felt, only the mechanism of his life continued. He hated her, as far as, in this state, he could hate. His cunning suggested to him all the ways of making her esteem him, for she did not esteem him. He left her and did not write to her. He flirted with other women, with Gudrun. This last made her very fierce. She was still fiercely jealous of his body. In passionate anger she upbraided him because, not being man enough to satisfy one woman, he hung round others. "Don't I satisfy you?" he asked of her, again going white to the throat. "No," she said. "You've never satisfied me since the first week in London. You never satisfy me now. What does it mean to me, your having me?" She lifted her shoulders and turned aside her face in a motion of cold, indifferent worthlessness. He felt he would kill her. When she had roused him to a pitch of madness, when she saw his eyes all dark and mad with suffering, then a great suffering overcame her soul, a great inconquerable suffering. And she loved him, for, oh, she wanted to love him. Stronger than life or death was her craving to be able to love him. And at such moments, when he was made with her destroying him, when all his complacency was destroyed, all his everyday self was broken, and only the stripped, rudimentary, primal man remained, demented with torture, her passion to love him became love. She took him again. They came together in an overwhelming passion in which he knew he satisfied her. But it all contained a developing germ of death. After each contact, her anguished desire for him, or for that which she never had from him, was stronger, her love was more hopeless. After each contact his mad dependence on her was deepened. His hope of standing strong and taking her in his own strength was weakened. He felt himself a mere attribute of her. Whitsuntide came, just before her examination. She was to have a few days of rest. Dorothy had inherited her patrimony, and had taken a cottage in Sussex. She invited them to stay with her. They went down to Dorothy's neat, low cottage at the foot of the downs. Here they could do as they liked. Ursula was always yearning to go to the top of the downs. The white track wound up to the rounded summit, and she must go. Up there she could see the channel a few miles away, the sea raised up and faintly glittering in the sky, the Isle of Wight a shadow lifted in the far distance, the river winding bright through the patterned plain to seaward, Arundel Castle a shadowy bulk, and then the rolling of the high, smooth downs, making a high, smooth land under heaven, acknowledging only the heavens in their great, sun-glowing strength, and suffering only a few bushes to trespass on the intercourse between their great, unabateable body and the changeful body of the sky. Below she saw the villages and the woods of the Weald, and the train running bravely, a gallant little thing, running with all the importance of the world, over the water meadows and into the gap of the downs, waving its white steam, yet all the while so little. So little, yet its courage carried it from end to end of the earth, till there was no place where it did not go. Yet the downs, in magnificent indifference, bearing limbs and body to the sun, drinking sunshine and sea wind and sea-wet cloud into its golden skin, with superb stillness and calm of being, was not the downs still more wonderful? The blind, pathetic, energetic courage of the train, as it steamed tinily away through the patterned levels to the sea's dimness, so fast and so energetic, made her weep. Where was it going? It was going nowhere. It was just going. So blind, so without goal or aim, yet so hasty. She sat on an old prehistoric earthwork and cried, and the tears ran down her face. The train had tunnelled all the earth, blindly and uglily. And she lay face downwards on the downs, that were so strong, that cared only for their intercourse with the everlasting skies. And she wished she could become a strong mound smooth under the sky, bosom and limbs bared to all winds and clouds and bursts of sunshine. But she must get up again and look from her foothold of sunshine down and away at the patterned level earth, with its villages and its smoke and its energy. So short-sighted the train seemed, running to the distance, so terrifying in their littleness the villages, with such pettiness in their activity. Skrebensky wandered dazed, not knowing where he was or what he was doing with her. All her passion seemed to be to wander up there on the downs, and when she must descend to earth she was heavy. Up there she was exhilarated and free. She would not love him in a house any more. She said she hated houses, and particularly she hated beds. There was something distasteful in his coming to her bed. She would stay the night on the downs, up there, he with her. It was midsummer, the days were glamorously long. At about 10:30, when the bluey black darkness had at last fallen, they took rugs and climbed the steep track to the summit of the downs, he and she. Up there, the stars were big, the earth below was gone into darkness. She was free up there with the stars. Far out they saw tiny yellow lights, but it was very far out at sea or on land. She was free up among the stars. End of Chapter 15, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 15, Part 3 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. She took off her clothes and made him take off all his, and they ran over the smooth, moonless turf, a long way, more than a mile from where they had left their clothing, running in the dark, soft wind, utterly naked as the downs themselves. Her hair was loose and blue about her shoulders. She ran swiftly, wearing sandals when she set off on the long run to the dew pond. In the round dew pond the stars were untroubled. She ventured softly into the water, grasping at the stars with her hands. And then suddenly she started back, running swiftly. He was there, beside her, but only on sufferance. He was a screen for her fears. He served her. She took him, she clasped him, clenched him close, but her eyes were open, looking at the stars. It was as if the stars were lying with her and entering the unfathomable darkness of her womb, fathoming her at last. It was not him. The dawn came. They stood together on a high place, an earthwork of the Stone Age men, watching for the light. It came over the land, but the land was dark. She watched a pale rim on the sky, away against the darkened land. The darkness became bluer. A little wind was running in from the sea behind. It seemed to be running to the pale rift of the dawn. And she and he darkly, on an outpost of the darkness, stood watching for the dawn. The light grew stronger, gushing up against the dark sapphire of the transparent night. The light grew stronger, whiter, then over it hovered a flush of rose and then yellow, pale, new created yellow, the whole quivering and poising momentarily over the fountain on the sky's rim. The rose hovered and quivered, burned, fused to flame, to a transient red, while the yellow urged out in great waves, thrown from the ever-increasing fountain, great waves of yellow flinging into the sky, scattering its spray over the darkness, which became bluer and bluer, paler, till soon it would itself be a radiance, which had been darkness. The sun was coming. There was a quivering, a powerful, terrifying swim of molten light. Then the molten source itself surged forth, revealing itself. The sun was in the sky, too powerful to look at. And the ground beneath lay so still, so peaceful. Only now and again a cock crew. Otherwise, from the distant yellow hills to the pine trees at the foot of the downs, everything was newly washed into being, in a flood of new, golden creation. It was so unutterably still and perfect with promise, the golden lighted, distinct land, that Ursula's soul rocked and wept. Suddenly he glanced at her. The tears were running over her cheeks. Her mouth was working strangely. "What is the matter?" he asked. After a moment's struggle with her voice, "It is so beautiful," she said, looking at the glowing, beautiful land. It was so beautiful, so perfect, and so unsullied. He too realized what England would be in a few hours' time, a blind, sordid, strenuous activity, all for nothing, fuming with dirty smoke and running trains and groping in the bowels of the earth, all for nothing. A ghastliness came over him. He looked at Ursula. Her face was wet with tears, very bright, like a transfiguration in the refulgent light. Nor was his the hand to wipe away the burning, bright tears. He stood apart, overcome by a cruel ineffectuality. Gradually a great, helpless sorrow was rising in him. But as yet he was fighting it away. He was struggling for his own life. He became very quiet and unaware of the things about him, awaiting, as it were, her judgment on him. They returned to Nottingham. The time of her examination came. She must go to London. But she would not stay with him in an hotel. She would go to a quiet little pension near the British Museum. Those quiet residential squares of London made a great impression on her mind. They were very complete. Her mind seemed imprisoned in their quietness. Who was going to liberate her? In the evening, her practical examinations being over, he went with her to dinner at one of the hotels down the river, near Richmond. It was golden and beautiful,
with yellow water and white and scarlet striped boat awnings and blue shadows under the trees. "When shall we be married?" he asked her, quietly, simply, as if it were a mere question of comfort. She watched the changing pleasure traffic of the river. He looked at her golden, puzzled museau. The knot gathered in his throat. "I don't know," she said. A hot grief gripped his throat. "Why don't you know? Don't you want to be married?" he asked her. Her head turned slowly. Her face, puzzled like a boy's face, expressionless because she was trying to think, looked towards his face. She did not see him, because she was preoccupied. She did not quite know what she was going to say. "I don't think I want to be married," she said. And her naïve, troubled, puzzled eyes rested a moment on his, then travelled away, preoccupied. "Do you mean never, or not just yet?" he asked. The knot in his throat grew harder. His face was drawn as if he were being strangled. "I mean never," she said, out of some far self, which spoke for once beyond her. His drawn, strangled face watched her blankly for a few moments. Then a strange sound took place in his throat. She started, came to herself and, horrified, saw him. His head made a queer motion. The chin jerked back against the throat. The curious, crowing, hiccuping sound came again. His face twisted like insanity, and he was crying, crying blind and twisted, as if something were broken which kept him in control. "Tony, don't!" she cried, starting up. It tore every one of her nerves to see him. He made groping movements to get out of his chair, but he was crying uncontrollably, noiselessly, with his face twisted like a mask, contorted, and the tears running down the amazing grooves in his cheeks. Blindly, his face always this horrible working mask, he groped for his hat, for his way down from the terrace. It was 8 o'clock, but still brightly light. The other people were staring. In great agitation, part of which was exasperation, she stayed behind, paid the waiter with a half-sovereign, took her yellow silk coat, then followed Skrebensky. She saw him walking with brittle, blind steps along the path by the river. She could tell by the strange stiffness and brittleness of his figure that he was still crying. Hurrying after him, running, she took his arm. "Tony!" she cried. "Don't! Why are you like this? What are you doing this for? Don't! It's not necessary." He heard, and his manhood was cruelly, coldly defaced. Yet it was no good. He could not gain control of his face. His face, his breast were weeping violently, as if automatically. His will, his knowledge had nothing to do with it. He simply could not stop. She walked holding his arm, silent with exasperation and perplexity and pain. He took the uncertain steps of a blind man, because his mind was blind with weeping. "Shall we go home? Shall we have a taxi?" she said. He could pay no attention. Very flustered, very agitated, she signalled indefinitely to a taxi-cab that was going slowly by. The driver saluted and drew up. She opened the door and pushed Skrebensky in, then took her own place. Her face was uplifted, the mouth closed down. She looked hard and cold and ashamed. She winced as the driver's dark red face was thrust round upon her, a full-blooded animal face with black eyebrows and a thick, short-cut moustache. "Where to, lady?" he said, his white teeth showing. Again for a moment she was flustered. 40 Rutland Square, she said. He touched his cap and stolidly set the car in motion. He seemed to have a league with her to ignore Skrebensky. The latter sat as if trapped within the taxi-cab, his face still working, whilst occasionally he made quick, slight movements of the head to shake away his tears. He never moved his hands. She could not bear to look at him. She sat with face uplifted and averted to the window. At length, when she had regained some control over herself, she turned again to him. He was much quieter. His face was wet, and twitched occasionally, his hands still lay motionless. But his eyes were quite still, like a washed sky after rain, full of wan light, and quite steady,
almost ghost-like. A pain flamed in her womb for him. "I didn't think I should hurt you," she said, laying her hand very lightly, tentatively on his arm. "The words came without my knowing. They didn't mean anything, really." He remained quite still, hearing, but washed all wan and without feeling. She waited, looking at him as if he were some curious, not understandable creature. "You won't cry again, will you, Tony?" Some shame and bitterness against her burned him in the question. She noticed how his moustache was soddened wet with tears. Taking her handkerchief, she wiped his face. The driver's heavy, stolid back remained always turned to them, as if conscious but indifferent. Skrebensky sat motionless whilst Ursula wiped his face, softly, carefully, and yet clumsily, not as well as he would have wiped it himself. Her handkerchief was too small. It was soon wet through. She groped in his pocket for his own. Then, with its more ample capacity, she carefully dried his face. He remained motionless all the while. Then she drew his cheek to hers and kissed him. His face was cold. Her heart was hurt. She saw the tears welling quickly to his eyes again. As if he were a child, she again wiped away his tears. By now she herself was on the point of weeping. Her underlip was caught between her teeth. So she sat still, for fear of her own tears, sitting close by him, holding his hand warm and close and loving. Meanwhile the car ran on, and a soft, midsummer dusk began to gather. For a long while they sat motionless. Only now and again her hand closed more closely, lovingly, over his hand, then gradually relaxed. The dusk began to fall. 1 or 2 lights appeared. The driver drew up to light his lamps. Skrebensky moved for the first time, leaning forward to watch the driver. His face had always the same still, clarified, almost childlike look, impersonal. They saw the driver's strange, full, dark face peering into the lamps under drawn brows. Ursula shuddered. It was the face almost of an animal, yet of a quick, strong, wary animal that had them within its knowledge, almost within its power. She clung closer to Skrebensky. "My love?" she said to him, questioningly, when the car was again running in full motion. He made no movement or sound. He let her hold his hand, he let her reach forward, in the gathering darkness, and kiss his still cheek. The crying had gone by, he would not cry any more. He was whole and himself again. "My love," she repeated, trying to make him notice her, but as yet he could not. He watched the road. They were running by Kensington Gardens. For the first time his lips opened. "Shall we get out and go into the park?" he asked. "Yes," she said, quietly, not sure what was coming. After a moment he took the tube from its peg. She saw the stout, strong, self-contained driver lean his head. "Stop at Hyde Park Corner." The dark head nodded, the car ran on just the same. Presently they pulled up. Skrebensky paid the man. Ursula stood back. She saw the driver salute as he received his tip, and then, before he set the car in motion, turn and look at her with his quick, powerful, animal's look, his eyes very concentrated, and the whites of his eyes flickering. Then he drove away into the crowd. He had let her go. She had been afraid. Skrebensky turned with her into the park. A band was still playing and the place was thronged with people. They listened to the ebbing music, then went aside to a dark seat, where they sat closely, hand in hand. Then at length, as out of the silence, she said to him, wondering: "What hurt you so?" She really did not know at this moment. "When you said you wanted never to marry me," he replied, with a childish simplicity. "But why did that hurt you so?" she said. "You needn't mind everything I say so particularly." "I don't know. I didn't want to do it," he said, humbly, ashamed. She pressed his hand warmly. They sat close together, watching the soldiers go by with their sweethearts, the lights trailing in myriads down the great thoroughfares that beat on the edge of the park. "I didn't know you cared so much," she said, also humbly. "I didn't," he said.
I was knocked over myself. But I care. All the world." His voice was so quiet and colourless, it made her heart go pale with fear. "My love," she said, drawing near to him. But she spoke out of fear, not out of love. "I care all the world. I care for nothing else, neither in life nor in death," he said, in the same steady, colourless voice of essential truth. "Then for what?" she murmured duskily. "Then for you to be with me." And again she was afraid. Was she to be conquered by this? She cowered close to him, very close to him. They sat perfectly still, listening to the great, heavy, beating sound of the town, the murmur of lovers going by, the footsteps of soldiers. She shivered against him. "You are cold?" he said. "A little." "We will go and have some supper." He was now always quiet and decided and remote, very beautiful. He seemed to have some strange, cold power over her. They went to a restaurant and drank Chianti. But his pale, wan look did not go away. "Don't leave me tonight," he said at length, looking at her, pleading. He was so strange and impersonal, she was afraid. "But the people of my place," she said, quivering. "I will explain to them. They know we are engaged." She sat pale and mute. He waited. "Shall we go?" he said at length. "Where?" "To an hotel." Her heart was hardened. Without answering, she rose to acquiesce. But she was now cold and unreal. Yet she could not refuse him. It seemed like fate, a fate she did not want. They went to an Italian hotel somewhere, and had a sombre bedroom with a very large bed, clean but sombre. The ceiling was painted with a bunch of flowers in a big medallion over the bed. She thought it was pretty. He came to her, and cleaved to her very close, like steel cleaving and clinching on to her. Her passion was roused. It was fierce but cold. But it was fierce and extreme and good, their passion this night. He slept with her fast in his arms. All night long he held her fast against him. She was passive, acquiescent. But her sleep was not very deep, nor very real. She woke in the morning to a sound of water dashed on a courtyard, to sunlight streaming through a lattice. She thought she was in a foreign country, and Skrebensky was there, an incubus upon her. She lay still, thinking, whilst his arm was round her, his head against her shoulders, his body against hers, just behind her. He was still asleep. She watched the sunshine coming in bars through the persiennes, and her immediate surroundings again melted away. She was in some other land, some other world, where the old restraints had dissolved and vanished, where one moved freely, not afraid of one's fellow men, nor wary, nor on the defensive, but calm, indifferent, at one's ease. Vaguely, in a sort of silver light, she wandered at large and at ease. The bonds of the world were broken. This world of England had vanished away. She heard a voice in the yard below calling, "Oh, Giovan! Oh, 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 Giovan!" And she knew she was in a new country, in a new life. It was very delicious to lie thus still, with one's soul wandering freely and simply in the silver light of some other, simpler, more finely natural world. But always there was a foreboding waiting to command her. She became more aware of Skrebensky. She knew he was waking up. She must modify her soul, depart from her further world, for him. She knew he was awake. He lay still, with a concrete stillness, not as when he slept. Then his arm tightened almost convulsively upon her, and he said, half timidly: "Did you sleep well?" "Very well." "So did I." There was a pause. "And do you love me?" he asked. She turned and looked at him searchingly. He seemed outside her. "I do," she said. But she said it out of complacency and a desire not to be harried. There was a curious breach of silence between them, which frightened him. They lay rather late, then he rang for breakfast. She wanted to be able to go straight downstairs and away from the place when she got up. She was happy in this room, but the thought of the publicity of the hall downstairs rather troubled her.
A young Italian, a Sicilian, dark and slightly pock-marked, buttoned up in a sort of grey tunic, appeared with the tray. His face had an almost African imperturbability, impassive, incomprehensible. "One might be in Italy," Skrebensky said to him, genially. A vacant look, almost like fear, came on the fellow's face. He did not understand. "This is like Italy," Skrebensky explained. The face of the Italian flashed with a non-comprehending smile. He finished setting out the tray, and was gone. He did not understand. He would understand nothing. He disappeared from the door like a half-domesticated wild animal. It made Ursula shudder slightly, the quick, sharp-sighted, intent animality of the man. Skrebensky was beautiful to her this morning. His face softened and transfused with suffering and with love, his movements very still and gentle. He was beautiful to her, but she was detached from him by a chill distance. Always she seemed to be bearing up against the distance that separated them. But he was unaware. This morning he was transfused and beautiful. She admired his movements, the way he spread honey on his roll or poured out the coffee. When breakfast was over she lay still again on the pillows, whilst he went through his toilet. She watched him as he sponged himself and quickly dried himself with the towel. His body was beautiful, his movements intent and quick. She admired him and she appreciated him without reserve. He seemed completed now. He aroused no fruitful fecundity in her. He seemed added up, finished. She knew him all round. Not on any side did he lead into the unknown. Poignant, almost passionate appreciation she felt for him, but none of the dreadful wonder, none of the rich fear, the connection with the unknown, or the reverence of love. He was, however, unaware this morning. His body was quiet and fulfilled, his veins complete with satisfaction. He was happy, finished. Again she went home, but this time he went with her. He wanted to stay by her. He wanted her to marry him. It was already July. In early September he must sail for India. He could not bear to think of going alone. She must come with him. Nervously he kept beside her. Her examination was finished, her college career was over. There remained for her now to marry or to work again. She applied for no post. It was concluded she would marry. India tempted her, the strange, strange land. But with the thought of Calcutta, or Bombay, or of Simla, and of the European population, India was no more attractive to her than Nottingham. She had failed in her examination. She had gone down. She had not taken her degree. It was a blow to her. It hardened her soul. "It doesn't matter," he said. "What are the odds, whether you are a Bachelor of Arts or not, according to the London University? All you know, you know. And if you are Mrs. Skrebensky, the B.A. is meaningless." Instead of consoling her, this made her harder, more ruthless. She was now up against her own fate. It was for her to choose between being Mrs. Skrebensky, even Baroness Skrebensky, wife of a lieutenant in the Royal Engineers, the sappers as he called them, living with the European population in India, or being Ursula Brangwen, spinster, schoolmistress. She was qualified by her intermediate art examination. She would probably even now get a post quite easily as assistant in one of the higher grade schools, or even in Willey Green School. Which was she to do? She hated most of all entering the bondage of teaching once more. Very heartily she detested it. Yet at the thought of marriage and living with Skrebensky amid the European population in India, her soul was locked and would not budge. She had very little feeling about it. Only there was a deadlock. Skrebensky waited. She waited. Everybody waited for the decision. When Anton talked to her, and seemed insidiously to suggest himself as a husband to her, she knew how utterly locked out he was. On the other hand, when she saw Dorothy and discussed the matter, she felt she would marry him promptly, at once, as a sharp disavowal of adherence with Dorothy's views. The situation was almost ridiculous. "But do you love him?" asked Dorothy. "It isn't a question of loving him," said Ursula. "I love him well enough. Certainly more than I love anybody else in the world. And I shall never love anybody else the same again. We have had the flower of each other. But I don't care about love. I don't value it. I don't care whether I love or whether I don't. Whether I have love or whether I haven't. What is it to me?" And she shrugged her shoulders in fierce, angry contempt. Dorothy pondered, rather angry and afraid. "Then what do you care about?" she asked, exasperated. "I don't know," said Ursula. "But something impersonal. Love, love, love. What does it mean? What does it amount to? So much personal gratification. It doesn't lead anywhere." "It isn't supposed to lead anywhere, is it?" said Dorothy satirically. "I thought it was the one thing which is an end in itself." "Then what does it matter to me," cried Ursula, "as an end in itself? I could love 100 men, one after the other. Why should I end with a Skrebensky? Why should I not go on, and love all the types I fancy, one after another, if love is an end in itself? There are plenty of men who aren't Anton, whom I could love, whom I would like to love." "Then you don't love him," said Dorothy. "I tell you I do. Quite as much, and perhaps more than I should love any of the others. Only there are plenty of things that aren't in Anton that I would love in the other men." "What, for instance?" "It doesn't matter. But a sort of strong understanding in some men, and then a dignity, a directness, something unquestioned that there is in working men, and then a jolly, reckless passionateness that you see, a man who could really let go." Dorothy could feel that Ursula was already hankering after something else, something that this man did not give her. "The question is, what do you want?" propounded Dorothy. "Is it just other men?" Ursula was silenced. This was her own dread. Was she just promiscuous? "Because if it is," continued Dorothy, "you'd better marry Anton. The other can only end badly." So out of fear of herself Ursula was to marry Skrebensky. He was very busy now, preparing to go to India. He must visit relatives and contract business. He was almost sure of Ursula now. She seemed to have given in. And he seemed to become again an important, self-assured man. It was the first week in August, and he was one of a large party in a bungalow on the Lincolnshire coast. It was a tennis, golf, motor car, motorboat party given by his great aunt, a lady of social pretensions. Ursula was invited to spend the week with the party. She went rather reluctantly. Her marriage was more or less fixed for the 28th of the month. They were to sail for India on September the 5th. One thing she knew, in her subconsciousness, and that was, she would never sail for India. She and Anton, being important guests on account of the coming marriage, had rooms in the large bungalow. It was a big place, with a great central hall, 2 smaller writing rooms, and then 2 corridors from which opened 8 or 9 bedrooms. Skrebensky was put on one corridor, Ursula on the other. They felt very lost in the crowd. Being lovers, however, they were allowed to be out alone together as much as they liked. Yet she felt very strange, in the crowd of strange people, uneasy, as if she had no privacy. She was not used to these homogeneous crowds. She was afraid. She felt different from the rest of them, with their hard, easy, shallow intimacy that seemed to cost them so little. She felt she was not pronounced enough. It was a kind of hold-your-own, unconventional atmosphere. She did not like it. In crowds, in assemblies of people, she liked formality. She felt she did not produce the right effect. She was not effective. She was not beautiful. She was nothing. Even before Skrebensky she felt unimportant, almost inferior. He could take his part very well with the rest. He and she went out into the night. There was a moon behind clouds, shedding a diffused light, gleaming now and again in bits of smoky mother-of-pearl. So they walked together on the wet, ribbed sands near the sea, hearing the run of the long, heavy waves that made a ghostly whiteness and a whisper. He was sure of himself. As she walked, the soft silk of her dress, she wore a blue shantung, full-skirted, blew away from the sea and flapped and clung to her legs. She wished it would not. Everything seemed to give her away, and she could not rouse herself to deny, she was so confused. He would lead her away to a pocket in the sandhills, secret amid the grey thorn bushes and the grey, glassy grass. He held her close against him, felt all her firm, unutterably desirable mould of body through the fine fibre of the silk that fell about her limbs. The silk, slipping fierily on the hidden yet revealed roundness and firmness of her body, her loins, seemed to run in him like fire, make his brain burn like brimstone. She liked it, the electric fire of the silk under his hands, upon her limbs. The fire flew over her, as he drew nearer and nearer to discovery. She vibrated like a jet of electric, firm fluid, in response. Yet she did not feel beautiful. All the time, she felt she was not beautiful to him, only exciting. She let him take her, and he seemed mad, mad with excited passion. But she, as she lay afterwards on the cold, soft sand, looking up at the blotted, faintly luminous sky, felt that she was as cold now as she had been before. Yet he, breathing heavily, seemed almost savagely satisfied. He seemed revenged. A little wind wafted the sea-grass and passed over her face. Where was the supreme fulfilment she would never enjoy? Why was she so cold, so unroused, so indifferent? As they went home, and she saw the many hateful lights of the bungalow, of several bungalows in a group, he said softly, "Don't lock your door." "I'd rather, here," she said. "No, don't. We belong to each other. Don't let us deny it." She did not answer. He took her silence for consent. He shared his room with another man. "I suppose," he said, "it won't alarm the house if I go across to happier regions?" "So long as you don't make a great row going, and don't try the wrong door," said the other man, turning in to sleep. Skrebensky went out in his wide striped sleeping suit. He crossed the big dining hall, whose low firelight smelled of cigars and whiskey and coffee, entered the other corridor and found Ursula's room. She was lying awake, wide-eyed and suffering. She was glad he had come, if only for consolation. It was consolation to be held in his arms, to feel his body against hers. Yet how foreign his arms and body were! Yet still, not so horribly foreign and hostile as the rest of the house felt to her. She did not know how she suffered in this house. She was healthy and exorbitantly full of interest. So she played tennis and learned golf, she rowed out and swam in the deep sea, and enjoyed it very much indeed, full of zest. Yet all the time, among those others, she felt shocked and wincing, as if her violently sensitive nakedness were exposed to the hard, brutal, material impact of the rest of the people. The days went by unmarked, in a full, almost strenuous enjoyment of one's own physique. Skrebensky was one among the others, till evening came, and he took her for himself. She was allowed a great deal of freedom, and was treated with a good deal of respect, as a girl on the eve of marriage, about to depart for another continent. The trouble began at evening. Then a yearning for something unknown came over her, a passion for something she knew not what. She would walk the foreshore alone after dusk, expecting something, as if she had gone to a rendezvous. The salt, bitter passion of the sea, its indifference to the earth, its swinging, definite motion, its strength, its attack, and its salt burning, seemed to provoke her to a pitch of madness, tantalizing her with vast suggestions of fulfilment. And then, for personification, would come Skrebensky. Skrebensky, whom she knew, whom she was fond of, who was attractive, but whose soul could not contain her in its waves of strength, nor his breast compel her in burning, salty passion. One evening they went out after dinner, across the low golf links to the dunes and the sea. The sky had small, faint stars. All was still and faintly dark. They walked together in silence, then ploughed, labouring through the heavy loose sand of the gap between the dunes. They went in silence under the even, faint darkness, in the darker shadow of the sandhills. Suddenly, cresting the heavy, sandy pass, Ursula lifted her head, and shrank back, momentarily frightened. There was a great whiteness confronting her. The moon was incandescent as a round furnace door, out of which came the high blast of moonlight, over the seaward half of the world, a dazzling, terrifying glare of white light. They shrank back for a moment into shadow, uttering a cry. He felt his chest laid bare, where the secret was heavily hidden. He felt himself fusing down to nothingness, like a bead that rapidly disappears in an incandescent flame. "How wonderful!" cried Ursula, in low calling tones. "How wonderful!" And she went forward, plunging into it. He followed behind. She too seemed to melt into the glare, towards the moon. The sands were as ground silver. The sea moved in solid brightness, coming towards them, and she went to meet the advance of the flashing, buoyant water. She gave her breast to the moon, her belly to the flashing, heavy water. He stood behind, encompassed, a shadow ever dissolving. She stood on the edge of the water, at the edge of the solid, flashing body of the sea, and the wave rushed over her feet. "I want to go," she cried, in a strong, dominant voice. "I want to go." He saw the moonlight on her face, so she was like metal. He heard her ringing, metallic voice, like the voice of a harpy to him. She prowled, ranging on the edge of the water like a possessed creature, and he followed her. He saw the froth of the wave followed by the hard, bright water swirl over her feet and her ankles. She swung out her arms, to balance. He expected every moment to see her walk into the sea, dressed as she was, and be carried swimming out. But she turned, she walked to him. "I want to go," she cried again, in the high, hard voice, like the scream of gulls. "Where?" he asked. "I don't know." And she seized hold of his arm, held him fast, as if captive, and walked him a little way by the edge of the dazzling, dazing water. Then there in the great flare of light she clinched hold of him, hard, as if suddenly she had the strength of destruction. She fastened her arms round him, and tightened him in her grip, whilst her mouth sought his in a hard, rending, ever-increasing kiss, till his body was powerless in her grip, his heart melted in fear from the fierce, beaked harpy's kiss. The water washed again over their feet, but she took no notice. She seemed unaware, she seemed to be pressing in her beaked mouth till she had the heart of him. Then at last she drew away and looked at him. Looked at him. He knew what she wanted. He took her by the hand and led her across the foreshore, back to the sandhills. She went silently. He felt as if the ordeal of proof was upon him, for life or death. He led her to a dark hollow. "No, here," she said, going out to the slope full under the moonshine. She lay motionless, with wide open eyes, looking at the moon. He came direct to her, without preliminaries. She held him pinned down at the chest, awful. The fight, the struggle for consummation, was terrible. It lasted till it was agony to his soul, till he succumbed, till he gave way as if dead, lay with his face buried, partly in her hair, partly in the sand, motionless, as if he would be motionless now for ever, hidden away in the dark, buried, only buried, he only wanted to be buried in the goodly darkness, only that, and no more. He seemed to swoon. It was a long time before he came to himself. He was aware of an unusual motion of her breast. He looked up. Her face lay like an image in the moonlight, the eyes wide open, rigid. But out of the eyes, slowly, there rolled a tear, that glittered in the moonlight as it ran down her cheek. He felt as if the knife were being pushed into his already dead body. With head strained back, he watched, drawn tense, for some minutes, watched the unaltering, rigid face like metal in the moonlight, the fixed, unseeing eye, in which slowly the water gathered, shook with glittering moonlight, then surcharged, brimmed over and ran trickling, a tear with its burden of moonlight, into the darkness, to fall in the sand. He drew gradually away as if afraid, drew away. She did not move. He glanced at her. She lay the same. Could he break away? He turned, saw the open foreshore, clear in front of him, and he plunged away, on and on, ever farther from the horrible figure that lay stretched in the moonlight on the sands, with the tears gathering and travelling on the motionless, eternal face. He felt, if ever he must see her again, his bones must be broken, his body crushed, obliterated for ever. And as yet he had the love of his own living body. He wandered on a long, long way, till his brain drew dark and he was unconscious with weariness. Then he curled in the deepest darkness he could find, under the sea grass, and lay there, without consciousness. She broke from her tense cramp of agony, gradually, though each movement was a goad of heavy pain. Gradually she lifted her dead body from the sands, and rose at last. There was now no moon for her, no sea. All had passed away. She trailed her dead body to the house, to her room, where she lay down inert. Morning brought her a new access of superficial life, but all within her was cold, dead, inert. Skrebensky appeared at breakfast. He was white and obliterated. They did not look at each other, nor speak to each other. Apart from the ordinary trivial talk of civil people, they were separate. They did not speak of what was between them during the remaining 2 days of their stay. They were like two dead people who dare not recognise, dare not see each other. Then she packed her bags and put on her things. There were several guests leaving together for the same train. He would have no opportunity to speak to her. He tapped at her bedroom door at the last minute. She stood with her umbrella in her hand. He closed the door. He did not know what to say. "Have you done with me?" he asked her at length, lifting his head. "It isn't me," she said. "You have done with me. We have done with each other." He looked at her, at the closed face, which he thought so cruel, and he knew he could never touch her again. His will was broken, he was seared, but he clung to the life of his body. "Well, what have I done?" he asked, in a rather querulous voice. "I don't know," she said, in the same dull, feelingless voice. "It is finished. It had been a failure." He was silent. The words still burned his bowels. "Is it my fault?" he said, looking up at length, challenging the last stroke. "You couldn't—" she began, but she broke down. He turned away, afraid to hear more. She began to gather her bag, her handkerchief, her umbrella. She must be gone now. He was waiting for her to be gone. At length the carriage came and she drove away with the rest. When she was out of sight, a great relief came over him. A pleasant banality. In an instant, everything was obliterated. He was childishly amiable and companionable all the day long. He was astonished that life could be so nice. It was better than it had been before. What a simple thing it was to be rid of her! How friendly and simple everything felt to him! What false thing had she been forcing on him? But at night he dared not be alone. His roommate had gone, and the hours of darkness were an agony to him. He watched the window in suffering and terror. When would this horrible darkness be lifted off him? Setting all his nerves, he endured it. He went to sleep with the dawn. He never thought of her. Only his terror of the hours of night grew on him, obsessed him like a mania. He slept fitfully, with constant wakings of anguish. The fear wore away the core of him. His plan was to sit up very late, drink in company until 1 or 1:30 in the morning. Then he would get 3 hours of sleep, of oblivion. It was light by 5 o'clock, but he was shocked almost to madness if he opened his eyes on the darkness. In the daytime he was all right, always occupied with the thing of the moment, adhering to the trivial present, which seemed to him ample and satisfying. No matter how little and futile his occupations were, he gave himself to them entirely, and felt normal and fulfilled. He was always active, cheerful, gay, charming, trivial. Only he dreaded the darkness and silence of his own bedroom, when the darkness should challenge him upon his own soul. That he could not bear, as he could not bear to think about Ursula. He had no soul, no background. He never thought of Ursula, not once. He gave her no sign. She was the darkness, the challenge, the horror. He turned to immediate things. He wanted to marry quickly, to screen himself from the darkness, the challenge of his own soul. He would marry his colonel's daughter. Quickly, without hesitation, pursued by his obsession for activity, he wrote to this girl, telling her his engagement was broken. It had been a temporary infatuation, which he less than any one else could understand, now it was over. And could he see his very dear friend soon? He would not be happy till he had an answer. He received a rather surprised reply from the girl, but she would be glad to see him. She was living with her aunt. He went down to her at once, and proposed to her the first evening. He was accepted. The marriage took place quietly within 14 days' time. Ursula was not notified of the event. In another week, Skrebensky sailed with his new wife to India. End of Chapter 15, Part 3. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 16 of The Rainbow by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rainbow. Ursula went home to Beldover, faint, dim, closed up. She could scarcely speak or notice. It was as if her energy were frozen. Her people asked her what was the matter. She told them she had broken off the engagement with Skrebensky. They looked blank and angry, but she could not feel any more. The weeks crawled by in apathy. He would have sailed for India now. She was scarcely interested. She was inert, without strength or interest. Suddenly a shock ran through her, so violent that she thought she was struck down. Was she with child? She had been so stricken under the pain of herself and of him, this had never occurred to her. Now, like a flame, it took hold of her limbs and body. Was she with child? In the first flaming hours of wonder, she did not know what she felt. She was as if tied to the stake. The flames were licking her and devouring her. But the flames were also good. They seemed to wear her away to rest. What she felt in her heart and her womb she did not know. It was a kind of swoon. Then gradually the heaviness of her heart pressed and pressed into consciousness. What was she doing? Was she bearing a child? Bearing a child? To what? Her flesh thrilled, but her soul was sick. It seemed, this child, like the seal set on her own nullity. Yet she was glad in her flesh that she was with child. She began to think that she would write to Skrebensky, that she would go out to him and marry him, and live simply as a good wife to him. What did the self, the form of life, matter? Only the living from day to day mattered, the beloved existence in the body, rich and peaceful, complete, with no beyond, no further trouble, no further complication. She had been wrong. She had been arrogant and wicked, wanting that other thing, that fantastic freedom, that illusory, conceited fulfilment which she had imagined she could not have with Skrebensky. Who was she to be wanting some fantastic fulfilment in her life? Was it not enough that she had her man, her children, her place of shelter under the sun? Was it not enough for her, as it had been enough for her mother? She would marry and love her husband and fill her place, simply. That was the ideal. Suddenly she saw her mother in a just and true light. Her mother was simple and radically true. She had taken the life that was given. She had not, in her arrogant conceit, insisted on creating life to fit herself. Her mother was right, profoundly right, and she herself had been false, trashy, conceited. A great mood of humility came over her, and in this humility a bondaged sort of peace. She gave her limbs to the bondage, she loved the bondage, she called it peace. In this state she sat down to write to Skrebensky. Since you left me I have suffered a great deal, and so have come to myself. I cannot tell you the remorse I feel for my wicked, perverse behaviour. It was given to me to love you, and to know your love for me. But instead of thankfully, on my knees, taking what God had given me, I must have the moon in my keeping. I must insist on having the moon for my own. because I could not have it. Everything else must go. I do not know if you can ever forgive me. I could die with shame to think of my behaviour with you during our last times, and I don't know if I could ever bear to look you in the face again. Truly the best thing would be for me to die, and cover my fantasies for ever. But I find I am with child, so that cannot be. It is your child, and for that reason I must revere it and submit my body entirely to its welfare, entertaining no thought of death, which once more is largely conceit. Therefore, because you once loved me, and because this child is your child, I ask you to have me back. If you will cable me one word, I will come to you as soon as I can. I swear to you to be a dutiful wife, and to serve you in all things. For now I only hate myself and my own conceited foolishness. I love you. I love the thought of you. You were natural and decent all through, whilst I was so false. Once I am with you again, I shall ask no more than to rest in your shelter all my life." This letter she wrote, sentence by sentence, as if from her deepest, sincerest heart. She felt that now she was at the depths of herself. This was her true self for ever. With this document she would appear before God at the judgment day. For what had a woman but to submit? What was her flesh but for childbearing, her strength for her children and her husband, the giver of life? At last she was a woman. She posted her letter to his club, to be forwarded to him in Calcutta. He would receive it soon after his arrival in India, within 3 weeks of his arrival there. In a month's time she would receive word from him, then she would go. She was quite sure of him. She thought only of preparing her garments, and of living quietly, peacefully, till the time when she should join him again, and her history would be concluded for ever. The peace held like an unnatural calm for a long time. She was aware, however, of a gathering restiveness, a tumult impending within her. She tried to run away from it. She wished she could hear from Skrebensky in answer to her letter, so that her course should be resolved. She should be engaged in fulfilling her fate. It was this inactivity which made her liable to the revulsion she dreaded. It was curious how little she cared about his not having written to her before. It was enough that she had sent her letter. She would get the required answer. That was all. One afternoon in early October, feeling the seething rising to madness within her, she slipped out in the rain to walk abroad, lest the house should suffocate her. Everywhere was drenched, wet, and deserted. The grimed houses glowed dull red, the butt-houses burned scarlet in a gleam of light, under the glistening, blackish purple slates. Ursula went on towards Willey Green. She lifted her face and walked swiftly, seeing the passage of light across the shallow valley, seeing the colliery and its clouds of steam, for a moment visionary in a dim brilliance, away in the chaos of rain. Then the veils closed again. She was glad of the rain's privacy and intimacy. Making on towards the wood, she saw the pale gleam of Willey Water through the cloud below. She walked the open space, where hawthorn trees streamed like hair on the wind, and round bushes were presences slowing through the atmosphere. It was very splendid, free, and chaotic. Yet she hurried to the wood for shelter. There, the vast booming overhead vibrated down and encircled her. Tree trunks spanned the circle of tremendous sound. Myriads of tree trunks, enormous and streaked black with water, thrust like stanchions upright between the roaring overhead and the sweeping of the circle underfoot. She glided between the tree trunks, afraid of them. They might turn and shut her in as she went through their marshalled silence. So she flitted along, keeping an illusion that she was unnoticed. She felt like a bird that has flown in through the window of a hall where vast warriors sit at the board. Between their grave, booming ranks she was hastening, assuming she was unnoticed, till she emerged with beating heart through the far window, and out into the open, upon the vivid green, marshy meadow. She turned under the shelter of the common, seeing the great veils of rain swinging with slow, floating waves across the landscape. She was very wet and a long way from home, far enveloped in the rain and the waving landscape. She must beat her way back through all this fluctuation, back to stability and security. A solitary thing, she took the track straight across the wilderness, going back. The path was a narrow groove in the turf between high, sere, tussocky grass. It was scarcely more than a rabbit run. So she moved swiftly along, watching her footing, going like a bird on the wind, with no thought contained in motion. But her heart had a small, living seed of fear as she went through the wash of hollow space. Suddenly she knew there was something else. Some horses were looming in the rain, not near yet, but they were going to be near. She continued her path inevitably. They were horses in the lee of a clump of trees beyond, above her. She pursued her way with bent head. She did not want to lift her face to them. She did not want to know they were there. She went on in the wild track. She knew the heaviness on her heart. It was the weight of the horses. But she would circumvent them. She would bear the weight steadily, and so escape. She would go straight on, and be gone by. Suddenly the weight deepened, and her heart grew tense to bear it. Her breathing was laboured. But this weight also she could bear. She knew without looking that the horses were moving nearer. What were they? She felt the thud of their heavy hoofs on the ground. What was it that was drawing near her? What weight oppressing her heart? She did not know. She did not look. Yet now her way was cut off. They were blocking her back. She knew they had gathered on a log bridge over the sedgy dyke, a dark, heavy, powerfully heavy knot. Yet her feet went on and on. They would burst before her. They would burst before her. Her feet went on, and tense, and more tense became her nerves and her veins. They ran hot. They ran white hot. They must fuse, and she must die. But the horses had burst before her. In a sort of lightning of knowledge their movement travelled through her, the quiver and strain and thrust of their powerful flanks, as they burst before her and drew on, beyond. She knew they had not gone. She knew they awaited her still. But she went on over the log bridge that their hoofs had churned and drummed. She went on, knowing things about them. She was aware of their breasts, gripped, clenched narrow in a hold that never relaxed. She was aware of their red nostrils, flaming with long endurance, and of their haunches, so rounded, so massive, pressing, pressing, pressing to burst the grip upon their breasts, pressing for ever till they went mad, running against the walls of time and never bursting free. Their great haunches were smoothed and darkened with rain. But the darkness and wetness of rain could not put out the hard, urgent, massive fire that was locked within these flanks. Never, never. She went on, drawing near. She was aware of the great flash of hoofs, a bluish, iridescent flash surrounding a hollow of darkness. Large, large seemed the bluish, incandescent flash of the hoof-iron, large as a halo of lightning round the knotted darkness of the flanks. Like circles of lightning came the flash of hoofs from out of the powerful flanks. They were awaiting her again. They had gathered under an oak tree, knotting their awful, blind, triumphing flanks together, and waiting, waiting. They were waiting for her approach. As if from a far distance she was drawing near, towards the line of twiggy oak trees where they made their intense darkness, gathered on a single bank. She must draw near, but they broke away. They cantered round, making a wide circle to avoid noticing her, and cantered back into the open hillside behind her. They were behind her. The way was open before her, to the gate in the high hedge in the near distance, so she could pass into the smaller, cultivated field, and so out to the high road and the ordered world of man. Her way was clear. She lulled her heart. Yet her heart was couched with fear all along. Suddenly she hesitated as if seized by lightning. She seemed to fall, yet found herself faltering forward with small steps. The thunder of horses galloping down the path behind her shook her, the weight came down upon her, down, to the moment of extinction. She could not look round, so the horses thundered upon her. Cruelly they swerved and crashed by on her left hand. She saw the fierce flanks, crinkled and as yet inadequate, the great hoofs flashing bright, as yet only brandished about her, and one by one the horses crashed by, intent, working themselves up. They had gone by, brandishing themselves thunderously about her, enclosing her. They slackened their burst transport, they slowed down, and cantered together into a knot once more, in the corner by the gate and the trees ahead of her. They stirred, they moved uneasily, they settled their uneasy flanks into one group, one purpose. They were up against her. Her heart was gone, she had no more heart. She knew she dare not draw near. That concentrated, knitted flank of the horse group had conquered. It stirred uneasily, awaiting her, knowing its triumph. It stirred uneasily, with the uneasiness of a weighted triumph. Her heart was gone, her limbs were dissolved, she was dissolved like water. All the hardness and looming power was in the massive body of the horse group. Her feet faltered, she came to a standstill. It was the crisis. The horses stirred their flanks uneasily. She looked away, failing. On her left, 200 yards down the slope, the thick hedge ran parallel. At one point there was an oak tree. She might climb into the boughs of that oak tree, and so round and drop on the other side of the hedge. Shuddering, with limbs like water, dreading every moment to fall, she began to work her way as if making a wide detour round the horse mass. The horses stirred their flanks in a knot against her. She trembled forward as if in a trance. Then suddenly, in a flame of agony, she darted, seized the rugged knots of the oak tree, and began to climb. Her body was weak, but her hands were as hard as steel. She knew she was strong. She struggled in a great effort, till she hung on the bough. She knew the horses were aware. She gained her foothold on the bough. The horses were loosening their knot, stirring, trying to realise. She was working her way round to the other side of the tree. As they started to canter towards her, she fell in a heap on the other side of the hedge. For some moments she could not move. Then she saw through the rabbit-cleared bottom of the hedge the great working hoofs of the horses as they cantered near. She could not bear it. She rose and walked swiftly, diagonally across the field. The horses galloped along the other side of the hedge to the corner where they were held up. She could feel them there in their huddled group all the while she hastened across the bare field. They were almost pathetic now. Her will alone carried her, till, trembling, she climbed the fence under a leaning thorn tree that overhung the grass by the high road. The use went from her. She sat on the fence, leaning back against the trunk of the thorn tree, motionless. As she sat there, spent, time and the flux of change passed away from her. She lay as if unconscious upon the bed of the stream, like a stone, unconscious, unchanging, unchangeable, whilst everything rolled by in transience, leaving her there, a stone at rest on the bed of the stream, inalterable and passive, sunk to the bottom of all change. She lay still a long time, with her back against the thorn tree trunk, in her final isolation. Some colliers passed, tramping heavily up the wet road, their voices sounding out, their shoulders up to their ears, their figures blotched and spectral in the rain. Some did not see her. She opened her eyes languidly as they passed by. Then one man going alone saw her. The whites of his eyes showed in his black face as he looked in wonderment at her. He hesitated in his walk, as if to speak to her, out of frightened concern for her. How she dreaded his speaking to her, dreaded his questioning her. She slipped from her seat and went vaguely along the path, vaguely. It was a long way home. She had an idea that she must walk for the rest of her life, wearily, wearily. Step after step, step after step, and always along the wet rainy road between the hedges. Step after step, step after step, the monotony produced a deep, cold sense of nausea in her. How profound was her cold nausea! How profound! That too plumbed the bottom. She seemed destined to find the bottom of all things to-day, the bottom of all things. Well, at any rate she was walking along the bottommost bed. She was quite safe. Quite safe, if she had to go on for ever, seeing this was the very bottom, and there was nothing deeper. There was nothing deeper, you see, so no one could not but feel certain, passive. She arrived home at last. The climb up the hill to Beldover had been very trying. Why must one climb the hill? Why must one climb? Why not stay below? Why force one's way up the slope? Why force one's way up and up when one is at the bottom? Oh, it was very trying, very wearying, very burdensome. Always burdens, always, always burdens. Still, she must get to the top and go home to bed. She must go to bed. She got in and went upstairs in the dusk, without its being noticed she was in such a sodden condition. She was too tired to go downstairs again. She got into bed and lay shuddering with cold, yet too apathetic to get up or call for relief. Then gradually she became more ill. She was very ill for a fortnight, delirious, shaken and racked. But always, amid the ache of delirium, she had a dull firmness of being, a sense of permanency. She was in some way like the stone at the bottom of the river, inviolable and unalterable, no matter what storm raged in her body. Her soul lay still and permanent, full of pain, but itself for ever. Under all her illness persisted a deep, inalterable knowledge. She knew, and she cared no more. Throughout her illness, distorted into vague forms, persisted the question of herself and Skrebensky, like a gnawing ache that was still superficial, and did not touch her isolated, impregnable core of reality. But the corrosion of him burned in her till it burned itself out. Must she belong to him? Must she adhere to him? Something compelled her, and yet it was not real. Always the ache of unreality, of her belonging to Skrebensky. What bound her to him when she was not bound to him? Why did the falsity persist? Why did the falsity gnaw at her? Why could she not wake up to clarity, to reality? If she could but wake up, the falsity of the dream, of her connection with Skrebensky, would be gone. But the sleep, the delirium pinned her down. Even when she was calm and sober she was in its spell. Yet she was never in its spell. What extraneous thing bound her to him? There was some bond put upon her. Why could she not break it through? What was it? What was it? In her delirium she beat and beat at the question, and at last her weariness gave her the answer. It was the child. The child bound her to him. The child was like a bond round her brain, tightened on her brain. It bound her to Skrebensky. But why? Why did it bind her to Skrebensky? Could she not have a child of herself? Was not the child her own affair? All her own affair? What had it to do with him? Why must she be bound, aching and cramped with the bondage, to Skrebensky and Skrebensky's world, Anton's world? It became in her feverish brain a compression which enclosed her. If she could not get out of the compression she would go mad. The compression was Anton and Anton's world. Not the Anton she possessed, but the Anton she did not possess. That which was owned by some other influence, by the world. She fought and fought and fought all through her illness to be free of him and his world, to put it aside into its place. Yet ever anew it gained ascendancy over her, it laid new hold on her. Oh, the unutterable weariness of her flesh, which she could not cast off, nor yet extricate. If she could but extricate herself, if she could but disengage herself from feeling, from her body, from all the vast encumbrances of the world that was in contact with her, from her father and her mother and her lover, and all her acquaintance. Repeatedly, in an ache of utter weariness, she repeated, "I have no father, nor mother, nor lover. I have no allocated place in the world of things. I do not belong to Beldover, nor to Nottingham, nor to England, nor to this world. They none of them exist. I am trammelled and entangled in them, but they are all unreal. I must break out of it, like a nut from its shell, which is an unreality." And again to her feverish brain came the vivid reality of acorns in February, lying on the floor of a wood with their shells burst and discarded, and the kernel issued naked to put itself forth. She was the naked, clear kernel, thrusting forth the clear powerful shoot, and the world was a bygone winter, discarded. Her mother and father and Anton, and college, and all her friends, all cast off like a year that has gone by, whilst the kernel was free and naked and striving to take new root, to create a new knowledge of eternity in the flux of time. And the kernel was the only reality, the rest was cast off into oblivion. This grew and grew upon her. When she opened her eyes in the afternoon and saw the window of her room and the faint, smoky landscape beyond, this was all husk and shell lying by, all husk and shell. She could see nothing else. She was enclosed still, but loosely enclosed. There was a space between her and the shell. It was burst, there was a rift in it. Soon she would have her root fixed in a new day, her nakedness would take itself the bed of a new sky and a new air, this old decaying, fibrous husk would be gone. Gradually she began really to sleep. She slept in the confidence of her new reality. She slept breathing with her soul the new air of a new world. The peace was very deep and enrichening. She had her root in new ground. She was gradually absorbed into growth. When she woke at last it seemed as if a new day had come on the earth. How long had she fought through the dust and obscurity for this new dawn? How frail and fine and clear she felt, like the most fragile flower that opens in the end of winter. But the pole of night was turned, and the dawn was coming in. Very far off was her old experience, Skrebensky, her parting with him. Very far off. Some things were real, those first glamorous weeks. Before, these had seemed like hallucination. Now they seemed like common reality. The rest was unreal. She knew that Skrebensky had never become finally real. In the weeks of passionate ecstasy he had been with her in her desire, she had created him for the time being, but in the end he had failed and broken down. Strange, what a void separated him and her. She liked him now, as she liked a memory, some bygone self. He was something of the past, finite. He was that which is known. She felt a poignant affection for him, as for that which is past. But when she looked with her face forward, he was not. Nay, when she looked ahead, into the undiscovered land before her, what was there she could recognise but a fresh glow of light and inscrutable trees going up from the earth like smoke? It was the unknown, the unexplored, the undiscovered upon whose shore she had landed, alone, after crossing the void, the darkness which washed the new world and the old. There would be no child. She was glad. If there had been a child it would have made little difference, however. She would have kept the child and herself. She would not have gone to Skrebensky. Anton belonged to the past. There came the cablegram from Skrebensky. "I am married." An old pain and anger and contempt stirred in her. Did he belong so utterly to the cast-off past? She repudiated him. He was as he was. It was good that he was as he was. Who was she to have a man according to her own desire? It was not for her to create, but to recognise a man created by God. The man should come from the infinite, and she should hail him. She was glad she could not create her man. She was glad she had nothing to do with his creation. She was glad that this lay within the scope of that vaster power in which she rested at last. The man would come out of eternity to which she herself belonged. As she grew better she sat to watch a new creation. As she sat at her window, she saw the people go by in the street below, colliers, women, children, walking each in the husk of an old fruition, but visible through the husk the swelling and the heaving contour of the new germination. In the still, silenced forms of the colliers she saw a sort of suspense, a waiting in pain for the new liberation. She saw the same in the false, hard confidence of the women. The confidence of the women was brittle. It would break quickly to reveal the strength and patient effort of the new germination. In everything she saw, she grasped and groped to find the creation of the living God, instead of the old, hard, barren form of bygone living. Sometimes great terror possessed her. Sometimes she lost touch, she lost her feeling. She could only know the old horror of the husk which bound in her and all mankind. They were all in prison, they were all going mad. She saw the stiffened bodies of the colliers, which seemed already enclosed in a coffin. She saw their unchanging eyes, the eyes of those who are buried alive. She saw the hard, cutting edges of the new houses, which seemed to spread over the hillside in their insentient triumph, the triumph of horrible, amorphous angles and straight lines, the expression of corruption, triumphant and unopposed, corruption so pure that it is hard and brittle. She saw the dun atmosphere over the blackened hills opposite, the dark blotches of houses, slate-roofed and amorphous, the old church tower, standing up in hideous obsoleteness, above raw new houses on the crest of the hill, the amorphous, brittle, hard-edged new houses, advancing from Beldover to meet the corrupt new houses from Lethley, the houses of Lethley advancing to mix with the houses of Hainault, a dry, brittle, terrible corruption spreading over the face of the land. And she was sick with a nausea so deep that she perished as she sat. And then, in the blowing clouds, she saw a band of faint iridescence colouring in faint colours a portion of the hill. And forgetting, startled, she looked for the hovering colour and saw a rainbow forming itself. In one place it gleamed fiercely. And, her heart anguished with hope, she sought the shadow of iris where the bow should be. Steadily the colour gathered, mysteriously. From nowhere it took presence upon itself. There was a faint, vast rainbow. The arc bended and strengthened itself till it arched indomitable, making great architecture of light and colour and the space of heaven, its pedestals luminous in the corruption of new houses on the low hill, its arch the top of heaven. And the rainbow stood on the earth. She knew that the sordid people who crept hard-scaled and separate on the face of the world's corruption were living still, that the rainbow was arched in their blood and would quiver to life in their spirit, that they would cast off their horny covering of disintegration, that new, clean, naked bodies would issue to a new germination, to a new growth, rising to the light and the wind and the clean rain of heaven. She saw in the rainbow the earth's new architecture, the old brittle corruption of houses and factories swept away, the world built up in a living fabric of truth, fitting to the overarching heaven. End of Chapter 16. Read by Tony Foster. www.essentialwritingservices.co.uk. End of The Rainbow by D. H. Lawrence.